A familiar scene. The whole world plunged into a zombie pandemic. As chaos unfolds, this young man just needs a lobby to wipe out all those zombies, to create a safe haven. The government has quarantined the area around Bonn. The border is the first line of defense. And there is a safe shelter. So what is the real issue here? 30 million zombies rampaging outside. Humanity turning cold-hearted, trampling each other just to survive. Or a helpless state treating its citizens like burdens. None of that is true. The actual problem causing this society to spiral into chaos because of zombies is 9. But the housing prices are 10. A wave of refugees flooding into the city has caused housing prices to skyrocket. Literally hundreds of times higher than before. A mid-range house in the city center now costs over 100 billion. Even renting a place has become expensive. Paying rent for just 1 month can cost tens of billions, paying monthly. Several tens of millions outside the quarantine zone have been taken over by zombies. Inside the quarantine, people must endure hunger and cold. Everywhere here is as brutal as hell. And our main character today is a homeless man named Kim Chun-soo. 23. Working as a laborer with a dream of a house worth nearly 40 billion. To achieve that dream, he works hard every day from early morning until late at night, only taking a break of 2.5 hours. By now, Chun-soo has saved 4.5 million. And to continue saving for the 39.5 billion house without spending a dime, he just needs about another 731 years. In general, it is short about 7 centuries would be just right. But just earning and saving money like this is not the way. If he wants to quickly buy a house, he only has one option left. Chun-soo's eyes are drawn to the advertisement on the building in front. It is about the 17th Territory Reclaiming Campaign. It is advertised for those who are hungry, homeless, and hate zombies. Anyone who participates must go outside the quarantine zone and kill zombies. For every head, you get 5 million. Chun-soo decides to join this movement. He goes to the train station and spends about 1.2 million on a ticket to Pohang, the area where the campaign takes place. Chun-soo's gear is also quite minimal, just his body, the ticket, and a few stolen supplies from work. He is determined to go all in this time. After all, he has nothing to lose, all or nothing, turning into a zombie or living freely. While walking, Chun-soo accidentally bumps into a girl, causing her to fall to the ground. Her belongings and weapons fall out of her backpack. While she complains and tries to gather them, a thug passing by starts teasing her and snatches them away. The girl struggles to get them back but fails. It is clear there is a huge difference in strength. The thug grabs her hair, threatening her and robbing her of her weapon. Seeing her try to be brave, he decides to hold her down and make her his bait. Just as he is about to leave, a firm hand grabs him. It is none other than Chun-soo. Seeing the injustice, he steps in to help before taking down the monsters. I need to be the hero who saves the damsel first. The thug, realizing he was blocked, looked incredibly awkward, frustrated, and tried to provoke me. Chun-soo had just exchanged a few words when he delivered a brutal blow that left the thug's face unrecognizable, leaving him pathetic on the ground. I can focus on taking out zombies. If guys like you hunt down your own kind, then you are no longer human. Truly. You live up to the title of the male lead. Every word he breathed was cool and commanding. After dealing with this scum, Chun-soo reminded the girl to quickly clean up the mess below, while he claimed the thug's ranged weapon as a reward for helping. Up above, a guard complained about the noise coming from below. The other one reassured him to just ignore it. Right now, they were the poorest in the band and just trying to survive. After today, they would not hear that noise anymore, because the real purpose of this movement is to reduce the population. The train began its journey and by evening, they had arrived at their destination, the 17th Operation Zone to reclaim territory. Gang. The train stopped, and the doors opened. The passengers stepped off the train, looking utterly confused. This place was completely deserted, with no zombies or soldiers in sight. Just when everyone was unsure of what to do, a loud announcement blared over the loudspeaker. The participants of the 17th Territory Reclamation Movement, thank you for coming all the way here. Everyone around felt bewildered and disoriented. Zombies are sensitive to sound, so it was strange that the announcement was so loud. Chun-soo remained silent, sensing something was off from the loudspeaker. They did not hide it anymore and stated the truth. This movement was a brutal population reduction. Intentionally using loudspeakers like this was meant to attract zombies here for that cruel campaign. Soon after, a horde of zombies arrived, and chaos began. This was truly hell on earth, not some other place. Seeing all this, Chun-soo said nothing. He handed the girl the ranged crossbow and told her he would let her borrow it for a fee of 10 zombies. The girl had not even processed what was happening when Chun-soo pulled out his weapon from his backpack and stepped outside with fierce determination. He decisively took down one zombie. The noise from him attracted the zombies, and Chun-soo remained unfazed. He stood boldly on a zombie's corpse, his face confident and eyes filled with resolve. 7,900 is the number of zombies I have to catch today. And so, Chanu charged into battle, single-handedly taking down each zombie. He looked even scarier and more monstrous than them now. Not a single one could escape his grasp. The girl hiding in the corner watched in disbelief, feeling terrified by what she saw. The zombie massacre continued for hours. By dawn, all the zombies were piled up into a massive mound, and Chanu had completed his task by night. The girl could not understand why Chanu had to go to such lengths just for money. Aren't you afraid of dying? Chanu simply replied that he wanted to buy a house and have a yard if possible. At that moment, in the observation room of the third team from the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport, the observers were still in awe of Changsu's power. The number of zombies he had killed was counted at around 8,000. The 4th district on the outskirts of Bizen. 2 soldiers were guarding a quarantine area in Jiang district. One of them looked through his scope and spotted a zombie moving at 12 of the clock, but it was just his eyes playing tricks on him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Changsu with the girl he had just met. Changsu was carrying a backpack filled with zombie corpses. After a while, he arrived at the government headquarters to sell this pile of zombies. In total, there were 890,541 zombies, and at a price of 5,000 each, he was set to receive 44 billion. However, before the money was exchanged, the manager wanted Changsu to keep the territory reclaiming operation a secret, insisting he sign the agreement for confirmation. Seeing this, the assistant whispered to the manager whether it was necessary to give Changsu such a large sum of money. After all, 44 billion was no small amount. The manager replied that Changsu had single-handedly dealt with hundreds of thousands of zombies, so he was definitely not someone to underestimate. If they did not pay him, the whole team could end up sharing the same fate as those zombies. For now, just give him the money, and they would figure out how to reclaim it later, because their duty as civil servants was to not waste taxpayers' money. After completing the formalities, Changsu left the building carrying 4 suitcases full of money. He also did not forget to give Dong 30 million won for the bow rental he had promised earlier. Now that he and she were even, he hoped she would not follow him anymore. Watching Changsu leave coldly, Dong felt a pang of regret in her heart. She tried to hold him back, telling Changsu to invite her over when he bought a house. She would throw a lavish housewarming party for him. Changsu basically did not care much about what she said. Soon after, he found a house he liked and spent 39.5 billion won to buy it. A house with a small yard near Seo's Bizen. From now on, this would be his home. Changsu slowly approached and opened the door to step inside. He told himself he would try to live happily here. However, everything ending so easily made him feel a bit bored. As Changsu stepped inside, he did not notice a suspicious sharp needle on the floor. He accidentally stepped on it and immediately felt his foot bleed. Changsu examined the needle closely and saw it was smeared with a strange black blood, remembering back in the office. The manager had asked him to leave the bag and the spear he had used behind. He said that the object stained with zombie blood could be a threat to a nun, so it needed to be kept. At that moment, Changsu had no doubts and followed his orders. Now that he realizes their true scheme, it is too late. Changsu's body begins to tremble, sweat pouring down, and the veins on his body bulging painfully as he screams. What is on that needle is definitely zombie blood. Since Changsu stepped on it, he is likely about to lose his humanity. At this moment, memories of Changsu's childhood flash in his mind. Since they were young, Changsu and his younger brother have lost their parents and lived in great hardship. But in his heart, he always believed that his parents were still alive. So he told his brother that he decided to buy a house with a small yard and put up a sign with the family name so their parents could find them. Back to the present. The state official in charge and the zombie hunting team have arrived. He picked up the loudspeaker, directed it at Changsu's house, and said, Kim Changsu is currently infected to provoke him. The assistant beside him feared that doing so would drive Changsu mad, and if he ran out, they would not know what to do. But the manager did not care. What he was concerned about was that if rumors spread about a survivor after the territory reclamation campaign, another underground force might try to recruit him first. So he set up these tricks to eliminate the threat while also legally reclaiming the money he had given Changsu earlier. At this moment, Changsu pushed the door open and stepped outside, looking at his current physical state. It seemed the virus had spread throughout his body. No one knew that inside. He was utterly devastated. The zombie pandemic, poverty, and now the government has also become corrupt. Changsu had never felt so hopeless and powerless as he did now. He screamed through tears that all he wanted was a home to wait for his family to come back. Was this dream too big for this broken world to allow? Heartbroken, Changsu said in despair while frantically running forward. Why are you all so cruel to people? Meanwhile, in a massive apartment building, Inside a luxurious apartment lives Choi A-dong. She is also the CEO of the Choi Rang Hunting Company. Today she has a home appointment at 5:30 p.m. A-dong had just finished bathing and threw on a thin outfit. Before heading out, the client had already arrived and was waiting for her. That was Dongmai, who came here to ask for help retrieving an item from a zombie-infested area. Chong is a company specializing in dealing with zombies. Highly skilled in various tasks such as cleaning zombie areas and retrieving items or people from those zones. A-dong herself manages many skilled zombie hunters, and her secretary, Bai Si Hangyu, is no exception. However, the price for this service is quite steep. The cheapest is 5.12 billion. The average is 16.2 billion. While the highest tier is a light 78.2 billion. The fixed price may vary depending on the size or location of the item that Kai is searching for. Reading the price list. Just wanted to cut her own throat right now. He has about 1 billion cash on him. Before he could even negotiate, that Dong immediately showed her attitude. Secretary back. Are you going to waste my time by letting this beggar sit here? Get him out of here quickly. Mung Ho. Feeling cornered. Frantically explained. The item he wanted was worth over 50 billion G. Before the zombie outbreak, he bought some coins just for fun. Little did he know that in just a few years, the dollar and gold collapsed, causing the value of those coins to skyrocket 1,000 times. Mung Hu would stake a little profit from selling them. He just hoped the company would help with this. Upon hearing this, A-dong's face lit up with a friendly smile, but Mai Ho still wanted to find a hunter who was a bit cheaper for his convenience. A-dong did not think much and immediately agreed. Anyway, there was a new recruit recently that she really liked. If she asked, maybe he would help. This business deal was considered a success. After Mai Ho left, Secretary Park asked A-dong who the new recruit she mentioned earlier was. Was it one of the recruits for the recovery campaign? A-dong did not go into specifics and just replied that it was not exactly a recruitment. She asked the secretary to prepare some things for her as she needed to go out soon, and also to get some tissues for the New Year party. Chi-onu stared straight ahead and shouted, I want to own a house. Is this dream too big for this world to allow? The cops, seeing him scream, were terrified, just standing there watching without doing anything. His shout echoed so loudly that it filled the whole space. A house waiting for my family to move in. At this point, his eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Why be so cruel to others? And you know, according to underground information, do not push others into a corner. There is one rule that circulates among soldiers and politicians after the quarantine zone was established. Even a rat is cornered when it turns away, cause you never know what will happen. Suddenly, Jianansu charged forward like a madman. He jumped and tackled a cop right in the middle of the street, shocking everyone. Mun-sik stood tense, watching the situation unfold. The cop being pinned down by Anu suddenly glared at him. Then he swung his baton, aiming to hit him. That damn zombie. Without hesitation, the cop swung the baton and hit him hard on the arm. Kyunsu's heart echoed, and they had long crossed that line. Seeing the cop's fierce resistance, he suddenly realized, that is right, I have been infected. Kyunsu suddenly glared, pressing the cop down harder against the ground. He used his sharp teeth to bite into the cop's neck. Blood gushing everywhere, the cop screamed in pain. The other officers were shocked and terrified at the sight. They suddenly fell silent, just standing there watching, no one daring to intervene. After a moment of silence, they finally reacted and rushed in. Pull this guy out. Kick him out quickly. They pulled his shirt while cursing at Chi-onan's Chu. You bastard. He was held down by several people, blood pouring from his mouth. The bitten cop growled, and other officers quickly threw him away. This crazy guy. The cop revved in pain on the pavement, trying to cover his wound with his hands. After a struggle, the infective virus transformed the cop. His eyes were now completely white. Someone next to Mun-sik panicked. He bit him. He is trying to infect others. Just as I said, Mun-sik ordered over the loudspeaker. If that bastard tries to bite again, shoot him in the head. That damn zombie is tough, because he still has some sense left. But Chiansu is now lying motionless on the ground. The announcement from Mun-sik keeps ringing out. In 3 minutes, he will be fully infected. Pushed to the edge until he loses all reason. The other officers are tense, waiting, all in defensive positions for any worst-case scenario. Monk's curses? You idiots. Seeing the scared officer Tronter, he angrily shouted louder. There are a dozen of you. Don't be scared. Hurry up. Don't you want to make money? The other officers remained silent, trying to convince themselves. Chian stood up, his body twisting. No one. The other officers are tense, watching. No one dares to act. He slowly stood up. No one can take it from me. No one can force me out of here. Mun-sik quietly observes what he will do next. He bent down and spoke. Because this is my place. It is connected. Kiansu raised his face, his eyes shining. His entire face was covered in blood. It is my home. His inner voice quietly spoke. A person about to turn into a zombie. Seeing this scene, the police no longer waited and rushed forward. Suddenly, all of them charged at him. Kiansu opened his mouth wide, growling as he stepped forward to confront them. But the problem is, that person is the monster who has wiped out 8,000 zombies. After a while, the bodies of the officers lay scattered across the yard, blood covering the house. Munsech frantically ran to one officer's corpse, frantically checking it. Very quickly, all of them had been infected by the zombie virus. The dead officers gradually got up, growling, their bodies twisting and writhing in a grotesque manner. Munsech was terrified at this sight. He pressed himself against a corner of the wall, and the guy with him was now pinned to the ground by a zombie officer. He looked at Munsech with tear-filled eyes. "Captain, please save me." Before he could finish, he was bitten and fell silent, jolting up in shock. Quickly, his body was covered in blood. Munsech, afraid, did not dare to approach. He sat back against a corner, panting, trying to regain his composure. It was just him, just one person. But how did it end up like this? Sang-soo suddenly appeared from nowhere. It is so chaotic, so lively. Munsech was astonished at the appearance of this person, looking up at Sang-soo, trembling as he asked, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this question, the other person did not answer but just unlocked the suitcase. He quickly took something out from inside. Sang-soo Feng held a chainsaw, staring straight ahead. Koenjiang, the B-class Asangu hunters, have killed 77,890. Upon seeing this weapon, Munsech immediately recognized the other person's identity. The grass-cutting machine is a Hasangsu hunter. He was hired by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport. After a moment of silent thought, the quick-witted guy called for help. "But it is okay. I am Kim Mut, commander of the 3rd team in the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport. Please save me." Sang-soo paid no attention to the plea and glanced back, asking, "What should I do with this guy, sir?" The woman replied, "Isn't it great?" She stepped closer, standing right beside him, glaring down below. Munsech was once again surprised. Dong complained, "Zombies these days can talk too." Munsech panicked and turned to ask what she was saying. Hearing those words from a Dong, Jiangsu suddenly smiled. He started the machine and raised it high. "I see." Munsech was terrified as the machine pointed toward him. "Do you know who I am?" Before he could say anything more, Sang-soo swiftly made a move, and Munsech's head flew far away. The smell of blood alerted the zombie cops, who turned to look at them. They growled and charged wildly. Sang-soo stood calmly, waiting for them to approach, then used the machine to take them all down. The zombie cops were instantly chopped into pieces. Some were sliced right in the neck, while others were cut in half, leaving only chunks behind. The sky was clear, and the stench of blood was overpowering. The cutting blades of the machine were drenched in blood. Sang-soo gently rested the machine on his shoulder. "I am done cleaning up." He moved closer, bringing the blade of the machine close to Chiansu's neck. "And what about the host? His eyes are too dull. I think he is about to become a zombie. Or should we just consider it a failure and cut his throat?" A Dian quickly intervened. "Wait a moment." She stood silently, watching intently, having brushed aside the zombie issue, because she wanted to deal with the others first. Such strong will. Seeing Kiansu's state, a Dong saw a big opportunity to make money. "If he becomes a hunter, I can sell him for a high price." Saying that, she turned and pointed at Sang-soo. "He is. If you touch him, your salary will be cut." Hearing this, Sang-soo retracted the machine. Getting a salary cut is complicated. Kiansu still had not lost all consciousness. He could hear their conversation, but pretended to bow his head in silence. A Dong raised her hand toward him and asked, "Can you hear me?" Kiansu sluggishly lifted his head, opening his eyes to look at Ah Dong. "Do you want to live?" Kiansu suddenly spat out a large amount of blood onto the ground. Ah Dong asked seriously, "If you want to? You have to answer me." Kiansu struggled to respond. "What do you mean?" "I am going to become a zombie, don't you see? Let me explain. The specialized zombie handling service. We call it a hunter." And kneel down and tell Chiansu in detail about the hardships you have endured to get here. Just like me, you survived the first campaign. This is a job reserved for the chosen ones, the exceptional individuals who capture zombies among the survivors in the campaign to reclaim territory. She talks about how working to earn rewards is a high-paying job. If you receive a request from a political lord's company to conquer territory outside the quarantine zone, you will get a bonus. Kiansu does not care about her rebuttal. "Aren't you listening to what I am saying? Am I about to turn into a zombie?" As she pulls something from her pocket, she takes out a syringe. "If you want to live, I will give you the antidote." But you will have to pay for the medicine by becoming a hunter, I asked again in a serious tone. His cloudy eyes still held pupils as he listened to every word she said. No matter how terrible this world is. Even if you have to become someone else's loyal dog. She silently looked at him. She asked again. Do you want to live? Chanu growled and shouted. Live? Seeing the scene of the two of them struggling, Sang-soo stepped forward, directly snatching the syringe away. So annoying. Who in this world wants to die? Without hesitation, he jabbed the syringe into Cheonsu's neck. Just stick it in already. As soon as the syringe was in, Cheonu's eyes rolled back completely. Instantly, he collapsed, rolling onto the ground. Looking back at Sang-soo, I guess I owe you one. Sang sighed. It is really cruel to ask for a fingerprint in a situation like this. Adong looked at him with a bit of anger. The antidote he just used costs 500 billion a dose. Indeed, prioritizing life over money. But no matter how many people there are, the deal is still the usual way. 500 billion. Sang-soo switched to a whinny tone. Who would go crazy over money like that? He stepped forward, looking at Cheonu lying on the ground. Anyway, Cheonsu was now lying still, and seeing that, he felt a bit of pity. He really is a pathetic jerk. But it is better than being dead. Cheonsu sluggishly opened his eyes, still having the habit of thinking he was a zombie. So he let out a loud scream. The driver in front suddenly asked, awake now? Cheonsu held his head. Who are you? Where is this? The driver casually replied. What do you mean? It is a... Of course. Then he rolled his eyes to look back, asking, anyway, do you remember anything? He suddenly had a vague realization. What do you mean? Cheonsu tried to recall everything. I went to Po. The scene where he had to fight zombies replayed in his mind. Capturing zombies. Then he went to buy himself a house. Bought a house. His eyes turned bright red. Veins bulging. Cheonsu glared, suddenly realizing something. Haven't I been infected by the virus? He immediately began to feel around his body, even checking himself in the mirror, seeing his face completely normal with no veins visible, which surprised him. The driver spoke up. Your memory is still intact. Do you remember the silver-haired girl? The image of a dong flashed in his mind. Do you want to live? Cheonsu rubbed his head, trying to recall that day. The one wearing the gas mask. I realized it when I got infected. I was definitely at home. The driver offered to guide him, then try touching the tablet. There is a video of it. The remaining questions will be roughly answered in that video. Ahead on the road, zombies lined up, blocking the way. A zombie rode right in front of the car. The driver quickly swerved the wheel. He skillfully maneuvered the car through a forest of corpses. I can't explain the details because I need to focus on driving. The sharp turns caused Cheonsu to slam his cheek against the door. After a while, they finally arrived, the driver said. Anyway, let us stop the car and look out the window. Cheonu glanced ahead, seeing a few cars overturned and many zombies approaching them. Saying that, the driver tossed him some gear and briefed him on the mission. Your task is to go down that road to the central Daifeng-do and get a hard drive. He continued. Even I won't go with you. I will wait. Call me when you are done. He turned around and smiled, reminding him, don't think about anything else. Just find a house full of zombies. If you want to return to Bizen, just do what you need to do quickly. Put on your gear and get out of the car. What a mean is to deal with the zombies. As soon as they saw him, the zombies rushed forward madly. Witnessing this scene, Cheonu could not help but curse. A scene of people with backpacks running away emerged. The protagonist, Kim Chunsu, snuck into the quarantine zone because he hated zombies, but he hated poverty even more. So he went outside the quarantine zone. A huge check appeared on the table. And now he was taken out of the quarantine zone to earn money to pay off debts. The woman with a sinister smile signed the check. Let us get to work, my slave. Cheonsu stood there dumbfounded, holding his gear. It was a ridiculous situation. In the other room, Adong sat back enjoying himself. But what can he actually do? The world always forces the weak to make choices. Adong casually painted his nails and said, Go ahead. Say what you want. The driver on the other end reported the situation to her. After delivering, he seemed angry, but he quickly assessed the situation. That guy would handle it. Hearing this good news, Adong felt very pleased. Thank you. I will cover travel expenses with books. And do not forget to take pictures with the drone. The driver nodded in agreement. Sure. Secretary Park, overhearing the conversation, asked, Did that guy from Tanbine act as we expected? He was not trained yet, but she had assigned him a task. Adong was completely confident in Cheonsu. He would do well. He had the scent of a real hunting dog. Meanwhile, Cheonsu was facing a horde of zombies, and he had no choice. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Cheonsu shouted angrily. Damn it. This is crazy. Over here. Adong laughed, saying to Secretary Park that this was not money he could earn just by serving drinks at Hen since it was 500 billion. Kiansu's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed his weapon and shouted, leaping high towards the zombies. Kiansu stomped on the shoulders of one zombie after another to push deeper inside. Suddenly, one grabbed his leg. Kiansu quickly turned his head, pulled his other leg up for momentum, and accurately stomped on its face. He then used that momentum to jump over other zombies. A zombie lunged at him. Kiansu quickly kicked it. Kick. The zombie flew back, crashing into the others and rolling to the ground. They growled and got up. Seeing this, Kiansu used his weapon to slice straight down the middle of one's face. Slice. While he was not paying attention, another zombie snuck up behind him to attack. Kiansu turned his gaze towards it. With a swift attack from his weapon, he crushed it effortlessly. The crushed zombie collapsed to the ground. In no time, Kiansu had dealt with all of them in this area. There was still one left squirming. He stomped on its back, taking them all down to the ground, and sighed in exhaustion. The drone successfully recorded the entire scene. The scene of him taking out all the zombies was broadcasted live on screen. Adong held a glass of wine, wearing a proud smile. That was a great performance. I thought he would be nervous since he is a newbie. But look at how he handled those zombies. The driver smiled and asked over the phone, "Is this angle okay?" Boss. Dong was very satisfied. Not bad. We still need to shoot promotional videos, so do not forget to record it. The driver said for her to raise her glass and clink it against the screen, celebrating the successful debut of the hunter nicknamed Dex Jujan. After dealing with the zombies, he cursed, "That crazy woman. How could she make someone unconscious and owe her 500 billion? At first glance, it seemed like Chiansu had accepted the reality and started to pay off the debt, but in anger, he drove the spear into the back of a zombie lying weakly on the ground. In his fear, he relentlessly drove the spear into the zombie, splitting it in half. The undead. Poverty. The government. Now I am the debtor. Chiansu gritted his teeth and cursed, his face flushed with veins. It was all a scam. Now the poor zombie was being tortured by him with a shovel, just to vent his anger. I am the weakest, so I will be the first to die. Seriously. Why do they treat me so poorly? He was furious, but all he could do was unleash his rage on the zombie. He clenched his teeth, his face dripping with sweat. There was no way he could pay back 500 billion. In Chionu's mind, the image of her binding him with chains appeared. I will have to live as a slave for the rest of my life to repay the whole debt. Then he thought about the fantasy of pinning her down on the floor and pressing the shovel against her neck. I will find that crazy woman and threaten to cut her throat with a spear if she does not back off. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized the problem was finding her. How to get back to Bizen? Quickly, Kiansu devised a plan to deal with it, maybe by pretending to be obedient. I can meet her in Bizen after completing the mission. 406 Gayan Du Wangayani. Jimbiye Du Tang 11. Without hesitation, Kiansu walked through the pile of corpses, deep into the interior. I hate being bossed around, but it is best to finish the mission quickly. In front of him were old skyscrapers with cracks everywhere. A zombie was kicked out. Kiansu held a set of Jun Du 1J 406 Jun Du 1J Jianjin book on the 11th floor. He paused in front of a tall building to observe it. On this side, the driver was still controlling the drone to monitor his every move. Now he is inside the building. Should we stop filming? Suddenly, the driver leaned back in his chair, thinking, there are some people who have everything like him. For a moment, he thought about the cases of others. Intelligence, instinct, endurance, and strength are all things people crave. To be an excellent zombie exterminator. Well, the boss is very keen on this. All the people she chose are monsters. At this moment, the driver took out his phone to look at a picture of his daughter and smiled, hoping he could earn enough money for his daughter to enjoy. Right, Daddy's princess. A stone suddenly appeared and was thrown straight at the car's windshield. The driver quickly sensed something and immediately drew his weapon. He cautiously looked ahead, holding his weapon tightly, ready to fight at any moment. Suddenly, upon closer inspection, what had just hit the glass was not a stone but a piece of meat. What is this? What is with the meat? He quickly got out of the car to check this out. The sweet scratch mark looked like it was made by a knife. After a moment, the driver started to doubt. There was no way it was from a zombie since they only bite. He finally confirmed it was made by a person, and the driver's face suddenly showed signs of tension. He turned to look at the roof of the house, where there was a noise. The driver was taken aback. Who was that crazy person? The phone in his pocket suddenly lit up and rang. The driver quickly realized it. His eyes were tense and alert. The zombies heard the noise and quickly rushed to where he was standing. He started shouting. On the other side, Kiansu had also made it inside. but the things inside were giving him a hard time. With all these computer parts, how am I supposed to know which one is the hard drive? Kiansu shouted in frustration. The zombie outbreak happened before I even learned about computers. I dropped out of elementary school. How would I know what a hard drive is? Not knowing what to grab. He stuffed everything he saw in front of him and rushed out. 30 minutes later, a gasp. That damn creditor. I won't let you get away. In his hands were everything he could grab. How dare she make me suffer like this? I really will kill her. He pulled out the walkie-talkie to call. Whether it was useful or just some crap, I took everything because they all looked the same. So come pick me up. I will kill you if you tell me to go to the butcher shop. The walkie-talkie echoed Chiansu's curses. But he did not know that the driver had been killed by zombies. Aren't you going to answer? Wait. The driver, the guy in black, quickly appeared near the car since he had detected the walkie-talkie. He leaned into the window to listen. I said I got the stuff, so hurry up. After hearing the call from the walkie-talkie, he realized he would not come to record due just for sightseeing. Just as I thought. He came to get the stuff, saying that. He pulled out another piece of fresh meat. Then let us go get the stuff. This guy is Sang-chun. Sang-soo took out his phone to set a countdown timer. He used the phone with the timer notification to stuff it into the piece of meat. This guy's background is a former hunter from Koyan-jiang, a former F-rank hunter, Ghost Park Sang-chun, who eliminated 2037. He used to be a hunter. Now he hunts people as if they were zombies. A F-rank hunter. Ghost Park Sang-chun, specializing in event zoning for a cheap 2 billion commission, and the reason he is now known as a former hunter. Sang-chun held the prepared piece of meat in his hand and quickly left. All for the money he used to work for that dong. Thanking him for the hard work this month. Ghost Sang-chun held a stack of large bills in his hand. Astonished, this is holding a bundle of cash. Explaining that this month he could not do much even if it was the joint committee involving other hunters. He knew the joint committee offered discounts to clients. Right, above all. The company's commission is 30% plus taxes and so on, so the final amount is 5 billion. After hearing this, Sang-chun tightly squeezed the bill he was holding. A dong slammed the stack of money on the table, calling his name. Ghost. She looked at him seriously. Getting promoted if he has trouble making money is enough for a C-rank hunter. Hearing this, Sang-chun began to ponder. You should take on some dangerous jobs. Saying this, Dong smiled and winked as if nothing was wrong. I will be looking forward to next month. Sang-chun was furious but felt powerless. A result of not being able to surpass C-rank. Back in reality, he used binoculars to check the situation ahead. Quietly observing Chiansu's every move from behind. Is everything just the stuff they ordered? Chiansu, unaware, continued to carry the load. You are dead for sure. I will kill you. Without hesitation, Sang-chun pulled out a piece of meat. I will smash that crazy woman and make money selling all this ordered stuff. 2 targets with 1 arrow. With that, he took a run up to throw it forward. That is why I can to stop doing this. The piece of meat hit Triu square in the face and gradually fell to the ground. He looked surprised to see it. Meat. At that moment, the phone wedged in the meat started ringing loudly. The zombies, hearing the noise, quickly rushed towards him. Kiansu yelled in frustration. What a damn day. Seriously. Sang-chun had previously gone to the phone store to gather a lot of devices. He stuffed them all into his pockets. Sang-chun took them for recognition. Zombies are very sensitive to sounds. He even chopped the meat into smaller pieces. Then went to take a shower to remove the smell and put on protective gear. Sang-chun was more careful, using bleach to eliminate his scent. With that, he confidently walked in front of the zombies. In other words, if he hides his body scent and lures the zombies to his enemy. The zombies over here kept rushing towards Chiansu. He shook the piece of meat in his hand and cursed. Damn this piece of meat. Why does it make noise? Chinese stuff. If so, he could stand still and kill zombies. The zombies kept rushing in from the front and even attacked from behind, leaving him no time to dodge. Sang-chun squinted ahead. That was his way of working. Seeing the horde of zombies attacking, he boldly guessed that he was done for. Sang-chun observed the situation through the lens. Even an A-rank killer could not withstand a siege from thousands of zombies. While waiting for the right opportunity, Sang-chun hid behind a car. Now, he would use that bait to take out the zombies if the rookie had what he was looking for. Suddenly, something flew by, startling Sang-chun. He quickly turned around to look. Kiansu had broken through successfully, knocking all the zombies into the air. Sang-chun realized too late that that lowly third-ranker had just used some kind of awakening spell. Kiansu's eyes glowed. He clenched his teeth in anger. But Kim Chun-soo was not a third-rank hunter like him. Sang-chun could not believe his eyes. That crazy dog. Kiansu complained that if this continued, blood would splatter all over the stuff. He was a monster who could climb to the top. In a fit of rage, Kiansu charged in, slicing through one zombie after another into tiny pieces. Sang Chun, witnessing the scene, felt a bit scared. Damn it. What the hell is that monster? He is completely different from the taxi driver earlier. Is he a blender or something? If there are so many zombies, should not he be quiet? You reassure yourself, sitting down to hide behind the car, pulling out another piece of meat and a different phone to prepare. It is. Sang Chun thought he would exhaust himself if he kept attracting the zombies' attention. Jeondu is a big city with tons of zombies. Sang Chun stood up, ready to throw another piece of meat towards Chanu. Suddenly, Chanu noticed something unusual. Sang Chun froze. The two of them locked eyes, suddenly turning into two statues. Kiansu asked, "What is that meat for?" Sang Chun was caught in the act and trembled a bit, but without hesitation, he threw it straight ahead. "Whatever. Eat it." The piece of meat hit Chianu square in the face. A swarm of zombies surrounded him. Kiansu yelled angrily, "I will kill you." "Just wait." Sang Chun threw another piece, which fell from the sky and hit him. Kiansu crazily charged in. Then he chopped up the zombies. Sang Chun grabbed another piece of meat, waiting for an opportunity to throw it. As this process repeated several times, you had run out of bait but still had the energy to fight those zombies. He even started to get more bloodthirsty. After throwing for a while, Sang Chun finally realized he had no more meat or phones left. Damn it. I am out of phones and meat. Just a big one-time trap left. He fearfully turned to run away. Just escape. That is not human. A zombie head was thrown to block the way he intended to escape. The zombie head could still move. It growled a few times. You fearfully turned back to look behind. He yelled loudly and charged towards Sang Chun. "Where do you think you are going? You dog." Just as he finished speaking, he threw the zombie at the spot where Sang Chun was standing. "We still have unfinished business." Sang Chun scaredly ran away quickly. Zombies stand atop the food chain. You jumped over a fence and successfully landed, and the hunter stands on the zombies. I am the one who killed those hunters. The outside scene was dark, with a few zombies moving slowly along the way. Another zombie was thrown to block the road ahead. The selfish ecosystem was complete. Looking back, he saw the hero with a shovel chasing after him. In a fit of anger, Sang Chun shouted, "How could someone like you show up?" Kiansu retorted, "You crazy idiot. You provoked me first. Did you kill the taxi driver?" Hearing this question, he fell silent and did not answer. Kiansu gritted his teeth, his face filled with indignation. "So not only did you piss me off, but you also killed my driver. You are going to pay for this with your life." Sang Chun hesitated, his hand going back into his pocket to grab something. "You insulted me." Kiansu immediately became alert. "A gun. Just in case." He threw the shovel in his hand towards Sang Chun. Overdoing it led to a perfect throw. The shovel quickly lodged into the boy's shoulder. He fell back, a large wound on his shoulder, but still wore a strange smile. Chun slowly sat up. Instead of looking like he was defeated, he pulled a remote control out of his pocket and pressed the button, saying, "Then we all die together." The announcement system at the amusement park was also activated. Just like today, those who came to ride the Ferris wheel began to light up and move. The carousel was activated, and the announcement system started playing sounds. "Welcome, everyone. Let us make lots of beautiful memories today." The loudspeakers continuously echoed the voice. "Just like today, those who came to Jeonjug welcome you. Let us create many beautiful memories today." Seeing Chianu in front of him exhausted, he smiled, thinking about how a mobile phone could attract dozens or hundreds of zombies. His eyes narrowed as he looked at him, wondering what would happen if an amusement park was destroyed. Chiansu, hearing this, shouted angrily, "Wait. You bastard." Even to the end, Sang Chun's eyes, pushed into a corner, suddenly went wild. Jeondu has a population of 260,000. Forget about living. The zombies followed the sound from the loudspeakers. They charged toward where the two were standing. Suddenly, another stranger arrived in this area. He asked, "Who is the grave digger of Jine?" Kiansu turned to look in surprise. No one responded, and the man became impatient. "Are you deaf?" The middle-aged man carried a large bag on his back, pointing at the two and asking again, "Who is the grave digger of Jine?" Seeing the man enter, Kiansu was very surprised. What is this old man doing? How did he get in here? More importantly, why is he here? The man asked again, "Who is the grave digger of Jine?" The loudspeaker announced again, "Just like today, those who came to Jin welcome you." The man repeated the question, "Who is the grave digger? Let us create many beautiful memories today." His eyes lit up as he reached behind to grab something. Exuding anger, "How dare you interrupt while an adult is speaking?" A sword was quickly drawn, and the blade swiftly slashed, destroying all the loudspeakers that were broadcasting. "Let us create many beautiful memories today." Both Chionansu and Sang Chun looked at this scene and became alert and fearful. This time, he was extremely angry. He shouted loudly, pointing the tip of the sword at the two. Which crazy bastard owes me a debt? Are not you going to answer me? Koyan Jiang. A rank hunters. Kim Sum. The old man. I've eliminated 112,700 Chiansu. Fearful. He quickly raised his hand to confess. I think it is me. A steaming cup of tea was placed on the table. A negotiation was underway. Chiller Sam held a glass of water. Looking at the person in front of him. You want me to rescue the rookie? Adong nodded in confirmation and explained. Yep. I have lost contact with the hunter who was with him. Did he encounter a mutant? Chiller Sam lifted the cup to his lips. Took a sip. Then pondered his guess. He must have run into a hunter tracker. Hearing this, Dong became very tense. Secretary Park placed a large box on the table in front of Chiller Sam. Adong ordered. I have sent a helicopter to the airport. It will arrive in half an hour. The mission is to rescue the rookie nicknamed the Grave Digger. The suitcase opened to reveal nothing but money. If you take on this job, you will earn 50 billion. Chiller Sam immediately slammed the suitcase shut with his hand. This is not right. He looked at Adong seriously and said, Little boss, have I ever taken a job for money? With that, he pushed the suitcase away forcefully. After hearing Chiller Sam's demand, Adong was furious. Wait, no matter how urgent the situation. This request is unreasonable. She shot up, banging her hands on the table. An item like the antidote, even with a discount, is worth 300 billion. Chiller Sam remained calm, taking a sip from his glass. Little boss, am I supposed to be the one outside the quarantine zone? He clearly knew what she was concerned about, so he used that to threaten her. Isn't your new toy the one outside the quarantine zone? Chiller Sam threw something toward Adong. Those in urgent situations do not set the terms. It is determined by those in less urgent situations. Unexpectedly, he dared to set conditions. If you give me the antidote, I will save him and teach him a lesson. Adong held the check. Looking surprised, I will pay you 200 billion in commission. Being in the dominant position in the negotiation, Chiller Sam confidently said, Little boss, are you going to do this or not? Outside the quarantine zone, he pointed his weapon directly at the two, shouting, Who is the crazy one owed by Koi? Adong, are not you going to answer me? Qiansu hesitantly raised his hand to respond. I think it is me. Seeing him, he smiled. So I have come to the right place. Chiller Sam quietly observed him from head to toe. His physique was quite decent for someone doing miscellaneous work. Was he born that way? Qiansu silently observed back, noting the mild malice in his eyes. Chiller Sam noticed Qiansu's hands, full of scars. A rough hand that showed all the hardships he had endured. Suddenly, he spoke. Just an ordinary toy. But it has all the qualities. At that moment, Qiansu was filled with doubts. The old man was staring at him like that. He knew the creditor sent him. But he pouted at Chiller Sam. Who are you? Old man. Chiller Sam suddenly raised his voice. Consider me your master. Young Qiansu's face showed clear panic at those words. What? You did not come to take me to Bizen. So sudden. The zombies outside continued to growl, trying to find a way through the barricade. The number of zombies approaching kept increasing. They were frantically screaming and rushing forward. Seeing the zombies chasing him from behind, Qiansu could only turn and run. Damn it. Old man. Let us talk later. We need to deal with them first. Chiller Sam suddenly stopped and hit him hard on the head with the fishing pole. Complainer scolded. The master has not finished speaking, and you are already fidgeting. This little brat should learn to be polite. Shameless kid. No one was willing to back down. He retorted. Who gave you the right to be my master? And how do we get out of here? Chiller Sam quickly replied, not forgetting to throw in some sarcasm. Your boss hired me to teach you. And why do you want to leave when the lesson has not even ended? Aren't you going to school? Qiansu sighed as he looked at the man in front of him. This guy is just like the one in debt wearing a gas mask. Chiller Sam also assessed him while looking on. Today's youth. Types that do not care about what others say. After a while, he stood in front of him with the fishing pole, facing the zombies and said, Kid, this is your first class. So let us keep it simple, catching zombies and catching fish. What do you think they have in common? Hearing the question, Qiansu started to ponder. What does fish have to do with anything? Chiller Sam quickly took a fish out and hooked it onto the fishing pole. Then, he swung the pole and threw it far ahead. Then gently pulled it back, indicating he was enjoying it. Once again, he swung the pole down hard, the fishing line weaving through the zombies. Watching the zombies charging forward, he appeared relaxed. What should we do to feel comfortable here? Chiller Sam's eyes lit up. He forcefully thrust the fishing pole down. Qiansu panicked and warned. It does not matter. Old man. The zombies are behind you. At this point, Chiller Sam was surrounded by zombies with no way out. He still calmly held the fishing pole tightly. patiently. A rule you should know is to only pull the line when needed, immediately. He ordered. Get down.
Good.
Receiving the warning, he froze, unable to react. The fish from Chiller Sam's fishing pole was reeled back in. Kiansu quickly dropped to the ground as he was told. Chiller Sam continuously spun around swinging the fishing pole. The fishing line had somehow wrapped around the necks of those zombies. At this moment, Kiansu finally understood the actions Chiller Sam had been taking. He widened his eyes in surprise. One zombie had its neck cut off by the fishing line. Just like that, hundreds of others lost their heads too. Sitting silently watching the line whip past his head, he was extremely startled. The entire horde of zombies was effortlessly handled by Chiller Sam. They fell to the ground. Completely defeated, Kiansu was still in shock. How many did he take out at once? Chiller Sam slung his fishing rod over his shoulder and replied, about 30 meters away, so probably thousands. Upon hearing this, Kiansu could not believe his ears. Thousands in one go. That is tens of billions. Looking at Chiller Sam before him, he realized he was up against a master. This old man spoke casually, but he had the skills to rake in the cash. Kiansu stammered. What do you mean by at once? He did not notice a gigantic zombie behind him slowly getting back up from the wreckage. The zombie called out.
Wait.
This zombie is Sang Chun transformed. He yelled. I am still standing here. Kiansu was stunned to see Sang Chun's condition. What the hell is this, a zombie? I thought he turned into one after getting hit in that blood-soaked hall. But his eyes widened in disbelief. What happened to his form? Chiller Sam explained. That is a mutant. It occurs with a certain probability among zombies. He continued, noting it was only a partial mutation. Is that guy a Phi rank? Hearing this, Sang Chun became furious. He gritted his teeth. C rank. Sang Chun suddenly recalled what Dong had told him. You rank up if you struggle to earn money. That is enough for C rank. He charged forward in anger. That damn C rank. Chiller Sam's face remained cold and unafraid. Sang Chun focused on his target and wildly lunged forward. When he attacked, Chiller Sam took the hit. I hate rookies like you. Chiller Sam was buried under a layer of concrete as Sang Chun screamed. I also hate top hunters like you. While speaking, he could not stop crying, tears streaming down his face. Thinking he would get you before losing consciousness, a voice rang out. What did you say? Kiansu held his weapon, looking coldly at Sang Chun. I do not understand anything. Your pronunciation is terrible now. Sang Chun was furious, raising his hand to attack Kiansu. You bastard. Facing Sang Chun's fierce attack, Kiansu frowned. He was bigger and faster than the other zombies. Could I handle this? Sang Chun yelled and struck forward again. Suddenly, his arm was blocked and torn in two. Chiller Sam was still alive, and he even countered. This surprised Sang Chun. I suddenly remembered getting hit. Did not we meet while hunting? He glared at Sang Chun, speaking in a mocking tone. Aren't you called the Ghost? A cowardly kid who used to wear protective gear. So he had met Sang Chun before. You do not want to face the zombies. You have seen him stealing treasure while other hunters are working. You are just a little brat, swiping stuff while the others waste their time. He even knows about your plans to kill other hunters. And if that is not enough, you are hunting hunters now. Char Sam glared again. And now you have become a freak, ungrateful wretch. Sang Chun clenched his teeth, glaring at him. In a moment, he snapped, yelling and raising his hands high. The Chiller Sam effortlessly sliced Sang Chun in half with his fishing line. He calmly turned around and called. Hey, Kid Chiller Sam. Quickly put your rod back in your backpack and throw it over your shoulder. Earlier, you mentioned something about zombies and fishing to feel comfortable. He reminded him of one more thing. At this point, Sang Chun collapsed to the ground, and with a calm expression, he continued. Even if others accuse you of being a butcher who kills zombies that were once human, just for money, you do not have to be a real monster. While Kiansu still stood in shock at his words, Chiller Sam gently turned back and said, Choi Dong is waiting. Chiller Sam happily sat by the fishing pond with his rod. He held up a large fish he had just caught, looking incredibly happy. You have really caught a big one. Suddenly, his phone rang from his pocket. I will be a real man, with my wife and child in my arms. No one can stop me. Chiller Sam showed his annoyance as he picked up the phone. Who's it? The caller had displayed his little princess. Receiving a call from his own daughter made him very happy. Isn't this my little darling? It has been a while since you called. What is going on? Are you fighting with your husband again? Or are you calling to tell this old man that you won't make it back for the holiday? On the other end, a frantic voice called out, along with strange sounds that made him alert. Dad. Chiller Sam panicked, staring intently at the phone screen. What is going on? What is happening? His daughter's voice came through in a panic. My husband. He got bitten by Jum. There is so much blood, and he is foaming at the mouth. Chiller Sam felt a wave of worry from his daughter's words. What are you talking about? Calm down and speak slowly. His daughter cried as she spoke. What should I do? The emergency line is not picking up. I am hiding in the bedroom, but Jung keeps trying to break in. The door showed signs of someone trying to force it open. Hearing that his daughter was in danger, Chiller Sam quickly left his seat and rushed to her. He tried to reassure her. I'm coming. Just stay. His daughter, trembling, kept calling out, Dad, I'm scared. Meanwhile, Chiller Sam's screen displayed an emergency alert. Chiller Sam asked frantically, Ji-dong, can you hear me? His phone screen displayed a message about the zombie outbreak. With an emergency alert and disaster response, a new zombie outbreak is rapidly spreading through the capital area. Stay indoors and avoid contact with others. Evacuate immediately. Back to reality. Chiller Sam was on a helicopter. The helicopter landed on top of a building. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the top of Aqua City Tower. The pilot announced, I have heard of your heroic feats. It is truly an honor to have you on this helicopter. Chiller Sam took off his headset, turning away in disgust. An honor? How boring. Someone was already waiting at the top of the building. Hello, sir. Are you here to see Mevs? Choi. He quickly nodded in confirmation. Yep. Chiller Sam and Cheon-soo stepped into the elevator. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Suddenly, Cheon-soo turned and asked, Hey old man, who are you anyway? Chiller Sam replied gently, I am just a slur like you, making money by killing zombies. Cheon-soo curiously asked, But how can an old man like you be so strong? Why does everyone seem to respect you so much? He suddenly hesitated. What do I have to do to be like you? After witnessing Chiller Sam's performance, Cheon-soo realized he was no ordinary man. Hearing this question, Chiller Sam looked up and laughed heartily. You really have a lot of silly questions. But there is only one answer to all of them. Good. Suddenly, he started talking about the zombie apocalypse. After the zombie pandemic spread indiscriminately, both the rich and the homeless had to live in cardboard boxes. Everyone lost something. As he said this, he suddenly turned to face Cheon-soo. Those who dared to fight back became stronger and earned respect from others. Saying this, Chiller Sam put his hand on his chest and tapped him once. Now let me ask you something. Good. What have you lost? Hearing this question, Cheon-soo could not answer. Pausing for a moment, thinking about what he had lost. Suddenly, he remembered the faces of his loved ones. His parents. He recalled the moment they were swept away by the crowd, unable to catch up. Then he remembered himself as a child, his hard childhood. How he had to work so hard. He also thought of his siblings. His friends. Those who had once been his companions and now had turned into zombies. And he remembered his closest relative, his older brother. The image of his brother dying from being pierced by a spear was something he could never forget. Chiller Sam glanced at Inu, realizing he must have lost a lot to think so long. Seeing him silent and contemplative, he spoke again. Think about it this way. Good. What is the common thread among all the things you have lost? What is the first thing you want to get back? At this point, Cheon-soo finally opened his mouth to respond. It was home. A warm family scene. The four of them suddenly appeared in his mind. From a blank expression, it now turned into one of sorrow and gloom. Back when I felt happy was when I still had a home. Adong raised the key, smiling as he held it out. That house. I will take it as collateral. It is no longer yours. Cheon-soo, unwilling, asked back. What did you say? He yelled in anger. Adong, you wretched woman. Who gave you the right to do that? Don't just take my house like that. Adong, hearing herself being called a wretched woman, was incredibly angry. What do you mean wretched woman? In her rage, Adong pulled out her computer and calculated all the expenses that Cheon-soo owed. Just the medication alone cost 500 billion. On top of that, there are additional fees to send in a class slur to rescue you, insurance for the taxi driver who was killed, and fees for dispatching a helicopter. Saying this, she held the computer up for Cheon-soo to see. The total cost amounts to over 800 billion. Nearly 143,000 billion Vietnamese dong. You are dirt poor. Then she questioned. And you dare come back here empty-handed after losing the customer's cold wallet during the match? Come here. Adong angrily slammed her hand on the table. She leaned in, questioning with a fierce attitude. And you think you can talk to me like that? Who do you think you are, a brain-dead zombie or a wild beast? Cheon-soo was not backing down either. He shot back at her. I never asked for that drug, and I never chose to go to Jeondu alone. That crazy dog. He slammed his fist down hard to show his anger. He leaned in close to the girl. I am politely asking you to give me back my keys. She retorted. Oh really? And what if I do not? You planning to hit me? Adong smiled wickedly. You think you can take me on? Cheons was furious and was about to attack her. Suddenly, a voice rang out. causing him to freeze. Don't do anything reckless. Chiller Sam pulled out a fishing rod from his pocket as a warning. Watch out or you might lose that hand. He raised his voice threateningly. Her calculations were right. What are you complaining about? Hyunsu angrily turned to face Chiller Sam. Where's the logic in that? Old man. That is my house. Whether it turns into a zombie den or not is my choice, unwilling to back down. He expressed his frustration. But that bitch is taking everything from me. Chiller Sam replied calmly. Then just pay her off, as I said earlier. The simple issue is getting back what you lost. What you need to do is take out as many zombies as possible. Chiller Sam laid out how to make money. Do some jobs for her. Retrieve a few items. Reclaim some territory. And flatter the government. There are many ways to pay that money back. With that, Chiller Sam promised. I will help you. I said I would be your mentor, remember? Hearing Chiller Sam say that, Hyunsu finally relaxed his grip. Chiller Sam also sighed in relief. Putting the fishing rod back in his pocket, Hyunsu turned away sulking, glaring at Adong. The day I pay off all my debts and get my house back, I will beat you to a pulp without hesitation. She stuck her tongue out in challenge. I am looking forward to the day you pay me back. After saying that, Adong pulled out a dose and handed it to Chiller Sam. She looked at Chiller Sam and said, a promise is a promise. I am giving you this because that idiot in the lobby will compensate me for all my losses. She tossed it toward Sam. Next time I won't accept such a losing deal. He caught it. Thank you, landlady. Adong turned to ask Chiller Sam with a worried tone, but are you sure you can teach him? She added. He does not know anything about how this world works, and can't even control his anger. Taking that into consideration, he is still fine. Chiller Sam assured that he would be at least as good as Xu. After saying that, he turned to leave. I am done here. I am off. Adong stopped him. There is one more thing. Adong pointed at Hyunsu and requested. Can you take that brat to the slur event tomorrow night? She explained. He will need to meet more people to understand his status. As you just said. Chiller Sam quickly agreed. Sure. As he left, Chiller Sam tried to comfort Hyunsu about losing his home. You can stay with me while she keeps your house. It is better than sleeping on the street. Hyunsu has no other choice. If you are okay with that, I will get the house back soon. So let us just keep it this way for now. He turned to ask again, but what event is she talking about? Chiller Sam explained seriously, saying that the killers in Bizen make a living by killing zombies. But a few who excel will be classified as B rank and higher. He explained to him how the hunters are ranked. A rank kills over 100,000. B rank over 30,000. C rank over 5,000. And D rank over 100. Finally, Chiller Sam concluded about the event. That gathering is where those bastards will be brought together in one place. Hyunsu marched out behind Chiller Sam. Climbing a long flight of stairs made him a bit annoyed. Hyunsu was drenched in sweat. Pointing ahead. Is that your house? A small, old house appeared at the top of the hill. Chiller Sam nodded in confirmation. Yeah. Hurry up. It is getting dark. And you want to see the steps. The old house had nothing luxurious about it. Even the door was broken if fully opened. No one would guess this is the home of a man who can make money with just a wave. As soon as they entered the house, Chiller Sam threw his fishing gear bag aside. First, we need to shower. We smell like dead bodies. The two of them stripped down and showered outside. Very different from what Hyunsu had imagined. Hyunsu wore a white shirt and shook off his jacket. That night, they ate under the light. They did not even have a separate room and had to sleep together on one bed. After some teasing, he asked, Hey old man, can I ask you one more question? You paused and asked. You have killed a lot of zombies. Right. Chiller Sam closed his eyes and replied, Yeah. He turned to look at him. So where did you spend that money? He voiced his thoughts. I do not think you spent all that money on this rundown house. I mean, even the bathroom and faucet are exposed outside. And you did not waste the money on luxurious food. He continued, saying that he did not seem like the type who would spend money on women. Chiller Sam understood Hyunsu's point immediately. He calmly replied, Do you remember that we once said all Slas are crazily ambitious about something? Just like how you went outside the wall just to buy yourself a house. Hyunsu was curious. So are you also crazily ambitious about something? Did you pour all your money into it? Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He sat up straight. Let me show you. Let us make it quick. Chiller Sam walked to a tall wooden cabinet, where a metal lock was used to secure the door. Chiller Sam took out the key he always carried with him, saying that he put it into the lock. Hyunsu quickly sat up to see what he wanted to show him. Inside the wooden cabinet is a picture of his family members. This is what we aspire to. Daughter, Sana. Chiller Sam explains what he has always fought to obtain. The thing she gave me. The drug that costs 500 billion per dose. He bows his head in contemplation. Yep. It is the antidote. Quickly, Chionanzu noticed the pictures next to those medications. What about the photos beside the one of Chiller Sam's daughter? He reached out to touch the picture of his daughter. They are my family. Without hesitation, Chiller Sam looked at the photo and shared his intentions. I plan to go to Sun to restore my family back to human beings. Upon hearing this, he suddenly froze. Kim Choksu wanted to ask. He quickly thought of the chaotic zombie scene outside. How does he plan to get past nearly 10 million zombies in Sun? The zombies outside have crowded the pathways. Not to mention the countless others blocking the way. Kiansu thought of the worst-case scenario. Even with the antidote, Chiller Sam would not be able to save his family. Even if he reached Sun, could the antidote bring his family back? But there was no reason for him to ask that question. Kiansu's gaze suddenly became vacant as he thought about something. For a moment, the image of his brother appeared in his mind. Chozu's brother once wanted to buy a house to wait for their parents, the ones who might never return. Kian's had once tried to fulfill his brother's wish, and Chukshu also went outside the wall to accomplish the goal of buying that house. Neither side's intentions were practical. Hesitating for a moment, Chanu finally decided to ask. So this is what he meant when he said everyone is madly ambitious for something. Chiller Sam slammed the cabinet shut and turned to look at him. If a man has something to say, he should speak up. Chizunsu lacked the courage to ask again. He fell back onto the mattress to avoid it. Nothing. Thanks for the speech. Now I am going to sleep. Chiller Sam did not press further, thinking he wanted to say something. They had just prepared to go somewhere early in the morning, so just come and see. And then you will understand. A luxurious black car pulled up right in front of them. From the car, a well-dressed man stepped out, then turned to open the back door. Chan stood ready at the door and politely greeted. Good morning, Kim Jrem. He quickly stepped inside. Thank you, Chan replied cheerfully. No problem. Just as Chang Su was about to get in the car, Chen reached out to stop him. Saying this, he slammed the car door shut with a cold demeanor. I am just here to pick up Kim Xiam. Hearing this, Chen Su repeatedly knocked on the car window, shouting loudly, come on. Having one more person in the car won't waste your gas. Fake. You fake. Chanjije immediately grabbed his wrist. Chanjije was very annoyed with Chionansu. That is enough. Your manager will be here to pick you up soon, so just wait. There is something called hierarchy in this world. Kiansu pouted and pulled his hand away. Chan angrily turned his head and shouted, so do not act all buddy-buddy with me just because Kim treats you well as his top-tier manager. The car sped away, leaving Kiansu in a stunned surprise. Kiansu showed his annoyance, watching the car, still not understanding what was going on. What the hell is that jerk's deal with being a manager? Suddenly, a girl rode up on a motorcycle beside him. She asked if he was the semi-young demon from the hall. Kiansu sighed. Can't people stop mentioning that hall? The girl got off the bike and handed him a business card with a respectful attitude. Nice to meet you, demon manager. I am your personal manager starting today. We will be working together. I am Minri. Then she explained. So what does a manager do? Slasher manager. Ari tried to explain to Chonu that killing zombies earns money. Slasher is a valuable resource for the company, as long as they can contribute their strength to eliminate zombies. Assistants help the slasher with other tasks. That is why they need someone to handle all the other minor tasks. She immediately listed a series of jobs that assistants do for Chiansu, like planning operations, weapon upgrades, arranging transport, managing finances, accounting, and training. Hearing this, Kiansu finally took the business card. That is what a manager does. After explaining, Ari took off her helmet. She stood straight in front of him, smiling. I am your new manager responsible for you. Chiinsu, the C-class manager of Kim Chi-sam Mine. In a luxuriously decorated room, Secretary Park was helping Ah Dong zip up her jacket. Suddenly, Secretary Park spoke up. Excuse me, I have a question. Ah Dong looked surprised. What is it? Secretary Park was genuinely curious. Isn't he that guy you were planning to personally manage? Why assign another manager to him? Ah Dong replied. I used to be a manager, but now I am the CEO. She turned to look at her secretary again. My responsibility now is not just to protect that C-class slasher but also the other 44 souls in the company. The former class manager told Adong. Adong reassured her. Just rely on men. She has a great nose for things like I do. Secretary Park asked in surprise. A nose for things? Adong turned to her and smiled. Exactly. Meanwhile, Adong was riding with Chu on the motorcycle. She can sniff out the scent of success. After a while, they finally arrived. The largest 5-star hotel in Heen, the B Hotel. Inside, staff were busy rolling out the red carpet. Others were carrying many items, and security stood guard. Outside, 3 cars arrived at the gate. Chiller Sam's black car, a truck, and another white car. The staff stood in 2 lines along the red carpet. A class slasher arrived solemnly. 3 ranked hunters stepped out of the car. As soon as Chun got out, he complained irritably. It is more accurate to say that the gathering is where I have to meet people I do not want to see. The ranked JKSL boss Chun has killed 1059. Chun, tied to one side, spoke up. If you dislike the party so much, just go home. My dog will eat your share of the fun. A ranked free dog trainer Park Chun has killed 108.27. Baek Yuen smiled mockingly. Oh come on. Why is everyone so worked up? We should act like colleagues, not rivals. My brothers. We should hate zombies, not each other. The Holy Knight of Lord Sla has killed. Right. Chong, on one side, coldly spoke up. Your mouth stink like zombies, so please keep them shut. The ranked talented youth from Choi and Jiang Sla, Lal Churong, has killed 110.119. Wang Tek turned around, glaring at the 3. The girl is right. You should shut up. You fanatic. If it were not for the zombie outbreak, you would be a skeleton in a flower shop. Hearing that, he laughed loudly. You are in jail for fraud anyway. The ranked special task force of the Sla Ministry of Defense, Lieutenant Lim Wangtek, has killed 110.119. She comes from the Small Business Alliance organization. Jagaslet. The old fishmonger Hanjongwa has killed 10.63. Chiller Sam also joined the conversation. The Lotus kids are all here now. The party is about to start. The ranked philosopher Master Kim Chi Sam from Choi and Jiang Sul has killed 112.7. The front gate opened ceremoniously, guarded by 2 security personnel. Inside, the voices of the slurs gathered at the largest 5-star hotel. Hotel B. A code. Staff meticulously checked the records before reporting for the meeting. Suddenly, something caught the attention of one of the staff. It turned out to be Ari riding a motorcycle, bringing Shionansu. Staff ran over to inquire. Excuse me. Do you need anything? Am I a slur or a VIP guest? Ari smiled and introduced. This is the semi-Wunsla lobby. Saying that, she stepped off the bike to introduce herself. And I am Minari, his manager. The hotel staff checked the name on the list. His name was not on the guest list. He spoke up again. Can you tell me your rank? Kiensu seemed very annoyed by this question. He snapped back. Rank? Do I look like some meat at the market? Ari quickly stepped in to answer for him. He is rank, but she is koi. Upon hearing his rank was C, the staff's attitude changed to one of disdain. Unable to believe there are still C-ranked losers hanging around here, he sighed and waved him away. Only B rank and above are allowed in. And you need an invitation from a VIP guest too. This is a classy place, so stop humiliating yourself and get lost. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the conversation. A woman appeared. Gavit, are you talking about me? She spoke up. Let them in. I invited them. The staff was stunned. The director frowned. Kiansu shot a glance filled with disdain. It is. The staff member frowned and smiled. But he was just a C-class slazer. We should maintain some dignity. A dong gently approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. That super bodyguard was a survivor from the 17th Territory Reclaiming Operation. Kiansu clicked his tongue in disgust. A dong continued. You jumped from D-class to C-class overnight, and are now one of my favorite toys. Staff member sweated as he listened to her. I bet the Slaz and the Vips inside have heard of him, and are eager to meet him, claiming I would bring him along. At this point, a dong warned in a low voice. The guests inside. Do you want to ruin my mood and theirs? Stepping into the lobby, she turned back to Chiansu and said, next time someone gives you a hard time, just say you are my person. I permit it. Chiansu clicked his tongue. Uninterested. I actually hope to be kicked out so I can get home faster. A dong replied with a mocking smile. Our little pup still does not understand his master's words. Does he? She pulled out cash to threaten. You have to obey me until you repay me the 800 billion. Ani. Kiansu could not escape and could only sigh. Fine. The banquet table was laid with all kinds of delicacies. From gourmet dishes to even the servers dressed up a bit, the wine served is all top shelf. The assassins at the party gather and chat, getting to know each other. Kiansu glanced around and could not help but admire how extravagant this party was. It really was a gathering of the wealthy. Ari smiled, saying it was not really a party in the true sense. She explained. All the slurs here are at least B rank and have killed at least 30,000 zombies. Ari added. And the B rank managers or higher are here trying to recruit, but that's slack. She also mentioned the third group, the VIP guests. And lastly, the VIP guests with money to recruit both. Ari explained to Chiansu the purpose of the assassins gathering here. They are here strictly for business. These deals are no small matter. A deal here could be worth billions or even tens of billions. Zis? And Ari seriously glanced at Chiansu. Unlike other industries that have weakened and collapsed since the zombie pandemic, This is the only sector still thriving in Korea. Kiansu scratched his head in confusion. Why was she talking about this right now? Ari suddenly said firmly. I'm saying this so you can adapt. You should feel proud to be a professional in this field. My dear. She stepped closer with an expectant look in her eyes. And I want you to be professional enough to ignore the dirty, wicked things you are about to see. Kiansu casually turned to grab a glass of wine. Why so? He raised the glass to his lips and took a sip. I grew up in a refugee camp. You know, those little things won't faze me. So do not worry. His past could be described as harsh. That is right. Kim Chok-soo was once a refugee from the lowest class in the post-pandemic world. If he thought he had good endurance, he must have seen all the wickedness in life. He had witnessed people trampling over each other just to grab a morsel of food. He had also seen how the rich lived in a world facing the apocalypse, but the wastrels ignored the hunger outside. The trusts engage in wicked, unjust dealings. Suddenly, a man approached at the party to strike up a conversation. I have heard about your recent exploits. You single-handedly killed 8,000 zombies. Right. I want to hire you to help me get some things back. Ari whispered into his ear. This is the chairman of the VF Corporation. He has placed a total of 24 trusts so far. He is the VIP of VIPs. She quickly smiled, hoping to secure this deal. What do you need to retrieve? He explained his situation. My wife was bitten while sheltering in a bomb shelter in Daegu. I am organizing a share distribution. But they said I need to hide her fingerprints for some paperwork. Listening to the chairman's words, both Chansu and Ari were stunned, unable to understand how he could speak that way about his wife. I think she is still in the bunker. So all we need to do is go there and get her finger back. Kiansu said nothing, immediately turning away in front of Ari's astonishment. Kiansu looked down on him, his eyes cold and his flattery full of deception. As he was leaving, he bumped into someone else. The man angrily shouted, You are the rookie everyone's talking about. He directly grabbed him by the collar. Are you blind while walking? You are the one who is blind. Suddenly, a hand appeared on the man's shoulder. A young man stepped in to intervene. Hey. Calm down. No one wants to see an old man squabbling with a kid. The JG Sol Group is a B-class organization that has killed 31,207. The man then walked away. Those JJ dogs are just trying to get close to Chiansu. My long-haired friend, people always treat the newcomers like this. You said as you walked, they are all interested in you. But do not worry. The upcoming event will draw their attention away from you. The stage lights were turned on, and Mimsy appeared. Standing under the spotlight in the center of the stage, he smiled and picked up the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, do you find this party enjoyable? It is a bit boring, is not? Dong down there looks visibly annoyed. These arrogant thugs. We did not come here to play. We are here to work. The Mish up there continue to enthusiastically host the event. But do not worry. Because our Jack group has prepared a small auction for everyone. Kiansu curiously turned to Trang Wei, an auction to sell weapons for Sla. Trang Wei quickly denied it. Our JD group will sell something much more thrilling. Suddenly, something appeared on stage that caught Chiansu's eye. 3 female zombies appeared in succession on stage. The Mithi introduced them from left to right. A famous actress. Wait, I mean the zombie who was once the famous actress, Miss Jin Hyunji. Next to her is Idol. And finally, the zombie girl. He then announced a starting price. It was difficult for us to bring them here. So the starting price will be 5 billion. About 87,950. 50 billion Vietnamese dong. Trang was visibly excited to see the 3 female zombies. This batch is great. We are going to make a fortune today. Chiansu, however, lost interest and turned to leave. The moon shouted teasingly. Is he really your type? The guy you can buy with your money. Chians continued to walk silently. Choksu could not hold back anymore. People have the right to spend their money on whatever they want. He casually grabbed a knife from the table. But this was crossing the line. Kiansu strode straight to the stage with the knife in hand. Ari anxiously called out. Chionansu. The Memsi panicked and shouted. Please bid from below the stage. Ari tried to push her way through the crowd. Chionansu's eyes were wide with rage, his face exuding an indescribable terror. Without hesitation, he used the knife to behead the female zombies below the stage. The audience gasped in shock. Jiangsu smiled at the scene. Chiller Sam silently observed him. The Messi jumped back in fright. What is happening? He panicked so much that he dropped the microphone. The entire auditorium suddenly fell silent. All eyes were fixated on the stage. Kinsel bent down to pick up the microphone. He shouted loudly into it. You are all disgusting. He continued to curse. You flatter VIPs and praise them endlessly. It is. You ignore me because you say he is a newbie. He is just a C-list. That is okay. Chien pointed the knife at the female zombie's head. But he yelled. Should you scumbags be hunting zombies? Isn't that your expertise? He glanced down at the crowd with contempt. Do you really have to lower yourselves for money like this? Kiansu suddenly thought of his brother. He looked down at the rich, feeling more disgusted by their lives than the lives of the common people. While people like his brother spent their lives in poverty, just to wither away, Ari stood in the crowd trying to speak up, get down quickly, before they noticed what had just happened. An assassin in the crowd, who had been listening to him curse, finally could not take it anymore and spoke up. Yeah, we lower ourselves just for money. What are you going to do about it? That arrogant punk over there. The other assassins glared at Chionansu. Jae-duk-chun frowned. What are you going to do? The Elist head of Jackass Sol. Jae-duk. He had defeated many zombies before. Jae-duk. He was the chairman of the Jaiki group and one of the Elist Sols. At a large corporation. He had once been the main figure at an inauguration. But just a title is not enough to describe who he is. News buzzed about him. The inauguration of the Jake skyscraper. A ceremony of decadent decline. A vulgar thug trying to be a celebrity. An employee opened the door to the office while he was focused on reading documents. The employee reports, "It is all set, sir." Duk-chan asked, "What is the stock price situation after the article?" The employee quickly replies, "We have lost 2,000 billion. Hearing this news, anger flashes on his face. He tightens the newspaper in his hand. Damn it. Lead the way. Night falls at the warehouse. A fleet of supercars is parked in front of the containers. Duk-chan steps down from those cars. Several employees open the container doors for him. Inside the container is a captured man. The man is covered in blood. He is tied to a chair with ropes. He was captured because he is a reporter. Duk-chan orders him to speak. And his men tear the tape off the man's mouth. Sang, you damn thug. Do you think you can escape punishment for killing a reporter like me? Duk-chan turns and pulls a chair closer. He casually places the chair right in front of Sang-do. Listen carefully. I want to kill you. With that, he pulls out a syringe. I am just going to let you live in a different form. Sang-do looks at what is in front of him without fear. Even smiling. Is that zombie blood, you see? Duk-chan. That is why you will always be just a thug. I knew this would happen from the moment I wrote that article. Duk-chan injects zombie blood into Sang-do. I will definitely bite you first as soon as I turn into a zombie. Consider it my contribution to the country. He smiles defiantly. This might help you vent your anger. But it does not change the fact that you are just a thug.
Jiang Duk.
Duk-chan quickly retorts. The reporter here seems to be misunderstanding. I am not angry about being called a thug. The virus from the zombie's blood is gradually spreading on Sang-do's neck. He continues. I am furious because your ridiculous article caused my company to lose 1,200 billion in stock. Sang-do's body starts to tremble. What? Duk-chan goes on. And do not think my revenge will stop at just turning you into a zombie. Duk-chan turns to his subordinates and orders them to bring them out here. He holds Sang-do's family as leverage. Sang-do's eyes widen as he sees his loved ones. Duk-chan walks over to see Sang-do trembling. Enjoy a nice dinner with your family. Or should I say enjoy a dinner with your family? The poison is starting to take effect. Trang-do shouted. Kill me. Kill me before I turn into a zombie. Duk-chan showed no concern, coldly leaving and pushing his family inside. Trang-do screamed partly from the pain of the spreading poison, and partly from heartbreak for not wanting to hurt his family. Duk-chan casually stood outside the container, smoking a cigarette. I spared your life. What are you complaining about? Ungrateful bastard. He ordered the people nearby. Check the container tomorrow and take some photos to send to the press. Let them see what will happen if they do not write an article soon to restore the stock prices. Jiang Duk-chan was very calculating. Rather, he forced the calculations to go his way. On the stage, Kiansu stood alone facing Duk-chan. Ari ran over and pleaded, Jiang, please stay calm. Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, a hand slapped her hard across the face. Ari fell to the floor, crashing into the wall, leaving a large dent. Kiansu shouted angrily. Duk-chan glared at him. Damn it. I will ask you again. Do you have a problem with how I make money? Kiansu gritted his teeth in anger. He replied. If this is the only way you can think of to do business, then you are no better than those rotten zombies over there. I have to smash that thought. As he finished speaking, he swung a knife to attack Duk-chan. Duk-chan quickly dodged, leaving Chionu stunned. Moreover, he easily caught the knife's trajectory and grabbed it with just 2 fingers. Duk-chan gently crushed the blade. You bark pretty loudly. Maybe I should make you shut up like a dog. Duk-chan then threw a punch towards him. He raised both hands to block the attack, but Duk-do struck down directly at his head, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. Kiansu struggled to hold on, but Duk-su pressed down harder. Kiansu's arm suddenly broke, and as he was hit, sweat poured down his face. He frowned, trying to endure. His hands could no longer hold up and fell limp. Qian gritted his teeth, his face filled with fear. Duk-chan showed no mercy. Delivering a kick straight to Chionansu's jaw, he flew back, spitting blood. Chionu could not withstand a single blow from him. Duk-su leaned on his hands, looking at him lying unconscious on the floor. He turned to the staff. Calculate the total damages. The total value of the 3 auction items is at least around 12 billion G. About 212 trillion Vietnamese dong. The staff quickly took out a calculator, adding the compensation cost for the damage to the event's promotional image at about 50 billion, totaling 884 trillion Vietnamese dong. And we will need another 50 million for psychological consultation fees and alcohol for the Misi's emotional damages. He held up the final price tag for Duck Chun to see. The total cost will reach 62.05 billion. Sir. About 110 million trillion Vietnamese dong. Duck Chun ordered to add it to the bill. He extended his bloody foot for the staff to tally. Inwardly cursing. Is that bastard a zombie or what? Why is its bite so strong? The staff quickly finalized the final number. The total bill will increase by 1.2 million. Sir. About 21 billion Vietnamese dong. The guy sat down next to Chiansu, saying he would demand compensation from this guy's sponsor for the lost goods, psychological consultation fees, and medical expenses. With that, he ripped open Chiansu's throat with both hands. There is also 50 billion in compensation for the chaos this guy caused. I can recover it all if I kill him to set an example. Suddenly, a white fishing line appeared, wrapping around his neck. Chiller Sam finally showed up, looking displeased. What are you doing? Can't you see I am reclaiming losses? The old man Chiller Sam smiled. You and your rude behavior. I am just following orders. At this moment, a woman stepped forward, smiling as she spoke. Duck Chun. Do you have an extra 800 billion? About 14 trillion Vietnamese dong. Choi and Dong know very well that Jiang Duck Chun is someone who sticks to his calculations, no matter what. Hearing this, Duck Chun turned his head and glared at her. What the hell are you talking about, 800 billion? Dong spoke up to explain. It means the only way to stop him. That guy you are about to tear apart. She added. Owes me 800 billion. The man slowly walked over, angrily cursing. Damn it. 800 billion. Are you kidding me? Duck Chun glared at Dong. You are lying because he works for you. Right. Faced with this terrifying man, she still tried to stay calm. I am serious. I can show you his EU if you do not believe me. The girl behind handed Dong a piece of paper. After receiving the paper, she brought it over. Duck Chun quickly snatched it. He silently read the lines on the IO without saying a word. Dong darkened her expression and spoke. If the debtor is killed, I will have to collect the debt from the one who killed him. So the JDEF group will write me a check for 812 billion. Right. Her tone became increasingly sharp. Just kill him if you can pay. It would save me years of waiting for him to repay. Hearing Dong's challenge, Duck Chun angrily growled. Do you think I won't dare? He angrily tossed the AO away and stepped closer. I'm Jiang Duck Chun. A few pennies are not worth much. Damn it. If I have money, I do not need to worry about this. Duck Chun reached in and dug around in Chiansu's mouth. Secretary P gasped in shock at the sight. Meanwhile, Dong remained impassive, watching the drama unfold. He won't do anything, no matter how heated he gets. He still has the brains to think it through. Duck Chun suddenly stopped, turning to look behind him. If he did not act now, he and the company would lose credibility. A crowd gathered around, eager to see the spectacle since he had failed to keep his word. But thinking of the enormous sum, he became furious, grinding his teeth. 800 billion is 800 billion. Duck Chun pushed Chonu hard, growling, damn it. This is exactly why I did not want to come to this event. Dong seemed a bit worried, but she still smiled. Seeing this, he rushed over and grabbed her by the head. Did you just laugh at me? You bitch. Another person suddenly appeared. The situation has officially changed as Chun is surrounded by elite forces. Kurong radiates a menacing aura. If you dare lay a finger on him, Sang-soo will chime in. No matter who it is, even Chiller Sam, he will have to die. Faced with the weapons of the three, Duck Chun could only grit his teeth. He grabbed Dong's head. One day, when our company is big enough, I will kill you and your followers. Immediately after, Duck Chun turned and left the scene. A Dong ordered their group to take Min and Xu to the nearest hospital right away. She added, tell the organizers we will compensate them for the incident and the damaged stands. Secretary Park asked, are we continuing the event? Madam, you still have the VIP meeting and slur recruitment on the schedule. A moment of silence followed. After a while, she spoke up and turned to leave. I have lost interest. There is no need to stay at a party that is already over, she angrily thought to herself. What a waste. Kiansu's voice echoed among the thugs. I thought you idiots were supposed to hunt zombies. That is not a job for professionals. Is it? Veins began to bulge on his face. Do you really have to debase yourselves for money like this? In another context, amidst the ruins of the city, a voice asked, Hey Dong, why do not we create a new profession? X shouted, covered in fresh blood. We will create a profession for those who earn a living by exterminating zombies. Founder Choi and rank slayer Master Jiang Suho have killed. Remembering that image and Suho's words, Adong unconsciously paused. He would definitely say something like that. Kiansu had arrived at the hospital. He glanced to the side. He saw Minari. Though injured, still peeling an apple for him. Kiansu remained silent. After a moment, he raised his hand to shield his head. I am sorry for dragging you into this. Minari kept her eyes on the apple and replied, part of it is my fault. I should have looked after you. I am not the one you need to apologize to. You feel utterly powerless after this incident. I can stand witnessing people like that who have more status than me. The image of the privileged, trapped once again, surfaced in Chiansu's mind. From the left, the famous actress. Wait, I mean the zombie who used to be the famous actress, Miss Jin Hyunji. Beside her was the idol Nu and her entourage. Not only that, thinking of how many people live in misery without knowing how the rich life makes my blood boil. In the end, I need to ask this question. Kiansu slowly opened his eyes. What I mean is this company is just like those rotten bastards. Or are they simply enduring this? Ari pointed her finger in front of her. There are two things that speak to the value of Ensla. The image of Duck Chun appeared. First, his ability to kill zombies. In other words, his skill. Ari continued. The second factor is their wealth from that job. Referring to this situation, she concluded that he lost to Jiang because he outperformed him in both areas. That is also why we can't do anything to him. Our strength and finances are not strong enough to defeat him, she stated firmly. Until that day comes, we can only watch helplessly. After hearing those words, Chianu smirked slightly, thinking how easy it sounded when she said it. She was just an outsider. Then she suddenly remembered that he was not the only one who thought this society was rotten. A distant memory surfaced in Ari's mind, of people tightly bound in the stands. She was very young back then. Painfully looking up at one person in the audience, she tried to hold on to her loved one for reassurance, saying, that is my sister. Back in reality, Ari's heart still ached. He grew up in the slums of Hendi, and as his manager, I feel the same way. She stood up and walked over to Chiansu's bed, urging him to hone his skills and become wealthy so he could impose the justice he spoke of at the event, or fix this distorted world. He slowly propped himself up on his hands. Kiansu removed the bandage on his hand, revealing a clear vein. I want to start killing zombies right now. Let us assign a mission. Ari smiled. Indulging him, it was also part of a manager's job. Her gaze suddenly caught the apple. Ari tossed it into his hands. Remembering, I heard the skin has a lot of vitamin C. And your reflexes look good. She prepared to open the door to leave. I will find you some work next week. Kiansu happily bit into the apple while telling himself she did not need to say it like that. Adong yelled angrily right in her face. There is no way. Ari questioned back. What? That is not acceptable. I just gave a really cool speech and promised to find him a job. Adong handed over a chart of order statistics. DDC Chun must have intimidated the VIPs and potential clients so they would not hire the demons. Koi and Jiang showed the order chart, not to mention. She emphasized the main reason the company had no jobs. They are offering lower prices to capture all the orders in the market. About 10% to 30% lower than our prices. Adong held his head in frustration. It seems I have messed with the wrong person. She tried every possible way to secure a job for Chiansu. But madam, we need to build a brand for the demons so he can pay off the company's debts and stop Deji Chun from bothering us. To do that, he needs to work. Finally, she bowed her head to the ground, accepting any price for a job. No matter how low the commission is, we will still accept the commission. Please assign us some tasks. After hearing this, the lady fell into deep thought. She was right. The demon hall needs to have achievements and customer trust, so that Deji Chun does not disturb him. After a moment of reflection, she asked if she was sure they would do anything, even if it was backbreaking work that paid only a few cents. Ari nodded brightly at this. That is right. I will convince him to do it. Dong is bending down to rummage under the table for a moment. Then she handed over a stack of files that looked very worn out. Get this over to Jingyanhain right away. At Jingyan Beach, the image of Jingyan appears incredibly dazzling. The 12th and 13th campaigns to reclaim territory are happening at Xingwang to help the neighboring cities of Bizen expand their territory. And the images of gunfire are very devastating. This should have been a simple mission since the nearby cities would make it easier to ship goods from Bizen. Dong is spitting fire everywhere, organizing a small business alliance at Jago Chisla Market B. Dong, also known as the Fire Breather, has killed 36.11. A few people from a distance kept asking, Hey Dong, have you finished cleaning this place up? How many have you killed? Have you killed enough to pay for gas? He turned around, extinguishing the flames to reply. There are not any mutants around here, so making money from these zombies is easy. Suddenly, Dong's gaze caught something. A massive column grew up from under his feet. The crowd looked up in astonishment. only to see the mutant speaking again. The Trung looked at the crowd with its red eyes, saying, "Come closer. B-class mutant BZ-177 the Trung." Everyone was horrified by this unexpected appearance. The emergence of the B-class mutant B-21.780 the Trung changed everything. Two people quickly scrambled away as a mutant fled. A total of 31 cell and 3,700 civilians were wiped out. The mutant continued to look around. Bring me more. The sudden appearance of a mutant turned Dunving into hell. Zixi Chun arrived here with his crew. Why does it look like that? Is it an insect or something? Until Zia Chun, a rookie at the time, took down the mutant along with 50 employees from the JD Corporation. Everyone lined up in 2 rows to take photos of the glorious feat. Come on. Everyone. Smile. 3. The man finished his story, and that is the history of the construction of the Jinwine Wall today. Chiinsu, growing impatient, spread his hands out. All right. Get it. Put away that annoying board and photo for me. To be blunt, what am I doing here? He smiled and opened the door. I will tell you. Let us head outside. Behind the door, there are many workers diligently working. This is the construction site of the Diangawa Wall. We are building a wall around the city, similar to the one in Bizen. The man pointed into the distance. We just need to finish the western wall to complete the project. When it is done, the land shortage in Bizen will be partially resolved. He continued. That means we can have more homes for the homeless. Meanwhile, Kiansu seemed bored and did not want to listen. Homes. That is right. What is important is having homes. The man's expression suddenly changed, but Chiansu listened in surprise. There was a problem, he said. The noise from the construction site has attracted zombies to this place. The image of the zombies is spreading everywhere. We are working around the clock to build the wall faster, but occasionally the zombies attack at midnight. The man sighed heavily. Our guards and some of our workers are doing their best to fend off the zombies. If they keep coming, it won't be good. He concluded. That is why we need you to handle this. Salman Ari suddenly spoke up. Wait, boss. She started imagining in her head and asked, if there is only the west wall left, that means the north and east walls are already completed. How did you defend before while building here? The construction manager answered Ari's question, saying the Nakdong River flows through the north and east of Jingyan. The Bizen Wall and Jing'ang are connected to the southeast of Bizen, so there were not many difficulties building those walls. After saying that, he sadly lowered his head. Back then, we had plenty of funds, so we could hire many professional slurs. Unlike now. Hearing this, Kiansu clenched his teeth in anger. It is a distant professional. Unlike now, Ari tried to ease the atmosphere. In other words, you no longer have the budget. The man nodded. Yep. That is right. So Choi's company and Jiang suggested taking land from Dunfei as payment when the wall is completed. She felt a bit uneasy, realizing this was YM's. Choi hesitated to accept this commission. Slur has to protect such a large project by themselves. Ari thought further. If the project gets delayed or cancelled due to the zombies, they would completely shift the blame to Sla in charge here. Seeing her silent for a long time, Chianu called out. Wait. What is making you hesitate? You said I should stand in a position where I can change everything. Remember, so can this commission help me step into that position? Ari affirmed confidently. You have to take this commission. Hearing this, Kiansu firmly grasped his weapon, then boldly walked forward with a confident smile. Then let us fight. The content of this mission is quite simple. Sla will defend the front of the project day and night and eliminate any remaining zombies threatening the workers. In return, 6.48 hectares of prime land in the center of Dayang will be provided under the management of Seoul Service by Chu Soo Kim and Min Ari, both of whom were incredulous about something. The man led the two to a small room. This is where they will stay for the next 2 months. Ari was surprised. Just one room. He smiled awkwardly. But we do not even have housing for the workers. The two entered to observe inside. Both of them said nothing. The man bid farewell and closed the door. Sleep well. I will contact you via radio as soon as we spot zombies. Kiansu and Ari still hesitated, standing there for a long time. She gently turned to ask, it will be fine. Right. If you do not like this, I am ready to go back and forth. Kiansu quickly found his sleeping spot. I will lay here. The rest of the room is yours. He added that it was because of me that she got hit. I won't let her take the blame. Hearing this, Ari smiled softly. Her gentle voice rose in the room. So if you do not mind, a quiet and peaceful evening. That is when disaster usually strikes. Kiansu suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up. Ari was also awakened by Kiansu's actions. He was frantic, quickly responding, zombies are coming. A knock echoed from the room's door. He stood up and looked around. It seems like we are surrounded. Min Ari was indeed surprised by this situation. I mean, They broke in here, but they have not even contacted us yet. Kiansu slowly approached the door. We will fight to find a way out as soon as I open the door. Remember to stay close to me so I can protect you. Minari was also ready.
Yep.
He slowly counted down. Ari clenched her teeth. Her eyes meeting Kiansu's filled with fear as he shouted one. And flung the door open. Charging outside. Kiansu fought with all his strength wielding his weapon. A mass of shadows in front of him was swept away. Kiansu's eyes suddenly sharpened. His weapon stopping at a man's throat. The cake had all fallen to the ground. The worker lay beneath a table, while another raised his hands before Changsu's weapon. Both were stunned by this unexpected situation. The man seemed terrified, and tears and snot streaming down his face as he spoke. Welcome party. Ari and Chiansu felt like they had been struck by lightning upon hearing this, or the narrator is just leading everyone. The question was raised. Describe your work environment. This young man held a beer can, thinking before speaking again. What do the youth today call it, right? Like a hell on earth. He pictured the scene of the unfortunate struggling to get by in life. Working 2 shifts a day like that is truly torture. He had even witnessed night shift welders on guard against monsters. But that is not the only issue. Constantly being on guard for zombies while working makes us even more stressed. While these workers were focused on their tasks, one of them suddenly realized something was off. Sounds from afar made the two feel slightly uneasy as they approached. At this point, the young man sighed, raising his beer can to complain. That is why we always have sore muscles the next day. The job is tough, but that stress is what really tires me out. The next question was posed. Is the pay reasonable? The young man laughed in surprise. What pay? We do not even get paid. This bewildered the person asking the question. But they say they pay you guys. The poor souls can only shake their heads, recounting a place that feels like a slum, with garbage piled high. Not all. We get provided with housing and food to work, but that is about it. At this point, he could only lift his beer can and bow his head in despair. If only they paid us something. That would be great. I heard they said the power will go out again this month back home. This only made the questioner more curious. So why are you still working here? The young man awkwardly looked away and explained it was my own doing. His lips curled into a proud smile as he pulled out the ultrasound results. I am going to be a dad soon. The questioner could only respond. Congratulations. He quickly glanced outside and voiced his thoughts, unsure if this was something to celebrate. After all, they said the construction workers would get the houses first once the wall was built. It seemed he had a bright future ahead with his family. No one here is getting paid. We all work for a future with a home, not just him. But everyone working here seemed cheerful and optimistic, as if nothing had happened. Those here are either supporting their families or exhausted from living homeless. That is why we are all here. After saying this, the worker raised his beer can and laughed as they chatted. So please protect us. Avon Slazer. After hearing this, Kiansu fell silent, unable to respond. Ari glanced over at him. Once outside, the two of them remained quiet for a long time. Finally, he sighed and spoke slowly. Why did you ask them such silly questions? It is a downer to hear, contrary to his thoughts. She calmly recounted the scene. The managers had a rule. No emotions allowed when Slur had to kill zombies to reclaim lost territory. Some even risked their lives to protect the little ones from the undead. Ari sighed. But when it came to rescuing or protecting others, they had to hit Slazer's emotions and make them feel compassion. As she walked forward, a smile of optimism crept onto her lips. Surely, once they realize what they need to protect, they will become stronger. Something like that. Kiansu walked on, sneaking a glance at her in admiration. It sounds good, but it seems like you want me to work my butt off. Hearing this, she even took it as a joke and laughed. Right. You made a mess at the social event, so you might as well make up for it with hard work. After a long moment of contemplation, Chanu cautioned. Don't let them drink too much. I need to rest for when the zombies show up. He walked toward his room. Behind him, Ari nodded in agreement. Following orders, once in a deserted area, he leaned against a container, lost in thought. The streetlights always flickered dimly, much like the lives of the workers here, immersed in nature. He sensed everything happening around him, remembering the words of the worker earlier. He pondered. A home. If that is all they want, then I have to protect them. The scene shifts to the morning of the next day. Inside the room, Kiansu was tirelessly practicing push-ups. Outside, the giant zombies were rushing in, ready to attack. Seeing the zombies appear made the worker jump in fear. Before anyone could escape, Chionansu heroically charged outside. He stomped hard on the head of one zombie, taking it down in an instant. Feeling it was not enough, he continued to attack the other zombies one after another. Kiansu's attacks were decisive, taking down one zombie after another with just basic moves, finishing them all off in under 5 minutes. He sighed as he walked away. but did not notice that another zombie was sneaking up behind him, waiting for the right moment to strike. When the moment came, it lunged at him with a scream. Blood sprayed into the air as the zombie was pierced through by Chonaksu's weapon, splattering blood all over him. After fighting for a while, he felt a bit tired. Just as he was about to head inside to rest, he noticed everyone's gaze on him. The workers there were cheering excitedly. "Great job." "Thanks, man. Join us for drinks later." Seeing their over-the-top reaction, he could only reply, "No need to thank me. I am just doing my job. Just take that weapon. I forgot to bring it down." And the story continued, then went back to rest. When called again, Ari was busy with paperwork and reporting. Today he had killed 8 zombies, totaling 40 million. To make it easier for everyone to understand, about 743 million Vietnamese dong. And Chiller Sam had also shown up. He also trained with the master every time he came by. With just a few basic moves, Chiller Sam had tied Chianan's Chu up with rope. He sat there criticizing. "You are still too slow. You should learn how to use ranged weapons." Perhaps he looked down on all of Chi's attacks. "Your moves are too predictable because you only know how to flail around." He just sighed and looked back at him. "Can't you stop nagging? Just let me go?" He did not know how to respond. Asking what the situation was, he slowly sat up and explained, which was not too bad. Kiansu shared his experience, saying he never thought he would be satisfied with this slayer job. In the distance, the workers were still advising each other. "Over there, not there." He laughed, saying something confusing. Having something to protect is not too bad. This surprised Chiller Sam. Suddenly, the unfortunate past resurfaced, making him feel a bit sad. "I do not want them to go through what I did." Hearing this, he fell silent, taking a deep breath and slamming his large hands against his shaggy body. Then he arrogantly turned and walked away. "Then you should work harder," he said. The pain in his back made him look confused. Moments later, when he returned, he tossed a strange rope to Chiansu. "I will help you with something." Looking at the rope made him feel uneasy. "A rope," he laughed, preparing to execute the next plan. "Didn't I tell you to learn how to use ranged weapons? It is still too early for you to handle a fishing rod. Just use this for now." After a while, as Chiller Sam drove back, the worried driver Chan spoke up. "Sir, I know I should not say this, but why do you care about him so much? You do not need to spend so much time on that brat." He laughed at this. "You will see." Thwai Chan. These words left him feeling a bit puzzled. He continued explaining. "The day I go to Sun, he will become the pillar of Bizen in my place." It seemed Chiller Sam was quite pleased with Chanu's training progress. He is advancing very quickly. As time passed, the scene shifted to the headquarters of the Jaichi group. Inside the spacious gym, a man was focused on practicing golf. At the same time, the secretary entered to report everything. "Chairman Nasang, the chairman of the Bond Real Estate Association has arrived." After the secretary finished speaking, Sang Diaok slowly walked in. The scene shifted to the large chairman's room. Zi Chunchen sat there discussing essential matters with Sang Diaok. After listening to all the information, the man's face showed a look of confusion as he asked, "The Bond Real Estate Association. You own properties, land, apartments in Bizen. What do rich guys like you need from our zombie hunting company?" Though a bit fearful, he gritted his teeth and explained everything. "Chairman Jiang, please keep what I am about to say a secret." He remained domineering as he sat there, scolding. "Of course. I would not want others to hear about my money-making opportunities." Suddenly, Sang Diok asked, "You know there is a wall being built in Jinan?" "Right." His voice carried a hint of joy. "It is almost complete. They just need to build a small part of it." The image shown was a construction site with workers diligently focused on their tasks. Hearing this made Ji Fi Chun let out a sigh of relief. "That is right. They have been building it for the past 2 or 3 years. But what about it?" Sang Diok pondered, unsure of what to do. "I am not sure if I should say this. Will you really keep it a secret?" Seeing him hesitate only made the man angrier as he cursed. "Do you have trust issues, old man? Just spill it," he said, continuing to press on. Once the wall in Jing is built, the manager's face turns serious as he lays out everything he has meticulously planned. Property prices in Bizen will drop by about 20% to 35%. It is just the law of supply and demand. When supply exceeds demand, prices will fall. He then proposed his idea. "The members of our association want to intervene." This left Ai Chi Chun feeling extremely confused. Intervene in what? Though he felt a bit scared, he gritted his teeth and expressed his intention. "What I mean is we have to force the construction to stop. Just think about it." His voice echoed. "If zombies appear and turn the construction site into chaos." This also startled Zi Fi Chun, making him anxious. He laughed and approached, continuously criticizing. "You want me to unleash the zombies to cause destruction? Are you crazy? Do you know what will happen if you get caught? You will be executed for treason." The more he spoke, The more surprised he became at the man's level of madness. This was worse than any criminal charges. Seriously. You have lost it. Before the old man could scold Zeki-chun, Sangai gritted his teeth and announced 10%. He even pulled out a pre-prepared contract. I will give you 10% of the assets owned by the members. You must have some way. Right. The workers have hired a slur, so we will need a lot of zombies. After seeing this contract, Zeki-chun was unsure of what to do. Thoughts kept racing through his mind. The value of the assets owned by the association and its members is about 200 trillion. 10% would be 20 trillion. If this goes smoothly, I can demand more from them. Just hearing those numbers is exhausting. About 37,708 billion Vietnamese dong, roughly 371,781 million Vietnamese dong. Though he was a big guy, Zeki-chun was very good at calculations. After pondering for a long time, Zeki-chun looked up and smiled, announcing, forget what I just said. I will do it. But if there are any uncertainties, the association will take full responsibility. Seeing that he finally agreed, Sang Wakef sighed in relief. Of course. But I want you to gather enough zombies to ensure the plan's success. They hired a slazer. The image of Kiansu appeared before him. They even said he single-handedly took down 8,000 zombies in one night. Hearing this, he felt uncertain. 8,000 zombies. That must be that famous guy. Zeki-chun's eyes turned vicious with his own plan. This is even better. I will unleash something to ensure this goes smoothly. The scene shifts to the basement, where the laboratories are focusing on research. Sangli Yanko-si curiously wondered, what is he planning to do? Zeki-chun calmly announced, you must have heard about Zomvest. Right, it is an antidote. Both of them had the thought of an antidote for zombies in their heads. Things won't be easy as rumors start to spread. But there are also rumors that it is made from mutated zombies. Because of this, zombie hunters always capture mutated zombies to sell to the laboratories. That is why the Slaws sell the mutated zombies they catch to the pharmaceutical company. What they get in return is a lot of money for bringing these zombies into the lab. The medical staff along with the researchers focus taking these zombies to a separate lab for containment. The pharmaceutical company makes a fortune from the cure. So they conduct illegal transactions right at their own facility. At this point, a plan was formed in Duck Chun's mind. He seemed quite pleased with this plan. We just need to steal one and release it in the Dinning Yen, and the problem will be solved quickly. Before leaving, Sang Diuk was still anxious and pleading. I am counting on you. Duck Chun nodded in agreement. All right. I will take care of that. Remember one important thing. He immediately called out. There is one more thing. Sang Diuk is a bit embarrassed. His scary expression signaled silence. If the situation gets exposed, just stay quiet. Do you understand? With that, he turned and left, leaving Duck Chun inside the room. Duck Chun instructed his subordinate to call Trang Du. The Dot Chung we captured in Jinggan Fen is pregnant with a larva inside her. At the same time, an image of a mutated zombie regenerating appeared. He coldly turned and ordered him to take it outside and kill all witnesses for us. Hearing him say that, the subordinate could only nod in agreement. Yep, sir. He did not forget to instruct to find about 10 homeless people from the slums. The kind that nobody would care about even if they died. It seemed like everything was meticulously planned by him. The government would be suspicious if suddenly mutated zombies appeared. A good plan. Sir. I will go find them. The scene shifted to the dark basement. And the sight before one person made him drop the flashlight in his hand. Before his eyes was a mutated zombie with a terrifying face. Just seeing this zombie was enough to make the guard tremble. The scene before him was of a strange man, continuously taking down the researchers here with a weapon. Trang Hai raised his head and complained. Damn it. Why can't you do your job properly? Can't you just go play somewhere or sleep in the lobby? After complaining for a long while, he directly questioned. I do not want to be the bad guy. I just want to take this and leave. Why do you keep making me the villain? Hearing him say that made the guard terrified. I do not see anything. Sir, I will go upstairs and sleep right away. If you could let me. Before he could finish, Trang Hai instructed. Just apologize. I am sorry for working too hard. Say it. These words also made him fidget. I am sorry for working too hard. Trang's mood had improved somewhat, feeling less guilty. He glanced at this guard. Slowly approached. Come here. I will make it quick and painless. Just looking at his terrifying face made the guard kneel down and beg. But unfortunately, he did not succeed in pleading with this cruel one. After dealing with all the pesky people, Trang Hai picked up the phone and announced, I got Big Brother. At the same time, the homeless people were gathered together in an open area. Their faces turned to shock as they looked up at the luxurious supercar. The secretary of Duck Chun approached with 2 bodyguards, pinching their noses in disgust. Damn. They stink. He threw a contract in front of the crowd. This contract detailed the work and salary. He also did not forget to mention that the money would be sent to your families as soon as you signed here. After saying this, the secretary tossed the pen to the ground with disdain. Sign here. The homeless people scrambled to put their names down. Meanwhile, the story unfolded. The stage was set, and the mutated zombie was successfully captured. The unfortunate people had become pawns. The corner of Duck Chun's mouth curled into a smile at his well-laid plan. However, things were not going as smoothly as expected. And there was a small issue. Kiensu was sound asleep, unaware of what was happening. The person on stage still had not realized the play had begun. As a hand hurriedly shook him awake, he sat up, removing the blindfold and asked, "What is it?" "More zombies." Turning around, he saw the workers in the factory smiling at him. Kiensu confusedly asked them, "Are you guys planning to party here?" One of the workers laughed and shared their thoughts. "It has been a month since you got here. We thought it was time for a celebration. Come outside. We have prepared a feast." And thus, the party began. A delicious roasted pig was turning in the oven. Ari happily served delicious dishes to everyone in the kitchen. As Chienso pondered, a worker came over and placed a hand on his shoulder. "At least we have to feed you well. Right, you are always called to work. I wish the zombies could pick a day to come. But you know that is not how it works." They immediately urged him to sit at the delicious dining table and instructed him. "Sit down." Chionu's face showed a bit of awkwardness. He looked up ahead. Before him were honest, simple people who did not care about the burdens they had to bear. He wondered when was the last time he had dinner at a table with so many people in his mind. He recalled the happy days of that year. It must have been his birthday party. Seeing Chionu still pondering, the person next to him handed him a large spoon and urged him, "Why do not you eat? Are you just thinking about things?" This warm person recounted his experiences. "We caught this pig in the forest, and the rest of the food is what we have saved up. Don't worry. We did not steal any food or do anything like that." After hearing this, Chionu glanced at the delicious pieces of meat on the table. The surrounding workers looked at him with anticipation, hoping he would enjoy it, not wanting to keep everyone waiting. He opened his mouth wide and took a big bite of meat. Ari smiled gently beside him. Tears welled up in Kiensu's eyes. He emotionally told everyone, "It is so delicious. I could cry." The person next to him laughed, raising his beer mug and teasing, pointing out that he had not even taken a proper bite before saying that, "You are pretending to be tough again. But this makes you a bit emotional too. Though you are actually strong." Everyone was eating heartily and chatting joyfully together. They treated everyone here like friends and chatted comfortably. Kiensu felt a bit regretful, wishing they had more time. He noticed Ari still happily enjoying this little moment. Everyone on the construction site laughed and joked as if nothing had ever happened. Surely this would help him forget. Kiensu looked up at the vast sky above. Thoughts continued to swirl in his mind. The brother he lost, the fact that his parents would never return, and this harsh reality. As he drifted in thought, music suddenly played. "There is music. Are you sure the contractor wanted to scold us for this?" "No need to worry about that." This also surprised the commanding man. "What music is it? We always try to keep quiet on the site." Immediately, everyone fell silent, unable to speak. One person, already drunk, tried to speak up. "The sound is not coming from the construction site. Outside." Strange sounds were coming from the speakers. "It is coming from outside. From the sounds of the vehicle approaching." The zombies were still relentlessly chasing. This zombie was madly rushing forward. At the same time, these vehicles were speeding away. The wall meant to prevent the zombies was nearly complete, but was being knocked down by these sturdy vehicles. The scene was chaotic as homeless people rushed out of the cars. They did not realize they were pawns being sacrificed. The zombies seized the opportunity to tear these poor souls apart. The scene had become extremely chaotic as the number of dead increased day by day. One of the zombies noticed a strange light coming from the construction site in the distance, like a wave of zombies. All of the zombies rushed forward frantically. Up high, Trang observed all of this. He looked around and made a decision. The alarm bell had rung. It was time to release the larvae. Right after he finished speaking, the container holding the zombie test specimens quickly fell to the ground below. Just a second later, the mutated zombie was finally released. This giant, slimy zombie appeared on the ground. Its eyes opened and it called out. Inside the room, the workers were sleeping heavily after a long day of work, enjoying a quiet and peaceful evening. Sensing something was wrong, one worker woke up in confusion. "What is happening? An earthquake?" The story unfolded just as tragedy often struck. The room here underwent a huge transformation, causing everyone to float into the air. It turns out the mutated zombie has grown quite large, its mouth swallowing the entire container whole. Its sharp fangs continuously tore into the container like it was devouring it hungrily. This time, the narrator was not enough. The face of this mutated zombie calmly screeched as if signaling the battle was about to begin. The scene had turned chaotic. It is always like this. While everyone was still enjoying the feast, zombies appeared from nowhere and charged in. Every time I find something meaningful. Kiansu looked bewildered at the scene right in front of him. What is happening? Did the music attract them here? Seeing his strange expression, Ari immediately reassured him. Calm down. If a slaw panics in front of a horde of zombies, the civilians will die. She looked toward the distant room and immediately decided. I will go get your haul. We need to evacuate everyone. Meanwhile, he was still in despair, unsure of what to do as it continued to be crushed into pieces like before. Images of the past resurfaced. The ground soaked in slippery blood, as zombies relentlessly chased the poor civilians. Konia's father turned back, seeing the situation was dire, and was extremely worried. He clenched his teeth, preparing to make a decision. With no other choice, he pushed his son inside this place. While everyone was still gasping in fear, he decided to protect his children. Chine. We will meet at the hall. Until Chiansu met his father once more, only to find him transformed into a cold corpse. The scene was grim as the army slowly advanced once again. Kiansu also realized something important, and the only thing he could do. He glanced at Ari and nodded an indication to himself. Ari nodded in understanding. I need the hall and some ropes. Ari rushed into the storage room. He did not give Thor instructions. Get weapons for me and then run straight to the office, ordering all workers to evacuate. He also laid out a plan to confront it. He could not let things be delayed any longer. Kiansu shouted, signaling everyone. Everyone get out of here quickly. I will hold them back. He grabbed the bone weapon from the table. At the same time, the fierce zombie charged into attack. Kiansu, unfazed, raised his weapon to confront it. His speed quick as he struck the giant zombie's head repeatedly. Just like that, it fell down to the ground. The others rushed in. The more he thought about it, the angrier Chiansu became. He declared loudly, You have ruined my party. Get ready to lose your heads. Just thinking about the things they have done made him even more furious. He swung the bone in his hand, hitting various zombies while still in the heat of battle. Suddenly the bone in his hand could not take it anymore and shattered, startling him. Quickly, Kiansu regained his composure. He glanced in another direction. If this bone could not be used to fight anymore, he would use it to stab the zombies around him. He dropped the last remaining weapon from his hands. This time, he had nothing left to fend off the zombies. While still hesitating, his spear suddenly got stuck right beside him. Ari, driving the motorcycle behind, urged him to hold his ground there. Demon Scythe, she said calmly, mixed with a bit of anxiety. I will head to the office to issue the evacuation notice and contact headquarters. With that, she drove off, leaving him in the middle of the fierce battlefield. After she left, he took a deep breath, preparing to make a decision. Gripping his weapon tightly, he shouted at the crazed zombies, Get ready for round 2, you uninvited guests. Meanwhile, the workers were running frantically ahead, worriedly saying to each other, I do not see any zombies chasing us. Hearing the worker say that, the others immediately paused to catch their breath. He was right. Assault must be holding them back. Realizing something was off, one person anxiously asked the rest. But guys, what if the wall collapses or the project gets delayed? What will happen to our homes? This made the others fearfully complain. I guess it will be destroyed too, since the agreement only takes effect after we finish building this wall. This time, everyone fell silent, unable to speak. Suddenly, one of them left, causing the rest to become confused. What are you planning to do? You think you are going ahead? A man quickly placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, scolding. Don't you see the zombies over there? You will get killed. But when he turned around, helpless tears streamed down his face. Whether I die here or make it back inside the wall does not matter. I am going to die anyway. The more he spoke, the more desperate he became, recalling that day's situation. This is our last chance for a decent life. If we give up, we will die soon anyway, going back to a life that is not even human. After saying this, he tried to keep himself calm and wiped away the tears on his face. I will go back to help Saul and protect the wall. I know how to use the tools. I will fight with them. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, he seemed resolute in his decision. I am not forcing you to join, but I choose to go back there. I will fight for my home. After he finished speaking, everyone there fell silent, lost for word. One of them pondered, preparing to make the next decision. The man's gaze was very determined. He walked off with the previously mentioned boy. You are right. We deserve a better life. If we have to die, at least we should die with honor. As soon as he finished speaking, all the others seemed to regain their will, following the two. On this side, things are getting really intense. Kiansu is still trying to take down the zombies around him. The enemy is flooding in from all sides. He tells himself that he must protect everyone. As he is focused on fighting, He suddenly notices a worker running away from the zombies. Without hesitation, Kiansu ties his rope in his sash. He throws it toward the people being attacked by zombies. This gesture moves the worker. Thank you. He quickly gives some instructions. Don't waste time thanking me. Just get out of here. You have your own thoughts. But more importantly, I need to protect the offices and the dormitories behind this wall, which could become a new zombie nest. More zombies are appearing, leaving him feeling helpless in this situation. Watching the workers slowly transform makes it even harder for him. Some workers are starting to get infected now. In other words, the number of new zombies could increase faster than he can kill them. He turns around searching for Ari but can't find her, becoming more confused. Where did that manager go? I have not heard any evacuation announcements. He sees the walls collapsing, while various worker zombies appear. The scene here is chaotic as the walls fall down. This leaves Chiansu stunned. Behind him, large trucks have appeared. The driver maneuvers skillfully, using their container truck to block the attacking zombies. Seeing the unusual situation startles Chiansu, and the workers quickly get off the trucks, weapons in hand. The zombies notice the people appearing, which excites them even more. Too bad they are bait for these workers to burn. They all step forward, smiling, saying, "We are here to help you." This leaves Chiansu feeling confused. But why? One of them quickly grabs a weapon. "This is where we will live, so we will help you protect it." This time they all grab different weapons and start discussing. Hole in the wall is getting bigger. "We think you need help, damn it. Everyone wants to fight, so I can leave them behind. Stop complaining. After all, you killed a bunch of zombies before Sla got here." Chiansu, feeling lost, can't say anything more and just sighs. "Honestly, listen, I want to go easy on you if you turn into zombies. I will kill you all." The others smile at his words as if they understood each other beforehand. Kizu seems to regain his resolve, running quickly toward the zombies while shouting, "Watch that hole and hold them back. I will kill all the zombies that come near the wall." And he realizes one thing. They are no longer fighting for themselves. They all gathered to listen to his instructions. The workers built this wall for their home. The workers are trying to fend off the zombies. They remind each other to stay strong. Keep resisting. We have to hold them back. Kiansu is also moved by their determination. They chose to pick up weapons and fight instead of running away. The scene is becoming more chaotic as everything spirals out of control, but the battle is far from over. Ari is panting heavily as she looks at the sight before her. She feels helpless, not knowing what to do when she sees the container completely destroyed. The communication equipment was in the office container, but it has been overturned. There is no way ordinary zombies could do this. She senses something is off. It must be something not quite human, a high-level mutation. But for now, she needs to focus on Chiansu and quickly turns to another direction. Jiyu can't handle this alone. He is only a Franksil. We need reinforcements from the table. Her expression turns serious. As she looks back, she sees a sight she never wanted to witness in her life. A mutated zombie with a bloody mouth glares at Ari. The scene shifts to the high-rise building at the Provisional Government of the Ministry of National Defense. A hand knocks on the door of the room. The girl with short hair and a cold expression is the rank manager of the Ministry of National Defense. Upon seeing her enter, the commander asks in surprise, "Here to report?" She nods, confirming, "Yep, sir." "Nothing special to report. But there is something you might want to know," Wangtek quickly orders. "Don't wait for me to ask. Report everything from A to Z. You are the Arankslur Special Operations Team member, Lieutenant Lim Wangtek." After finishing the report, she nods and says, "We have not received any afternoon reports from the site at Jingyan, sir." And the wall helping the east side against Jin An reported seeing smoke. Hearing this, he easily loads his gun. This time, he points the gun straight at her, declaring, "The Dying Nine Wall is a crucial project for the provisional government. We can't afford any mistakes." After speaking, Wangtek walks forward with his troops, smoking a cigarette. "I will handle this myself." Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the zombies and Chiansu continues. Continuous fighting for a long time has left him exhausted, but there is no choice but to endure. Their numbers have decreased significantly. The fierce battles between both sides have never ceased, thanks to the workers pushing the zombies into corners and notifying about their appearance. Kiansu focuses on the sight of the workers doing their best to prevent a tragedy. "It seems we are gaining control. I do not see anyone infected anymore." Sensing something is off, he turns to look back, realizing the barricades are successfully collapsing to block the zombies below. The worker lets out a sigh of relief. Things are slowly getting better, bringing him some comfort. Although there will be damages, at least we can minimize and prevent it for the wall and everyone here. He quickly looks in another direction, clenching his fist with determination. I can protect everyone. Sensing something is off, Chanu turns to look another way. What catches his eye is a giant mutated zombie chasing after Ari. Watching the enormous monster wreak havoc all around makes him even more terrified. What the hell is that? She stops the vehicle, announcing it is a mutant. There is a mutant in the lobby. She explains everything again. That monster has destroyed the communication equipment. But the workers who escaped towards the Bizen wall will report this soon. The more she speaks, the more she breathes heavily. So we should have reinforcements within an hour. The only problem is seeing her talk more than usual. Chien-su speaks up, urging her, cut to the chase. Just say it. She helplessly asks back. This monster has fully mutated. It must be at least a B-class mutant. Can you handle it? The image of the giant zombie quickly appears. That thing is called a mutant. He even recalls what Chiller Sam once said. It only showed signs of partial mutation. It could be a C-class. This situation leaves Chianan's Shu in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Damn it. If I do not act, everyone here will die. I have no choice. He panics, lost in his own thoughts. The thing last time was only a C-class. Realizing the situation has become dangerous, he warns everyone. You and the workers. Get out of here now. I do not know how to defeat it yet. Nor do I know how much the losses will be. Ari nods in understanding and reminds him. Good luck. I will do my best too. The monster in front of him is a giant mutant. A fierce battle is expected to unfold. Chien-su quickly observes all the details of this creature. The creature often compresses its body to the maximum to achieve the fastest speed, yet its true size can reach up to. He takes a breath, searching for more details about it. Around 35 meters. Its form towers over him many times. It is as tall as a 10-story building. This monster is still calling for its mother in a very incomprehensible way. Hearing this call, Chien's laughs. What the hell is that? How big is this thing? It slowly opens its eyes wide, continuously calling out. Just then, the creature opens its mouth wide and attacks straight at Chianansu. He can't think of anything happening anymore. His mind goes blank, not knowing how to deal with it. But then he tries to reassure himself. That is a normal thought for someone facing a mutant type. And his gaze has become much more determined. He can't think of anything else now. However, Kim Cho does not need to think too much. Chien-su grips his weapon tightly. When the monster attacks him, everything here seems to move at lightning speed. It opens its wide mouth, and he has vanished from its sight. Already having his own plan, he lets his instincts and body reflexes guide him. Chien-su spins the rope, ready to counterattack with determination. The historical event is repeating, just like the day he went crazy and slaughtered 8,000 zombies. Even the monster did not expect this to happen. Standing above it, he raises his weapon high and yells mockingly. It is just too predictable. Big, hulking things are usually slow. Kim-su gives it his all, continuously striking the head of this giant monster. Feeling the pain spread throughout its body from a deep gash across its head, the monster continues to scream. Chien-su's eyes are filled with hope as he looks at his recent attack. The method is simple. When its speed slows down, he has to take advantage and attack as much as possible. But unfortunately, this monster is a tough one. It thrashes about as if trying to throw Chien-su away. His hands are covered in blood. But he does not give up and holds onto the rope tightly. And when it thrashes, he will cling to the rope and dodge it, not letting it get too far away. His body is suspended in the air by a small, sturdy rope. The monster still does not understand what is happening. It does not know it is facing an extremely dangerous opponent. Its gaze suddenly realizes that something is not quite right. Chien-su stands in front of it, laughing, quickly deciding, "Are you done? Now it is my turn to slice you, ghost." As soon as he finishes the sentence, he quickly opens his mouth wide and raises his weapon high in front of him. He attacks the giant monster with all his strength. All of this is being closely observed by a mysterious figure standing far away. He puts on his glasses and comments. Look at him enjoying himself. What an idiot. He does not even realize that the second act has just begun. Even the boss is struggling with it. Suddenly, the monster gradually becomes bigger. Its face hidden behind thick muscle. Its face obscured by thick layers of fat, preventing Chien-su from doing anything. He is surprised as it is the first time he has witnessed this scene. As Chien-su is unsure how to confront this monster, something rises up behind it. He panics, unable to finish his sentence before a punch lands squarely on his face. And so, Chien-su takes the punch and is knocked back painfully, tumbling in the air, while the monster undergoes a change. It is like a pair of hands gripping Chien-su tightly, preventing him from moving. After successfully capturing him, it continues pushing him down to the ground, rendering him unable to move. Feeling the pain spread throughout his body, only one thought runs through his mind. What the hell is happening? Chien-su tries to suppress the pain and calmly sits up. He turned around to fight back, but as he responded, It seemed the monster had completely vanished. Now, he felt confused. Where did it go? He did not notice that the monster had reappeared behind him. The earthworm appeared right behind him, catching him off guard. Its speed was far too fast compared to normal, leaving him unsure of what to do. Watching the battle grow more intense only fueled Chiansu's excitement. Here it comes. A barrage of punches from the monster, landing blow after blow on him. He did not know what to do anymore. Despite his attempts to fight back, it seemed all was in vain against the monster's overwhelming power. It was too strong for him to resist. Just like that, he felt like a punching bag for this monster. Chiansu could not fight back, no matter how many different ways he tried. He had completely lost control and needed something to distract it. Even for just a moment. Suddenly, a crane appeared right in front of him. The crane struck the attacking earthworm directly. The worker operating the machine shouted for him to climb aboard. Even the monster seemed to sense something was amiss. Not only the earthworm appeared, but many different earthworms also emerged in the area. In this critical moment, Chiansu had no choice but to throw his ropes forward. He seized the opportunity to grab the earthworm tightly, wanting to crush it immediately. He did not forget to throw a powerful punch forward. Damn it. The more he fought, the more fervent he became, wanting to repay everything it had done earlier. You bastard. Chiansu gritted his teeth, determined to keep attacking. Its blood sprayed into the air horrifically. He did not forget to deliver a critical punch straight to the monster's face. Realizing his bare hands were not enough, he grabbed his weapon tightly. Raising the weapon high, his face became furious. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, he noticed someone behind him blocking his way. When he turned around, he was met with Changwei standing there. Are you the Slaw? Changwei nodded in confirmation and made a decision.
Yep.
But not today. Today, I am just a gangster. What about you? After a long and exhausting battle, Chiansu was worn out. Damn it. Can't you all just appear at once? His intense gaze was fixed ahead. The earthworm lay motionless on the ground, injured from his attacks. To create more space, Chiansu fell to the ground below. Seeing this, Shanghai sighed in resignation. Oh man. I came all the way up here just to go back down again. He quickly jumped down to the ground, his ominous footsteps moving forward. The blade dragged along the ground, creating eerie sounds. Standing before Chanu, Shanghai pressed the blade to his neck, smiling as he said, Since you have already killed that mutant, I need you to take down this wall for me too. Tanbine was about to make a move when Shanghai's gaze suddenly caught something off. An attack from outside forced him to react quickly. When he looked again, a sword was embedded in the ground. Seeing the brutal scene before him, Wangtek asked in confusion, What the hell is going on here? The place had turned chaotic with zombie bodies and dead humans scattered everywhere. Even the mutated creature lay still there. The workers were terrified, fleeing from the fully transformed zombies. Trangwu calmly watched his opponent. Wangtek was infuriated to see everything reduced to a battlefield. Did you do this? You bastard. Information about Wangtek appeared. The Special Forces of the Ministry of Defense Slazer. Alim Wangtek. On the battlefield, he was incredibly powerful, capable of killing hundreds of thousands of zombies. Even information about him surfaced. Also known as Lieutenant Lim, birth name Imsorian. He was awarded numerous medals and was very strong. He was once a captain in the Special Forces before the zombie outbreak. At that time, he had a very happy company. With a photo titled 2020 during a deployment in the desert, Wangtek always appeared perfect in everyone's eyes, performing his best and receiving the best results. Even news about him was shared on social media. The special operation was completed. The armed forces successfully rescued a group of missionaries taken hostage. Wangtek was indeed a very honest man. That was his motto and belief. As a child, he had received many medals. The scene shifted to a desert abroad, the Davidson Barracks deployment site, which was vast and devoid of greenery. Stepping into the room, Wangtek, after many battles, now had only one eye, and his appearance caused the commander to stammer. Lieutenant Lim, I truly apologize for your platoon. I really did not know. Before he could finish, Wangtek's vengeful gaze aimed his gun forward. A bullet was shot straight into the forehead of this commander, ending his life completely, and thus, Wangtek committed a grave mistake by killing his own commander. However, he had killed his superior during a deployment abroad. After stepping outside, he was surrounded by the state army and sentenced to 12 years in a military reformatory. Inside the dark prison room, Wangtek sat in deep thought. But something kept him from wasting his time behind those cold steel bars. He used his free time to intensively train, making himself stronger. His eyes reflected a determination to keep pushing himself. While he was still focused on training, a strange man, the captain, appeared outside. And that is how everything began regarding his skills. The large man asked in a booming voice, Are you willing to fight for your country once more? He was momentarily stunned by the sight. Yep. It was all thanks to his skills. Shortly after being released, Kwangtek and his teammates were continuously eliminating wicked zombies for humanity. His gaze had changed, fueled by the noble ideals of his country, remembering all the information about Kwangtek. Trang looked somewhat troubled, unsure of what to do. The lieutenant, he was in a class. I just wanted to confirm that the mutated creature did its job well and leave as soon as possible. He glanced at Chiansu, still lying on the ground. But that damn rookie was holding him up too long, seeing him not respond. Kwangtek angrily bit his cigarette and questioned. Are you saying this mess is my fault, you bastard? Do not think you can fool me. Answer me. Feeling he could not stand up to him, the boy quickly raised his hands to explain. What are you talking about? I rushed here because I heard there were zombies. That is all. But you witnessed everything. You looked directly at me questioning. You were about to stab that guy with a bloody zombie sword. How do you plan to explain that? Though a bit scared, he reassured himself. He needed to stay calm. He could not let him get the upper hand. He laughed, quickly finding a reason. It was just blood from killing zombies, and I just intended to teach that guy a lesson for running ahead like a fool. Wanting to change the subject, Trung Hai looked at Wangtek's clothes and spoke up. Just a little argument between the Sla. Right, soldier, you understand. Do not you? Without replying, Chiansu suddenly yelled angrily. Startling him, he trembled and pointed at Trang Wai to report everything. This bastard and his gang deliberately released the zombies. His voice was weak as he pointed ahead. After I killed that mutated creature, he attacked me, that damn brat. Hearing him say that only made Trang Hai angrier. Kicking. Why are you blaming me? You pathetic bastard. Not even a real man. Looking at Chionansu still struggling to endure the pain, the corner of Wangtek's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. He really is an interesting kid. Just like he was during the exchange event. Suddenly, he recalled the moment when Chionansu first appeared before the crowd. This excited Wangtek and his teammates. Back to reality. Wangtek laughed and made a decision. You are in for it now, jerk. So what are you going to do? Realizing everything was exposed, Trung Hai had no choice but to raise his sword. What else could he do? Let us show off some sword moves for fun. Wangtek started with the small knife in his hand. According to Section 2, Clause 13 of the Zombie Prevention Law, anyone intentionally spreading the zombie virus would face immediate execution. And his gaze turned furious towards this non-human. Trung Hai showed no fear, nodding at what he had done. Fine. Thanks for the warning, soldier. But if you can kill me, then I will take that head of yours. Both sides charged into a fierce battle. As if a brutal fight was about to break out, the opening move was a flurry of attacks from Trang Wai's long sword. But luckily, Wangtek managed to dodge just in time. As everything escalated, Trang Wu sensed something was off. This guy ranked higher because that damn system only counts the number of zombies he killed. Wangtek's face was utterly calm as if nothing was happening. But I have killed more people. Memories of the past flashed back when Trang Wei was still a weakling bullied by thugs, unable to endure the humiliation. He directly attacked the one who bullied him and had held a sword longer than that guy. Back in the present, Trung Hai grits his teeth and strikes with various blows. I absolutely will not lose in a battle between humans. His sword is sharp enough to take Wangtek's life at any moment. He seems determined not to lose under any circumstances. Everyone below holds their breath as they watch this fierce battle. Perhaps the story is reaching its climax. But Trang Wei's confidence has faded. Wangtek still holds the vial to his mouth as if nothing is happening, no matter how hard Trang Wei tries. It seems all in vain as Wangtek completely dodges his attacks. He can land a hit on Lieutenant Lim at all. Despite countless attempts, he has his own plans as he continuously delivers various slashes towards him. And the enemy's knife finds its way into his body whenever he exposes a weakness. After a long fight, Trung Hai is left exhausted and panting. Is he playing with me? He helplessly watches as the guy smugly spins the knife in his hand. Shouldn't he deal with the zombies around the wall quickly and focus on that? Why is not he worried at all? Doesn't he fear everything getting destroyed? This only fuels his anger as he shouts in frustration. Wow. He laughs off the comment as if nothing happened. Why play games with you? He continues giving updates. The higher-ups ordered us to conserve ammo when taking down zombies. This time, he declares with his bloodied knife that he needs to practice using it a bit. Fighting with you is really entertaining. His gaze has turned frightening with everything he has done next. You do not need to worry about the zombies. My team members are mostly selected based on their skills. Over here, Chan turns to the citizens and praises. Comrades, your spirit is truly admirable. He laughs with determination. Addressing everyone, now that I am here, do not worry and put down your weapons. The moment he finishes speaking, He fires his gun straight at the zombies. Just one shot from him can completely take down these troublemakers. Now it is Sori's turn to use her sharpshooting skills to take out the monsters causing chaos here. On the other side, someone is standing high, observing everything closely. He is ready with the weapon he prepared meticulously. After taking a deep breath, he quickly grabs his weapon and jumps down from above towards the zombies. Powerful strikes land directly on the zombies below on the ground. The battle between Wangtek and Trang Wei is still ongoing. He laughs and announces, "I am sure they have control of this area by now. This only makes you angrier. You think of everything becoming useless, driving you to charge forward like a madman, seizing your opportunity." A smug smile spreads across his face. Here it is. The biggest mistake that will cost him his life. He knows this one weakness is the impulsiveness and tension. Wangtek takes a long, calm drag from his cigarette. As Trang Wei rushes, he gently blows the smoke from his mouth. At the same time, he presses the cigarette against Trang Wei's forehead, making him feel a persistent pain that drives him to scream. Lost and disoriented, you wildly swing your weapon in the air. Wangtek seizes the moment, readying his knife for a decisive strike. The attack strikes as Trang Wei is still frantically assaulting. His knife moves gracefully in a series of swift arcs, finishes by driving his small knife into Trang Wei's head. After pulling the knife out, Wangtek bids farewell to Trang Wei. It is witnessing the series of incredible moves and strength, Qiansu is left stunned. From above, Wangtek easily takes down the double moons. Seeing your body fall before him, Qiansu becomes utterly bewildered. After defeating Trang, Wangtek calmly lights a cigarette as if nothing happened, and Qiansu realizes something important: the difference in ranks. Seeing that look from him, Wangtek laughs in surprise. "What is with that stare? Are you staring at me or what?" The scene shifts to another location at the Den N1 wall construction site. Everything here is engulfed in thick smoke and flames. The corpse of the earthworm lies still on the ground. Things are gradually coming to an end. Thanks to Slav rank C, Qiansu remains there, trembling. It is not just his effort. The other workers are also exhausted from that night, along with the timely response of the crew. Meanwhile, Wangtek waits for what will happen next, and the timely arrival of an rank slayer. Things are starting to look much better. The Jing wall has been successfully defended. Wangtek sees Qiansu still lying there. He looks tough, but he went down pretty quickly. He notes this and bandages Qiansu's head. The kid has skills, but he needs a lot more training. Suddenly, a report comes in. "Sir." He turns his head in another direction. Che stepped forward with a smile, announcing that the wall was cleared. Mission accomplished. They were the B-class special forces of the Slazer Ministry of Defense. Elite Marines. Menong had killed 45,377 Wangtek, and hearing this, he calmly scolded, "What do you want me to do? Pat your head and praise you. It is only natural to do my job." He glanced at the still body lying on the ground. "We need to bandage him up first. Prepare to take him back." Suddenly, Sori sensed that something was off. She looked at the situation with the abomination right in front of her and praised it. Did that rookie kill this? Judging by the deformity, it had to be at least a B-class mutation. This power made her feel that Qiansu was interesting this time. K-class slurs are also skilled. She belonged to the B-class special forces of the Slav Ministry of Defense, and Sori had killed 30,121. After speaking, Sori turned to Wangtek to question him. If he can kill a B-class mutation, is not that enough to qualify for a promotion to B-class? He shouted angrily. Giving orders, if he wants, he can promote himself to a higher rank. But did you hear that? Call for a helicopter to take him back and hurry up. And so, this group carried Qiansu. Preparing to leave, the silent man in camouflage gear to conceal himself was Chung. He carried him forward. The B-class special forces of the Slazer Ministry of Defense, disguised as X4, had killed 521 C-class mutations. Wangtek sighed, scolding his teammate. Only this newbie talked less and listened more. Had to discipline these guys. And so, the Kwang Touch group left behind a brutal battlefield. The time was now the morning of the next day at the Central Hospital of the Republic of Korea Armed Forces. Outside the room was a sign that read VIP Internal Medicine Room for Kim Cheon-ansu. After a long sleep, Qiansu slowly opened his eyes to look ahead. He realized he was wearing a hospital gown in a strange place. Looking up at the odd ceiling here made him wonder and think, another strange ceiling. How many times has this happened? Suddenly, Qiansu recalled the first time he fought to the brink of death. The first time. The second time when he had to face the giant strong man. Then the second time. Thinking of this made him sigh in frustration. This was the third time he had to go to the hospital. Why must he endure this scene over and over? Qiansu looked away. And who are those guys? John sat there continuously counting while Wangtek did push-ups. 147. Now 146. Sori calmly sat peeling an apple while Wu trimmed his camouflage. seeing their actions. He sighed, unsure how to handle it. I think I am about to go crazy. What are they doing? While Wangtek was training, he suddenly realized Chiansu had woken up. Wangtek immediately walked towards him. This surprised Jen beside him. Commander, why did you stop? You are not finished with a stack yet. Wangtek quickly signaled. Shut up. The rookie's awake. As he stepped forward, Wangtek pointed at his forehead. Come on, buddy. I saw you open your eyes. The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt. Sighing. He really did not want to get involved with them. Being indebted to that crazy girl was tiring enough, but clearly, Wangtek did not want to let it go. He felt a bit annoyed. The room became oddly silent. Chiansu was so angry he could not take it anymore. He shot up and shouted. Damn it. Leave me alone. Wangtek seemed surprised. Why are you so mad? I just saved you. He woke up complaining. Everyone who helps me just wants money. Don't he want something from me too? Seeing this, Kwang Tuch calmly replied. Do I look like a greedy person? This also left Jondon stunned on the side. How do you know? Can you read minds? These words made everyone in the room fall silent and deep in thought. Realizing their intentions, Chionu jumped outside and yelled, These bastards are just deck collectors. Wangtek quickly hugged him and explained. It is not about money. Do you even know what floor we are on? After sitting quietly for a long time, everyone in the room immediately fell silent. No one said a word. To break the silence, Chionu nervously asked. So you are not going to come after me? Right. Kwangtek confirmed once again. I told you no. Do not you trust people? Seeing the suspicion still on Chiansu's face, he patiently explained that the Giant Barrier project is government-funded, although mostly funded by private investors. He also explained the budget he had calculated. The national budget from the interim government of South Korea is 30%, private enterprises 70%. At this point, his face became very serious. That is why we gathered together, and as a result, we successfully protected the project. After talking for a long time, he quickly made a decision. So I am not one of those guys. And I have no intention of squeezing money from you. Hearing this, Kiansu sighed in relief. However, Wangtek extended his hand to propose an idea. That is just between you and me. The relationship between private enterprises and the government is different. The government gives a lot of its shares to private enterprises on the condition that the wall must be completed without delays. The scene from yesterday still lingers in both their memories. But look at the consequences. Going back to build immediately is impossible. And there are many holes that need to be filled. Clearly, these words could not help Chiansu understand. Why is he making this so complicated? Just get to the point. He is a dropout from elementary school. Despite Chiansu still not understanding, Wangtek continued to explain. The moment I report this, the interim government will use it as an excuse to take control of the project. His face had become serious. In other words, the person who hired you will go bankrupt. And you won't get a dime. These words left Chiansu speechless. After a moment of thought, he asked, so what will happen to the workers who used to work there? Remembered the poor workers who risked their lives on the site, just to have a stable home. People who worked without any pay just for the promise of a house. These thoughts also surprised Wangtek. Kwangtek anxiously asked again. You do not care what will happen to you. Isn't it more important that those people do not get a home than your reputation as a server? Hearing this, he clenched his fists and questioned. Does reputation give me a place to go home? Does reputation help me find my family? Chiansu's determined gaze made it clear what his original purpose was. I do not care about my reputation. So please do not let them lose their homes. Just tell your superiors I was busy sleeping while zombies broke in. This made Wangtek chuckle in amusement. He had mixed thoughts about it. Was it foolish to think this way? Are there still people like him in this world? He suddenly remembered the photo taken with his teammates that year. I thought people like that had all died after the world became corrupted. The photo clearly stated the year 2020 during the campaign in the desert. After a short moment of thought, he turned to signal Lieutenant Song Kon to submit the report. She immediately stood up to carry out the task, continued turning to Chionansu and suggested, What do you say about working for me? Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open. This time, the person entering was Jian Song. She yelled angrily, That is not happening. Soldier. Kiansu immediately stepped back. It was Ari ran inside to check around him. When I arrived, I heard you were taken to the hospital. Are you injured anywhere? I did not know where they took you, so I came late. After finishing, he pointed at Kwangtek, scolding him angrily. 800 billion. Until the 800 billion is returned, no one is allowed to take him away, not even if you pay it all back. You still can't take him. I found him first. So whether I keep him or stomp on him is my business. The soldier was dead serious. After hearing this, Wangtek laughed sarcastically. You still like to bind your slazer? This money addict. That is after the incident with Jiangsu. Right, these words clearly made her even angrier. While the two prepared to argue fiercely, this time it was Sang-ho who spoke up, blaming her for acting a bit childish. Her face was furious as she glared at Kwang Tech in reproach. But why did he bring up something she did not want to mention? Watching everything gradually become chaotic made Wang Tech wary. He lifted his head, sounding very frustrated. Those arrogant kids are about to make me lose my temper. While we are still arguing fiercely, war arrives. Surprising everyone, you quickly share the information right in front of us. I do not think arguing with the landlord will lead to anything good, if that is who the lieutenant needs. You continue to relay information regarding Sang-ho alongside Jun, leaving both a bit surprised. The details are clearly written on the paper, so why do not you let us rent Slazer? Don't you think both sides would benefit? This time, let us briefly explain the rental of Slazer. It is a contract between two companies to hire Sla with the characteristics and skills I need. Information about Kiansu is also laid out. The semi-demon, whose real name is Kim, is not very smart, does not respect superiors, is buried in debt, has an attack rating of 4 stars, and a defense rating of 2 stars. Of course, things are not as easy as that within a specific time frame for special missions. Everyone understands these rules. A simple contract between businesses. Wang Tik points towards Chiansu. Then states, I will estimate his rental fee and send it through the company SFX. It seems that after a long time, talking to her is not going too well because it feels like teaching a child. This also makes Jiananshu angry, causing her to sit up and criticize. Rent what? I never agreed to that. I am not a slave. As soon as you finish speaking, Jun angrily turns around to scold. Can you pay 800 billion right away? Even Wang Tek can to stop complaining. Do you want me to send a report? These two keep criticizing, leaving him helpless and unsure of what to do. I can't stand this unfair life anymore. Kwang Tek yells in the hospital. What the hell? Outside in the hallway, Kwang Tek walks forward. Behind him are Chan and Chogun. Noticing something's off, Chan anxiously asks, Lieutenant, are you done here? Are you planning to leave now? He nods in confirmation.
Yep.
Because he is woken up, and we have recruited him. Our work here is done. The corner of his mouth curls into a strange smile as he informs the team. Now, I am going to find that bastard. The one who forged the coin. This time, the scene shifts to the headquarters of the JH Group. A high-rise building with all the amenities. Inside the luxurious room, Duck Chun is chatting with beautiful girls. Realizing something's wrong, he looks at the watch on his wrist. He should have called me by now. Right. Suddenly, the office door swings open. The subordinate rushes in to report. Chairman, it is about Trang Ku. Upon hearing this news, Zeke Chun is stunned. Has Trango disappeared? The secretary hastily reports everything he has heard. Not only that, but most of the zombies at the wall have been wiped out, including the mutated ones. Hearing this, he sinks into his own thoughts. The plan must have failed, as Trang H could not have messed everything up and then just vanished like that. We are in trouble now. Seeing him remain silent, the secretary pleaded. Sir, please give the next orders. Suddenly, the phone rang. Duck Chun calmly looked at his small notebook filled with information. He quickly spoke up. I need to make a few calls, including those necessary numbers for him. General Kim 2001X. Opposition Party Senator Jiang 2001X. General 013X. Ruling Party Senator Ho 010X20 realizes something bad is about to happen. Duck Chun immediately ordered everyone to gather at the main gate of the building. As for the drunken fools, let them be. The military could sweep this place at any moment. The subordinate nodded in agreement.
Yep, sir.
The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, not knowing what to do next. Damn it. It has been so long since I felt this anxious. The luxury sports car stopped in front of the grand building. Kwang Ch stepped out of the car confidently. In front was an enormous skyscraper, which made him gasp in awe. Look at that building. Seems like his dirty business is worth the money. Or should we wash our hands of this and start a business like that bastard? Don't you guys feel dissatisfied with the state salary we get? Sorry got out of the car and expressed his thoughts. We know you did not mean that.
Sir.
Chucky nodded and added. The soldier's salary is very low, but it is an honest wage. I truly appreciate that.
Sir.
As usual. Kwang Tek held up a cigarette to start a conversation, but I do see a bit of a problem with our low salaries. So I feel satisfied ending the business of rich bastards like this. The team prepared to spring into action. Let us move. As soon as they entered, the four encountered muscular security guards with 8-pack abs waiting for them. This made Kwang Tich chuckle.
Hey.
Are you guys planning to open a gym on the ground floor? Those muscles look impressive. He could not resist warning the group. We are here to enforce the law. So let us not make it difficult for each other. Don't let yourself get killed over unnecessary loyalty. Clearly, the group did not care about his words. They only looked on with frightening gazes. The four were surrounded by armed security guards, sensing a strange odor. Chan complained. "You guys stink." While Sari quickly reported. "Looks like they have no intention of letting us in, sir." This time, Duck Chan's secretary stepped out, raising his middle finger and declaring, "The chairman is currently busy and cannot meet you. And what do you think you are doing at a private establishment in the middle of the night?" This only fueled Wong Tek's anger as he shouted, "What nonsense is this?" He demanded. "And what about you letting zombies loose on the site, in the middle of the night?" He still pretended to be ignorant of the things Wong was criticizing. "I do not know what you are talking about. What are these zombies?" Understanding their attitude, he is a bit angry but has a plan. "They still intend to play pretend in front of me. Then I have to take strong measures." Wong Tek pulls out the zombie prevention law and reads the various articles under Section 10. Clause 1 of the Zombie Prevention Law. Any individuals who intentionally spread the zombie virus, and those who are directly or indirectly complicit. Just reading this made the guards go pale, unsure of who would be sentenced for treason. After finishing, Kwang Tek closed the book and interrogated. "Do you want to spend the rest of your life in prison as a traitor?" His words made the guards hesitate. Seeing the situation getting worse, the secretary repeated once more, "I remind you again. We do not know anything." His words echoed. "We have the right to protect our property and private establishments, so we can't let you go upstairs. Please understand." This only fueled his anger. Wanting to act immediately, Sari joked, "You are being refused. No anger suppressant can stop such provocation." He tried to keep himself calm in front of these weirdos. "You are pushing me. I have tried to show respect for the dead. I did not plan to open this bag in the main hall. But you leave me no choice." Right after he finished speaking, Chen also sat down, preparing to open the bag. When the bag was opened, Trangwei's corpse appeared before everyone. Could they still deny it? "Isn't he a member of your company?" Seeing Trangwei's cold body made the guards panic. "That is Brother Trangwei." The secretary angrily turned around and cursed at him. Seeing his strange attitude only made Sari more interested in the situation. He also had issues controlling his anger. "This is getting interesting." After thinking for a moment, he continued to come up with excuses, explaining non-stop. "I do not know what is happening, but if he is involved, Avna must have acted on its own without orders from above." Trangwei's corpse was covered in blood, still lying cold there. This secretary gritted his teeth in anger and declared, "If you can't provide specific evidence and do not have a search warrant, this has nothing to do with us." Clearly, these words provoked Wong Tek even more. He could not stand the back and forth any longer. He directly declared to everyone present, "The whole team right here. I am going upstairs. This time, you order to control those rebels over there and clear the way." Choose to be excited, clenching his fists in anticipation. "Are we allowed to finish them off?" Sari had already prepared weapons aimed at them. Chuan also got into a fighting stance. Wong Tek held a cigarette in hand. Informing all his teammates, he said, "This is just a suspicion. Don't kill anyone until I get evidence from the upper floors. However, they are guilty of defiance and disrespect towards the law enforcement." His terrifying gaze lit up as he declared, "Just beat them until they wish they were dead." Hearing this, his teammates nodded in agreement. "That is tough, but I will try, sir." This is making the secretary behind us very angry. With no other choice, he yelled angrily, "Stop them at all costs. Do not let them set foot in the chairman's office." As soon as he gave the order, the bodyguards charged at the four men with weapons drawn. Clearly, their strength was nothing compared to John's, who could easily take them down one by one. His massive hands easily grabbed the head of each man, using them as shields for himself. Even with weapons, he continued to take down the puny bodyguards around him. Sogi, despite using a sniper rifle, effortlessly took down each bodyguard nearby. The subordinates of Duck Chun gradually fell to the ground, one by one. In a short time, the four of them quickly eliminated these people with ease. A massive figure appeared here. Preparing to join the fight, Dongbai stood in front of Quantek, questioning him. "Where do you think you are going? You are just a C-grade thug from the Jaikshisol group." He angrily shouted, "Answer me, you bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, a series of attacks came straight at him. With just a few basic moves, he fell to the ground first. The situation was becoming increasingly unstable. The secretary quickly turned to run, ordering his subordinates, "Stop them. I will inform the chairman." Surround them. He ran into the elevator, fearfully thinking he could stop them. If the B-grade Slazers were not out on a mission, he would have pressed the elevator doors closed very quickly. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Wong Tek's hand swiftly appeared to block them. The secretary realized his life was about to end and screamed in fear. Wang Tek coldly stared at him with a gaze that seemed ready to devour him whole. "Repeat that for me," he panicked and hurriedly asked back, as if pretending not to understand what was happening. "What are you talking about?" The elevator doors gradually opened. He angrily stepped inside, shouting, "If you are tough, say it. This does not concern you anymore." At the same time, the elevator had reached the 36th floor. As soon as they arrived, the elevator doors opened, revealing the secretary's lifeless body. This large room was the office of Chairman Kwang Tech, who walked up to the door. He opened it and stepped inside, sighing, "Honestly, I can't believe I have to go through all this just to meet these thugs." After moving toward Duck Chun, he sighed in frustration, saying, "I know you have always been causing trouble everywhere, but this time it is too big. You have to come with me to the Ministry of Defense for questioning." But it seemed he did not care about what was about to happen to him. He even laughed and quickly chatted, "Sure. Of course. Thank you. I will repay you later."
"Yep, sir."
"Have a good day." Seeing that he did not care about what he said, Kwang Tek angrily threw his cigarette at him and shouted,
"Me."
"You thug. Answer me." Turning around, Duck Chun's face turned extremely angry as he yelled, "Aren't you taught to be quiet when adults are talking?" Seeing him getting angrier made Kwang Tek laugh and pull out a pair of handcuffs. "Don't you realize how serious this situation is? I am going to arrest you for treason." "That damn gangster." He seemed indifferent and even laughed, showing a bit of contempt. "Treason? What the hell is that? What a terrible joke." Seeing his strange reaction surprised him. "Do you find this funny?" he continued to announce. "Contact your superiors and ask them how to handle this case." These words made him realize something was off. Feeling a bit awkward, Kwang Tek asked confusedly, "Who were you just talking to?" Duck Chun acted as if nothing had happened and explained, "Just a senior official." He even waved his hand mockingly, saying, "A government bureaucrat like you would never know." The image appeared of a construction site filled with thick smoke and fire. The incident at the G Wall and the story that started from there were determined to be caused by the unilateral actions of Trang Wei. Duck Chun's people blamed everything on Chiansu, and under the direction of the Bizen Real Estate Association. At the same time, Sang Deox was arrested after this incident. Only one person was arrested after that incident. The secretary, a subordinate of Duck Chun, was very pleased with all of this, and so, Sang Deox had no choice but to hang himself. But he was forced to commit suicide before having to appear in court. As time shifted towards the evening, the scene was now the interim government of the South Korean Ministry of Defense. Song Hong stepped forward and bowed to report, "The chairman of the Bizen Real Estate Association was found dead by hanging this morning." These words made 1955 seem like nothing had happened. "Isn't that quite interesting?" He sighed and quickly explained to her. Those too wealthy to learn how to properly tie a noose, how could they hang themselves when caught up in such issues? Her eyes became very helpless as she reported,
"Sir."
"I understand that you want to interrogate him yourself." The more he thought about all he had endured, the angrier he became. Pressing the cigarette down onto the table, government officials could only silently obey their superiors. Truly a damn shame. Time flashed to the next morning at the Armed Forces Central Hospital of the Republic of Korea. The luxury supercar quickly stopped here. The bodyguard immediately opened the door, respectfully greeting an important person stepping out of the car. B. Han slowly walked down, surprised, and said, "Is this the place?" He laughed, looking around with disdain. "This is where the new savior is." Information about him began to surface. The Holy Knight of God Sla, Pope Bizen Bigohan, along with a group of bodyguards, confidently entered the main hall of the hospital. As he stepped inside, he removed the transparent mask from his face. The patients gathered in the main hall suddenly startled, recognizing the newcomer, staring at him in shock. "The Pope? It is Pope Butch Hyun. Is it really him?" A patient suddenly rushed forward, pleading, "Dear Pope, just once. Please let me hold your hand." Another person opposite knelt down, tears welling in their eyes. "Pope, I have a terminal illness. Please save me." A bodyguard unexpectedly stepped in front of Bish Hun. The bodyguards formed a circle around him, preventing the uncontrolled patients from rushing in. He raised his hand to his chin, silently contemplating something. Then he smiled, glanced around, his face displaying generosity, miracles, salvation, eternal life, and prosperity all resided in the hearts of everyone. The patients listened intently to every word. "Don't just expect miracles from me. Live with steadfast faith in your hearts." The kneeling patients suddenly had tears in their eyes as they listened to him continue. "I will always pray for everyone." They then shouted in unison with agreement and admiration, as if hearing a profound speech. Bish Hun smirked in satisfaction at the scene before him. What people fear most are the things they do not understand. This is why ghosts are scarier than car accidents. The image of a car crumpled from a collision, a person sprawled half in and half out, was deemed less horrifying than a ghost. Why are the insane scarier than organized criminals? The next image showed a masked criminal, gun aimed straight ahead, yet was considered less frightening than someone no longer aware of their actions, running around with a knife. This is why people fear a zombie pandemic. Finally showing a desperate woman covering her mouth to avoid making a sound, trembling in fear, tears ready to spill, hiding behind a shallow wall. Right behind her was a horrifying zombie. Before the zombie pandemic struck, on a meticulously crafted theater stage, every detail from the buildings, streets, tiles, and greenery was incredibly realistic. There, actors were performing their scenes. B was just an ordinary musical actor. At that time, Bi-hun still had short black hair, dressed in the play's costume, passionately performing to the rhythm of the music. Another female actor suddenly startled, glancing to another corner of the stage, as if she had just noticed something unusual. On the ascent leading directly to the stage, a person limped up. This person was covered in a terrifying red liquid. At that moment, everyone present on stage had noticed the presence of this strange individual. They stopped for a moment. The person covered in a foggy garment bowed their head, teeth grinding ominously. It was a zombie. Its eyes glowed a deep red as it charged towards the actress at lightning speed. Bi-hun stood dazed in front of the wardrobe, his costume also stained with the foggy substance. He was panning, cautiously scanning his surroundings. He picked up a spear marked on a costume in the wardrobe. It bore the inscription "Unbeatable Female Lead," a male priest outfit. But when the zombie outbreak happened, he decided to provide the scared citizens outside with the answers they needed. Bi-hun donned the priest's outfit, his expression darkening, helping them understand what they did not know. Bi-hun wandered through the bustling streets, standing right in the center, loudly spreading the message. He taught them that zombies were not something to fear, but rather to be eradicated, not stopping at just street level. He had a forum to share knowledge. By then, his hair had grown longer, and with his teachings, he led 10,000 people to voluntarily join the fight. Bi-hun rode a white horse, leading a vanguard army with authority, igniting a weaponized battle. And so, 10,000 zombies were killed. Zombie corpses littered the ground, piled up, blending with the foggy substance that made it hard to discern what it was. A zombie had its mouth skewered decisively by a sword, red liquid splattering as its eyes bulged. Bi-hun looked completely different from when he was an actor. His hair had grown down to half his neck, and his once jet black hair had turned a golden hue. His gaze was fixed upward, unafraid, as he boldly waved a symbolic flag with a golden emblem in the center. He waved the flag right over the zombie wreckage. Quickly, his formidable image appeared prominently in the newspaper. The Holy Knight of God had successfully reclaimed part of Bizen, a sacred battle to take back Bizen under the guidance of Pope Bizen. He was just a messenger for God. A group of people in neat black suits sat lined up orderly. In front of them stood Bi-hun. He spoke up. Forget everything you know about zombies. Whether they are zombies, ghosts, demons, or humans, it does not matter. He waved his hand. What matters is that we need to control and eliminate them. The symbolic image on the flag appeared. He continued, God has graciously given us this final challenge out of mercy for humanity, which has been divided. He concluded, now the world will only have two factions, the living and the dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in applause. They all smiled at him. He was satisfied, flashing a dangerous smile. Back in the present, that face looked exactly like his when he stood before the patients. A polite bodyguard stood beside the open elevator door, gesturing the way while stepping aside to make way for Bi-hun. This way. Your Holiness. In front of the elevator stood a team of bodyguards surrounding him. Even when he entered the elevator, they did not leave his side for a moment. A long line of patients rushes toward the elevator, just seconds before it closes. Yet they seem to regret leaving him behind. Even as they reach out toward the narrow gap in the elevator doors. Through that gap, Bi-hun quickly smiles warmly and waves goodbye. Finally, the elevator doors close. Inside, a polite bodyguard speaks up. Holy Father, may I ask a question? Bi-hun does not hesitate, replying, sure. Ask as many as you want. Is not it my role to answer your questions? The bodyguard wonders why someone would come here to meet a C-list slazer. He is not a priest or anyone important. He is just a C-list slazer. Bi-hun strokes his chin in thought, acknowledging the point. He does not seem particularly impressive, especially compared to our B-list slazers. He begins listing them. The monk king named Hon Dong, his face obscured by a metal mask. Underneath, a white cloth covers his head and neck completely. In the center of the monk king's armor is a sect symbol, and he wields a sharp sword. He continues, The Heresi examiner is Pian Dung, a man with a terrifying hawk-like nose. His face tinted a deep purple. Even his eyes glowing violet. He is draped in an oversized cloak, with the sect symbol on the back. He carries a three-pronged candlestick, the straight candle still burning slowly. In his other hand, he holds a sharp hooked staff. Next is the golden preacher, a bespectacled man whose face is also obscured. And finally the nun, who is even more extraordinary and impressive. He thinks of the three. Wang Tek, Zet Chun, and Dong. Recently, the balance among Slazer organizations has been nearly perfect because the management companies have a nearly equal number of professional Slazers. Suddenly, his hand tightens into a fist. The bodyguard steals a glance at the gesture, and he firmly states, "But I think that balance will be disrupted by the guy we are meeting today." In his mind, he sees Chiansu sitting confidently atop a mountain of zombie corpses, his gaze fixed ahead, ready to strike down a zombie approaching from behind. He adds that he eliminated 8,000 zombies on his first day out. He continues, saying that he survived a chaotic clash with the land management, infrastructure, and transportation authorities. Either way, he made enemies with the government for killing one of their top officials. He recalls the chaotic scene of Chiansu being surrounded by a group in full protective gear, seemingly a mobile unit. He is grappling tightly with another member of that team, despite being pummeled by the others. The guy he is attacking rolls his eyes back, screaming in pain. Bichihun is not finished. He is now also a member of Choi Jiang's company, but has a grudge against the JDEF group. He remembers that after the incident in Jing, he formed a connection with the Ministry of Defense. He turns to the bodyguard and asks, "Have you ever seen anyone like that?" Just a few months after entering the industry, he has already built relationships with so many powerful forces. His serious gaze shot over to the bodyguard. "Besides Ju, I have never seen anyone shake things up like this." Bach-hun slowly stepped out of the first elevator, hands in his pockets, his demeanor still relaxed. "That is why I am trying to build a good relationship with him. If he really is the next Jiang Su, making an enemy of him would only harm the guild." At the hospital room door, the bodyguard quickly stepped forward. Reaching for the doorknob, the door swung open, and Bun greeted with excitement. "Hey there, buddy. You have had a tough time." Kiansu in the room was startled by the sudden appearance. Sitting by the hospital bed, cutting an apple for Chiansu, he awkwardly asked, "Is that him?" With a puzzled expression, the guy suddenly charged at him, knocking Ari aside and grabbing his hand, causing the apple slice to fall. "You have achieved a revolutionary feat. The wall defense at Giant has even eliminated a level B mutated strain. You deserve to be called the savior." He kept praising, being an ally to humans and an enemy of zombies. "A servant of the Lord. I want to express my gratitude and admiration for your contributions to humanity." Kiansu frowned, looking at the guy uncomfortably. The guy was rambling on about the suffering and battles you had to endure because of that mediocre company, which will end today. Suddenly, Ari realized something, her expression tense. Was that mediocre company planning to take over? She shouted, "Wait!" But just then, a hand gently placed on her shoulder, causing her to reflexively turn around. The bodyguard's face darkened as he sternly reminded, "Please remain silent until the Pope finishes speaking." He smiled, extending his hand as if inviting. "My friend, at the Jehovah Hall. We want to recruit you into the executive committee and fight together." His hand kept holding onto his hand tightly. Ari stood frozen behind him, while other bodyguards around the room applauded in agreement. Kiansu stammered, "You are the guy with the squinty smile. Right. You will find it hard to believe, but I am the Pope of the Jehovah Hall, and also the only Aranksla who is never killed." Beach's face hardened. Irritated, pulling his hand away, "I do not even know who you are. Are you trying to recruit me into a cult?" He turned away, avoiding the guy's gaze, muttering, "This really feels like the apocalypse. Even crazy people can roam freely in the hospital." The guy awkwardly waved his hand. "Come on, you get it." He quickly cut in, "I do not care. I am not interested in joining any religion. Just leave me alone." Everyone in the room was left speechless in shock. The bodyguard chimed in, trying to explain, "This guy is the Pope of Jehovah." He immediately waved his hand, his face scrunched up. "Not really interested in the religion. Get out of here." The room fell silent once again. Everyone seemed frozen in place. Bai Chun, confused, brought his hand to his chain, pondering for a moment. He snapped his fingers to signal the bodyguard behind him, adding, "It does not matter if you do not know who I am. Anyway, I am here today to thank you for your contributions and to make you an offer." At this point, he had lost all patience. Turning to the guy and speaking as if no one was listening, "You all keep trying to impose your schemes on me. I have told you." He suddenly froze, his eyes widening in surprise as if he had seen something special. The bodyguard pulled out a black suitcase, filled with cash that sparkled like treasure. Hyun smugly said, "We heard you are in debt for 800 billion. We will pay it off for you." Ari was stunned. Her brows furrowed tightly, her expression tense. The man spoke invitingly, no longer a slave to Choi Jiang Company, but a leader and a pastor of the Jehovah congregation. He extended his hand again, asking if he would join us. Hyun-soo was taken aback, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Bi-hun maintained a smug smile, his gaze still fixed on him. Ari thought of Chiller Sam, Zet Chun, and Wangtek, lamenting that this was indeed an enticing offer. They could easily hire a top-tier slur with that money. Her gaze shifted to the glimmering suitcase of money. He even brought cash, proving he had no intention of negotiating or deceiving. She was so tense she was sweating cold. Letting out a sigh, what was he calculating? Why was he spending so much on this shady deal? A slazer at this level was already too much. It did not matter. I was the manager of Choi Jiang Company, and stealing a slav from another company like this was unacceptable. She hesitated for a moment, then shouted angrily, her hands clenched in fury. "Listen. Even if you are the leader of one of the top SLA groups, this is not allowed. Business has to have principles, and Slazer must have a formal contract too." Hyun-soo's expression darkened as he raised his hand in front of her to signal her to stop. She stared down at him in shock. Cursing him, Bi-hun smiled brightly in a fake manner. He might not know much about his own sect, but he could not be a fool who did not know how to calculate. Where did he get a contract from? The bold letters on it read, "Sell rank C of the shady deal from a semi-exclusive contract." He added, "That is right." "No," Hyun-soo calmly replied. "I stopped her because she does not need to say anything." He bluntly refused. "I have no intention of working with you." The man frowned in astonishment at his answer. He clearly showed his dissatisfaction. She was delighted, a relieved smile appearing on her face. He pointed at the man, his honest gaze looking straight ahead. "You can call yourself the savior or some priest, but what you want is no different from that debt collector. I know you are not going to give me 800 billion. You will just work me to the bone for more profit." The proud expression that just flickered across his face completely vanished, replaced by obvious awkwardness. He did not hold back. It was just different wording. "No matter how uneducated and foolish I am, I have seen too much of this already. Slaves turned into workers. Images of children sometimes not even of age. They should have been protected in their families' embrace, but ended up doing manual labor, carrying heavy loads. Their clothes and faces dirty. Some even collapsed under the weight of bricks on their backs. Crushed mercilessly, homeless. They become refugees. A frail woman and a little girl curled up in her arms. Both are wrapped in a thick blanket. In the freezing winter, with snow falling, they huddle by a wall on the street, warmed only by a small flickering fire beside them. They have lost all semblance of life. The supply depot is filled with a line of dirty clothed people moving towards a table. A man in a formal suit sits there, creating a stark contrast. One person, in rags, points his thumb at a piece of paper next to a stamp, as if they were signing some contract. "Suicide is a sacrifice." A man stands on stage surrounded by a team of bodyguards, preaching while holding a piece of paper and continuously shouting into a megaphone. The audience below is incredibly crowded, and a banner above the stage announces the 6th campaign to reclaim territory. Everything is said in a different way to serve personal interests. His gaze towards the guy remains completely unruffled. "That is the world I grew up in, but you probably won't understand. It is obvious you have never had to bend your back under the open sky to work." The bodyguard behind him has lost his cool, yelling, "How dare you blaspheme!" He is immediately stopped by Bi-hun. "All right then." The other guy leaned in and whispered to him, "But your holiness." The guy raises his hand in a sign of surrender. "I must have expected too much when he still does not trust us. Let us call it a day." Saying that, he walked straight out the door that the bodyguards had opened for him, not looking back as he added, "The offer is still valid today. If one day you realize how terrible your company is, at that moment." He suddenly turned back to look at you, his proud expression returning. "So get in touch with me." The sound of the door closing echoed, but everyone still kept their eyes on the place they had just left, their faces still wary. Ari suddenly smiled lightly, turning to hug him tightly, excitedly saying, "I knew you were loyal. You divil." Hyun-soo was flustered, his cheeks slightly flushed, his eyes wide with surprise. "What are you talking about?" He raised his hand between them, wanting to stop this embrace, awkwardly saying, "Both he and your boss are creditors. They are the same. I just chose the side that is not evil." It surprised me. "After all, did not you say you had something for me?" She seemed to just remember something, her face brightening. "The Slazer rental. Actually, I was going to tell you that it was just approved. The Ministry of Defense said they want to hire you for a payment of 20 billion. She recalled a fragment of memory. Adong sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought at the table, while Secretary Parang walked back and forth in front of him. She pointed at the paper on the table, gently announcing, "We just received the payment from the Ministry of Defense." Chairman. Dong placed her pen on the edge of her lips, her mind tangled, seemingly trying to figure something out. I do not want them to hire him, because they must be plotting something. She raised her hand to take the pen out, her gaze fixed on the paper on the table. But she could not let him owe her forever. She placed the pen on the contract. All right, let us finalize it. The bottom of the paper had just 2 lines. The first line, signed neatly, read Colonel Lim Wongtek of the Republic of Korea's Ministry of Defense. She decisively signed her name next to the title of Seo Cho Jiang Choya. Coming back to the present, Ari pulled out a carefully bound stack of papers. The chairman has approved it too. Kyunsu seemed a bit surprised. That is surprising. I thought she would change her mind and postpone. He began to question. What is the content of my mission? Ari did not hesitate, quickly pulling out the stack of papers from the envelope. The mission content is to transfer to a conference room. After finishing his notes, he stood before the presentation screen, where a serious group of people sat at the conference table. She spoke up. Operation Chameleon. On the screen, bold black text on a white background read Top Secret Mission Code Name. Operation Chameleon. She began to present, stating that, as the members here were aware, the top priority of the provisional government and the Ministry of Defense was to maintain the current situation. Our mission is to act quickly and eliminate any unexpected changes that may arise. She added, this operation is also similar to our previous missions. A person sitting next to Wongtek interjected. I understand you are saying we need to eliminate a change, but please clarify what you mean. She switched to the next slide, showing a power plant with 2 giant chimneys. The Unjin nuclear power plant. She continued, we have implemented preliminary measures since the zombie outbreak to keep the plants operating smoothly. Images of rusty metal components inside the plant appeared. She imagined a scout team member aiming a long-range scope to survey the plant. Reports from the scout team indicated that signs of deterioration had begun to appear. The 2 chimneys were emitting thick, toxic black fumes directly into the air inside the plant. The cooling system was struggling to lower the temperature weakly. She added, the most dangerous thing we are facing is that the plant's cooling system is deteriorating. This leads to an increase in core temperature. Operation Chameleon aims to stabilize the Unjin nuclear plant. Wongtek then spoke up, asking how much equipment and manpower we would need. She displayed a projection board, 20 experienced nuclear engineers, 100 workers for maintenance, and a significant amount of heavy equipment and high-tech machinery, including cranes. Wongtek murmured his opinion. In this situation, air transport then. The presenter rebutted. Sir, the purpose of this plan is she envisioned 2 armored convoys trailing along a degraded road. Overgrown grass on the concrete path. On the roadside, at the foot of a small slope separating the road from a piece of land, a line of unfortunate vehicles was mercilessly tossed aside. Some were so mangled that their shapes were unrecognizable. Approaching Unjin with an escort convoy, the 2 others in the meeting room felt a bit tense, speaking softly as one voiced concerns that it would create too much noise on the way and take a lot of time to reach. The other held the plan, which is why we need Colonel Lim and the SLA from the military. Behind Kwangtek appeared a furry lump of indeterminate identity. It held a stack of blue papers, ready to place on the table. He suddenly spoke up. If we approach with the escort, I do not think it will be enough. The dense green lumps appeared behind everyone in the meeting room, all carrying out the task of laying blue paper on the table. I announce that from now on, the slurs on the list I provided you. I conclude. I want all of them to participate in the operation. On one of the papers in the stack brought in, each line of text became clear. The personnel list proposed for internal circulation. Ko Jiang Du, the 23-year-old demon. Next to him was a photo of Cheonansu. Kyunsu wore a high-collared coat, his mouth agape in astonishment, cold sweat running down his cheek. Before him was a somewhat chaotic scene, but in terms of scale, it looked magnificent. An extremely vast yard, with groups of soldiers moving in distinct blocks. Surrounding were dozens of trucks, large displacement cranes. In the distance stood a massive wall made from shipping containers. In front of the crane fleet, a group of soldiers wearing helmets covering almost half their faces carried backpacks with very long poles resembling antennas and a scruffy green lump. On the other side was a group of soldiers in black floppy hats, shouldering rifles, with a person in the middle completely covering their face. Facing them was a red-haired man slicked back, wearing a long coat. On the other side was a group of soldiers in blue camouflage. Their expression seemed less severe and cold than the previous two groups, led by a commander clad entirely in green camouflage. Wang Tek smoked a cigarette, smiling as he draped an arm around the still dazed Chanu. Have you ever seen an operation on this scale? He could not help but exclaim, his eyes still glued to the events unfolding in the yard. It is not that I have never seen it before. The operation to reclaim territory. The incident at the wall surrounding the palace. The operation to reclaim territory was a counter-offensive, and the incident in Jian'an resembled a defensive battle more. Wang suddenly clenched his fist, bursting with excitement. And this is the breakthrough.
Good.
Not just stopping the zombies, but cutting right through them. Then the smile on his face faded. His tone grew serious. And perhaps this is the last chance for this country. Qiansu looked puzzled. The last chance. Wang Tek did not explain. He suddenly turned and walked away. I will see you later. Good luck with the operation. Qiansu's gaze was distant. His hair blew in the strong wind. Mission codename. Operation Chameleon. Each vehicle began to move as a group. Inside the vehicles were groups of soldiers sitting with their knees drawn up, facing each other. Dust filled the air, moving along in a vehicle much larger than a soldier transport. There was also a group of people dressed casually. Even the vehicle they were in had seats, so they did not have to sit cramped together. Qian's glanced at everyone, the shovel resting on his thigh. He thought to himself while keeping his eyes fixed on the people on the vehicle. No one was in military uniform. Then he looked over at the group beside him. They were all private slur contractors. He remained lost in his own thoughts. He actually recognized some names from the list Min had given him for research, remembering his time in the hospital. He raised an eyebrow at the pile of books carelessly tossed on the bed. He flipped through each page, wondering what these books were about. After forcefully throwing the tall stack of books down, Ari tiredly took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat. These contained information about slazers. She added that it was mainly for clients looking to hire slazers. He turned to a page featuring an image of a bald Slav. He had a heavy weapon bag slung at his side. He briefly recognized who it was. I know this guy. A shadow Slav from the north specializing in handling zombies. Commission fees start at 2 billion and up. Special price. She explained why she gave him this booklet, saying she thought he might need it. She envisioned a good team, each member skilled in different weapons and techniques. Then said, after reading this, you will know what each SLA is capable of before you join the escort mission. Or in other words, you will know which partners or teammates fit your abilities. He continued to stare at the book. Not only that, if a SLA suddenly attacks me like last time, I can know exactly what his abilities are. Ari clapped in agreement. That is right. He was starting to think like a real slur now. At her sudden shout, he momentarily froze. He bashfully scratched his cheek, his eyes darting away. What is so special about it? Or is it really that impressive? Returning to the present, waves of thought continued to drown him. He looked at a middle-aged man holding a gun, his gaze distant as he looked down. That is Du Munhan, a class laser. His main weapon is an upgraded air gun that can shoot bolts and nuts. Next was a young man with dark blonde hair, with an X-shaped scar on his jaw, clutching a backpack matching his hair color. Both his outfit and weapon were similarly colored, and that was Jin Hu. Class slice? His main weapon was a customized baton and a backpack that could transform into a shield. Then he looked across the way. In the center was a figure completely masked with a helmet. Holding that red hammer was Go Dakhui, Kim, and 7 others. He slightly tilted his head to look beside him once more. Everyone on the vehicle was Class C, except for me, who was temporarily rated as Class B. And that girl over there. A girl with short pink hair and a blunt fringe. Her expression completely opposite to everyone else on the vehicle. Happily humming something, with weapons clamped under his thighs. The Jago Chai Slazer Small Business Association has killed 12,041 plus 2B class mutated species. He frowned, feeling tense. I have read a lot about her. Sarang eagerly gazed into the distance, standing out prominently. She is the youngest SLA and the youngest B-class SLA to date. Suddenly, she turned her head towards him, her smile gone. Realizing her gaze, he quickly turned away to avoid eye contact. She said mockingly, "Wait. Have you been staring at the words all this time? Trying to make a friend here?" He felt awkward, his gaze still resolutely looking elsewhere. Her expression suddenly became somber and sharp. There is no need to say such pointless things. At least half of them will die within 3 hours after we leave Bizen. She added that only a quarter might survive until the end of the day. He began to frown. What? Why are you always talking such gloomy words? She chuckled softly, glancing at him with one eye half open. Aren't you paying attention to the escort formation? I guess a rookie like you would not notice those things. He immediately interjected in confusion. The formation of the vehicles. An image of the convoy's layout appeared. The bulldozers were painted pink, Leading the convoy were large trucks modified to push debris off the highway. The bulldozers appeared, mercilessly tossing away the already wrecked vehicles. Unrecognizable as parts down the short slope, the convoy layout image reappeared. 2 main trucks in the center were highlighted in pink. Meanwhile, vehicles carrying heavy equipment and engineers would be at the center of the formation. The truck is being escorted by other vehicles surrounding it. On the roadside, wrecked cars were piled up. The convoy layout image was referenced again, but this time, the highlighted vehicles were of a different type, forming a circle around the 2 main trucks in the center. Those trucks would be protected by SLA and warriors from the Ministry of Defense, driving those armored vehicles. On one of those armored vehicles were Wangtek and Chong. The outermost ring in the simulation was highlighted. And eventually, it would be us. The trucks along with the rental SLA would back up those armored vehicles. Sarang excitedly waved her index finger. Do you understand now? She closed her eyes, showing no sign of fear. We are the meat shields. Chianzaksu frowned tightly. Slightly annoyed, he suddenly asked back. So what? Causing her to flinch. Caught off guard, he said firmly. What if you are wrong and half of us survive after 3 hours? She raised her eyebrows, her voice slightly faltering. You are getting off track. What nonsense are you talking about? He was still upset, repeating every word. I said, what if more than half of the people here survive? She tightly shut her eyes, helplessly adding, I mean, this operation is hopeless. His voice suddenly rose unusually loud. You are demoralizing everyone here while we are just trying to survive. This seems to have caught everyone's attention. He laughed mockingly. Or are you too cowardly to take the bet? You chicken. Her face darkened, and now it was her turn to stand tall, her lips twitching in frustration as she aimed her weapon directly at him. The winner gets to punch the loser in the face. What do you think? He grabbed his own weapon, unbothered, replying, bring it on. Good. The two glared at each other, sparks flying from their eyes, teeth gritted in anger. Suddenly, the screech of brakes pierced the air as a soldier rushed to Chiansu's vehicle, panic etched on his face. There are zombies on the left side, he suddenly told the soldier. The soldier shouted, they will be coming for our right side soon. Right side. Current position. Left side is engaged in battle. The soldier's eyes widened in fear, and everyone braced themselves. Before he could finish, a zombie lunged from nowhere and grabbed the soldier, killing him instantly. Everyone in the vehicle looked over, shocked and silent, as if they could not process what they had just seen. Sarang murmured, we just lost someone. The SLA members stood up with weapons in hand, Sarang darting forward to get ready. While he looked down in annoyance, she could not believe she was counting how many people had died, only able to clear the bodies by pushing them aside. The bulldozers continued their singular task relentlessly. The old vehicles were shoved off to the side to clear a path. The sound of the clearing vehicles was deafening. Kwangtek peered through binoculars, one hand holding a radio, ordering everyone to move slowly to let the SLA join in. The survivors kept pushing forward to protect the group, and every mile gained was paid for with the blood of the group. Suddenly, he spotted something through the binoculars that left him momentarily stunned. Sarang darted towards the zombies, striking them without hesitation, her sharp slices dancing through the air. On the other side, Chiansu was also relentlessly attacking. Unlike Sarang, his strikes were swirling, slicing through the zombies in a circular motion. Wangtek scoffed. Satisfied, it was not bad. He knew the guillotine would live up to her worth, but even the Devil's Hall exceeded his expectations. He pictured the Unjin factory with casualties, but they would definitely reach Unjin, and that would be where they would restore this country. Munhan stood amidst a pile of scattered zombie corpses, his grip tight on his gun. He removed the gun's cap, scattering nails and screws everywhere. Suddenly, from a distance, a zombie charged at him. He startled, raising his weapon. He aimed the gun at it. This was the last one. He pulled the trigger, but nothing came out of the barrel. He gasped. What? The gas had leaked, and seeing a plume of vapor instead of a bullet, the zombie quickly closed the distance. He was horrified, his eyes wide, unable to scream. All he could do was shut his eyes and instinctively raise the gun in a futile defense. Just then, something dark and sharp thrust between the zombie and Munhan, delivering a painful blow to the zombie. After a moment of closing his eyes and surrendering himself, he felt no movement, surprised to open his eyes and look ahead. Slightly frowning, Chiansu was breathing heavily, each breath coming in gasps. Don't die without my permission. Because I need to deal with that kid. He suddenly fell silent and gave him a genuine smile. He handed the plant to Chiansu. Thanks. I owe you my life, he pondered. Calculating. It seemed this was the last one. He laughed lightly and pointed at the car. All right. Let us head back to the car. He followed on toward the car, then sighed and asked, What time is it? How long have we been away from Bonn? He looked at his watch. 3 hours and 25 minutes. Almost 3.5. Munhan took Chanu's hand. Straining to pull him up, he leaned forward as much as he could to gain more strength. With that pull, he managed to climb into the back of the truck. He was still tired, each breath laborious. He scanned the entire back of the truck with his eyes. Most people were doing the same thing he was, breathing heavily to regain their strength. After pulling him up, Munhan was so exhausted that he had to lean on his thigh to catch his breath. Jinhu was also slowly sitting down, looking like he had lost a lot of strength. Only Sarang remained unfazed, pouting as she looked around the truck. She suddenly noticed someone looking at her, looked up to see a victorious smile twisted by heavy breathing. Glancing down at her from above, she frowned, slightly annoyed. If he had not helped, half of them would have died by now. Drops of sweat dotted his face from the intense activity. His expression unchanged from earlier, pretending not to know. I did not help at all. The smile vanished from his lips, and he quietly asked her, "Is saving someone wrong?" She did not expect him to ask that, momentarily unable to think of a response. Her gaze still fixed on him. Munhan had regained his usual complexion. Smiling gently, quietly observing him and her, she remained silent, as if fiercely battling her thoughts. Then she looked up, awkwardly smiling. "Are you really going to hit a kid?" He showed no restraint, raising his hand into a fist, a sly smile appearing. "Let us call it playful hitting. Sit still or you will get hurt." At that moment, Sarang was drenched in sweat. A loud slap echoed in the silent space. About 4 hours after the operation started, Sarang had a noticeable lump on her head. She sat with her arms crossed, legs curled up on the seat, her face scrunched up in frustration, while he plopped down beside her, groaning from fatigue. They were a group of Slas who had never worked together before. The Slas in the truck fell silent after a while, each seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Munhan reached into his jacket pocket, pulling out a thick cigarette and placing it at Chiansu's feet. This was the pandemic era when human selfishness peaked, but others in the truck began to search through their own jacket pockets and pants for something. Sarang glanced over with half an eye, and so it was. Kim Cho began to earn respect. At some point, he had fallen deeply asleep, the sound of his snoring filling the air. At his feet, there were some snacks, including cakes, cigarettes, energy drinks, cheese, and some other random items. A map of the distance from Bizen to Win appeared. Both the starting and destination points were coastal areas, with a vast distance of about 200 kilometers. The highway had not been maintained for a long time, with overgrown grass on the cracked asphalt, and the barrier walls had turned a dull black. While the convoy continued to move relentlessly, a soldier driving reported over the radio, "Escort Vehicle 3, safe, continuing to move." Another driver did the same, "Escort Vehicle 7, safe." In another vehicle, the driver also reported "Escort Vehicle 12 safe" and continued moving. As he was speaking, his gaze suddenly caught something in the rearview mirror. In the mirror, he could see a horde of zombies rushing towards them at a terrifying speed. The other driver slammed against the back of the truck, a few signals, and the zombies appeared near Escort Vehicle 12, ready to fight. The Slas on that vehicle stood up one by one, gripping their weapons tightly. The driver added, "I repeat, zombies are near Escort Vehicle 12. During that journey, battles broke out continuously. It did not take long for the zombies to surround the vehicle. The Slas in the vehicle suddenly turned to look at them. One of them quickly moved, stepping up onto the side of the vehicle, preparing to jump down to fight. He took a leap from his foot and slammed the zombie's head hard against the truck. Moments later, zombie bodies were scattered all over the road. Not a single one was still moving. This was Escort Vehicle 12, with no enemies left, and we continued on. Many Slazers had fallen in this operation. Wangtek focused on studying the map in his hands. He raised his hand to his blindfold. "We have lost Slayers in Escort Vehicles 12, 13, 14, and 15. Right. Does that mean we have nearly lost the left flank? Quickly report the casualties so I can recalculate." Sorry quietly responded from behind him, raising his hand for clarity. On average, about 2 people per vehicle died, with a total of 9 casualties. Thief assuming high. She envisioned moving some people from the armed forces into the Slazer trucks. "We will send some of our Slas to fill in the missing positions." Wangtek still leaned on his blindfold, smoking a cigarette. "Not bad. The casualties are not as high as I thought." His gaze remained fixed on the map, picturing the convoy's position. "According to the initial plan, I thought all the civilian Slas would be dead. I even considered abandoning the outer layer of Slazer trucks. Thus, I think we can also utilize the Unjin nuclear power plant." Sari added that now those Slas have a better understanding of the operation, and the presence of team leaders seems to have significantly increased their survival rate. Thief assuming high. an image of a pack of wolves howling, looking up at a majestic lone alpha wolf standing on a high cliff. While the rest of the wolves below could not climb up in the moonlight, he rolled his eyes out the car window, silently thinking. Team leaders. Yeah, that is right. When the slaw started to feel exhausted, a few among them would stand out. His running steps felt like cuts, to the point where only the compressed air could be seen as his shoes glided by. With the feet barely visible, Sarang's expression was unchanging, unnaturally calm. As she pressed her face close to the terrifying zombie's gaping mouth, her gaze unwavering, she leaned forward, wielding her weapon like drawing perfect curves in the air, taking down every zombie she passed. She continued to surge forward, swinging her weapon directly in line with her run, frantically chopping through the zombies. Her eyes looked hollow, her attacking hand moving like a machine. She crouched down, her face still expressionless, striking down with the axe from above in a decisive motion. She smiled with satisfaction as she finished off the zombies with her weapon. He thought of some who stood out due to their strength and independent combat skills. From the Small Business Association Jagochi, Slahang B, the Insarang Guillotine, a slayer resting by the roadside, panting heavily, next to two lifeless zombie corpses. The other one looked so exhausted that tears seemed to well up in his eyes when suddenly a voice called out, "Tired? Are not you?" The other person looked up in surprise. Wangtek's thoughts continued. As some gained trust from others and leveraged it for their own benefit. Standing in front of him was Pedro. He smiled gently, extending a hand toward the slaw. "Come with me. You will be left behind if you can't keep up with the group." From the winds of the Jehovah C. rank slaw, Missionary Choi Peter. Somewhere in the corner, Jingu's voice rang out mockingly, with empty plastic bottles rolling across the floor. "Listen up, everyone. Zombies are like wild dogs." He finished off a bottle he was holding. "They would target those separated from the group. Got it? That is why you all need to stay close and support each other." The remaining slayers stood near him, suddenly looking puzzled. He met their gaze. "Is it that hard to understand? Are you all that slow?" One of the slayers looked even more confused. Why were they sitting there listening to a sermon like this? "Who is that old guy?" Another person in a gray sweater interjected. "I do not know. But I have heard that those slayers who followed that old guy's advice survived." The other person gaped and turned to ask, "Really?" The young man in the green sweater suddenly shrank back, his brow furrowed in fear. While some could see the entire operation and grasp the full situation, Jingu was still drinking, his eyebrows raised. Pointing forward, his tie was loosened, coming from the Small Business Association C-rank cell. The Judge B. Jingu Wangtek gazed into the distance, and finally towards the Chiansu he had handled. Catching his breath and resting against the ground as a point of support, Rakui popped out of nowhere, throwing his arm around you, while you held his waist. "Don't just stand there acting like you took down all the zombies by yourself. Come here. Let me take you back to the truck." Kiansu asked you, "Why are you suddenly being so friendly? And give me some candy too." Visui chuckled. "Do you want more?" Ignoring Chionan's, Vixu quickly tossed him another candy. He reflexively caught it. Kwangtek reminded himself that some types of charisma draw people in automatically. He ripped open the candy wrapper and shoved a piece into his mouth. "I told you I am fine." Coming from Koi Jiang Sol, a B-class company. Despite the unofficial status, Wangtek remained in the car, his gaze fixed on him. Grinning smugly, the strongest among them was obviously Kui Stu, maybe by luck. His team had the fewest casualties among the groups here. He admired them, and they had also killed the most zombies. A good performance with minimal losses met his standards. In the distance, Kiansu stood under the truck, seemingly chatting with someone up top. As one person approached the edge of the truck with open arms, Wangtek's expression remained unchanged. His eyes on his own people still sharp. Sarang watched from afar, witnessing the cheerful banter between Chonu and teammate Munhan. Wrapping his arm around him. "What is it? Killing zombies together brings us closer." She stood there, frozen, staring at him, her cheeks flushed, her gaze tender. She lowered her face slightly but continued to remain rooted to the spot. The desolate and eerie scene unfolded, with zombie corpses scattered around. Hard to tell if they were zombies or unfortunate victims left behind on the road. The soldiers climbed down from the vehicles, the atmosphere tense and heavy. Wangtek glanced out the door, giving careful instructions. "All right. Pass the walkie-talkies to those I have designated. Detailed commands will increase the number of survivors until we reach Urin." Lieutenant Lim was right. Ordering the team leaders made the operation more effective. 4 people, Chiinsu, Sarang, Pedro, and Jingu each held a walkie-talkie for the mission, their eyes full of determination. The result was the number of survivors until they reached Eugene was a huge blue sign, placed right on the highway as dusk set in, the city of Go Province. The Win nuclear power plant complex. A soldier gently opened the door and stepped out, his hand clenched into a fist. Looking anxious, the other soldiers followed suit. They looked worried about something. In front of them was a massive factory. Most components were made of metal, like iron pipe, and two enormous chimneys were puffing out light smoke from the nuclear power plant in the city of Jiangbuk Province. After hours of driving, Chan seemed to be sore. He grimaced, stretching his muscles, talking to Sari while doing so. Wangtek and the green furry creature stood by, observing in the cold. There are more survivors than I thought. What is the status of the survivors? Sari replied, more than 80% of slurs from the Ministry of Defense and over 40% of SLA from the civilians survived more than predicted at the time of preparing for the operation. It was expected that most of them would perish. Wangtek held a new cigarette in his mouth, using a lighter to spark it. He thought it was not just about how many people were alive. Now he would observe those SLA and ensure they would progress further through this operation. An announcement echoed through the air. Inside the factory yard, the convoy was neatly lined up, signaling to everyone that we had arrived and were starting to build the base. Today we won't enter the factory. Let us rest first. Everyone began setting up temporary tents in the empty yard. Those who had finished setting up their tents started gathering around the campfire. The conversation was lively and cheerful. The tent area was surrounded by several large vehicles arranged in a circle for protection. The smaller inner circle contained the tents. Inside seemed to be the living area with 3 groups of fires still blazing. The escort mission to Yujin had been successful. Qiansu looked exhausted after a hard day's work, stretching and yawning while tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. Just as he was still stretching, he suddenly spotted Sarang curled up in a corner by the campfire. Her gaze was distant, her face revealing no expression at all. He fell silent, looking at her with a complicated feeling. Suddenly, he rushed over unexpectedly and playfully punched the top of her head. She jolted and frowned. Another bump formed. She raised her hand to rub her head, staring at him angrily while shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" He smirked maliciously, his fist still clenched. "You deserve to be hit again since most of us are still alive." She was furious. "Are you a child? That was a long time ago." All mocking expressions instantly disappeared from his face. He looked at her with a thoughtful gaze. She was in so much pain that tears were welling up, but she suddenly paused when she saw his expression. He closed his eyes, put his hands in his pockets, and spoke with a hint of empathy. "Listen, I know why you are pessimistic and do not want to talk to others in the mission. When a kid like you is so withdrawn, it is hard for adults to start a conversation." He pulled a chocolate bar from his bag and slowly held it out to her. "Learn to lean on others a bit and try to fit in. There is nothing wrong with that." His gaze shifted to the fire burning in front of them. "I do not know much about Slayer, but I know everyone has lost something important in this zombie apocalypse before they decided to become Slayer." Then he looked back at her, his expression unchanged, especially towards those who chose to step out of the safety of the walls. She was also caught up in his thoughts. After hearing his words, she tore open the wrapper of the chocolate bar. "If you are planning to advise me, wait until you survive and come back." She took a bite. Her expression seemed to improve. "I do not take advice from those who died before me." The quiet night sky enveloped the factory. The sun is shining again after a fun night. Everyone is back, looking neat and uniformed. Their protective gear and weapons are polished from head to toe. They stand in straight lines, their faces serious. A stark contrast to last night's atmosphere. Kwangtek turned on his heel, facing everyone with an authoritative presence. "Have you all rested enough?" He relayed the orders and today's mission. "Now, everyone listen up. Today, we will enter the nuclear power plant." Sarang stood below, listening intently. Sari is also silent, listening to Wangtek. "We have no idea what kind of monsters are inside." The other Slazers seem equally intent on not missing a word. "Who among you will survive until the end?" He raised his voice to ensure everyone understood. "But this operation will eliminate the looming threat and revive the hope of our nation." Qiansu frowned, looking directly at Wangtek as he spoke. In other words, Wangtek looked down from above, his mouth still holding a cigarette as usual. "Today, the battle for survival has begun. The Win nuclear power plant is marked on the map, indicated by radiation symbol. It was one of the largest nuclear power plants before the country collapse. The image of the plant appears, seemingly when it first went into operation. The equipment looks very new and clean. Workers in the plant are observing from above. They are completely covered from head to toe in black protective suits. On the other side of the plant, another group of workers, based on their outfits, seems to be performing maintenance or operating equipment inside the office, which is filled with machinery and monitoring screens. Some workers in protective gear are monitoring the screens, while others in white lab coats look like research scientists. They are discussing something, but right now, It is a ticking time bomb. The current image of the plant is stark. An old, dirty ruin. Dust and sparks fly through the air. Zombies are shuffling down the hallway. The guards here have been torn apart in a horrific manner. The maintenance and operations crew are no different from twisted zombies. Bodies are strewn everywhere, some in lab coats, with some lying motionless and others writhing as if turning into zombies. The only commonality is the deep red staining the room and all the white coats. Back in the present, Wangtek stood in silence after finishing his speech, gazing far at the two massive smokestacks. Then he turned around, removing the cigarette from his mouth. Team leaders. Those I have given the radio to. At the same time, Sarang, Pedro, Jingu, and Qiansu all froze. Wangtek ordered them to gather up front. This is the final strategic meeting before we enter the plant. The slug group with the radio stood gathered off to one side, alongside two different squads. In front of them are Wangtek, Sari, and Zhanggan, along with a dense green object. It seems Wangtek is giving some instructions. Sarang frowned and said, "A strategic meeting. Aren't we just going to sweep everything away anyway?" At that moment, the scruffy little green creature flipped through the pages of a notebook. It stopped at one page and held it up in front of her. Speaking mechanically, "This is a meeting about allocations," she asked back, puzzled. "Allocations," it explained further. The Win nuclear power plant complex consists of multiple nuclear power plants. An illustrative image was drawn. This meeting is to decide who will attack which plant, and the order in which the attacks will be carried out. As Sin Chog said, Colonel Lim has divided the attack teams. Wangtek pointed to the board. He was presenting something. Overview of the Fire Dragon genocide operation. The team leaders include 4 civilian slicers: Qiansu, Sarang, Pedro, and Jingu. 8 slicers from the Ministry of Defense, including John, Sari, Chogon, and a few others. And 4 warriors from the Ministry of Defense are those wearing helmets with straps under the chain, with a distinctive emblem. Each of them will lead 5 to 6 members. And each team is tasked with exterminating the zombies at the assigned nuclear power plant. Suddenly, Munhan from behind called out to this guy. He smiled and said, "Are you our team leader? It is hard to get to know each other here," X chimed in. "But if you let Su be the team leader, we won't die. I heard our team has the highest survival rate." "Right." Ratsu grabbed Jusu by the collar. "Should not say that. It is meaningless. You act like you have done it," Qiansu reminded them. "Come on, guys. I do not think they will feel any tension since they already know each other." Standing back and watching the group of men joking around, her expression hardened. "I need to attract less attention since our skills are already very good. We are divided into teams." A man approached, grabbing her head and teasing, "A rising B-lister. I am really lucky. This time I probably won't die." Sarang glared and twisted the man's finger backward. He let out a pained scream. She scowled. "If you tease me again, I guarantee you will die of natural causes." The man immediately regretted it. "I understand." At that moment, the teams had surrounded each door of the plant. They were all in a ready stance. The drone buzzed overhead, capturing the scenery here. The guards stood by with their guns at a crucial-looking building. Inside were dozens of large screens showing live footage from the drone. Wangtek did not let go of his cigarette. The operation was to reclaim the Win nuclear power plant complex. The Fire Dragon genocide operation began as the doors opened, with the pioneer slicers rushing in first. Following them, John and his team charged in fiercely. The warriors from the Ministry of Defense also rushed in, guns ready to fire. In contrast, Qiansu's side seemed more subdued. They walked slowly and cautiously. Qiansu's face was tense, his eyes anxiously scanning the surroundings. One slazer accompanying him spoke up. "Have you heard how many zombies are in here?" His captain replied. "At most, about 12. I heard that only those involved in the mission get infected." Gap chimed. "A small number is good news, but considering the scale of this factory complex, searching for and eliminating each zombie will be a tough task. Should we split up?" He looked at Gapsu skeptically and asked, "What do you mean?" "This is a mission we can definitely win unless a mutated strain shows up, so why should we take such risks?" Gapsu appeared confused. He explained, "Because someone who can strike quickly and leave early has a better chance of surviving." "Right." Munhan placed a hand on Qianansu's shoulder, agreeing with Ju. "That guy has a point. Captain, we must remember that human stamina is not unlimited." His gaze shifted. "The longer the cleanup took, the more our stamina and concentration would dwindle. This would increase the chances of being ambushed. The most important thing is to complete the mission safely without any casualties." Qiansu rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then slipped a hand into his jacket to find something. He pulled out a carefully folded piece of paper. The largest room inside the nuclear power plant is open and can be accessed from multiple directions. You can go look for it for me. Manhwa took the paper. Puzzled, an open space. Are you talking about a place like the central hall? He nodded. I can't read maps. He pointed to a symbol on the map. According to the map, this is the most spacious and open area in the central hall. From the workspace inside the factory to the management office and auxiliary facilities outside, all areas connect to this spot. After a while, they arrived at the central hall, a spacious area. Though the furniture was shattered, there was still no smell of death. Chanu shone his flashlight around. He smiled. Looks fine in here. Right. Manhwa did not get his meaning. But why did we have to come to this place? Chanu turned back. Don't you see? Before the idols transformed due to the zombie virus, I heard they released a lot of songs. Is that true? Gapsu replied. Yep. But is not this an inappropriate topic to discuss in this situation? Smiled wider and suddenly suggested. Everyone take turns singing. Loud enough to echo throughout this nuclear plant. A zombie in a worker's uniform wandered aimlessly in the spacious area. It growled, its soulless eyes wide open with no visible pupils. Suddenly, the zombie jerked in surprise at the sound of singing. I think you have fallen for me. Those eyes are the heart. At the end of the path behind a large door, a voice sang out, those eyes are the heart. The zombies, stirred by the sudden noise, charged wildly toward that sound. Back when Chanu made that bizarre suggestion, everyone should sing in turns, loud enough to echo throughout this nuclear facility. The group was in shock. What the hell? He voiced his opinion. If we want to wipe out the zombies before we exhaust ourselves while maintaining formation, we have no choice but to lure them here. Then recalling the message on the central hall map, that is why we came to this open space. He still wore a smile, showing no signs of wavering. So everyone pick a song. Let us reminisce about the good old days. Back to the present. The zombie had blood-red eyes, mouth wide open as if ready to pounce on some poor soul. They were surrounded by a horde of zombies, all charging in from every direction. With no way out, they stood back to back in a circle, weapons at the ready. Chanu stood in the middle. He yelled to alert everyone. Don't blink. Do not look back. Those eyes are the heart. Keep singing. The song sounds great. But Ho was terrified to the bone. He maintained his tone, ensuring everyone could hear. Don't try to take them all down. Just knock down any that come into the circle. Trust your teammates and hold your positions. The zombies were closing in. He gripped his weapon tightly, firmly stating, I will handle the rest. They quickly swung their weapons to attack the zombies. They took turns defending and then attacking. Rahui gritted his teeth, striking at a zombie with his weapon. The other zombies further away were also hit by bullets. Manhwa kept aiming his gun at them. He was tense, beads of sweat on his face. With no time to reload, Chanu had not moved all this time, spinning the axe around in his hand. He felt like a cowboy, single-handedly facing off against dozens of zombies. Wondering how to have better instincts, he continued spinning the axe, developing good instincts. Manhwa shouted, Captain, we are surrounded. Someone gripped their weapon so tightly that their muscles tensed. It was patience. A rule I need to know. Only pull when necessary. He slowly spoke. Right now. Get down. He gripped the rope connected to the axe tighter than ever. Manhwa sensed something unusual and quickly recoiled. Chanu's face was terrifyingly grim, his eyes gleaming as he lunged forward. A loud noise erupted just as a clean slash cut through the air. Manhwa was stunned to see the zombies that had charged moments ago now in tatters. One had a gash across its neck, another at the nape, all screaming in pain. Moments later, Chanu's group was still kneeling on the ground, heads cradled in their arms as he instructed, and he had not moved an inch. The difference being all the zombies were wiped out in one blow. Manhwa stared at him. This guy was incredibly strong. He assessed Chanu after he single-handedly dealt with the zombies, showing no special expression. Still spinning the rope, Manhwa gulped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who could ever call him a C-rank slacker, or an unverified B-rank, strong enough to be like that? He recalled the memory of lying flat on the floor in front of Mrs. Jong-ho, who was holding a sharp object stained with something. I have seen a blow like that before. The Jago Small Business Association had a rank old lady selling fish, who was quite fierce. After helping him, she turned back to check on him. She laughed heartily. Are you okay? No need to thank me. We vendors should help each other, he quietly compared, noting that his movements were just like hers. Suddenly, Chanu asked, did you get bitten? Why are you staring at me like that? He smiled slightly and swallowed hard again. When I get back, I will definitely tell the old lady about him. With his skills and personality, we would surely have an advantage if we recruit this guy. And no longer looked scared. He stepped forward and patted the guy's shoulder. Why did not you use that skill during the escort? Why waste your talent like that? He smiled awkwardly. This is my first time trying it. Plus, this is not a video game. I am not sure if it will work. And I have to manage the location, position, and roll too. He looked around. The calm scene was a stark contrast to the chaos that had completely vanished. There were zombie corpses scattered around. Come on. How could country folks like us understand that? But anyway, it seems like we have wiped out all the zombies. Let us take a quick look around and get out of this creepy place. Team consisting of civilian slayers led by Kim Chok-soo, cleared the area. Ki-in-soo and the whole team quietly emerged from the ruins. The operation to retake the nuclear power plant was not difficult because the truth was top secret. First, this facility was secretly operated by a limited number of personnel. Only a few zombies were infected in the plant, so they posed no threat to the Slayer teams. Sarang sighed, gripping her sharp axe tightly against the zombie's face, then turned and asked, "What is going on?" "Well, I just got started." She sprang up, rolling her eyes at her teammates, making them flinch slightly. They continuously praised and reassured her, their smiles looking forced and awkward. Didn't she feel happy with just a few? It's good that everything went smoothly. Right, exactly. Great job. You are really skilled. One person gave a thumbs up. Sarang, now that the job's done, why do not you lower your weapon? Team B, consisting of civilian slayers led by Sarang, cleared the area. Sarang frowned in annoyance. Those compliments did not register with her. Secondly, each team leader understood the layout of the plant in detail. A map appeared, with Jingu in the middle, drowsily sipping from a carton of milk. Each team leader was given a map of the power plant, so the teams can strategize and move freely in the factory without fear of getting lost. Jinu's group walked quietly. He studied the map intently, holding a carton of milk in the other hand, while someone behind him kindly shone a flashlight for him. The others were ready with their weapons, prepared for anything. The crinkling of the empty milk carton echoed, its waist squished. He squeezed the carton lightly and carelessly tossed it at his feet. He pointed ahead and announced, "The control room is about 30 steps away. The zombies might jump out from there, so be careful." He advised them to maintain formation and move slowly. They cautiously nodded. A blonde guy in the team was dissatisfied. He was truly incompetent and only stood behind giving orders. With a leader like that, he suddenly sped up, leaving the others behind. Yet why did they still follow him? Don't they have their own opinions? What a pathetic bunch, the guy thought to himself. Jinu shouted, "Idiot! Did not I tell you to maintain formation?" The blonde had rushed ahead, creating a huge gap from the rest. He jumped in surprise, grimacing and asking, "What?" Right behind him, a door creaked open just enough to reveal red eyes inside. The zombies charged straight at him without hesitation. He continued to jump in shock, turning his head back to look. Before he could regain his composure, the zombies grabbed him, pinning him to the ground, and he could only let out a terrified scream. Jinyu reassured, "Don't panic. We are standing far enough away and in a narrow hallway. We will be fine. Just keep this formation while fighting." The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. The other teammates rushed to deal with the zombies. Meanwhile, Jingu stood there, drinking another carton of milk, next to the guy who had been shining the flashlight for him. He looked down at the foolish blonde with a scornful gaze. That guy had already turned into a zombie. Just as expected, he took out the milk carton, seemingly having finished it. "I told you to listen." He placed the milk carton down in front of the guy, saying, "My condolences." Then he stepped aside as the flashlight guy moved forward, weapon in hand. That guy swung his weapon down at the blonde zombie. A chilling sound of bones breaking echoed. Team C, led by Park Jingyu, cleaned up the area. The SLA had gained more experience since the beginning of the operation, and as long as they did not encounter mutated types, they would not have any troubles fighting the zombies. Meanwhile, Pedro and his teammates were fighting hard. A relative, covered in blood, lay on the ground, panting, trying to block a zombie charging at him. Pedro rushed in from somewhere, grabbing that zombie and pushing it away from his teammate. He punched its face repeatedly with his bare hands, blood splattering all over him. The veins bulged on Pedro's jaw as he put all his strength into his punches. His fingers adorned with dark circular markings connected by shiny gold, bearing a symbol reminiscent of Baek Hun's cult. He relentlessly dealt devastating blows to the zombie, as if he had lost all reason. His eyes rolled back, showing only the whites, and his teeth gritted against the zombie's tattered clothing, which kept lunging forward. The teammate who had been pinned down by the zombie managed to get up, raising his hand to indicate he wanted to intervene. "Father." His hand was covered in sticky red liquid, staining what appeared to be his weapon. A gentle smile immediately appeared on his face. "Hey, brother. Did you get bitten?" The other guy stammered. "You saved me. Thank you so much." He extended his dirty hand towards the other man. I am glad you are safe. I think that was the last one. We should head out. The other man grabbed his elbow, limping out with him and the others. He took a deep breath of fresh air. Team D, led by Pedro Coy, had cleared the area. Kwang Tech observed the screen, holding a radio, and softly said to Sari that it seemed Team Sung Io had also completed their mission. How many teams had cleared the area now? Sari listed them off. My team finished first. Then Chong, Kim Chozu, Ansering, Bing, and finally Pedro Choi's team. A total of 6 teams from Thongai. He scratched his head, feeling like everything was going according to plan. Finally, it was time for me to do my part. I asked her to make a list of the henchmen working for the upper echelons. Have you finished it? At the same time, Sari pulled out a stack of papers. Yep. I have. I made a list of those who graduated from the military academy. They were appointed based on connections, and those whose parents hold power in the interim government. Sir. Military academy. Parliament. These are the ones who have committed numerous crimes, and will not submit to our side. Thieringi. He took the stack of papers from Sari, carefully reading the contents. She imagined the image of the Defense Department warriors confusedly looking at the map. They had been given special maps, deliberately leading them astray. They must be struggling to find their way now. Sir. Meanwhile, the warriors were shouting loudly. That damn lieutenant. What kind of map is this? We have been going in circles because everything on the map is marked wrong. Is he trying to trick us? One of them, however, still refused to give up looking at the map. The zombies could jump out at any moment, and we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly, the other guy jerked, hearing a strange sound. He shouted, I hear footsteps up ahead. And they immediately aimed their guns in that direction. But then they suddenly froze. The one who had just yelled carefully shone a flashlight ahead. It was Kwangtek crouching down, holding a gun. Standing still. They immediately questioned when they realized who it was. Lieutenant, did you give us the wrong map? Did you come looking for us? He replied casually. Yeah, I did. Relax. I have taken care of all the zombies coming this way. The guy with the flashlight continued to grumble. Do you have any idea how much trouble we have faced here? I will report to Iku about how poorly you have led this operation. Before he could finish, the man suddenly froze. When did Wangtek's gun point straight at them? The other man looked visibly incredulous. The lieutenant's eyes widened, staring directly at them without a hint of fear. Earlier, in the surveillance room, after reading the prepared documents, Wangtek had patted her on the shoulder and turned to leave. Thanks for arranging everything. I will be right back. Sari called out softly as well. Sir. Sari spoke up. The muscle-bound guy and I can handle the dirty work. You do not need to get your hands bloody. Wangtek did not take long to move to the weapon storage. He reached for a gun inside and decisively walked away. The superior should do it themselves. That is what makes a true leader. Sari kept her eyes glued to his back. He smiled and turned back to instruct. You keep the slur secure when they arrive here. We'll be back soon. He opened fire continuously at them, his bullets tearing through their bodies. Before long, Xanha was covered in blood, with their belongings scattered on the floor. Wangtek stood in the shadows. The flame from the lighter he was using to light a cigarette was the only light revealing he was there. Another group of defense warriors carefully made their way through the narrow hallway. They moved while checking their weapons professionally. From behind them, a grenade suddenly rolled in after its pin was pulled. They panicked as they realized what it was. But it was too late. Smoke and sparks erupted from it. A deafening explosion rang out. Another group of soldiers walking nearby also shouted in shock. What is happening? I heard an explosion. Kwangtek charged in from behind, leaping onto their shoulders, the barrel of his gun tearing into one person's shoulder and neck. That person screamed in pain, while those around them were terrified. After a brief struggle, the body lay sprawled on the floor, blood pooling out in a tragic streak. In the middle, a trail of Kwang Tich's footprints stained with blood led straight ahead. He cursed. All of you are unworthy of being soldiers. Hence you do not deserve a military funeral. His entire body, from face to limbs, was covered in blood. He ran his hand through his hair, his gaze sharp and unwavering, his words dripping with malice. You will disappear along with this rotten country. Another squad was probing in the darkness. The leader held a paper in his hand, looking contemplative. Sensing something was off, the map kept leading them to the nuclear reactor instead of an escape route. He held the radio, growing more confused and anxious. And he could no longer receive signals from the other civilian SLA teams he had previously contacted. To be precise, the man suddenly recalled that earlier in the high-ranking official's office, there was an emergency meeting, and only the hounds sent by the Ministry of Defense to monitor Lieutenant Lim had gotten lost. The soldiers all wore serious expressions, The official man spoke loudly. I am assigning you all the task of monitoring and controlling Lieutenant Lim. This won't be easy, but I need you there just in case. Everyone interprets his words differently. If something happens, should we resort to strong measures? Act first. Report later. Got it. One comrade raised his hand to speak up. But sir, I thought we were here to eliminate zombies. I am not sure what it means to keep an eye on Lieutenant Lim, or to use strong measures. Then that commando chimed in, extremely frustrated by the injustice. But aside from that, he is a decent soldier. At the moment, he is aiming to take down an enemy with a history of killing his old commander. The commando's words sounded very cautious. And he was someone shunned in the Ministry of Defense for devising bold plans and recruiting aggressive mercenaries. It is hard to know what he is really plotting. Then the other guy turned and shouted, I have said it all. Can't you think for yourselves? We need to monitor Lieutenant Lim just in case he turns against us if things do not go his way. One member raised his hand to share his thoughts. The commando said, Sir, I do not believe Lieutenant Lim is losing control. This left everyone else stunned. Even those in the shadows had to ponder this. He calmly expressed, we were in the same unit as trainees, believing they share a unique bond. We were also assigned to the same battalion abroad. A memory from the 2020 desert operation. The commando looked down, not making eye contact. He might care a bit too much about those around him and despises injustice. But beyond that, he is a good soldier. Another person dismissed the previous point, claiming he is just a tool, not allowed to wield power like us. The superior rejected the commando's opinion. I do not want to hear anything more. You just need to trust and obey my orders. He insisted on following orders. Clear. Can only listen to your superior. Understood, sir. Back to reality. He held the map in his hands, carefully contemplating that this could be a trap set by Lieutenant Lim. That is the only explanation for the chaos we are facing. The commando looked up at the corner of the wall. But there was no reason to believe he was trying to harm us. He straightened up, calculating carefully, considering the possibility that he just wanted the Ministry of Defense to stop getting in the way. For now, he had clearly prepared for the worst. Regardless, he had a plan in place. The Jian twin brothers are former slayers working for the Ministry of Defense as covert cleanup agents, with the new former B-rank Slazanon. They are the twin brothers of the former B-rank Slaz-Sinan. The commando understood the strengths of his squad, and that his team ranked high among all the military special forces. He knew that even in the worst-case scenario, this team could definitely take down Lieutenant Lim. The special agent speculated, and perhaps Colonel Lim already knew about this. He shone his flashlight into the dark spots, and noticed the light illuminating part of the corridor. Wangtek was taking aim, preparing to fire. That is why he returned to this team to the very end. The special agent was stunned for a moment. Lim Wangtek smirked with satisfaction. This way, he could fight them with full force. He opened fire continuously at the squad. The special agent gave orders. Einan raised a shield right in front of him. Bullets were fired continuously at the center. The special agent commanded the others. We have a shield now. Everyone, get into position and fire. A gun barrel poked out from behind the shield. Both sides exchanged fire, bullets flying from both directions. Wangtek quickly dodged to the side, leaving only a self-firing gun to battle them. The special agent urgently commanded, Ein, move up, using the shield to cover us while getting closer to the target. Ein obeyed the order and aggressively advanced with the shield. Wangtek lay on one side, holding his breath, listening to the situation. Our commander is quite strategic. He seems to have combat experience, unlike that of the other squad leader. Then he smiled, feeling confident about victory. Good. Fighting them with full force will be fun. I will show them a power that does not belong to either the Defense Ministry or the Wangtek. Toss a few grenades over there. They stared in confusion as it fell. The special agent turned and instructed, hurry and cut the fuse, or we will all die. The moment had come. He immediately charged forward with a stick, smashing it so that the grenades flew back and exploded right behind him. The special agent thought Wangtek was in a tight spot and immediately gave the order. He is trapped in the explosion. Rush in and take him down. Amid the smoky haze of the explosion, the group fumbled around, searching for clues in the confusion. The special agent covered his nose, thinking, is there smoke grenades mixed in? I thought the smoke from the explosion would dissipate quickly. But it only got thicker. Then a voice called out from behind. You think there is only one target, so it is not hard to take him down. He turned back, weapon in hand. The special agent opened fire rapidly. Kwangtech's voice still rang out in the darkness. But are you sure you can face a Sla? A teammate was dragged away in the thick fog. The special agent immediately sensed something was wrong. Quickly gather in back to back. Then shoot in all directions. Everyone, gather here. They formed a circle for defense. The sound of bullets fired continuously while a few soldiers shrank back. The special agent reassured everyone. He is just a human too. We can take him down with guns. Then they dispersed again to carry out their mission. It turned out Wang Tek was hiding among the soldiers. Preparing to act, gunfire began to erupt in response. Bullets hit the special agent. He collapsed to the ground. Injured, Wang Tek approached. What the hell is this guy doing? I can't believe my eyes. This guy is in a different uniform. It can't be? His feelings were about to explode. He shouted. It is Lim Wang Tek. Wang Tek had to admit. Exactly. You were right. Sly is just human. So I had to use my head. Well, almost everyone in the squad had been taken down. I knew you came to supervise me on orders from the Ministry of Defense. At this moment, he trembled. I trusted you. From what I knew, you would never kill anyone without a reason, and I told my superiors the same. But I was wrong. Wang Tek dropped his gun with a bang. The death of his former commander was a harbinger of what was to come. His heart was filled with hatred. He flicked on a lighter. Thinking you were all the same kind, Wang Tek recalled with irritation. Sacrificing the minority for the common good. When he was oppressed and faced political schemes, Wang Tek puffed on a cigar, holding a knife ready to strike. But this time you were the minority that chose the wrong side. That commando screamed for help, and he suddenly rushed out from behind to ambush. But Wang Tek was faster, handling it in a heartbeat and notifying his team over the radio that it was all clear. He was leaving now. Send word to Bizen. Sorry. He replied. Tell me exactly what you want to say. Announced each word clearly. Major Lim. Have taken control. The Win nuclear power plant is facing the risk of a nuclear explosion at any moment. The base that Wang Tek was targeting and Win is currently where the smallest coup in the world is happening. Meanwhile, at another location, the interim government of South Korea, the Ministry of Defense reported, a soldier kicked both doors open. In a hurry, there is an emergency. Sir. He was sweating, quickly announcing that Major Lim had caused a big disaster. The footsteps of that person slowly approached. Someone was gradually coming out from inside the base. Wang Tek, covered in blood, boldly stepped outside. Everyone performed a salute to him. Dong Then shouted loudly. You have worked hard. Sir. Wang Tek sighed warily. Sorry. Pointing to the chair opposite. Everything is fine. Please sit and rest over there. He slowly sat down as requested. As usual, Wang Tek lit a cigar ready to smoke. The recording equipment was turned on. Then signaled. The camera is ready. Sir. You can begin any time. The lens pointed directly at him. Wang Tek introduced. I am former Major Lim Wang Tek of the interim government of South Korea's Ministry of Defense. He looked straight into the lens, slowly saying, I am starting a coup because I am tired of watching this country decay. All of us and the government have the ability to make the country better. The truths are gradually being revealed. We can gather forces for a common purpose. When thousands of soldiers take to the battlefield, aiming at the targets, firing in bursts, and uniting all the SLA in different regions, some scream wildly. Others dare not face it, even crouching down, hugging their heads, unable to look. Then came waves of fighting and relentless attacks. Or even times of young girls being exploited to unite and rebuild the country. We can fairly distribute our limited resources to ensure no one goes hungry. The supplies are being distributed very carefully. However, the harsh truth is chilling. Just look at the current situation. The armed forces are divided only to protect those in power. Soldiers are lazy while on duty or threaten civilians in need of supplies. But inside, the leaders indulge in a lavish lifestyle. The harsh reality persists. And the meager remaining resources reach even fewer people. Countless people suffer from hunger. These individuals are slowly dying from starvation. Flies buzz from one place to another. Even the lavish spots of the political soldiers are pitiful and tragic. Wang Tek pondered for a moment, then clenched his fist and spoke up. I stand ready with my weapon because it is a soldier's duty to protect the country and its people. Wang Tek is taking over the base. Right now, the Unjin nuclear power plant is under my control, and all the engineers and technicians are hostages. One engineer spoke up. How much longer are you going to keep us here? We need to reboot the reactor, or else something terrible will happen. The soldier replied. Be patient and try to follow our instructions. No one wants to blow themselves up. Wang Tek's story continues. Until my demands are met and this country is stable again, I want to step out of this plant. His eyes grew increasingly steely. If you do not meet my demands, I will activate the nuclear reactor and incinerate myself along with this rotten country. The camera still aimed straight at Wang Tek. Close-up shots of Wang Tek's determined face. He acts for a greater cause. For our beloved homeland. For the enduring Republic of Korea. Everyone shouted. For the enduring Republic of Korea. They all raised their hands solemnly. The enduring Republic of Korea. The chant echoed throughout the base. The enduring Republic of Korea. Chians took a gulp of water. He turned curiously and asked, "What are those soldiers celebrating? What are they shouting and wasting energy for?" Munan thought the same as him. Should not we celebrate our victory instead of them? I mean, we have finished our work here, so we should head back to Bon now. Then he broke into a cheerful smile. We should also celebrate for having survived. Jianxu teased a little. I helped you survive, so you owe me. When you head back, stop by my tent and bring some drinks if you have any. On the other side, General Hong tightened the paper. He was furious for having lost to Wangtek, that bastard Lieutenant Lim, so he finally showed his teeth. He has gone mad. He has always been like this. A subordinate quietly admitted the mistake. Sir, we sent some troops as a precaution. But before he could finish, General Hong roared, "Shut your mouth before blaming the fallen soldiers." General Hong, he shouted, pointing directly at me. I ordered you to control that mad dog already. After this is over, you will pay dearly for your negligence. The person bowed their head, not daring to look up. General Hong proposed, "Can we eliminate Lieutenant Lim?" A serious soldier in glasses expressed that, "Sir, we have no units left to deploy. We have already deployed a large force for Operation Unjin. If we only rely on the remaining troops, just ensuring security in Bizen will be a struggle. You are a bit hesitant when dealing with Kwangtek's people. And if we do not send a strong enough team, he might overpower us and make things worse. But the most concerning thing is, you in glasses do not know the current numbers. We have no idea how many soldiers and officers may side with Lieutenant Lim. That is a treasonous ideal. But maybe some will find it convincing." General Hong angrily stood up, throwing the ring straight at him. He in glasses fell to the ground to dodge. He clenched his fist, determined to eliminate them, then just eliminate the opposition. The subordinate fearfully took the order, shouting, "Yes, sir." General Hong wants Kwangtek to disappear from this world. Find a way to eliminate Lieutenant Lim at all costs. Who knows? If you gather some old shoes together, you might come up with a good countermeasure. Another subordinate expressed his opinion. So we will ignore Lieutenant Lim's demands then. We do not know who will provide him with information. So please consider accommodating his demands to avoid provoking him further. After hearing this, General Hong could only remain still. All right, I will temporarily pretend to concede. You can't see through Wang Touch. So what does he want? On the other side, Zichun yelled loudly, cursing, "You little punks. What do you think you are doing?" He was grabbed by two people beside him but still shouted loudly, "I do not know what this behavior is. But I warn you that I know your superior." They led Zichun to the back of the truck. "Do you know who is backing me up? Are you sure you can handle it?" The soldier there dropped the handcuffs in front of him, calmly saying, "We know exactly who supports you. But now you have to come with us." He still yelled bravely, shoving the soldier beside him, "How dare you treat me like this? You really have guts." Then the soldier pressed the gun against his chin to subdue him. He glared up sternly, "The whole city of Bizen is about to be blown away along with your relationship. Without them, we would have shot you right here and now, so be grateful and obedient." Finally, Zichun complied and put on the handcuffs. He was lost in thought. Bus will be blown away. Yeah. The truck slowly moved forward. Sang is in another vehicle, watching every move, holding a walkie-talkie to report the situation. Inform Lieutenant Lim that Jiang Duk Chun has been captured. Requests are being fulfilled one by one. The scene shifts to the base, where a group of Qiansu is gathering in a corner. Suddenly, from the lush garden, a boy named Su pops up. Mun glances over, wondering if a bush just moved out of the trees. "Lieutenant Lei wants to see you." Qiansu questions in confusion. "More training with the captains. All we need to do is watch until we go back." Then Wu hands you the notebook with the details. "We have an important issue to discuss. Please brace yourself before you arrive." He feels skeptical and finds it hard to understand. Discuss? Why are they making such a big deal out of it? Later, a few of them are being monitored, with soldiers keeping watch behind them. Qiansu speaks up. "What is going on?" Pedro can't believe his ears. "A coup. Am I hearing this right?" Wangtek calmly replies. "You are not mistaken. Stop acting like you can understand what I am saying." He threatens. "If you want to live, cooperate." Their faces grow serious, convincing even their team members. It feels like a coercion. "Join me and let us change this country together." Suddenly, Sarang reaches out, making Qiansu pay attention. Panics, sweating profusely. Is she out of her mind? Has she forgotten they have guns pointed at us? Sarang remains unfazed. If they really wanted to kill us, they would have done it long ago. She notices the soldiers aiming their guns at her and recalls what the officer said. He needs us to convince the other civilians. They won't shoot even if we lower our hands and start to raise them. The soldiers are completely silent, their faces concealed. Wangtek finds Sarang intriguing. "Pretty good. Good. You are quick on the uptake. But do not rush in there on your own. Right now we might not kill you. But if you do not cooperate, That will change. The two stand and sit facing each other. Sarang slaps him hard, turning his face to the side. All the surrounding soldiers are stunned. Kiansu and the others share the same shocked expression. Sarang glares and shouts, "So you are saying you will start a coup and blow up the nuclear power plant if you fail? Have you lost your mind?" Wangtek rubs his face. She continues her point. "We came here to kill zombies, not to die alongside your troops." A soldier from behind presses a gun against Sarang's back. Tone sharp. "You volunteered for a mission that could lead to death. So it is not that different." She acknowledges but counters some points.
Yep.
"There is a chance of being killed by zombies. But we never complained or said we were afraid." Kiansu and Pedro silently witness everything. "Why would you think that? Because we are slayers. We have to kill zombies to survive. And we were hired to do that." Sarang meticulously exposed Wangtek's actions. "You surrounded the convoy with armored vehicles and used us as shields." She boldly revealed every detail. "And you pressured us to continue the mission without rest even though we were exhausted." Sarang felt this was unfair to both her teammates and herself. "But we never complained. We followed every order you gave, as long as it involved zombies." Sarang moved closer to Wangtek, pointing her finger. "But this is not our fight." "Definitely not." She emphasized one thing, "especially if this involved Bizen, where my family is." She had to say goodbye to her loved ones to go on this mission. Sarang outright opposed your terrible idea and stood against the South Korean government that runs this country. "I will never join you." Wangtek spoke softly, without cursing.
Yep.
"It may be difficult at first. They might capture slayers involved in this coup and threaten your families." He pointed out the disadvantages and risks in this operation. "After all, the ultimate goal is for the people. But if you do not participate and this revolution ends in failure, it will ruin the safety and future of everyone in this country." Wangtek's mouth twisted as he exclaimed that the world would sink into hopeless darkness. Only a few rulers and their minions remain. The slayers are their tools who will have to struggle to survive. Sarang still had doubts. "How can you be so sure about that? Maybe you are just delusional." Wangtek raised his hand to signal Sari to come over. Sari approached and whispered in his ear, "I think you do not need to share information with them. I understand we are in a coup, but we can reveal military secrets to civilians." Wangtek held the notebook in his hand, thinking for a moment, then silently handed it to Sarang. She felt deflated. "What is this? Is this your answer?" Junyu put on his glasses and snatched it back from Sarang. "Okay, let me see this." "Let the kids speak for the cowardly adults and act cool. The kids' role should stop there." He flipped open a page to read. "Let the adults handle documents like this." Pedro also wanted to know what was inside. "Aren't you going to read it with us?" "That guy is definitely important information. We should read it together." Kiansu asked back, confused. "I do not know how to read. So you all go ahead." The three of them huddled over the notebook. Wangtek quietly held a cigar, waiting for them. The sky outside was clear, with clouds floating lazily. Junyu took off his glasses, and everyone's faces turned serious. Kiansu anxiously asked, "What is going on? Why does everyone look so tense?" "If you are done reading, let me know." He smiled teasingly at Sarang. "I bet you are just curious. There is no way you actually go to school." She shot back, annoyed. "Yeah, I do not go to school. But that does not mean I am illiterate like you." She turned to Pedro and said, "But the illiterate guy is right. Stop rambling and just tell him." He frowned. The report stated that the country is in decline. The only thing keeping this country united is the food and supplies produced and stored from before the apocalypse. The crates piled high with essential goods. But the report also indicated that we would soon run out of reserves. Kiansu asked nonchalantly, "Is that a big deal?" "It is not much different from before." Sarang added, "Exactly." Junyu explained thoughtfully, "Those used to living in poverty might not feel much of a difference." He further added that the core issue is not the complete depletion of resources, but that the amount of stock circulating in the market is barely enough for people to get by each day. The city was chaotic, people flooding the streets. So if this flow stops, the risk of riots is unavoidable. The poor and vulnerable are also people with emotions. Wangtek replied from where he sat. "If it were that simple, we soldiers could endure it. But there are other reasons." Jingu added, more critically, "The ammunition supply is also dwindling. Statistics show we are nearing the minimum threshold." Hearing this, Kiansu asked in surprise, "What is the threshold?" Jin turned back and explained, "Once the numbers drop below that threshold, restoring the country to what it was before will be impossible. The data analysis on display shows this is the minimum amount of supplies needed to escape Bizen." Pedro, in a somber mood, listed, in other words, "The chance of South Korea falling is 100% if the numbers drop below that threshold. According to the report, the time left until we hit that threshold is..." Both Kiansu and Sarang's faces went pale with seriousness. "About a month from now, The two reacted sluggishly. Wangtek asked seriously, to put it simply, I am not doing this for personal gain or on a whim. So what do you guys think? The group fell silent, listening seriously. Now that you know the truth, do you feel more inclined to join us? After a moment, the four went off to a corner to discuss. Jinjinu spoke up. Join them. If you refuse, we will all get shot, and the actions of Lieutenant Lim are understandable after reading the report. Sarang immediately shot back. I disagree. I will never participate in this. Pedro glanced over and said, Are you saying you would rather be killed? But he nodded and made his decision. I also think we should join them, living within these walls. I had no idea how chaotic the outside world had become. Sarang turned to Qiansu, annoyed, and asked, Hey, what about you? Hearing her question, Qiansu scratched his cheek in confusion and replied, I might not fully understand this, but we do not necessarily have to join or reject them. Right. The three of them looked at him. Puzzled, Qiansu then explained. The reason the soldiers are trying to convince us is to prevent the worst-case scenario of having more enemies here. Right, so we just need to make an agreement. That way we won't have to rebel or get shot anymore. Sarang was annoyed. What nonsense was he talking about? But Jingu patted him on the shoulder. Excited. He really was a genius. The Ministry of Defense conducted a secret interrogation. Duck Chun looked up as the door opened, and a soldier entered holding 2 cups. He placed 1 cup near the guy, then lit a cigarette and announced that his superiors wanted to release him. Duck Chun happily replied, So that is why you are being nice to me. I will speak well of you so they do not kill you. You might just be transferred to some random unit. The soldier removed the cuffs from him. But there was a condition. What condition? His face darkened upon hearing that. You will have to go to the Unjin factory and eliminate Lieutenant Lim. Wangtek. Duck Chun instinctively asked, Go to Unjin to kill Lieutenant Lim. I do not know what the Ministry of Defense is up to, but I can do that alone. The soldier quickly replied. Then we can release you. But then he raised his hand and said, One person can calmly propose a condition. I just need one more person. The soldier wondered who he was talking about. Duck Chun requested, I need one a class slur. He added, I am sure you know that Lieutenant Lim has combat experience, unlike other slazers. He is not just experienced as a soldier but also as a sla. The image of Wang Tek standing among a horde of zombies lay scattered. Duck Chun pointed to his head and added that with modern weapons. A thug like me can't fight him one-on-one, you understand? Right. The soldier glanced and asked, So what do you want to do? He calmly replied, I will cover half the cost of hiring in a class slur. So can the Ministry of Defense submit a request to hire one for me? While speaking, Duck Chun excitedly raised his hand for a signal. You see, there is only one thing a thug can compete with a soldier on, and that is money. At the slang company in the room, Secretary Park spoke up, Miss, we have received a call from the Ministry of Defense's hotline. Adong was shocked. The Ministry of Defense, aren't they currently involved in the Unjin operation? We have even sent a whole team there. She replied, Yep. That is what I reported to them. But they requested to hire another slur without providing further details. Adong frowned and seriously asked, What kind of sla do they want? Secretary Parr hesitantly replied, It is class, madam. She is referring to the man calmly sitting and fishing. They want to hire Mir, a Kim Chiu Sam and a girl with glasses reading in the library or Koran. Wang Tek carefully reviewed the map with his brothers. Suddenly, a knock at the door surprised him, prompting him to glance outside. Qiansu opened the door and looked around at everyone in the room. We need to talk. When time shifted back, Qiansu looked quite bewildered and asked, What? Why do you want me to talk to them? I already proposed the idea. You just need to do your part and execute the plan. He seemed a bit confused, pointing at Jinyu who was standing still. The uncle here is the smart one. Feeling something was off, he turned to Pedro, who was the smooth talker. Seeing this, Pedro complained, Please do not call me that. Contrary to his attitude, Jinyu continued to share his thoughts. I can set up the negotiation terms for you, but you have to talk to them. Qiansu was somewhat perplexed. Why me? Jingu's face became extremely calm, staring intently ahead. Lim thought he was different from the rest of us. This time, Jingu was thinking about the plan he would collaborate on with Wangtek. Perhaps he liked something about you or knew you. Prolonged contact had made Wangtek completely trust Chansu, and the best among them was undoubtedly the devil. Then came Jingu's concluding remarks. I think my judgment of people is still good. Even though Qiansu heard the plan, he still felt a bit skeptical. Really? But contrary to his attitude, Jinyu became very confident and clear about his relationship with his teammates. The image of Qiansu bonding with everyone for a long time was reflected in Jinu's narration. Somehow, He made them feel close and trusting when around him. After listening to this, Sarang angrily turned around and shouted, "That is right. Stop whining and act like an adult. When you lectured me, you were pretty convincing too." Back in reality, Kiansu approached Wangtek, calmly expressing his thoughts. His face was very determined as he spoke according to the plan laid out. Kim Chochu's proposal was very simple and utterly foolish. Wangtek's attitude was one of deep contemplation after hearing this, but he revised the ideas with Park Jingu's help and passed them on to Lieutenant Lim. The first plan was set. The Sla do not follow Lieutenant Lim's orders and are not considered soldiers. Simply understood, they could be the Kisla army. The second step. The Sla maintain neutrality in all situations and do not listen to either side. Both sides are subtly confronting each other. Things are gradually unfolding according to the original plan. 3. The Sla protect the soldiers from zombies on the way back to Bizen until everything is settled. After laying out his plan, Kiansu calmly reached out towards Kwang Tich, who stood opposite him. "We are just civilians. We understand you are doing this for a just cause. So I hope you will agree with our perspective." They told me I had to say that. Kwang Tech's lips curled into a faint, relieved smile. The two shook hands as a sign of cooperation, happily chatting together. "I still want you to fight alongside me against more than just zombies. But I think I have been selfish enough already. I will make sure you do not get caught up in the fight in Bizen." After finalizing the plan, Wangtek headed off in another direction to inform others. But the Sla would be on night watch. He thought of Sarang's fussy face. Just like that kid said, "Your job is to fight the zombies." Seeing him react like that, Kiansu could only sigh after all the exhausting events. Saying the lies were too much. "I bet he just wants to get a good night at sleep. But I am just messing around. I've already got what I need." And the story slowly unfolds. The Sla declared their neutrality, and the soldiers involved in the coup were preparing for a long journey. First, they began repairing their hostage, Unjin nuclear power plant. The workers collaborating with the military focused on fixing all the shortcomings to prevent overload during the coup. While the workers were focused on their tasks, the military behind them continuously threatened, "Just do a little. You only need to fix a bit. You do not want to get caught doing unnecessary things. Do you? It is not that simple." Just that, the soldiers entered the reactor with engineers, placing explosives in various parts of the plant as a backup plan. Many had to go inside to activate the existing bombs. Everything was gradually unfolding according to the initial plan. Then, they began to establish a base around the empty areas to efficiently allocate their large units. The military also focused on guarding the plant more and more. Instead of typical forms of invasion or coup, the first defensive coup in South Korea was forming. After a long period of continuous work, the time had finally shifted to the evening at the base. Wangtek focused on the plan in his hands, reminding himself to note down what I had said and change a few things in the plan if she did not want her troops to die in vain. Sari nodded to confirm this. "Yep, sir. I will follow your orders." He quickly turned to leave. "Good. Get on it. Then report back." Suddenly Sari called out, "But sir, I have a question." Her face was deeply contemplative as she expressed her thoughts. "Do you think the Bizen government will attack? They will ignore our warnings about the power plant's detonators and risk a full-scale assault here." In response to her worried demeanor, Wangtek remained extremely calm. "Are you scared?" Is that making Sari feel quite confused? Standing amidst the vast expanse, his face became unusually calm. "She has killed thousands of zombies. Yet she is hesitant about killing people." Sari, after hearing this, she fell silent, unable to say anything. She looked at him, confused. Wangtek's attitude was incredibly confident. He must have bet everything on this battle. "Don't he worry. Their brains are rotting away. They are no different from zombies." She asked me if they would attack us despite our warnings about the factory's detonator. When he turned back, Sari saw the determination on his face. And the answer was yes. They can think straight, because their brains are pretty much gone. Kwang Tuch's voice kept ringing out with instructions. "Get ready. They will definitely come." The scene quickly shifted to the Bandar runway. The military was still focused on moving according to the original plan. In the distance, Zichun calmly observed everything, looking at the rain-soaked sky, which made him a bit uncomfortable. "What is with this weather?" The assistant quickly spoke up to explain. "Is this a bad sign?" The headquarters said they intentionally planned the operation on a rainy day. The assistant did not forget to look at the sky while sharing his thoughts. "It will help us catch the enemy off guard since they have momentum." After hearing that, Zichun seemed quite calm. "But what about the soul we mentioned?" While the two were still talking, a luxury car pulled up. Another dangerous figure stepped out of the high-end vehicle. Zichun sighed, feeling uneasy about this as they refused to tell him who the soul was. He was still bored when Chi-Sam approached and asked, "What is you?" The mobster, but it seemed Zichun did not care at all. He coldly stepped forward and stated, I do not care what you call me. Because I am having fun right now. I know you can easily take down that damn soldier. The old man found his words unpleasant, which made Chiller Sam a bit uncomfortable. This annoying guy. Just as both sides were preparing to clash, another person appeared from behind. Hello, everyone. The man, large and with thick glasses, quickly introduced himself. I am Lieutenant Colonel Joe, in charge of this operation. He is from the Ministry of Defense. Lieutenant Colonel CIE. Looking at the scene before him, Sung-Yip smiled as he continued to survey the expansive yard. I am counting on both of you for this operation. We do not have much time. So let me summarize the plan. As you both know, this is a raid. It is a plan that has been set in his mind. After checking personnel, everyone will board the transfer plane and fly to Unjin. Both sides will take the plane from Bizen to Unjin as instructed by Song-Jo. At this point, he turned to look at the soldiers stationed there. The Special Forces unit will jump down when the plane reaches Unjin at 0300 and eliminate any coup leaders armed with weapons. His face had become incredibly determined. The two of them had one goal in this mission. Lieutenant Lim is believed to be controlling the nuclear power plant. He was already thinking about how Vin Xian could take down Kwang Tech, and their mission was to defeat him. After speaking, Song-Jo looked at the two again. But do not hesitate to kill him, because the coup leaders will face the death penalty anyway. This time, Chiller Sam slowly shared his thoughts. I read the documents on the way here and understand the situation. From the coup leaders to the layout of the plants to the situation of using the plant as a hostage. Chiller Sam continued to glance at the current situation, feeling a bit skeptical. But what about the slur not working for the Ministry of National Defense? Hearing this, Song-Jo's remained calm, adjusting his glasses as he explained. They won't be charged as long as they cooperate with us. But if they side with Lieutenant Lim, they will be charged with subversion. It is just that Seon-Jo's gaze became unusually calculating. I know you are worried about those working for your company, and those who know you. We want to kill them unless they disobey Lieutenant Lim's orders. So I want you to defeat him quickly. I am counting on you. After confirming the plan once more, Soon-Jo quickly urged everyone. It seemed everyone was ready. So let us start the operation. Get on the plane. Hours by. And the plane carrying everyone slowly approached the destination. Announcements on the plane echoed in everyone's ears. Arriving at the drop point. Arriving at the drop point. Arriving at the drop point. Wasting no time. The soldiers quickly took their positions to prepare for battle. They urged each other on, jumping one by one without hesitation. And everyone knew the plan this time. The Ministry of National Defense's mission was to reclaim the Unjin plant. The operation commenced. On this side, seeing the battle about to begin, Wang Tek let out a puzzled sigh. The operation is starting. He raised his hand to the sky, announcing loudly, fire the flares. Flares shot up into the high sky continuously. The flare carried the hopes of everyone executing the next plan. The loud explosions continuously made it difficult for the paratroopers to jump. When they looked back again, Wang Tek had already positioned armed men preparing for battle. Knowing that tonight's battle would be thrilling, Wang Tek smiled in satisfaction. It seems like we are going to have Swiss cheese tonight. Just as he finished speaking, the soldiers continuously fired at the paratroopers still descending from the sky. Flares shot up, lighting the area in bright red. The soldiers falling from above must have been hit by countless bullets. Bullets fired from above even pierced through parachutes, causing the soldiers to fall in free fall. A terrified paratrooper clutched his gun tightly, while others struggled to land. Wang Tek stood still, satisfied and amused. How could they hit anyone while jumping? Do they think firing wildly will actually hit anything? The drizzle kept coming down, showing no signs of stopping. The enemy above seems to be in a panic. We are about to fall into a death trap. How could they know we were coming? Kwang Tek sternly rebuts them. That is surely what you all are thinking. Indeed, the Ministry of Defense is a bunch of corrupt fools. They probably lack the courage to act. However, some outsiders have been quietly plotting beforehand, waiting for someone to point a gun at the Ministry of Defense. Military secrets. Top secret military secrets. The man looks around, secretly bringing a book out of the library. On the damp, deserted bridge, Sang-Do takes the book and stuffs it into his jacket pocket. You are doing a good deed for this country. I can't thank you enough. The man kindly offers a few words. Good luck to you. I am not the only one in the department who believes this country needs to change. The two shake hands, ending cooperation. Let me know if you need help. The communication device slowly prints out. Wang Tek holds up the newly received paper and reads it. Seeing this, Truvin leans in curiously to take a look. Reading from start to finish, he puffs on a cigar, smirking. I am very grateful to our informant for gathering experienced shooters under my command. Back in the present, the rain has gradually lightened up, no longer pouring down like before. The work is almost done. Wang Tek grabs the radio and announces. We have taken out nearly all the paratroopers. From now on, we must conserve ammo and keep the enemy at the front lines. Logistics are crucial in all military operations. Then, he instructs his subordinate to clean up the rest. One more thing. Count the paratroopers killed after they land and report back to me. The soldiers clasp their hands and shout, "Yes, sir." In the silent night, without a sound, a soldier hides in the bushes nearby, observing everything, and turns to report to his superior. You were right. They concentrated their fire to take down the paratroopers. But it seems they do not realize they are surrounded. The lieutenant nods, preparing to move forward to respond. Good. Although we paid a high price, the plan went smoothly. That soldier even gave many compliments. It is quite impressive. Sir, how did you know? It was Lieutenant Lim who noticed the paratroopers. He expressed, I just told you we paid a hefty price. He added, Yep. I understand we have to sacrifice our men to create a diversion. But I am wondering how you knew about the probe. Sir, the lieutenant's glasses suddenly shone brightly. That was exactly what I just said. We sacrificed many soldiers to find out about that probe. They used the most brutal methods to torture. We gathered all the officers who wanted to express their opinions. A soldier was electrocuted to the point of shaking in pain, and those associated with Lieutenant Lim were involved. The disgusting and horrifying tactics sent chills down the spine. We brainwashed them for a great nation. Suddenly, the lieutenant asked in confusion, But why are you asking that? Are you working for that guy? The soldier was startled and flustered. What, sir? I assure you that I am not. He smiled. Calm down. I was just joking. Worrying while on a mission can lead to mistakes. Soldier was still trembling. You are right. Sir. I should go relax a bit. The lieutenant became serious again, showing a sinister expression. Let us start the operation. Contact our sources. On the other side, one bag in one place, one backpack in another. Duck Chun grumbled uncomfortably for a long time. Damn it. That idiot Lieutenant Lim dragged me into this mess. First, I was captured by the army, and now I have to jump out of a plane. It is all a mess. All thanks to that bastard Lim. He turned to Chilo Sam, who was adjusting his hat. Doesn't that make him angry? The old man Chilo Sam calmly shook his head. Not all. That thug. I think you are the one who irritated Lieutenant Lim. Duck Chun thought seriously. So he knows about that, but how? He should not have been informed about internal matters. Right. He glanced at Duck Chun and personally did not think you would contribute anything to make this country better. To be honest, I do not care if Lieutenant Lim defeats the government or kills my job as a slayer is to take down zombies. And that is my only duty. He was taken aback. Chiller Sam's intentions were completely different. So how the hell did you end up here? Damn it. Aren't we all here for the money? Chiller Sam was straightforward, not hiding anything. I am not here for the money. I agreed to join the mission to ensure that the kid I know is not involved in this. Then he turned to leave, leaving a few words that made Duck Chun think you might abandon your colleagues, your family, and your parents for money. But I won't. I have considered everyone involved in my plan. Duck Chun felt a surge of uncontrollable rage, clenching his fists. That stiff soldier and this old man. They are all in my way. Should I just kill both of them? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Duck Chun read the message, stuffed it in his pocket, and said, They want us to proceed with the mission. On the other side, Chionu suddenly woke up from a deep sleep, getting up and heading outside. Kiansu looked around for a moment and noticed everyone was gathered in one place. What is going on? What is happening? Surang shot him a glare. Are you blind? A thick smoke rose into the mystical night. The game has begun. It is time to fight. Countless paratroopers have been taken down, and the fire could be seen from outside. Jinyu revealed the good news that Lieutenant Lim was defending against their assault. This is beneficial for us, since we are on the same side as Lieutenant Lim. Pedro chimed in. The battle is taking place far from the Slayer's area, so I think we won't get caught up in their fight. It seems like the lieutenant has shown goodwill towards us. Thanks to your negotiation for Chu. Kiansu looked up, still watching the fire. So we just sit still. Sarang agreed. Exactly. Do not get involved. Just like you did with me before. Then she turned to look over there, her expression indifferent. This time it is not about fighting zombies. So your little sanctuary will be useless. This is total war. Civilians can't interfere. Kiansu retorted. Wait. When have I interfered in other people's business? Anyway, I won't interfere in their fight. So you do not need to worry. He did not care anymore, turning back to his tent to say, As long as we do not get involved in the fight, no one will get shot. I am going back to sleep. On the other side, they continued to observe closely. A soldier in the back spoke up. Sir, I guess we have seen the Slayers. Should we consider them on the same side as Lieutenant Lim? We should avoid unnecessary battles. And they are just civilians, Sir. The one with the binoculars nodded in agreement. He was right. Those guys are all civilians. Most of them do not care about Lieutenant Lim's plan, and are just here to make a living. The soldier immediately put forth a question. So should we just ignore them? The one with the binoculars gently raised a finger to his lips and said, but what if Major Lim convinces them? What if they attack our flank while we are engaged with Major Lim's forces? Explain it clearly to the team. Then we would be the first unit wiped out by civilians. That is what everyone will remember about us. Are we going Unjin just to disgrace our reputation like this? He flipped the switch, preparing for a bloody scene. Eliminating threats, it is the priority of every mission. Then, the one with the binoculars aggressively stepped forward with his gun. We believe that Major will help us if things go off course. His finger gently squeezed the trigger. A loud bang it. Sarang quickly guessed the sound of the gun and ran to ask the nearest person. Wait. Did you hear that gunshot? Sarang touched Chiansu. Wait. He got shot in the stomach. Sarang's face turned pale with fear as blood gushed from Chiansu's mouth. Damn it. I just told everyone a minute ago that we would not get shot as long as we did not interfere. His mind suddenly became a chaotic blur. What bad luck. Just then, Chiansu fainted in an instant, and everyone rushed over in panic. Wait. Just then, the government troops charged out, firing continuously. A rain of bullets with no way to retaliate. The injured Slaw fell in droves, and a bullet hit Sarang's arm. She fell back to the ground, crying out in pain. Sarang held her bleeding arm, wondering why they suddenly opened fire. If they are shooting at us, it means she has to suppress the pain and analyze. They come from the Ministry of Defense. Hundreds of soldiers surge forward. It is a long, sleepless night. But how could they not be busy fighting Major Lim's troops? Sarang tightened her grip on her shoulder to stop the bleeding. Have they split their forces to kill us? Others armed themselves and charged forward. You bastards. Have we done anything to you? I will kill every last one of you. The one with the binoculars signaled the soldiers. They opened fire at the two of them repeatedly. And then they fell before Sarang. She looked on, gritting her teeth, tears streaming down the man's face. Captain. Save me. Then, his eyes became hazy. Sarang's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. In rage, she suppressed the pain and struggled to rise, ready to kill them all. Chiansu stopped Sarang's hand as she crawled. Wait, now is not the time. She tried to pull away, her mood boiling. Are you telling me to stay neutral after what they have done? Are you stupid? They killed our teammate. We have to do something. So he pulled Sarang's hand back. She instinctively leaned back. Chiansu repeated each word. I am not saying we should just lie here waiting for them. At their feet, teammates had fallen. The soldier coldly fired more shots into Slazer, who was still gasping for breath. Chianu wiped the sweat and whispered that she was right. We have to fight to survive. We can't save others if we do not fight. And we won't survive if we do not take out the enemy first. He gritted his teeth, convincing Sarang that we must trust our teammates. We are not the only ones here. Chiansu recalled fragments of memories. We have gone through life and death together many times, helping each other with everything. Pedro extended a hand. They had bravely fought to survive. Just like us. Even the drunken Jingo was the same. Every word from Chanu showed clear determination. We will wait for the right moment and rely on our teammates to distract them. Lie down for a bit. Do not draw attention. Meanwhile, Chanu was hiding behind the tent, observing. He had some others with him. Munan quietly asked, confused emotions. What do we do now? Are we just going to hide here and hope they pass without noticing us? Chanu. Sipping milk. Denied it. No way. He tightened the box in his hand. We are up against seasoned soldiers. They are the ones who ambushed us with a meticulous plan. They are on high alert and one to leave until they have searched every nook and cranny. We will be killed if we keep hiding like this. Another team member angrily grabbed a weapon. So what do we do then? Fight them. They are armed soldiers. We can take them on with weapons like we did against zombies. Jing glanced at that person. He noticed the weapon in their hand. Jingu came up with a decent idea. That is right. We only fight zombies. We can face soldiers. While that person was still bewildered, he snatched it away. Why would he say something so obvious? Jin held it up in his hand, his face shining with determination. Fight or die. Isn't he this dried stuff zombie blood? They stood frozen in shock. Munham boldly asked, are you planning to use that against the soldiers? The guy in the hat cursed. Damn. I can believe we are actually going to do this. They won't just sit back and wait for us to infect them. That is a good point, but how are we going to pull it off? Jin nodded in agreement. Right. It won't be easy. The soldiers won't let us get close, but some of us won't need to get close. He pointed at Munhan. Like, do Munhan, you have a gas gun? Jinu frowned and gave the order. Just one guy. You only need to shoot one of them and infect him. Once one soldier starts to get infected, the weak will become strong, and we will have our chance. That is when we will launch a full assault and wipe them out. Manhwa held the gun tightly in his hand but felt quite anxious. What if something went wrong? What if I missed or could not break through? If we get discovered, we will all be killed. Are you sure you want to trust me with this? Chanu smiled, casually replying in the moment of danger. You miss, we will curse you before we die. But that should not scare you. Right. By now. You have to admit that Chozu was right. Humanity only thinks of itself, while the slur think of themselves even more, because they have been through all sorts of situations. Meanwhile, with Chiansu and Sarang lying there uncertain if they were alive or dead, even though they had lost 2 team leaders, the Ministry of Defense S squad was patrolling rigorously, facing armed enemies. A hand gently picked something up from the ground. Yet they decided to fight. The man took a knife to scrape the blood off. They were not foolish enough to throw away their lives. Jin sliced his hand with the knife and let his blood drip into a cup. The two of them created a mixture together. Chanu shook it up, then poured it into Manhwa's gun instead of splitting up. The final step. He restarted the gun, searching for an escape route. One side scanning for targets, the other hiding in the shadows waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Chanu rearranged the action sequence for everyone, reminding them that the uniforms are thicker than they think. Our plan will fail if you hit their helmets or armor. You only have 1 shot, so wait until you can be sure to pierce through their uniforms. He signaled to those in the tent that when the plan succeeded and the infection began to spread, the others would attack the confused soldiers. We are not the only survivors. I am sure there are a few more still alive. So pass the weapons to those who are hiding. Bodies lay scattered around, and there were people waiting for the ambush command. Chiansu and Sarang were the same, lying quietly, waiting. Chanu shouted, "Are you all ready?" Manhwa held his breath with every beat. The others were ready to fight. The 2 soldiers cautiously moved closer. They were smart too, hiding to the side, suddenly wide-eyed as they realized something. The state army was the same. They began to move step by step, blood streaming from their heads into their mouths and eye sockets. He screamed fiercely. That soldier threw a punch at the leader. Chanu rallied everyone. This is our chance. Move up. They cheered and charged forward to attack. Someone came in front of Chiansu and smashed right at the entrance. A figure raised a spear for him. I saw 2 people from afar, relieved that they were both still alive. I brought their weapons here. Chiansu struggled to stand up, panting, and told Sarang, I told you they would distract the soldiers. Now let us go. She turned to him, worry creeping in. Wait, are you okay? You do not look fine at all. You need to rest. Do you want to lie down for a bit? Chiansu smirked, his heart filled with rage. Are you kidding? Before I pass out, I am going to kill every last one of these bastards. The one with the binoculars shouted angrily. You are all a bunch of treacherous scum. Then something shot out. Smoking, Chiansu and Sarang swiftly passed him, taking the head gently. You will be charged for treason. Pedro yelled frantically, rushing to attack the soldiers, taking down each one by one, even using his own face to attack. Suddenly, something flew out like lightning. A soldier was pierced straight through the stomach by a spear. Chiansu exhaled, witnessing the scene. The one with the binoculars trembled and shouted, You will be charged with treason. As soon as he finished his sentence, he collapsed before many eyes. After witnessing that, Chiansu remarked, We wanted to stay neutral, but it is too late for that now. He rallied everyone to move to Lieutenant Lim quickly. We need to tell him what happened. If possible, support him. No one voiced any objections. Chiansu led the group. His goal was that in the end, we came here just to survive. The bright red X marks on the map. Wangtek calculated carefully and meticulously. We achieved some good results by quickly locating the paratroopers, thanks to leaked information. As he read a few things on the paper, Wangtek continued to think and defeated all the paratroopers without any casualties. He still had some lingering doubts, but something felt off. Why did he feel so uneasy after winning? His mood could not relax for a second. Like trying to sleep after smashing a pesky mosquito only to hear another buzzing around. Then, a soldier approached with news. Sir, we have compiled the casualties of the paratroopers. He listed yesterday's achievements. We killed 82 of them, not counting the forces on the aircraft we shot down or the missing. Besides, Wangtek was very confident in his abilities in combat. I have as much experience as any of their generals, and I am in a class Caesar who has killed over 100,000 zombies. He glanced at the soldier. Are you saying they only sent 100 soldiers to take me down? Doesn't that sound ridiculous? I know the whole unit is a bunch of clowns, but they are not that stupid. The soldier trembled slightly. Their numbers are indeed suspicious, but there is no remaining force. Sir, they have conducted a thorough check. We have identified them, and they all come from special Air Force units. They could pose a threat to us if they land safely. The enemy is also facing certain difficulties. Plus, the Ministry of Defense is severely lacking in manpower, so they might not be able to mobilize more units. The soldier holding the documents continued analyzing, indicating the leadership sent an elite team to eliminate the target. This has been verified, sir. So it seems they have another plan or a different army. Wang Tek spoke up, praising him. You are right about that. My instincts are always right. Your perspective could be accurate since it is based on those facts. Yet I still feel uneasy. But why do I feel uncomfortable celebrating this victory? As the base sank into darkness, a few soldiers were using night vision goggles to observe intently. Suddenly, something flashed in the night, and right then, the government and the Ministry of Defense mobilized 5 times the number of soldiers they could afford to execute the plan. That soldier was startled. They sent the strongest remaining elite teams to go for a decisive battle. The soldiers inside felt confused. What is going on? Before he could finish, one of the troops was shot. Sergeant, the one in front, turned around and asked, "What do you need?" He froze and yelled it was an ambush. Then the sergeant was also taken down by a bullet. Everyone took cover on the rooftop to observe. Below, someone was shooting with extreme precision. You can only acquire skills like that from the Ministry of Defense's special sniper unit. Han Yong observed through the binoculars. Ordering his subordinates to load and await my command, he watched from afar, his expression extremely serious. Can they really build such a solid base in such a short time? Looking at how the guards are positioned, it feels like I am staring at a model army, commanded by the special sniper unit's Lieutenant Colonel Han Ming. Han Yong confidently believed that this very thing was working against them. With what I know, we were trained under the same program. I do not need to see to know their weak points. He looked on while instructing his subordinate to aim 32 degrees to the left, 17 degrees up. Taking the wind into account, the soldiers shouted clearly. Indeed, each enemy at a distance was taken down in the blink of an eye. Han Yong reported to the other side via the radio, clearly hearing the response. This is Eagle Eye. The enemy's guards have been eliminated. We have breached the enemy's defenses from a distance. It is your turn now. Hunio nodded in satisfaction. Understood. Well done. Now it is our turn. His troops are preparing for the assault. We still have the element of surprise. Conserve ammo and keep quiet as we infiltrate all units. Attack the Ministry of Defense's anti-terrorism base with the bull force. He grunted, ready to command the anti-terrorism unit. Lieutenant Colonel Gong Huno. The burly men in the battalion immediately charged forward. Meanwhile, the snipers raced, the terror squad moving like lightning. All attacked a single point. As the base cleared away the bodies of the fallen, the soldiers finally turned in curiosity. A fierce assault from the Ministry of Defense troops began. That soldier turned pale as he watched. What is happening? Are they attacking from the flank? The people inside the base shouted to each other. All units, grab your weapons. The enemy is attacking. Hunio smirked, feeling confident of victory. They fired relentlessly, and a fierce battle broke out. The base opened fire madly, taking down one after another from the Ministry of Defense. Both sides fought hand to hand. The outcome still unclear. An injured soldier shouted loudly. This is the North Outpost. The enemy has attacked from the flank and is preparing to assault the base. We do not have enough manpower or firepower to hold out much longer. Requesting reinforcements. A large shadow gradually approached. Hunio gripped his axe tightly. I do not like snitches, he could only utter. Then a bloody scene unfolded. Wang Tek inside witnessed everything. The radio echoed with various screams. Southeast outpost has been attacked. The enemy will reach the base's center in 7 minutes. Isn't he the central outpost monitoring the enemy's movements? The western outpost is in danger. This is the northwest defense station. We have detected an intrusion. He gritted his teeth in anger. Those bastards sent all the remaining elite teams from Bizen here. They want to attack us from all sides. Wang Tek suddenly had an idea. What if the zombies attack Bizen while they are here? He worried about the current issues. How could they handle the security problems in Bizen? It seems like Wang Tek miscalculated a move. They sent all their forces here, so they do not need to consider my proposal anymore. I underestimated them. He slammed his hand down on the table. The leadership of this country is worse than I thought. They are threatened by people like me, which is why the country's future looks so bleak. Wang Tek picked up the radio. Speaking clearly, units, listen carefully to what I am about to say. The government has sent almost all of their forces here. He immediately ordered all personnel. I request the units outside to withdraw while holding them back. And the units in the center of the base should prepare for a full-scale attack. Wang Tek said sternly. We will confront the pawns of the corrupt government, those who are trying to eliminate you and your families. The situation is becoming increasingly serious. Needless to say, that is the force that the government sent to destroy us. So if we can resist their victory, it could spread to more regions. This coup will not just be in Unji, but we will expand it to Bizen. Where your families are. Wangtek encouraged everyone's spirit. This is our chance to change this country. So listen closely, my warriors. If you run out of bullets, use knives to slash them. Stab them if you lose your hands. Bite them. He gripped the radio tightly, emphasizing each word. Don't let any of them survive this place. Fight back and stay alive. Knives were drawn. I won't behind my men like the leaders in Bizen, and the handguns too. Kwangtek walked with great determination. It is a fight to the death. Tonight I will fight alongside you. My brothers, he added one more thing. If everything goes out of control, hold on and wait for me. I am a warrior of this era. The only A-class slayer in the army. Wangtek will come to everyone's aid. I will come to save you. He asked a soldier outside. Where is our weakest point? I will head there. It is the south. The soldier replied sharply. Sir. They are launching a relentless attack from the south. He stomped his foot, and Wangtek sprinted at full speed like lightning. He dashed through thousands of trees, determination on his face. When suddenly a hook snagged his collar, Wangtek was dragged away in shock. Sliding along the ground, he glared up. Chiller Sam floated above. Sorry about that. Then he cursed. Damn it. I am not apologizing for anything. A powerful punch landed on his face, strong enough to feel like a fireball burning everything, with a glint of light in Chiller Sam's eyes. Wangtek was hit so hard he cut up blood. The Ministry of Defense quickly gained the upper hand. Everything was going according to plan, using air support to distract Lieutenant Lim and his team. The night battle intensified as they focused on attacking the weaker defense point. Wangtek soared like a bird towards the deep forest. A soldier hidden by a tree reported. Just as predicted. Sir. The target is moving south. They have picked up the intel. Sir. We are awaiting orders. The lieutenant flashed a cunning smile. They knew everything was going according to plan. They had identified Kwangtek's weakness. Lieutenant Lim would not abandon his teammates. He mockingly remarked. What is the point of being smart if you can't control your emotions? How pathetic, Lieutenant Lim. And when the Ministry of Defense counterattacks, it is time for them to fulfill their mission. As a result, Lieutenant Lim made the biggest mistake. A punch was thrown. Chiller Sam kept delivering punches to the face, lifting Kwangtek off the ground, making it hard for his feet to touch the earth. Chiller Sam nearly had him pinned, delivering a devastating blow to Kwangtek. He silently watched Kwangtek writhing on the ground. Chiller Sam grinning exaggeratedly. Did you think I would not find you? You think I will stay in jail forever? Kwangtek struggled to get up. The coup was a chess game, and Lieutenant Lim had made the mistake of exposing his king. This turned him into a laughingstock in Chiller Sam's eyes. Stop crawling and get up. I am not done yet. Damn it. Is that all you have got? You turned me into a clown just because I am from the underworld. The radio crackled with calls for assistance. Sir. Where are you? The western and eastern outposts are under attack. We need orders. Sir. It is an honor to serve you. Please. Make this country better. The calls of hope for Kwangtek will come. We are still holding out at the southern outpost. We are still waiting for you. He crawled on the floor, gripping the pistol tightly. Kwangtek's face was covered in blood. He was reflecting on all the mistakes he had made. I should have known this was a coup, and everything would collapse if I fell. I should have stayed in command instead of joining the battle. He reassured himself. Do not think anymore. I can change what has happened. Wangtek struggled to get up as Yikai Chun and Chiller Sam approached slowly. There was only one way to save everyone. I must defeat these two and survive. He fought to stay alive and get out of here. I have to win and overcome every obstacle to save everyone. Wangtek raised his gun, ready to fire. Ziki Chun immediately spotted the gun, aimed, and fired. But Zaichi Chun managed to block it just by raising his hand. The guy cursed in frustration. Damn it. I blocked one bullet already. Kwangtek eyed his opponent sharply, who looked back at him with the same intensity, firing another bullet. This time, Wangtek succeeded and hit Duck Chun. The guy lost his balance, falling over. Wangtek, furious, opened fire continuously without stopping. Duck Chun kept using the same old trick, blocking bullets with his hand. Chiller Sam swung his fishing rod from behind, rushing at Wangtek, catching him off guard and sending him flying a few meters. Duck Chin turned and scolded. Old man, why are you taking so long? I am about to get shot here, he calmly replied. It is not that bad. Chiller Sam's hands moved faster. The lieutenant is better than you think. Even though he is trying to overthrow the government, he is confident enough to fight with just that fishing rod. Just keep quiet and watch. A few more hits and he will be defeated. Indeed. Wangtek has been getting beaten up by him. Chiller Sam felt a surge of killing intent. That is right. Just stay there. Isn't getting caught better than getting killed? Wangtek spat out blood again. Please. I am here to save the Ghost Hall, not to kill you. His eyes became vacant, and memories flooded back for Wangtek as he was saving a comrade. Breathe. Damn it. Luckily that comrade spat out poison. Wangtek smiled slightly, encouraging him. That is right, buddy. The man whispered each word. Sir, why are you so late? Your eyes also became vacant, reflecting only Wangtek's image. He hesitated, thinking, this time I can't be late again. A sharp knife suddenly flew towards him. Chiller Sam realized something. He had underestimated Wangtek. This kid is a bigger fish than I thought. It turns out the fishing rod is broken. The line is cut. So I have to fix it again. Give me some time. Duck-chan glanced back, complaining. Damn it. He is about to die. Why is this happening? I threw him far away. If he shows up again, I will finish him off. Chiller Sam remained on guard against Wangtek. Don't underestimate him. A gangster. The lieutenant we are facing. He still has a gun and even cut the fishing line, even though he is injured. He will charge in here with all his strength. But Duck-chun remained complacent, thinking he must be running low on ammo. No need to overact. The old man Wangtek leaned against a tree with his battered body, then struggled to get up. He clenched his teeth tightly. Wangtek was replacing his magazine, worry creeping in. I do not have much ammo left. You have to find a way to survive. But we need to get past them somehow. He pulled a syringe from his pocket. It is our last resort if there is no hope left. Wangtek struggled to get up, restarting his sniper rifle. Just then, Sarang and Chiansu appeared. Don't shoot. We are on the same side. What the hell happened to him? He froze, lowering his weapon. Wangtek smiled faintly, never giving up. Kanu's teammates started showing up. It seemed like they had to fight too. Chanu spoke. The government forces opened fire without listening to us. Whether we like it or not, we still have to fight to survive. Kwangtech confidently told them. Told you to stick with me. Chansu had to chime in. Come on. Are you really going to lick your wounds and keep whining, or are you going to tell us how to survive? He leaned against a tree, mumbling. We are about to lose. But it is not too late. They quickly moved to the center of the combat base of Lieutenant Lim at the Yunnan nuclear plant. One side raised a mirror to assess the situation, and the soldiers immediately sat down. In the middle, he signaled for 2 or 3 of them to get up and open fire continuously. The enemy took a barrage of bullets, and they sat back down, extremely anxious. Damn it. We are surrounded. No matter how many we kill, they keep rushing us. We will run out of ammo before we take them all down, a soldier asked. Captain, has Lieutenant Lim given orders yet? The captain replied. Not yet. He is probably in a more dangerous place than we are. But we need him here more than anywhere else. Everything will end if they get past the center area. He had a very serious expression. Watch your mouth. Our mission is to hold our position and maintain faith that Lieutenant Lim will come to save us like he always does. He recalled previous missions, wiping sweat from his brow. Did I arrive just in time? Is anyone hurt? His teammate was too moved to speak. Sir. The captain glanced back. Don't panic. We still have. Foot soldiers appeared, armored up. His strong hands clapped together, sending the national defense soldiers into a panic. That monster. Bullets rained down on Johan. Yet he did not have a scratch. He grabbed 2 soldiers' heads and smashed them together when the gun was out of bullets. The soldier stumbled back in fear. Please do not kill me. Chan growled like a lion. I admire your courage. But you broke my shield, so from now on, you will be my shield. On the other side, they were aiming at Jongosh. The sniper scoffed. That guy is not Slazer, nor is he a soldier. He is just a monster. His hand began to move. I will end that disgusting monster. Gunfire erupted immediately, and another side was hiding deep in the woods. Sari completed the mission excellently, clearing out the defense soldiers. All enemy snipers in the central area have been eliminated. You can move around without worrying about getting shot anymore. Chun is standing among Wangtek's soldiers with the spoils being ammunition clips. You are busy fiddling with the walkie-talkie when a soldier yanks it away, grumbling. You can't even send signals over the radio. So stop standing there. He used the walkie-talkie to report back. We have infiltrated the ammo depot supplying the central area. In other words, they won't be getting resupplied anymore. The person on the other end is silent, listening. We can gradually drain them or eliminate them with firepower. Either way, we can win this battle. Good luck, everyone. The soldier smiled. What did I just say? We just need to hold our positions and keep the enemy at their base. But now we do not have to wait anymore. The Slaw have joined our side. Now it is our turn to take them out. A sniper from the Ministry of Defense is still quietly observing. They are 4, waiting for the command to act. The soldier from the Ministry of Defense asks. We have lured Major Lim in, but we still need to break through their defenses. Are you sure we want to run into any danger? Just as he finished speaking, he had his face squeezed. The lieutenant became fierce and threatened. Watch your mouth. You are only saying unlucky things. He was flaring up. Everything in this operation has been calculated. The performance of each pawn is very diverse. He then released the soldier's face. Continue the discussion. But it won't change the outcome. This coup revolves around Major Lim. The guy with the binoculars looked at his hands. Their resistance will end. Imagining Wangtek's head hanging when we take him down. He growled an order. Contact our slot. I want to know when they will get his head. Meanwhile. Elsewhere. Major Lim and the civilian slur. Who has he been fighting? Jinjinu has always thought of him as one of the strongest A-class SLA. Who could bring him to this point? Wangtek made no secret of them. They sent two A-class SLA to confront me. Sarang was taken aback upon hearing this. A-class SLA. Bedro felt this was becoming increasingly impossible. Are you sure we can help? A guy like you is having trouble. Major Lim. He smirked. His sixth sense told him.
Yep.
Most of the SLA have died instantly. But I have a feeling we can win. Jingu completely agreed with Wangtek's words. Of course. I trust you. But we do not have experience fighting Slazers, and the experience fighting A-class Slazers is even less, since they rank higher than us. Are you sure it will be effective? Wangta's determined gaze said. I have a plan. Everyone there listened intently to every word. Other SLA, including the captains, will follow Park Jingu's orders. Well done. Park. He began to present his plan. You guys will head to the center area and help our forces defend there. But Jingu noticed a flaw. I know they need help. But we should take down the two A-rank SLA first, since we have the numbers. Wangtek immediately expressed. Sorry to be blunt. But even if there are many weaker slurs, they won't help me take down the A-rank SLA. He shared his insights with everyone. If my surrounding forces weaken, the situation will get worse. That would force me to make a decision. Let me ask you a few things. If they become a burden to you, will you leave your teammates behind? I know you would not be able to do that. No one spoke a word. He even emphasized another point. Moreover, surviving against A-ranks is not enough. We must defeat all units from the Ministry of Defense to win this battle. I need you to assist other units so we can minimize our side's losses. After explaining for a while, Jingu nodded in agreement.
Yeah.
You are right. But I am not sure I can lead that many people. He gently patted Jinyu's shoulder, fully trusting him. I know you can do it. You have matured since leaving Bizen. Look, you have led the people here to survive. Jinyu fell into silence for a few minutes. Everyone began to follow the plan and move forward. They were dividing the tasks. We will split into two groups to confront each A-rank SLA. Sarang was still complimenting but showed signs of frustration. It is nice to have someone acknowledge your abilities, but I am not sure if I can survive this. Bedro pointed out the weakness in this plan. We can to split the lieutenant into two halves. So one group has to face the A-rank Slazer without him. Chiensu was curious about something else. I have been wondering which Slazers they sent. That gorilla must be coming too. Wangtek turned around. Praising him. Your intuition is good. That is right. That gangster is coming to Chiansu. He wants to handle the Chun. So let me deal with him. I have something to sort out. Wangtek did not stop him and agreed to let him proceed. All right. That is the plan. You will have a hard time facing the other one. Chiansu did not quite understand. You mean? Wangtek nodded.
Yeah.
That is what I mean. He revealed another person, making Chiansu go stiff. The other one is Kim Xian. He remembered what Chiller Sam had said. We will help you. I said I would be your master. Remember, I heard you two are really close. Achanaksu's face darkened with embarrassment. Everyone and I will face Kim Chiu-san. Kwang Touch smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. We want to kill him. I really respect older people. You know that. Besides, the government must have made him do this to trade something. Once he is defeated, just help us convince him. Kiansu's hand suddenly clenched tight. You are getting tough. Not letting go of the enemy. I won't let that gorilla get away. Are you okay with that? Wangtek really liked Chiansu's current mood. That is exactly what I wanted. Good luck. The night stretched on endlessly, refusing to bring dawn. Sarang and Chiansu carefully scanned their surroundings. What is meant to happen will happen. They ran into just the person they were looking for. Zifi Chun grinned mockingly. Are you happy to see me? How have you been? The weakling Sarang glanced at him, trying to guess his mood. She suddenly became bolder than Chiu. Come on. Are you scared? I thought you were going to kill him. Kiansu smirked, ready to fight. Scared?
Yeah.
Right. Let us do this. Then the bloody spectacle was set to begin. On Wangtek's side, he and Pedro were facing off. He ordered. I attacked earlier, but our target was not hurt at all. So I need you to be my shield. Pedro whispered from the shadows. I see you are making a stupid choice. Another life and death struggle was on the horizon. The SLA were aiming their weapons at each other instead of the zombies. Chiller Sam was wary of Wangtek, who was considered the enemy of the Ministry of Defense. Pedro and he were the same, determined to take out Chiller Sam. The battle with Sarang, Chiinsu, and Zia Chun was about to erupt. They were running and chatting, Chiansu spoke up first. According to the plan, we can adapt like we did with the zombies. Sarang snapped at him. Are you kidding me? A plan is not instant food that you can cook up right away. Li Dufi Chun over there thought he had the win in the bag. They charged out like moths to a flame. All right. It is just fight or die. She thought about it a bit. She is small but agile, so she would always aim for the lower body. On the other hand, Sarang was right in her deduction. Chiansu was targeting the guy's head, just as I thought. He is aiming high since he has power and speed. Sarang quickly looked lower to strike, so her attack would not be blocked. This is the best plan, Zeke Chun exclaimed, stunning the two. That is all there is to it. To him, they are just pesky mosquitoes buzzing around. Zeke Chun growled. Damn it. Do you think slow rank A is a joke? His voice held a sarcastic twist. Looks like I have hit you enough. And you still want more. Chiansu confidently picked up the stick in front of him and asked them. Noticing the difference in strength yet, he held the stick, trembling with rage. He felt stronger and tougher than the last time he faced him. But why did it still feel so hopeless? Chiansu recalled the days when Thing was beaten badly by him. Back then, he was the image of a loser. He would never be as strong as him. No matter how hard he tried, he gritted his teeth in frustration. It was so unfair. Sarang was still alert, reminding him with a few words. The match is not decided solely by strength. Is that what you learned? She reminded him word by word. Strength, speed, and real combat experience. Chiansu had to remember and apply what he learned. Surely, he must have picked up something. Sarang also reminded him of some things since the last time he faced him. Right, deep in his eyes. Chiansu felt it was quite right. Yep. She was right. There are many ways to win. Can he just rush in and exhaust myself like this? I need to approach him differently. He regained his composure, preparing for the next attack. A time for a second attempt. This time, I won't waste my energy. Duck Chun also vaguely sensed something different. Indeed. This time, Chiansu turned the tables. He suspected he was trying to twist his arm. His legs held Duck Chun's arm firmly. He gritted his teeth. She was out of strength. Not as easy as he thought. He had to clear all worries from his head to remember the moves he had seen. Chiansu shouted for Sarang's help. Come on. Help me. Finish him off. She was still a few meters away at that moment. Hearing this, Sarang dashed in like a rocket. Meanwhile, Duck Chun in front threw a powerful punch. Sarang quickly dodged to the side and landed. They both clamped down on the guy's arm. Duck Chun angrily cursed these bastards. Chiansu yelled at Sarang, signaling her he is holding on with his physical strength. But if he loosens up for just a second, we will break his arm. Break it. According to the story, it had been repeated many times that Jiang Duck Chun was very calculating. Suddenly, he cracked a strange smile. They needed to use their strength wisely. They only had one advantage. Speed. Right now, Duck Chun could not escape. Sarang and Chiansu held his arms tightly. I need to regroup with the old man and kill Lim as quickly as possible. You two are wasting energy like this instead of distracting me with speed. He showed such malice. But it was not too bad. Chiansu was struggling to hold onto the arm. Duck Chun deliberately shoved his arm into the tree, trying to injure Chiansu this way. Sarang was also trying to hold her tightly, facing the violent shakes. Chiansu yelled out a reminder. If we let go, we are done for. Hold on tight. Hearing that, Sarang gripped even harder. The more you cast, the more you gain. Screamed the challenge. Yeah. Keep going. Hold on tight until you get smashed to death. Those filthy bastards. Meanwhile, at Kwang Tet's place, something glowing flies towards them. He reports to Pedro. It is coming. Run. A hook flies towards the enemy like a strange object. Wang Tek dodges the hook heading for him. This surprises Chiller Sam a bit. Next, Wang Tek counters with his gun. Chiller Sam easily dodges. Pedro, exhausted, dodges the hook and crouches down. He takes a deep breath. Pedro crawls to a spot with plenty of logs. He wonders about many things he needs to face that hook. I can barely see the hook. How does he know where it is going? And how did Lim dodge that blow? I have to admit, both of them are very strong. One mistake and I am dead instantly. Just then, Kwang Tek appears right in front. Do not let it scare you. You have to try to catch that hook at least once. Pedro suddenly feels confused. What? He slowly explains Chiller Sam's skills. That old man can see my bullet's trajectory and dodge it instantly. No doubt he is considered the strongest a class Sla. He is truly extraordinary. Wang Tek reminds Pedro and himself. We have to be flexible. We need to catch the hook before it is lifted and use it to pull him towards us. Then we will defeat him. Suddenly, at that moment, Pedro gets angry, cursing him wildly. He thinks, do you really think I can catch that hook? That hook can slice through an entire forest. By the time I catch it, it would have already cut me in half. Wang Tek calmly responds to Pedro, advising, watch closely. It can only cut the target it is aimed at. I am starting to notice. As the hook slows down, he instructs Pedro to focus and follow its movement, and also to rub sand on his hands. You will need friction. But Pedro still thinks this is impossible. Are you joking? He breathes heavily. Pedro wants to confirm again if this plan is feasible. All I can say is you have to do it. Otherwise, that old man will kill us. Then Pedro scratches some dirt. You are crazy. He rubs dirt on his hands, telling Quangtich to signal him. Can't he see the hook? So you have to tell me when to catch it. Okay. He has a cigar in his mouth and is sharpening a knife with his gun. Calm down. What are you afraid of? Your Pope said if you die, you will go to heaven. Pedro's spirits lift, wanting to fight to the end. We will only get to heaven if we fight zombies to death, not if humans kill us. Quangtich smirks. Well, that is bad. Something is rushing towards us. He screams. Here it comes. The zombies piled up like hills. Right after the zombie outbreak, the government focused on exterminating them and building walls. The people ran in all directions, desperate to find a way to survive. The lack of direction and safety led residents in Bizen to fight over supplies. No one had guns or weapons, so it was just bare-knuckle fights. They also began to seek support. Members of the major anarchist gangs emerged. No one was an exception. Even the escaping prisoners. Everyone wanted to stand up and fight back. And the survivors were ready to kill each other. The city descended into chaos overnight. A hand rose from the pile of corpses. But the one standing above all in this battle was Duck Chun. He looked down, feeling a mix of shock, awe at the death surrounding him. I thought I was going to die here. The one becoming more arrogant was none other than Jiang Duck Chun. He raised his voice, causing those around him to panic. You want to kill me? Duck Chun's face looked truly sinister. You two will be my underlings. He was blessed with a body stronger than anyone else, with a solid physique, immense strength, and limitless stamina. Duck Chun was very confident in his limbs. That is what made him the kingpin of this city. And I will kill both of you tonight. Qiansu was on the verge of breaking. He could not hold on any longer. He glanced at Sarang, who was still holding firm. There is no way that girl can keep holding on. If she does not try to break his arm, she won't have to endure the pain anymore. Qiansu exclaimed. Change the plan. Sarang, let go of him and run. Go find Lieutenant Lim or any slaw from the Ministry of Defense. Sarang refused, not wanting to leave Qiansu alone. We can defeat him together. How can you handle this gorilla by yourself? He urged her, trying to boost her spirit. Is that? Then hold on tight. I can do something if you can hold one of his arms. Then Qianu kicked him in the face and quickly pulled his arm away, landing near him. He watched Duck Chun fumble around. I need to think carefully if we can fight back. Qiansu was more anxious than ever. If not, that girl would die. And I would go with her. Or I would be killed. And so would she. This could be seen as a match between two fighters of unequal strength. Chu would lose immediately if their attack paused for even a moment, giving Duck Chun time to think. Qiansu had to bring down the giant in front of him. This was a fight he had to win at all costs until his last breath. Qiansu took a deep breath, playing it cool, and decided to play dirty. Duck Chun stared at Qiansu ahead. Something hit his eyes. Duke Chun screamed, clutching one eye. What the hell? No matter who it is, male or female. Qiansu quickly got his legs moving. Every man has a weakness, no matter how trained they are. And that is what Choksu was aiming for. He kicked straight between Duck Chun's legs, a blow to his blind spot. It caught him completely off guard. In reality, he was just targeting the weakness. He seized the moment to prepare for his next strike. The pain would make Duck Chun double over. A hit to Duck Chun's side. Then he would punch his liver. The guy let out a painful scream. Qiansu glared furiously at Duck Chun in front of him. Even Sarang looked stunned and bewildered. How could he do that? A B-rank Sla could never gain the upper hand against an A-rank Sla, even for just a moment. In fact, everything could be resolved. The answer was quite simple. Choksu never forgot the humiliation he suffered that day. He was defeated by Duck Chun and lay there helpless. While Duck Chun always underestimated certain things, while Duck Chun did not care about those weaker than him, he climbed up to Duck Chun, hoping to defeat him. Who always targeted Duck Chun, while Duck Chun only knew himself. Qiansu had been harboring this intention for a long time. Since that day, he had been thinking of ways to defeat and overcome his enemy every single day. Until now, when Qiansu was almost able to do it, he shouted to Sarang, "What are you waiting for? Quick, break his arm. He is losing strength in his hands." Hearing that, she immediately used all her strength to twist the giant's arm. Finally, the bone in his arm cracked loudly. He screamed in pain. "You filthy brats." Damn it. Duke Chun, furious, intended to punch him in the face. At that moment, Qiansu grabbed some dirt, thinking he could not catch him. Then he threw it into his eyes, aiming to blind him. Qiansu continued directing. Don't give him time to recover. Quickly break the other arm. Sarang swiftly maneuvered around the other arm, gripping it tightly to break the giant's bone. The sound of bones crunching was like crispy chips. Chun was shouting and cursing. Damn it. You bastards. He slammed Sarang hard to the ground. The blow made her spit blood. Su panicked and shouted.
Good.
He felt each bone in his own arm. He gritted his teeth and glared at Chun. The girl had finally managed to injure his arm. He was determined to throw another punch. He had to survive the night. A gorilla without arms could never defeat a human. Su charged in and punched Chun hard. Chun could not withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gasping for breath, Sarang was now thrown far away. Extremely worried about him. Choksu had been shot in the abdomen. And he was also injured while fighting that gorilla. Soon, he would not be able to fight anymore. She raised her voice to encourage Chiansu. A battle of stamina between Chu and Chun. He had a strong will after all. Keep going. Chiansu was determined to throw one more punch. I will get my revenge, in light of what Chun has done to you. All the humiliation you have endured. The image of Ari being struck hard in the face. You remember each person who stood by your side. The hopes of those who will never live again. Even the regrets deep inside for those you could not protect. Chiansu buried those he loved with his own hands. And he will make Chun pay for it all. A punch was thrown harder, causing Chun to spurt blood from his nose. Blood splattered everywhere from the guy's mouth. He staggered backwards. The Chiansu's legs could no longer hold him. He knelt down, feeling his body grow weaker against Chun. Sweat dripped from him. Chiansu frowned. Panting heavily, I do not have much strength left. Just fall already. Please fall. The guy's eyes widened. Chun gasped, stuttering through his words. You bastard. I will kill you. Exhausted, he stammered out the words. You monster. How are you still standing? A figure glided through the night. Sarang sat beside her friend. She gently glanced at Chianu and took Chiansu's hand, saying, Can you punch him one last time? What if we combine our strength? Chiansu smirked. Ari once told you to sharpen your skills and build your legacy. His right hand clenched tightly. His left did too. Chiansu had once scolded those worthless scum. I thought we had to kill zombies. Not because of that you call yourselves professionals. His face was filled with rage. But you all belittle yourselves just for money. Ari stirred his emotions. So you can bring this rotten world back to life. Every word he remembered clearly. In its purest form. Chiansu used all his strength to punch the guy's face. Blood splattering everywhere. Finally, Chun collapsed. Unconscious. Chiansu panted heavily, looking at Sarang. The battle with Jiang Chun. Sarang responded with a look. The two exchanged a fist bump. The perfect result ended with the victory of Kim Choshu and Ansarang. Pedro and Wangtek were still struggling with Chiller Sum. He maneuvered the fishing line while thinking, they have gone deeper into the forest. Is this part of Major Lim's plan? Indeed a reasonable action. I guess they tried to move into blind spots to avoid the fishing line. This is not good. I need to capture Major Lim as quickly as possible to end this pointless battle. Chiller Sam reeled in the fishing line. He changed plans. It was time to switch bait. I will eliminate all the trees if they try to hide behind them. The fishing line began to shift its focus elsewhere. That is exactly what Major Lim is hoping for. Going deeper into the forest will make Kim Chiu Sam switch his small bait quickly, turning a small bait into a plumper fish. A larger and stronger bait to destroy the forest while forcing Kim to change his bait. At this moment, Kwangtek was extremely eager. Lieutenant Lim waited until the line slowed down. Chiller Sam knelt down to switch tools. He glanced to his side and could see it. Now it was easier to spot the line. Wangtek silently conveyed his intention to Pedro. This was the fleeting moment he had been waiting for. Wangtek shouted. Pedro Choi. The time has come. Pedro took off his shirt before the line reached him, then twisted the shirt around his hand. He gripped the line tightly. I got it. Wangtek urgently directed. Pull it to show him that we are the winners this time. Pedro used all his strength to pull the enemy, his feet braced to hold steady. If Pedro could defeat that old man with strength and bring him here, it would be the best outcome. Wangtek frantically accelerated towards him. But he could not just sit and wait for that to happen. He ran through the woods where Chiller Sam was hiding, ready to end this battle while his weapon was neutralized. On Chiller Sam's side, he was struggling to hold on. Why was the line being pulled so tight? Was he doubting it was stuck? Or thinking about the most likely scenario? Lieutenant Lim was gripping his line with bare hands. On the other side, Pedro, with his powerful strength, held the line tight. No matter what, he would not let go. He may be in a class slazer, but he is older than me. This is not a battle of technique or skill. I can lose to him in a battle of strength. Pedro trudged forward, his heavy steps pulling the opponent closer. In the distance, Chiller Sam was being gradually pulled by Pedro. He was struggling to adjust the rod, having a hard time holding on. The line was not snagged on the rock. Something was pulling my line. He must have decided to grab hold and pull it. He is really bold. Chiller Sam had to unleash a deadly move. Then I have to show you what I can do. His arm bulged with muscles and veins as he pulled it towards himself with all his might. That made Pedro stagger. He was struggling to control everything. What the? How is this old man so strong? Pedro turned his head forward, increasing his pulling force. Then I have to pull even harder. Suddenly he paused for a moment and glanced back. An invisible feeling swept over Pedro. Feeling like he was facing a mountain, he sensed a terrifying power that was hard to fathom. The man stood tall and did not budge an inch. That mountain would remain still. And no matter how hard I tried to move it, I would fail. Pedro pulled to the point where his shirt tore. Blood began to seep out. Actually, pulling him towards myself would only hurt me. With renewed determination, his eyes revealed a murderous intent. So I have to pin him down somehow. Everyone will perish if Lieutenant Lim can't win this battle. In a school, zombies invaded everywhere, and students ran frantically to find a way to survive. A group of students found a safe place to temporarily hide. One student glanced at his friend beside him. Ikuan was shedding tears of fear. He mocked his friend. You can keep going if you are scared. I do not think we can hold out much longer. Min chuckled at others' emotions. You are always the last one to practice. And you always stay behind to clean the equipment. So if you want to go, just go and survive as long as you can. Ichuan stopped crying. That student sacrificed himself for why? Telling him to run. You have to survive for us. It turned out that person was Pedro. At this moment, his shirt was in tatters. I will survive. Muscles tightened around Pedro. I won't run away like a coward anymore. Pedro roared like a lion, using all his strength to pull against his opponent. He had wagered his life on this tug of war when the distance between them stretched wide. Kim Chiller Sam thought this tremendous strength could only belong to a top-tier slayer, like Lieutenant Lim. Somewhere, Wangtek still held a piece of the line, a shadow darting past Chiller Sam. He watched closely and gave him a chance to get close. Wangtek moved as fast as a cheetah, quickly lunging at Chiller Sam. Growled. Hello, bastard. While you are focused elsewhere, someone else is pulling my line. But Chiller Sam is smart enough to know. You think I would not know someone would ambush me? He held another weapon in his hand. Wangtek rushed in to grab him. Chiller Sam was also prepared, ready to deal with two opponents at once. He frantically raised his gun at the enemy. The night grew hazy, where the base echoed with gunfire. The defense ministry soldiers observed from a distance. That lieutenant ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Why do you all keep resisting? Either way, Lieutenant Lim will die. He scorned the thought. Your feeble efforts will be crushed, and no one cares, so why bother? Then a subordinate rushed in with a radio. Panicked. Sir, Jiang Dukchun has been taken down, the lieutenant muttered. Taken down. He grabbed his subordinate by the collar, shouting angrily, do you think this is a boxing match? Then what happened to Lieutenant Lim? Did Jiang hurt him before he went down? The subordinate was sweating profusely, continuing to report. I have been told Jiang did not confront Lieutenant Lim. Sir, Jiang was defeated by the survivors of the attack. Suddenly, the lieutenant remembered someone and immediately inquired. What about Chit Zigais? Is he fighting with Colonel Lim? The subordinate was so scared he widened his eyes. Yep, sir. But I was informed that he is also having difficulties. He swung his hand, slapping the subordinate, and shouted. I told you Colonel Lim is the only one we need to eliminate. Complete the mission. His voice echoed through the mountains. Is it that hard? Then he tossed the subordinate aside. He had to come up with a cunning plan to notify the entire army. Release that creature. The subordinate, confused, asked. What, sir? The lieutenant glared over. Quickly release the A-class mutant. The soldier hesitated and asked for clarification. Where do you want to release it? Sir, we are too far from Colonel Lim. He immediately objected. The dead creature could change things if we release it there. Eliminating the zombies is his top priority as a slur. The soldier cautiously asked. So where should we let it go? Sir. He tilted his head down towards where they were fighting. Below. The soldier panicked and was hit by a bullet. What? What about our people? You were shot dead by the lieutenant. The lieutenant shoved his gun into his pocket. His face darkened. Letting the creature go, it will attract Slafidix's attention. Then you can take out all those down there. The other subordinates will follow orders. Yep. Take care. After that, the remaining soldier hurried away. His face turned sinister. I have been tasked with eliminating Lieutenant Lim and quelling this coup, and I won't let this mission fail. Do you understand? Suddenly, a pair of feet stopped in place. The lieutenant's henchman halted. Something massive stood before him. Nothing else. It was the container for what they called the monster. There was a small hole in that box. The soldier pulled out a key. The guards panicked. Are you really going to open that? Did we order it? You are still acting. That is right. He decided this is the only way. The guard interjected. Wait, he knows what is inside. Right. You stepped forward to stop him. We can only stop it by cutting off its oxygen supply, because we can't kill it. The guard's voice trembled. There is a type of mutation in there. A different story unfolds, with only a few type of mutations. Because meeting the criteria is very difficult, specifically including some types like a mutation that has killed or infected over 2,000 people. They can possess terrifying power. A mutation that can destroy more than 2 battalions by itself or rival the strength of a legion, causing widespread death and destruction. 3. A mutation that has taken over 1 or more cities. And worse still. 4. A mutation that has killed 1 or more type of slayers. It is something nearly unbeatable. A zombie is considered a type of mutation and a threat to the rest of humanity when it meets one of those criteria. However, there is always an exception, but an ancient Roman soldier met 3 out of the 4 standards and is considered one of the most notorious mutations in history. To nurture them, the Ministry of Defense imprisoned that creature in exchange for the lives of thousands of soldiers and slayers, vying for immediate gain, but now they are preparing to release it into the outside world, just because they do not like being bitten by the dog. The guard grabbed the soldier's hand, trying to persuade him. Listen, I know it is a top-tier mutation. Got it. But if I do not let it out, I will be labeled a traitor. Who would have thought that guy would shove my hand away, and they would harm my family in Bizen? He still held on to his intention. Maybe it could work. The soldier wore a crazed smile, causing just enough damage to turn the tide and stop them. Perhaps the Ministry of Defense had a way to control it already. That was definitely the reason they kept it with us from the start. The 2 guards stood aside in fear. Finally, the door opened. The 3 of them instinctively stepped back. They had wide eyes and agape mouths. It was just an empty box. Nothing at all. But a flash of light burst from inside that metal box, instantly annihilating all 3. Their heads fell everywhere, and he revealed sharp fangs. Looking like a fearsome top-tier mutated ancient Roman soldier, he noticed the light in the distance. The eyes of the ancient Roman soldier glinted, mumbling, "War." Over there. Gunfire rang out in rapid succession. Soldiers from the Ministry of Defense scrambled to load their weapons. We have intel on the enemy's position. Listen carefully and adjust your sights. Fire 3 shots to the left. Soldier felt something slice through his neck. What the hell was that? Hundreds lost their lives in an instant. War. He acted while mumbling the 2 words war. There were still others that the ancient Roman soldier impaled. War. He single-handedly dealt with it all. His mouth still uttered war. A soldier hurriedly ran away. He shouted to survive, calling it a mutated species. That scream drew John's attention closer. The mutated species appeared. He opened his eyes wide at the sight before him. A soldier pierced through. Everyone there was stunned into silence. The giant ancient Roman soldier stood there. They could not believe their eyes. Everyone shared the same shocked state. A notorious top-tier mutation they had only seen in history books was now standing before them. No one made a sound in the face of that terrifying uninvited guest. They immediately stopped fighting, just staring at the bizarre sight before them, mumbling in disbelief that those bastards had unleashed that monster to destroy them. The ancient Roman soldier prepared to do something. He let out a horrifying scream, war, and began his massacre. The attacks of ancient Roman soldiers took countless lives. Those who could not react in time were killed. Few of them survived, and those who did react in time lost their limbs. Chun also lost his hand. Just a second later, only ancient Roman soldiers remained. Chun stood up and shouted, "Everyone listen. Our battle is over. Revive everyone's fighting spirit. If you want to survive, kill that mutant first." Sari had been preparing the gun carefully. Chog also grabbed the blade in hand and was almost fiercer than usual. The ancient Roman soldier exuded a terrifying death. The radio at the lieutenant's place kept buzzing. The mutant appeared on the battlefield. I repeat, the mutant has appeared. He was quite pleased with the current situation. Good. Listen carefully. All enemy firepower, including snipers, should be directed at the mutant. This is your moment to shine, the monster ordered. Their focus was on fighting the mutated species, and they would be injured soon. Take out the key units and finish them off. The sniper hesitated after hearing this. His hand pulled away from the firing position. The sniper pointed out a flaw. But sir, if we eliminate their SLA, our units down there will be exposed to the mutated species, he shouted in protest. Should not we protect the safety of our allied forces? The lieutenant replied sarcastically. What does he care? Oh please. There is a stubborn fool here who does not listen. You are working for Major Lim. Right. Gunfire erupted in an instant. The lieutenant's cold voice commanded, "Shoot them down before I blow your heads off." The rifles began to be raised. He wore the smile of a monster. Yep. Our mission is to eliminate Major Lim and his followers. After that, we will return to the Busan Wall. The lieutenant wanted to wipe them out. laughing maniacally, without caring about the mutated species. Just focus on the humans. A voice from somewhere shouted to awaken everyone's spirit. If you want to live, kill that mutated species first. Sari raised his weapon forward, getting his knife ready for self-defense. Chong did the same. The face of the ancient Roman soldier snarled. Ready to devour everything, he began to take an attacking stance. All the soldiers widened their eyes in surprise. The ancient Roman soldier jumped into the air. Soldiers aimed their guns at him. He charged like a thief. The soldiers shouted in fear. The ancient Roman soldier used a spear to stab him, the blade clashing against metal. You are struggling. It is too strong. I can push it away. Deciding to make a move, then you hit his legs. I will disarm him. The ancient Roman soldier growled and moaned, leaping to gain the upper hand. His shield started to crack, leaving everyone stunned. Thinking it was a defensive shield, the ancient Roman soldier attacked Chong Zhao. He glanced over, his panic-stricken attitude looking sideways. The scariest thing about the mutated humanoid species was discovering the abnormality in the ancient Roman soldier. It had human-like internal organs. Chong quickly launched a series of strikes to his stomach. The ancient Roman soldier could not resist. Chong swung another punch. You will die. This blow was extremely powerful. When the internal organs were injured, the ancient Roman soldier spat out a mouthful of blood. Chachi and Choga noticed the opportunity. He is bleeding now. It is working. Suddenly, something long and slimy protruded from his mouth, heading toward Chong Gun's shoulder. Chun watched in fear. It was trying to infect him. You gently grabbed it. The long thing suddenly tightened. It almost reached the B-rank Jonslaw, unable to face the A-rank mutated species. They are like a starving wild bear. It is one of nature's rules created by statistics. Anything can happen. That weird thing shattered right in front of John Gunn. However, Sari shouted a few meters away. Trust in my firepower and keep doing what you are doing. We can stop here. She emphasized another point. We are the support for Lieutenant Lim. John squinted, showing determination. These slur have been through many life and death battles together. Both Chogan and Sari displayed their resolve. We can do this. Chun fought while notifying everyone. Its strength comes from its legs with astonishing speed. I will try to hold it back. Sari is watching and aiming from a distance. Through her scope, she has identified the target. Sari holds her breath. All right. A gunshot rings out, and everything becomes a blur. The troll nearby suddenly falls. He opens his eyes wide, his face frozen. Both Sori and Chuan are stunned by this scene. Ancient Roman soldiers question what just happened. Chu screams loudly. He seems to be going crazy. Sorry. What did you just do? He snaps at her. How could she have missed? Sari insists she did not miss. I clearly heard a gunshot. Someone aimed and shot him down. She tries to yell an explanation. It was not me. Sorry. Sweating profusely. Wants to find the culprit. But who could it be? Why now? Then she remembers something. Do you think the authorities in Bizen will attack? Will they ignore our warning about blowing up the nuclear plant and risk an all-out battle here? Wangtek firmly tells her. They will definitely come. They can't think clearly because their heads are already messed up. Sari desperately does not want to believe what she is thinking. No way. Why would they kill a Caesar while there isn't a class mutant here? In a moment of stillness, a sniper is aiming at her. Another shot rings out. Sari is hit by a bullet, falling in disbelief. Has the world sunk this low? Is this why we are trying to change this place? Before leaving this world, she has a hope. Lieutenant Lim, you must win. Sari falls flat before Gun. He panics and screams. The shield of the ancient Roman soldier swings out, striking Chuan repeatedly. A shot hits him, fired from several meters away. Fortunately, his teammates hold him back. A fellow soldier tries to reassure him. Just try to keep your breathing steady. We will do our best to buy time. Soldiers rush in, standing behind that ancient Roman monster. Suddenly, someone on the defense radio speaks up. Wait. What do you think you are doing? You are aiming in the wrong direction. The lieutenant directs the soldiers according to his will. The mutant is not our target. We are here to kill Lieutenant Lim. That traitor started this coup. The enemy is being distracted by the mutant now. This is our chance. That soldier stutters. But sir, he tries to recount the events. The mutant will kill all of us if we shoot at the traitors, whether they are rebels or not. Are not we all human and meant to fight together? He pressed the gun against the sniper below. He threatened to find that one guy and take him down. Lieutenant D warned him with a mouthful. I remind you, our mission is not to eliminate the mutated species or your lives, but your only task is to take out the rebels. He tried every way to make the soldiers obey him. If you want your family to receive a small house in Bizen instead of being tortured, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, you will end up shot dead like the rebels. The soldier clenched his teeth in anger. He aimed his gun at Wangtek's squad. He was bewildered. What do you think you are doing? The soldier's hand shook as he held the gun. I can let my son suffer in Bizen. I have a family too. You are a soldier, so you understand. Right, even though he did not want to do this. Please just say you understand. In the green forest. Gunfire erupted like thunder. The soldier struggled to sit up, blood streaming down his face. Still trying to speak. We do not stand a chance against a monster like that without support. So please just survive. Then, that soldier officially sacrificed himself. Knowing it was madness, a voice called out amid the crowd. Unable to be seen through the binoculars from afar. The lieutenant smirked with delight. As if everything here was already cleaned up. He ordered the remaining subordinates to tidy up. We have wiped out the rebel forces. Now let us see if the old man has killed Major Lim yet. If he has not, we will. The lieutenant must be quite pleased. It will save us time when we head back to Bizen, as we have completed all missions. He kept talking. Let us call the executioners too. 4 or 5 executioners should be enough for the remaining squad. A figure called out from behind. Where do you think you are going? The lieutenant jumped slightly. A group from Kwangtuk stepped out. Munhen raised his gun. His expression calm. You heard what he said. Do we really need to listen to that? Can't we just kill these bastards? Chanu chimed in, trying to rally the others. Just shoot them. We only need their comms. Trung-I now showed his cowardly face. Wait, this is all a misunderstanding. Jingu growled back. A misunderstanding. He detailed each crime. How they attacked neutral civilians and destroyed Major Lim's unit, treating them like rebels, causing chaos everywhere. He pointed out many more offenses, and even hired A-class soldiers to make them fight. Jingu listed His Highness' crimes, and unleashed a mutated A-class creature to destroy everything on this battlefield. He spoke loudly like a judge laying down the law. And now you want to go back to the ban, because you have completed your mission. So what am I supposed to make of this? A gunshot rang out, and the lieutenant immediately fell, lying motionless on the ground. They approached to see. His eyes suddenly turned red. Biting into the neck of the soldier beside him, Chanu said sternly, "It is time for us to do our job." The others rushed in to deal with it. During which Chanu noticed something: the lieutenant's glasses. He grimaced. In anger, Chanu crushed the glasses underfoot. You will pay for killing with your life. Chians crawled, exhausted, while Sarang anxiously helped him step by step. She glanced worriedly. He was seriously injured, even at his best. He would be exhausted fighting a monster like that. Deep inside, her anxiety grew. After being shot, he had to fight with everything he had. It was obvious he was worn out, even when Chiansu fought against Dikichu. She whispered, "Hey, why do not we take a break?" Sarang led into the conversation, suggesting that Major Lim must have won by now. She mentioned that the remaining soldiers were helping the units fight against the Ministry of Defense's troops. Sarang emphasized that we had defeated Jiang Difi Chun, and that our mission was just that. Remember, blood kept flowing down Kiansu's legs. Look, he is still bleeding, despite being exhausted. He still refused. We have to keep going. Sarang could not persuade him anymore. Scolding. Are you deaf? You could bleed to death. And besides, you could become a burden. Kiansu muttered. While we are fighting against Trang Difi Chun. He continued about the forces of the Ministry of Defense from earlier, at the time when things were chaotic. I sensed something. Chians pointed out that both sides were at a stalemate. They were locked in a struggle with no end in sight. And it was hard to tell who would win this battle. He shared his thoughts, staring aimlessly into the sky. I do not know if I will be helpful, because our survival depends on that. Kiansu still remembers Sarang's words clearly. And she said our mission is to eliminate the zombies. We are the Slaw. We kill zombies to make money. And we are hired to do so. That is why we exist. She listened quietly to every word. That is why Chiansu wants peace. We must end this war between humans as soon as possible. Back to a few minutes ago when Wangtek faced off against Chilersam. You have lost. You know. Die already. Chilersam saw this with skepticism. Someone else is pulling the strings. Right. But he smirked in a creepy way. Think we did not know someone would ambush us. Chilersam tensed his muscles in response. Wangtek from a distance flew in like the wind. He controlled the line, preparing to counter. Wangtek's eyes sparkled, raising his gun, ready to shoot. A plume of smoke billowed from the forest. The last drop of blood finally fell. Wangtek looked at him. Chilersam responded with half an eye. Wangtek was the one gaining the upper hand. He gently pulled the line. Did he think he could take them both down at once? Wangtek spoke in a challenging tone. He had to pull it back up before he could launch it again. He aimed the gun at Chilersam as a threat. In other words, it was a self-loading pistol. Chilersam shifted slightly, lowering his fishing rod. Why are you doing this? And Chilersam calmly took out a cigarette. Are you planning to reform this country? Or is it just simple revenge? He analyzed the current situation, looking at the government's actions. They will eliminate you and your army to ensure no one hears about the coup in Unjin again. Chiller Sam had good intentions in helping Wangtek. Before I was sent here, I asked my boss how to help you and your army avoid trial. He sincerely advised him to give this up. If you stop the battle right now, you can survive to strike another time. Retreating is not shameful at all. Wangtek remained silent after hearing this. It took him a while to speak up. Because of a hasty decision, I lost a lot. The photo he took with his comrades. Wangtek had lost too much. I lost my subordinate soldiers. He also experienced endless sorrow. Yet what I received in return for the integrity of my forces was brutal treatment from the government. Countless times Wangtek had to shed blood and the humanity that remained in me. What I received was sitting in a cell surrounded by 4 walls. Wangtek pointed straight at Chillersum. I have to cut out what caused the rot in this country to save the remaining divisions and ensure I do not make the same mistakes as in the past. He helped Chillersum light up with the cigarette in his mouth. Wangtek continued the story. That is why I have to do this. So you better step aside. He won't change his mind. So do not make me kill you. You shut the Jipo down. Kwangtek sends his goodbyes. I am leaving now. Chiller Sam pondered for a moment, warning him that hell would soon appear before him. He wanted him to turn back to shore, holding on to the ideals he deemed right. If you want to see hell to realize what you are diving into, then go ahead. Wangtek replied with a single word. Good luck. Gunfire erupted incessantly. Kwangtek walked on, holding on to hope. Please. I hope the situation is not too dire. Chiller Sam could only sigh. Feeling uneasy, Sarang was helping Kiansu approach the old man. He stammered at him. Chiller Sam called out. Hey kid. Chiller Sam hit Chiansu a few times. Come here. That pesky kid we sent here is for money checks. Not a... Why did you get involved in a coup and seize the nuclear plant? He raised his hand to stop, shouting. How was I supposed to know I would get caught in a battle? Plus, I am not going to fight against government forces. They did not give me a choice. I just wanted to save the other Slazers. Sarang chimed in. Supporting Chonu. That is right. The Devil's Hall has saved many Slur. You are a Slazer too. So I think you will understand our duty changes based on the customer's situation. He did not know what more to do. Chiller Sam asked the two of them. Deeply worried. Have you had enough hitting? What did you do to that gangster? I hit him in self-defense and tied him up so he could not move. So you did not kill him. Good. That means you can go back. He wants those two to follow. Come back with us. This place will soon turn into a sea of blood. We need to leave before it starts happening. Sarang and Chiansu stayed put. He grabbed the radio, preparing to contact others. I will tell Ms. Koi to send an executioner or someone to pick us up. Kiansu blocked the radio with his hand. The two faced each other in an awkward situation. Chiller Sam gently said, Stop messing around, kid. This is beyond your capability. Luan lamented. I have to go. Old man. It is too late to leave now. Chiller Sam yelled angrily, his attitude very stubborn. It is still not too late. I am in a class, remember. I can vouch for you and settle everything. Kiansu thought of his teammates, firmly stating that they were still waiting for him. Chiller Sam looked at him with sad eyes. Kiansu spoke from the bottom of his heart. Do you remember how much I wanted a house of my own? Of course. I remember. He started blaming himself. I am such an idiot I could not even graduate middle school, so I am really slow to understand. In that forced situation, I left Bizen and became a slayer of zombies. I used to get beaten up badly, and then had a shovel to the face from someone else. Kiansu went through many mulberry fields and faced life and death situations to realize why I wanted a house. He recalled the happy times of his small family. That is why my mother waited for my brother and me to come home after school. And that is where I waited for my dad to come back from work. Home is where my family waits for each other. Kiansu reminded Chiller Sam. Old man. You said your goal is to reach Sun, so you can turn your family back into humans. Meaning you also have a family waiting for you. A voice echoed in his mind, waiting for his father to arrive. Just stay there. Onansu's voice held half regret, half anger. We did not lose our home. We lost the people we love. This zombie disaster took them away. He could not give up on them anymore. Now I have teammates waiting for me. Kiansu told Chiller Sam he considered them family, and this time he would not lose them again. He bowed his head slightly after hearing that. Chiller Sam sat back, refusing. I can't go with you. When you become an accomplice in the coup, no one will speak up for Slazer anymore. He had to compromise with Chiansu. Fine. You have 1 hour to finish everything and come back here. I can't help you protect your new family, but I can take you home. Chiller Sam hinted at Pedro as a challenge for him. And if you find someone tied up, free them. He turned to Sarang and said, What about you? You little girl. She glanced back, confused. Little girl. Chiller Sam entrusted Chu to her. Take care of him. On the cliffside, Wangtek looked around. Bodies scattered everywhere, and his own felt frozen. Jong-gun was gone, and so was Sorry. He opened his eyes wide, unable to believe the truth. Chiller Sam's words echoed in Kwangcha's mind. And then he would see hell unfold before him. He screamed in excruciating pain into the dark night. Looking at the bodies below, his heart ached terribly. His eyes widened in disbelief at how things had come to this. These were the people who believed in him and followed him. Suddenly, he remembered leading the people. Everyone respected him and obeyed. They stood tall and ready to take orders. They were the ones who risked their lives for their cause, rather than live a life of comfort. Back to the present. All that remained were lifeless bodies scattered on the ground, no more laughter or conversation. He painfully thought. Those like them had now sacrificed themselves, lying there like heaps of trash. Among them were fathers and mothers, the backbone of families, now cold in the ground, eyes forever closed, including some who were siblings. Now he was riddled with countless bullet wounds. They were someone's children, once living joyfully with their families, now distorted and dead. They were also the ones under his command. He glanced at each body, from John to Sari and the others, all of them in a tragic state. Wang Tek was in utter pain, screaming in despair, his voice seeming to tear the sky apart. They were dying, lying there like a pile of garbage, hiding in some bushes. Suddenly heard a familiar sound. He felt a glimmer of hope. Thinking it was the lieutenant, he quickly crawled out of the thicket. Cho did not hesitate for a second, quickly running towards Kwang Tech. You hesitantly called out, "Lieutenant," at that moment. You could not hold back your tears. Feeling guilty, you stumbled over your words. It is so embarrassing. We tried to stop it, but Wang Tek seemed to regain his composure, speaking firmly in a cold tone. Stop crying. There won't be enough tears left for your teammate's funeral. The remaining survivors were visibly relieved to see him. They helped each other out of hiding. It is the lieutenant. The lieutenant is here. I wonder if he is still alive. He always finds a way to help us. Clearly. He stood at attention, looking at them before speaking. Report the situation. One person struggled to drag themselves over to respond.
Yep.
We have confirmed that the Ministry of Defense sent out class of mutated creatures to cause chaos on the battlefield and eliminated our main forces. They lost focus trying to stop it. As he spoke, he could not help but grit his teeth in anger. Most of our soldiers, including the commander, have been killed. Perhaps we are the last survivors. With just our strength, we cannot stop anyone. We truly apologize. Hearing this, he felt a wave of self-blame wash over him. It was his arrogance that made him think he could get rid of this worthless regime. And then he issued an order. Everyone, listen carefully. Upon hearing these words, they all looked at him with wide eyes. You need to hide somewhere. If I bring my body back to Bizen, that is an order. Kwang Tek said, his voice low and firm. Both the mutated creatures and the scum from the Ministry of Defense have caused this madness. I will kill them all and leave quietly. With that, he quickly turned and left, bowing his head as he spoke. I thank you all for sticking with me. Someone so full of flaws. Seeing this, he panicked and ran to grab his hand. Lieutenant, you were confused, tears and snot running down your face, sniffing as you looked at Wang Tek. What are you saying? Suddenly, or felt something and was taken aback. It turned out that Wang Tek could not hold back any longer. He painfully tried to swallow his tears, but they flowed down anyway. Kwang Tek grit his teeth, his whole body trembling, remembering the pictures taken together with his closest teammates. They had suffered a tragic fate for following him. Kwang Tek felt pain. Will those who follow him always have to die? Suddenly, he looked at his tone serious, making a fumble. He stepped closer, staring intensely at him, and said, You have always quietly been by my side and protected me. I have one thing to ask of you. Wang Tek thought of the upcoming life and death battle. While I fight that thing, you need to go rescue the remaining staff and the engineers trapped inside the nuclear power plant. His voice became urgent. And you must survive. I am counting on you. Hearing this, Wei felt extremely confused. He looked at Kwang Tek with tears in his eyes before finally letting go, his voice hoarse. He said, I am really grateful for you all. As soon as he finished, Kwang Tek kicked off and charged forward, his eyes shining with determination. At that moment, an ancient Roman soldier appeared, each of his steps shaking the ground. He growled, his voice filled with killing intent. War. Kwang Tek stood directly in front of him, and the soldier swiftly raised his weapon, eyes blazing as he attacked. He thrust his spear straight at Kwang Tek. But fortunately, Wang Tek managed to block it with his blade just in time. The Roman soldier relentlessly pushed forward, his spear grinding against Wang Tek's short blade. Wang Tek gritted his teeth, using all his strength to hold on, seizing the opportunity. He pulled out a gun with his other hand. He quickly pulled the trigger, shooting straight at the soldier. The bullet hit the soldier's armor directly. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. Then, He swiftly swung his shield hard at Wang Tek. Wang Tek quickly leaned to evade the attack. He placed his hand on the ground for support. He leaned nearly parallel to avoid the blow. Taking advantage of that, Wang Tek immediately kicked out powerfully, causing the soldier to stagger and lose his balance. Then he rolled away. The ancient Roman soldier was momentarily stunned. Wang Tek landed quickly, crouching down to observe the situation ahead. At this moment, the Roman soldier charged wildly, and Wang Tek furrowed his brow, examining closely before swinging his blade. However, he was faster, swiftly slashing with his weapon and shattering Wang Tek's small blade. Wang Tek struggled to remain calm, raising his gun to prepare for a counterattack. The ancient Roman soldier wasted no time and swiftly severed Wang Tek's gun. In this situation, Wang Tek could not help but feel panic, thinking that he believed war was necessary to protect the people. But now the soldier forcefully hurled his shield at him. It struck Wang Tek right in the stomach. He felt helpless. Realizing he could not protect anything at all, Wang Tek was sent flying. A loud crash echoed as he hit the ground hard, creating a gust of wind, and dust flew everywhere. After a moment, the smoke began to clear, revealing him lying stiff and motionless. He looked up at the high sky, his eyes filled with despair. He knew how to start, but he did not know how to end it. At that moment, ancient Roman soldiers appeared from above, swinging their weapons high, aiming directly at Wang Tek. Seeing this, he could only close his eyes and brace for death. Damn. Strangely enough, after a while, he remained calm. Wang Tek opened his eyes in confusion, and before him was a weapon that had blocked the attack from the ancient Roman soldiers. A deep voice spoke. The lieutenant really is a funny guy, is not? You just beat Jiang Zifi Chun and think you can try something else. It turns out Qiansu had arrived just in time to stop the attack. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold on. Qiansu glanced at Quang Tuch and shouted, "Is this how you refer to it? Are you planning to give up before the mutation?" Suddenly, a purple flash shot out of nowhere. Surang swung her small body with all her strength toward him. She frowned, her voice filled with annoyance. It is ordinary people are fighting with such passion, while soldiers are indifferent. The ancient Roman soldiers, shaken by the previous blow, suddenly faced a long creature with sharp, terrifying teeth. A loud bang it. The next moment, the creature was blown to pieces, its remains falling to the ground. At this time, a group of people emerged from the trees, two of them handling things quickly. Indeed, Wang Tek was astonished and turned around. Jin Gu, hands on hip, wiped the sweat off and looked at him seriously. You do not need to worry about the zombies from the Ministry of Defense. We have taken care of them, including the lieutenant who released that crazy mutation onto the battlefield. Wang Tek, with a face full of disbelief at the scene before him, said, "Did not you all die?" Qiansu frowned and spoke up. "What are you talking about? We nearly died. But of course, we can die here. We had no intention of dying before finishing the contract and getting paid to return to Bizen." He looked at the contract in surprise. He turned to Wang Tek. "I have to take you and the other surviving soldiers home. Isn't that the contract between us?" He suddenly remembered Qiansu's words back then. When everything is over, the SLA must ensure that all civilians return to Bizen. Qiansu raised his hand. "Let us settle things here and then let us go." He bent down, looking at Quang Tek with determination, then spoke seriously. "Both he and his troops, let us go home." Quang H was momentarily stunned by his chivalry. He smiled faintly. He quickly sat up, took Qiansu's hand, and responded loudly, "Let us go home." Meanwhile, in another scene, a group of people was hiding in a closed room when someone opened the door. Catching their attention, Chu entered with an injured soldier. "Dear engineers, we will begin restoring the nuclear plant as quickly and safely as possible." After receiving the announcement, they quickly filed out. An engineer, looking anxious and restless, approached the soldier. "I heard gunfire. Did not. I wonder which side has won." He hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Neither side has won. Both our side and the government are suffering heavy casualties. Right now, Lieutenant Lim is trying to contain the A-class mutated strain released by the government." Hearing this, the engineer jumped in shock. "Does not that mean the revolution has failed? Didn't you say that in case of failure, the nuclear power plant would overload and explode? The bomb planted in the nuclear power plant is not just a dummy explosive created to counter the Ministry of Defense's spies. Right?" He explained softly. "From the beginning, we never intended to harm the survivors in bus." He looked at the engineers, then said in a serious tone, "We apologize for frightening everyone during this time, but if the war ends, we will find the safest route back to Bizen and take everyone home." They all stared at him in shock. "And one more thing." He raised his head and said firmly, "Our revolution has not failed. Today, most of the soldiers who were once the government's hounds have died here." Their expressions were cautious. He continued, If you return to Bizen, you will feel it right away. The people who were once threatened with knives and batons will be freed from oppression. We have launched a revolution to create an opportunity to change the world, even in the worst-case scenario. The soldiers nodded seriously at them to reassure them. He then declared loudly that our final mission is to not become real terrorists and to equip the nuclear plant for future generations. The engineers looked back in shock, while the soldiers looked up seriously. Before them was the light of the early dawn. From now on, a new sun will rise in this country. The scene shifted back here. Where there used to be a glimmer of hope, they all stood firm, facing the ancient Roman soldiers in a defensive stance. An elite class, Wangtek reached down to pick up the gun next to the soldier who had just heroically fallen. His gear was complete, and his gaze was more determined than ever. Even as a rookie, he had just defeated an A-class Sol with 2 B-class Sols. Qiansu and Sarang were also gripping their weapons, glaring at the enemy. Wangtek glanced at Jing, a C-plus class laser with judgment skills. Then he looked at Pedro and another C-plus class Cell who was resilient, along with the Sols who had matured after enduring hardships. They were all here, standing side by side. Wangtek was breathing a bit uneasily, his eyes darkening, thinking to himself, if there was not a plan to trap the A-class mutated strain, it would definitely end up like this. But the question remained. Would the condition of the survivors stabilize? The A-class laser had exhausted all energy after consecutive battles. Qiansu painfully looked at his gunshot wound, while another B-class laser had been shot in the stomach. Sarang had just been injured in the previous fight, B-class Law covered in bruises. The group breathless, and the others exhausted from the stress of battle, their energy completely depleted. In contrast to them stood the A-class mutated creature, glaring with fierce eyes and roaring loudly at them. It kept its eyes fixed on its prey. Previously, ancient Roman soldiers were locked in a large cube, carefully guarded outside. And now, for the first time in 10 years, feeling freedom, it was in perfect condition to enjoy a sensation it had never experienced before. With a crazed look, it roared loudly, declaring war. As soon as the words left its mouth, the ancient Roman soldier stomped the ground and charged straight at Wangtek. He quickly defended himself, but its strength was overwhelming, causing him to stumble backward. At that moment, Qiansu swiftly spun the rope in his hand and then quickly lashed it out, the rope striking directly at him, not giving him a moment to rest. Sarang quickly tightened her grip on her axes. She furrowed her brows, aimed carefully, and launched a swift attack toward him. The ancient Roman soldier reacted in time, raising his shield to block. Quickly, Pedro used a wrestling move to grab tightly around his waist. He gritted his teeth, trying to use all his strength to hold him still. Jinu seized this opportunity to shout loudly for attention. Everyone angrily rushed from all sides to surround the ancient Roman soldier and attacked fiercely. Suddenly, he lifted his leg forcefully, causing Pedro to panic and squeeze tighter to restrain him. Suddenly, a bright flash like fire erupted, followed by a burst of light beams. It shot out in all directions, light piercing through each person as blood splattered everywhere. Qiansu, Jingu, Sarang, Pedro, along with Wangtek, were all taken aback and fell to the ground in shock. At that moment, the ancient Roman soldier charged forward, kneeing Pedro straight in the face. He was knocked backward and fell, while Sarang tried to rush in to stop him. The ancient Roman soldier then shifted his target, swinging his shield and knocking her down. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Chanu gritted his teeth and forcefully threw his weapon's cord. He launched it straight at the ancient Roman soldier. The cord flew through, wrapping tightly around his arm. The ancient Roman soldier showed no panic, using the momentum to pull the cord towards himself. Qiansu was startled. The force was so strong that he was lifted straight into the air. Munhen saw this and was horrified. Flailing in panic, he quickly loaded his gun, aiming at him, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, he paused. He glanced over, realizing that a small monster had bitten his neck. Wangtek grimaced. Gritting his teeth, he quickly rushed in to slash the small monster and cut the cord to save Qiansu. He lost his balance and fell hard to the ground. Meanwhile, Munhen also fell to the ground. He painfully held his wound, rolling in agony. Suddenly, his body began to ooze strange blood vessels. Munhen could no longer control his consciousness. Tears streaming down his face, foam continuously bubbled at his mouth. Qiansu was horrified at the sight. Collapsing, he watched as the man exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Jinjinu's face was one of utter horror, gripping his weapon tightly. In the distance, Wangtek was desperately fighting the ancient Roman soldiers alone. Qiansu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. He charged straight at him in a frenzy. Wangtek clenched his teeth. Suddenly Qiansu's eyes flashed white, roaring like a beast, wildly raising his weapon. He also aimed his gun at him. The streams of force flew straight at him like mere scratches. Suddenly, the ancient Roman soldier bowed his head, tensed up, and spikes erupted from his skin. The soldier roared, ready for battle. A fierce wind rose up. Xianxu struggled to shield himself. Seeing this, Wang Tek quickly stepped back, realizing things had gone too far. Suddenly, he noticed his knife was nearly broken. Both stood cautiously, eyeing the ancient Roman soldier standing before them. He glanced at his teammate nearby. Qiansu seemed to have lost all strength. Panting heavily, Wang Tek continued to look back to assess the situation. Behind them lay countless injuries. Sarang Pedro Laliat was down. The teammates from earlier were also lying cold on the ground. His face darkened, anxious at how far things had escalated. Wang Tek stared at him and scrutinized carefully. Its outer armor resembled a crustacean, growing harder as if adapting to the battle. Therefore, its wounds healed over time. He thought to himself, to defeat this unusual mutated species, they needed overwhelming firepower or to control the ancient horse, striking fast to prevent it from healing. Right now, no person or weapon could achieve that. Wang Tek frowned, trying to find a way out. If this situation continued, more people would fall, and many more would die. He remembered his duty. Even if it was a dirty job, someone had to take responsibility, and that was the commander. Thinking of this, he let out a long breath. The one who inherits my will. He placed a hand on Qianu's shoulder. Suddenly, Wang Tek forcefully shoved Qianu backward. I hope you are still the one. Leaving him momentarily stunned, Wang Tek shot him a glance and said firmly, you have to survive. With those words, he went madly slashing at him. The blade struck hard against the Roman soldier's shield. Moments later, he quickly dashed forward. Wang Tek soared high and stomped down on him. He immediately staggered back, struggling to maintain balance. He landed lightly on his feet. Suddenly, Wang Tek took off his belt, for some reason, tightly wrapped it around his neck. He reached into his pocket, voice laced with killing intent. This monster. Wang Tek took a syringe and stabbed it into himself, glaring at him. I have to respond to it accordingly. Right after the injection, his heart felt like it stopped beating. Wang Tek suddenly opened his eyes wide, tears streaming down in pain. The substance flowed into his veins. Soon after, it spread throughout his entire body. He screamed in agony to the heavens. Qiansu, witnessing this scene, was wide-eyed and sweating coldly. Both stood frozen there. At this moment, his gaze changed. It sparkled brightly. Memories suddenly flooded back. Above the information board was the list of candidates accepted in the second round. As a teenager, stared intently at the announcement board. Wang Tek's eyes lit up with joy. I used to study at the officer school. In the following days, he was enlisted. There was nothing particularly special about the reason. Wang Tek studied hard day and night. That was just to get into officer school. During the day, he pushed himself to run to build stamina, and at night, he studied diligently under a dim light. Each day passed in this repetitive cycle. He sat focused on the application form on the computer. That is what, as a student, I planned to serve my country for a while before entering society. Time flew by quickly, and soon it arrived. The graduation ceremony and the commissioning from the Patriotic Officer School. Wang Tek stood at attention, saluting. For me, the duty to protect country or the spirit of the militia used to mean nothing until he met Jun, who gently smiled at him with affection. The comrades like Corporal Kim, Dong, and others John, Sorry, Chuan, Qiansu he encountered. Back in the present, the slime continuously appeared, slithering around him. I feel very regretful. Qiansu stared at him in panic. I accepted everything except for the chance to meet everyone. Junyu also sweated coldly watching. Even so, I guessed this day would come. At that moment, Wang Tek's body seemed to transform into something resembling the physical form of ancient Roman soldiers. He spoke in a deep voice. Don't worry about anything else. This is the path you must continue on. Qianu opened his eyes wide, shocked, thinking, what on earth happened that he turned into this? At this moment, Wang spoke coldly. Turn away. I am begging you. He crouched down, alert, waiting for the attack to come. Ancient Roman soldiers screamed wildly. He had secured his neck with a belt. He had to do everything to prevent this mutation from reaching his brain. So that is why Wang Tek acted like that. He could hold out for about 10 minutes at most. He kicked off the ground and leaped high. During that time, what he needed to do was fight. Wang gritted his teeth and charged towards him. The ancient Roman soldier remained calm standing there. Moments later, both unleashed a powerful strike at the same time. The loud explosion echoed through the forest. A strong wind rose. He glared at him angrily. Wang strained his eyes to find his weakness. Both were equally matched, slashing at each other. The group of Pedro anxiously watched every second as he thrust the sharp point into him. However, the ancient Roman soldiers quickly raised their shields. Sarang furrowed her brow. worried and unable to take her eyes off the fierce battle. At that moment, the ancient Roman soldiers thrust their spears directly at him. But he quickly tilted his head to avoid the blow. Both sides charged at each other, unleashing fierce strikes against one another. Dust and strong winds arose. Chanu covered his face with his hand, trying to observe the situation. I have to kill this mutated breed and get everyone back to the Bizen wall. That is my ultimate responsibility. Wangtek grit his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. Have I ever truly been responsible for anyone? He thought of those who had sacrificed so much for him. Wangtek paused, then made a firm decision. Right. Let us consider this my first and last responsibility. Suddenly, his pupils vanished. His eyes turned completely white, and Wangtek clenched his teeth, pouring all his strength into a charge. The ancient Roman soldiers were momentarily stunned. Before they could react, he swung his weapon down at their neck. The sharp blade pierced his neck. Blood began to ooze out. Suddenly, at this point, he could no longer deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, the ancient Roman soldier moved, causing Wangtek to jump back in shock. In the next second, he swung his spear and severed Wangtek's arm. Wangtek was briefly horrified. He quickly spun his spear, stabbing straight through him. Wangtek was hit, bleeding painfully, and he was forced to bow his head in exhaustion. The ancient Roman soldier looked on with excitement, growling wildly. Suddenly, he felt something stop him. His hand froze, and he did not understand what was happening. At that moment, Wangtek's eyes lost all rationality, and he gritted his teeth while stretching out, a sticky substance quickly oozing out. It wrapped around the spear of the ancient Roman soldier. Sensing danger, he tried to pull the spear back, but it was held tight. Suddenly, the ancient Roman soldier's face showed clear astonishment. At this moment, Wangtek's arm had formed into a cannon, and he closed his eyes, aiming straight at him before firing a large bullet. The ancient Roman soldier was hit and immediately flew backward, looking up in confusion. Just as he regained his senses, he saw Wangtek quickly swinging a punch toward his face, and he unleashed another powerful force that slammed into him. The ancient Roman soldier, furious, ground his teeth and immediately stood up to counterattack with his shield. Suddenly, the ancient Roman soldier halted in astonishment. It turned out Chanu was fiercely wielding a weapon underneath, holding him back. He frowned tightly, struggling to resist. He refused to back down, continuously thrashing in resistance. Wangtek was horrified at this sight. However, he quickly regained his composure, seizing the opportunity to channel power into his hands. Wangtek screamed, his eyes turning white, and white fragments were drawn up, quickly flying to blast one side of the soldier's head apart. Chanu also thrust his weapon with great force. In that moment, Wangtek unleashed a tremendous force to attack him. Suddenly, Chanu placed a hand on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Stop." He seriously reassured him. It is all over now. Both of them stood frozen. In front of them, the ancient Roman soldiers had been burned to ashes, their heads engulfed in blue flames. Wangtek gasped at the devastation before him, while Chanu silently watched him, worry etched on his face. Suddenly, Wangtek let out a chilling laugh, his tone frightening. "What kind of ending is this?" Hearing these words, Pedro and Jinu looked at him anxiously. "There is a zombie right in front of you." Sarang furrowed her brow, confusion evident on her face. At that moment, Wangtek bowed his head and spoke seriously. "You have to end me for everything to be over." "Right." Qiansu was taken aback and shouted loudly. "What?" He spoke firmly. Wangtek's gaze turned toward Chi Onunsu's weapon. "You are the last one." He flinched, looking extremely puzzled. Wangtek turned to look up at Chi Onunsu, his eyes sincere. "You are the last comrade I will meet in this life, so please put an end to me yourself." Hearing this, he could not help but be stunned, his brow furrowing deeply. Even Kim Xiong, who has not finished elementary school, can understand your lips moving. Right now, Lieutenant Lim is asking for something. The shovel gleamed. And why was he asking you to do this? Qiansu panicked and turned to his teammate Jin Gu, who immediately shook his head in refusal. The slime slithered towards the shovel. He held it tightly in his heart and quickly moved toward Qiansu. Wangtek struggled to hold back, using his last bit of rationality to earnestly look at him. Tichin was extremely panicked, his face paling. He was asking me to kill him before he turned into a monster. He stared at Wangtek, his mind racing wildly. Now, from the government standpoint, Lieutenant Lim is the one who instigated the coup. If I kill him now, the Sly will be absolved of guilt. He remembered his past life and thought he could return to a normal life within the walls of Bonn. Qiansu frowned, deep in thought, cold sweat running down his face. In other words, this is stepping on and ignoring the coup. That is the only way to survive. He recalled the image from the past. His brother had been like that too. Back then, he did not understand and could only look at his brother with a confused gaze. Being too young, he knew nothing and could do nothing. He had enjoyed a peaceful life at home. His brother worked hard, carrying heavy loads, trying to earn every penny, and he had worked himself to death for him. His eyes became dark in a literal sense. Kiansu could not believe that the person lying on the bed, being taken away, was his brother, who had turned into a real zombie. The relic Chiansu left behind was the shovel. He had survived thanks to someone's death, but now, in front of Chiansu, Wangtek was once again extending the shovel towards him. Chiansu panicked and desperately refused. "I can't do it. I do not want to do this." Wangtek pushed the shovel forward, looking at Chiansu with determination. "You have to do it so that everyone can survive, and so I can leave something behind." He was confused and desperately denied it. "I understand what you are saying, but I am not going to do it. I do not care who it is or what the stakes are, even though I have been indifferent, and we have only worked together for a few days." Remember when we first met Wangtek? He was incredibly arrogant, always nitpicking his subordinates. "How could I kill someone I know, just to survive?" They laughed and joked together, sharing dangerous moments side by side. Chanu closed his eyes tightly, shaking his head repeatedly. "I can't. I won't do it. No way." Suddenly, Wangtek said in a low voice, "Don't you get it yet? That is why I am telling you to do it." "The hell? Since the first time we met, you have never disappointed me." Hearing this, Kiansu felt confused. He remembered the fierce look from the first time he met Chionansu at Jin Ven. "When I first saw you, you were guarding the wall all alone. Your face was covered in blood as you looked up at Wangtek. You single-handedly stopped a Class B mutated strain and a Class B." He continued recounting how on the way to Unjin, you protected all the team members. After it was all done, Chionu slumped back in his chair, sighing. "What I mean is, I did my best." Wangtek held the hall tightly, moving closer to him. Just the two of them. He remembered that sneaky lieutenant. Even the soldiers responsible for protecting the people acted selfishly. The officer's sinister gaze. "This is what the world is like. They are willing to cross boundaries." He recalled Chiansu's righteousness. It was not anything grand. "You should help those people so they won't lose their homes." Just that he said he had fallen asleep and did not hear the zombies coming. Wangtek looked at him gently, smiling lightly. "Then I thought about whether I should call him an idiot, and here he is, still surviving like this. What I mean is, you can't cross that line." Kiansu felt really awkward hearing that. He furrowed his brow, sweat beading. Suddenly, Wangtek jumped. Kiansu was also startled, his pupils suddenly shrinking, and he instinctively coughed up blood. Wangtek knew he could not hold on much longer, so he quickly approached. Urging Chionu to hurry up, he said in a serious tone. This operation could mean the army would suffer great losses. Wangtek imagined the scene of the army being slaughtered, lying like trash on the road. He continued, "The government won't be able to stop the people's anxiety. This unjust system and regime may not survive any longer because the power that could enforce it is gone." Wangtek thought about the consequences if the government lost all its power and collapsed, and many would fill in those gaps. Then the class would hold more power than the politicians. He scanned the crowd and the new recruits coming up from below, thinking they would rise as a new hope. At this point, Wangtek stared intently at Chiansu. Among them, "Captain, you take charge and become a powerful leader, capturing both types of mutants." He looked at Wangtek in shock. "Save everyone and everything I could not do. If it is you, I believe you can make it happen." Chiansu frowned and lowered his head, then replied sharply, "But you are telling me to keep my life and ordering me to kill you. I do not like that, but if this is a deal." Jingu looked at him anxiously. "If this is the way to save the others, if this is what you want to leave behind." Pedro and Sarang looked on in silence, equally confused and reluctant. Chiansu reached out and grasped the hall tightly. Wangtek quickly knelt down, bowing his head, waiting for him to finish it. Suddenly, Chians raised his voice. "What did you come here to achieve?" He stared in surprise for a moment, recalling the image of himself standing majestically, his eyes looking up at the clear sky with the South Korean flag fluttering in the wind. "For a world where the strong protect the weak." Wangtek smiled proudly. "Just like I did when I soared that day." Transitioning to the results of the Lizard campaign. The factories appeared, successfully repairing the nuclear power plant lying cold on the ground. The slurs of the Ministry of Defense. 17 people dead. Sorry they did not close their eyes. Along with countless others lying immobile on the battlefield, and 83 civilian slurs were killed or went missing. Soldiers lay scattered on the ground. About 2,200 soldiers from both sides had died or gone missing. The one bound tightly to the A-class slaw tree, Jianchun, is missing. Ancient Roman soldiers defeated. A-class mutants, dead. And Wangtek's body lay cold there. Lieutenant Lim Wangtek, class, was killed. The sky glowed with a beautiful pink hue. After this battle, No military operations commanded by the Bizen provisional government were carried out. The four Chanu approached the helicopter. At this moment, Chiller Sam was standing at the door, watching their every step. The atmosphere around them was very low. Everyone bowed their heads and walked silently. He carried their belongings to prepare a place for them. Suddenly noticing Chiansu clutching a white cloth bundle tightly, Chan Sam glanced curiously and asked, "What is that you are carrying so carefully?" Chiansu, hearing this, remained silent for a moment, then tightened the fabric bag and replied in a low voice, "It is my luggage." He saw this and just silently looked at him. Chiansu spoke seriously, "From now on, I will always carry it with me." The helicopter quickly took off. Pedro Jingu slumped down, resting his head on the seat. Looking bored, Sarang sat there dazed, her face deep in thought. Chansu still clutched the fabric bag tightly. At this moment, she turned to look at him, her gaze cautious and probing. Sarang gently placed her hand over his, transferring warmth into his hand. He glanced over. Her eyes were sad, her hand still resting there trying to comfort him. She looked worriedly towards Chu. He slightly bowed his head, his face tightly knit. "So many people have died." And she on. "Sorry. Those cold comrades lying there. And I have killed so many people." The slain soldiers lay scattered everywhere. The most painful outcome of this battle was losing Commander Wang Tek. Kiansu sat atop a mountain of corpses. But in contrast, what he gained was very little. For the first time, Kim Chiansu felt wary of his work. Kiansu focused on counting each bill. But he felt more embarrassed about being short on money and worried about his next meal. It is not as simple as just giving up, is it? Things can't just stay like this. But now he is too deep into it. And the burden just keeps getting heavier. Kiansu buried his face in his hands and cried out. A moment later, the helicopter landed in the yard. The four of them disembarked one after another, with the last three standing aside, waiting for him to come out. As soon as Chiansu stepped down, he was taken aback by what he saw ahead. The soldiers looked at him with sorrowful expressions. Kiansu quickly approached and spoke up. "Aren't you all going home yet?" Chanu glanced over and said seriously, "If it is about the commission, we will head to the Ministry of Defense to negotiate. So you do not need to worry. Although we do not know if we will receive the full amount, we will try to get as much percentage as possible." Suddenly, they all bowed their heads together, and one person spoke solemnly. "Even though we have chosen this job killing zombies for money, we still have a conscience." The others chimed in with their feelings. "Yep. Thanks to you, we can survive. At the very least, we should express our sincere gratitude to you. You negotiate with the Ministry of Defense and let us know that the amount compared to our lives is hardly anything." They all bowed their heads low and said in unison, "We thank you very much." Kiansu looked at them and gently replied, "First, let us go back and rest. You all have worked hard these past few days." They nodded in agreement. "Contact us anytime. Even though we are tired of this job, we really want to work with you again." "Me too. If we have time, let us grab a drink together." Jin lifted a juice box to drink, his face pensive as he replied, "We will probably see each other again soon. Anyway, in a few days, you will be summoned by the Ministry of Defense as witnesses." At this, Pedro looked at Kiansu and said seriously, "You have worked the hardest. When your body recovers, let us contact each other again." Sarang shyly lowered her head and gently spoke up. "I am worried and can't stop comforting you. Don't be too down. I have always thought you were the most courageous and passionate fighter. Even Major Lim said so." Suddenly, she paused and bit her lip. Sarang rushed forward and hugged him tightly. She choked on her words and whispered, "You have to hang in there, and I am sorry." After that, Sarang shyly turned and ran away quickly, leaving Chiansu, who was still dazed and unable to process what just happened. At that moment, Munhan walked in from outside. He glanced at him and thought, "That girl seems much more grown up now. She even thinks about her teammates." Kiansu frowned, deep in thought, and replied seriously, "I do not want any more teammates. I am already too busy killing in this crazy world." He squinted and spoke in a low voice. "You might not understand it now, but you will soon realize. It is not the people you like who will stick by you, and those you hate just leave." Munhan turned halfway and signaled, "First, let us head downstairs. We need to treat our injuries and bring Lieutenant Lim back to the Ministry of Defense." The vast city of Korea appeared before them, and there were many things he needed to do to enjoy this fresh atmosphere. Kiansu was sitting with someone in front of the senior officers. The survivors of the battle at Unjin had an interrogation about the events the next day. But instead of calling it an interrogation, they were glaring and pointing fingers at each other. It seemed more like an interrogation to determine if the person agreed with Lieutenant Lim's views. Saliva from those two was flying into his face. Chiansu sat there, trying hard to suppress his anger. Kim Chiansu had followed the advice of corporate attorney Choi Jiang. The lawyer placed a hand on his shoulder, and he testified that he had cooperated with the government's military and had personally dealt with Lieutenant Lim. The lawyer held his hand over his heart, swearing in a way that made Chiansu momentarily flustered. The Ministry of Defense was unable to maintain security in Bizen with just soldiers. The soldier chart was uneven, and the current military force of the Ministry of Defense. The incident of the Unjin nuclear power plant occupation caused military casualties. That meant they announced Lieutenant Lim's coup, and dawn broke, and to suppress the chaos among the people of Bizen and ensure safety there, helicopters were continuously delivering news. They revealed the existence of the SLA that had never been disclosed to ordinary people before in the heavy newspaper. The Provisional Government and the Ministry of Defense acknowledged the existence of the SLA, professional zombie hunters, and the agreement to ensure safety in Bizen. Among them was Lieutenant Lim Wanch, who sparked the coup and took down the A-class mutant. Chiansu stepped up to the podium in front of the soldiers. The Seoul Demon Hall had become the center of attention like a rookie. They quickly applauded him. Chiansu remained expressionless, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Although it was a disgusting play, the Demon Hall Kim Chiansu had crushed the coup. This scene was captured and printed in the newspapers. He was recognized as an A-class slayer. Under the government's assurance, Kim Chiansu gained many things through this deal. First was the power known as A-class slayer. The apex shining bright. The information kept coming in. It allowed him to gather a massive amount of data and also reach profitable trusts. Secondly, there is the spectacular investment. They were throwing money around like crazy. The country stepped up and helped him become a hero. SLA is on the rise. With a title like that, it was enough to ignite the desire of investors. Male and female investors saw this as a golden opportunity the moment they read the news. Because of this, many investors were ready to throw money around to win his favor. One investor opened a suitcase full of cash, flashing a smug smile. Thirdly, there is the talent driving it all. The black and white pieces were scattered everywhere. The situation had changed. The Slazers had joined Chiansu in the Unjin campaign, and those higher-ranking Slazers could not achieve results because they had lost out on work. A group of people rushed over, waving information in front of him. Take our resumes. Ari stepped in, guarding Chiansu closely. The buried talents sought out Kim Chiansu, expressing their desire to work with him. The three main factors: position, talent, and human resources. What should be done to connect the three peaks of this triangle? The scene shifted to a towering skyscraper, where at SLA's company. Suddenly a pair of feet kicked the door open. Dong and Secretary Park jumped in shock. This moment, Chianu strode in confidently, and she awkwardly spoke up. What is going on? He slammed the green card down on the table. The two glanced at each other, realizing that what he just placed was a withdrawal account. Account holder Kim, even though Dong picked it up to inspect, had a puzzled expression. An account? What is going on here? Did you come here to show off your savings? Suddenly, her face showed extreme surprise. Dong saw the amount on top and could not help but scream. 800 billion. What did you do to get so much money? Chiansu wore a smug smile at this moment. I wanted to do this once, but I was afraid it would cause issues in business, so I held back, he said coldly. Besides, I added another billion to it. She still found it hard to believe, her expression filled with confusion. Chiansu turned his head and glanced back. I will take you, Minari. With me. With that, he walked out, slamming the door behind him, leaving the two of them in stunned silence. Secretary Park awkwardly glanced at Dong and hesitantly spoke up. Even Minari going with him like that? Chairman, the prices and recognition of the Slazers have increased significantly compared to before, so there should not be a problem if the contract is not followed. But Dong lowered her head, her brow furrowed. Looking pensive, the world is changing. Chiansu was striding down the hallway with determination. Her gaze was steely, her expression thoughtful. The world that I and that person once dreamed of. How did he transition as a knife plunged down? The fish's head quickly severed. Jang Ho watched as he worked, looking at the two of them, so she smiled knowingly, the knife glinting, suggesting that both would be leaving the Small Business Association. The president of the Arank Small Business Association, Hanan Flowers, Sarang and Jingu watched this scene and felt a bit nervous. Swallowing hard, Dong Kwang spoke while peeling the fish. I am also a bit curious about the company that has more allure than this Small Business Association and me. Anyway, I want tea specifics. But I still feel regretful. Quickly, a portion of sashimi was completed. She gestured for them to join her, smiling warmly, saying it would soon be time for them to leave. So let us eat together. Transitioning to the main church of the Jehovah's Witnesses, a crowd was gathering at the podium. Pedro bowed his head to Biwen, who gestured for him to lift his head. After bowing, he quickly turned and left. Someone questioned, Pastor, is it okay to let Pedro go like that? After all, he was once a slur who contributed to the church. Another missionary clucked his tongue in commentary after the army's collapse. The church has developed even more. But at this moment, I can understand why he is leaving the church. Another person chimed in. I have heard about that. I heard that the slur recently promoted to a rank will be transferred to a new company. Bong Gwin raised his hand to signal for silence. The whole group quickly fell silent. Startled, he smiled ominously. Once a believer, always a believer. Considering the possibility of him becoming an insider is not bad. But let us end the discussion here. Butchuin glanced, his expression seeming to anticipate something. Anyway, many exciting things are coming up. Definitely worth the wait. Among those in this chaotic country, Pedro, Sarang, and Jinyu approached a container-filled area, a shadow visible above. Hyunsu turned around, looking down at them. Not just the three, Ari was also slowly approaching him. What kind of change will this bring? Hyunsu stands there majestically, a class level. The demon lord of the Golden Hall, this time. The full moon is high above, and a person with an annoying tattooed voice is present. Damn it. Juk Chun is both unbound and frustrated. Cursing, those damn kids, daring to use such humiliating tricks. He stumbles forward step by step. First he must get to Bizen, then gather many companies together, and then execute the full-scale war plan. At this moment, not far from him, a figure is watching his every move. He speaks coldly. And Lam is momentarily taken aback. Juk Chun turns his head in shock to see a man standing firmly on the slope, his icy gaze looking down. The former co-founder of Koijang Sla, the original Jiang Suho. Seeing him, he gasps and shouts, "Is that Jiang Suho? How are you here? I clearly heard you were dead." Suho responds coldly, "Well, I almost did die. Thanks to all of you. You left me all alone in that hellhole, but you did not leave that big heart behind. Did you?" Juk Chun instinctively trembles, his face showing immense fear. He spoke in a sharp tone, saying that people like you, who call themselves survivors, are all just like that, always humiliated and selfish to survive. It is a trashy existence. But I have no personal feelings. Hearing this, he questioned back, "So why are you here now?" His face was tense, cold sweat breaking out. Chun shouted anxiously, "What can you do now that you have shown up?" Dex slowly reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a syringe, staring at it before saying, "Sooner or later, you will find out." Meanwhile, on the streets of South Korea, everyone was busy with their own lives. That day was just a normal day. Chimai frowned, staring intently at his phone. But two events occurred that would shake my entire life. The phone displayed a confirmation that Kim Chien-min had passed the entrance exam for Korea University, and he joyfully shouted, "I passed." Chien-min looked thrilled. "With news this good, I have to tell my parents right away." Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. Cheon-min looked up in surprise. Of course. The second event made the first one feel like it never happened. Before him was a chaotic scene. A building engulfed in flames, wrecked cars everywhere, and terrified people running in all directions. Jimin struggled to open the door to his house, where his family was armed and looked very alert. When they saw him, everyone was overjoyed and emotional. A moment later, the Cheon-min family had gathered their essentials. Cautiously leaving with weapons in hand, they entered an abandoned convenience store, stocking up on necessary food. Late into the night, the Cheon-min family encountered some people who looked at each other warily. Jimin sat by the fire, keeping watch while everyone slept. At that moment, he focused on his phone. Cheon-min gazed into the distance, confirming that Kim Cheon-min had passed the entrance exam for Korea University. Suddenly, he heard a noise and turned to look. Cheon-min approached and gently zipped up his brother's sleeping bag. Suddenly, a noise came from afar, and he quickly became alert, observing the surroundings. At that moment, a horde of zombies was frantically charging toward them from a distance. Some people, hearing the noise, quickly woke up. Cheon-min, panicked, shouted loudly to wake everyone up. They scrambled to escape from the pursuing zombies. Suddenly, his father turned around in horror. Panicking, Cheon-min's mother had tripped and fallen behind. He gritted his teeth and decisively said, "Cheon-min." He stood frozen. Cheon-min was currently protecting his brother as they both fled. "You must protect Cheon-onsu to the end." He turned back in shock. Suddenly, his father shoved him hard in the back. He stood there, frozen, watching his son in the crowd of terrified people fleeing. In a hoarse voice, he said, "See you in Bizen." Cheon-min. Right, Cheon-su. Cheon-min and his younger brother turned around in panic, tears streaming down their faces. He froze for a moment, then suddenly clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and made up his mind. The sign still showed 350 kilometers to Bonn. "I waited for my parents for 3 months in front of that wall, surviving on aid and scraps." Cheon-min stood firm, holding the sign with hopeful eyes. "My parents never made it to Bizen. Throughout that time, he held tightly onto the family photo. Tiansu was cold and curled up in a cardboard box, besides waiting for our parents. I also had to work to survive. He looked like he was choking up. Chi and Min kept trying hard to work, and then I frantically searched for jobs at construction sites. I had to build buildings for those who were bitten, so I worked non-stop. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to smile, his face darkening. Something had gone wrong. Chi and Min sat at his desk. Tiansu was sound asleep on the mattress. Suddenly, he crumpled the paper tightly. I had to manage life for two with money barely enough for one. He looked at Chanu with a terrifying gaze. What drove me crazy was Chionanmin's eyes, which seemed to have lost their reason. Staring wide-eyed at Chionanzu, I would not be able to save a penny until Chionanzu grew up, and my own future was looking bleak. Kinsu was still sound asleep on the mattress. He remembered the notification on his phone, grumbling that he should be congratulating Kim Cheon-min for getting into Korea University. Cheon-min's eyes darkened. I am out on a picnic, dating, and enjoying college life. But clearly, if this goes on, I won't even be able to afford a single room. Suddenly, he exclaimed, I want to run away. Chiami quickly turned pale and covered her mouth with her hand. This is a world where people will do anything to ensure their own safety. The brutal men rob from the weak, an old man huddled on the street, children abandoning their parents, and parents leaving their children behind. A boy curled up in a pile of paper. Ki and Min kept thinking, his eyes blank, his inner self struggling. Should not I run away from here too? The next day, in some part of the city, Chien-min handed a bag to his younger brother and instructed him. Chien-su. Right, eat this and wait here for me. Okay, I have something urgent to do nearby. Chien-su, with a blissful expression, accepted it happily and nodded obediently. Kiansu sat on the chair, enjoying the bag of snacks. This cake is so delicious. He slightly turns his head to glance, then turns back to adjust his hat, thinking to himself that this is good enough. Gradually, I just need to live for myself from now on. He looks towards the train station. First, this is the furthest I can go. Let us head to a newly developed residential area and find a job. Chien-min looks up at the sky, deep in thought. I have to get there, earn money, and live a normal life. Live straight and occasionally take breaks. Living a normal life without the hunger haunting me. He gradually opens his eyes. Chien-min wakes up in shock from a deep sleep. In the train compartment, he is the only one left. Chien-min sits there in a daze, his gaze distant. At this moment, a guard enters and, upon seeing him, exclaims in surprise, Hey student, this is the last station. He looks at the guard. If you fell asleep, you should hurry back, because the train will depart soon. Are you getting off or staying seated? Suddenly, he freezes, not saying anything. At this moment, a voice echoes in his head. Chien-min. His father appears. You must protect Chien-su until the end. Chien-min is startled, realizing he has forgotten that promise. The whole family will reunite in Bizen. The promise to protect Chien-su until the end. He rushes back in the direction he just left, looking anxious as Chien-min runs. He thinks to himself that although he does not know if his parents will return, perhaps he can still keep that promise. Suddenly, he stops, and in front of him, Chien-su is still sitting calmly in that spot. Despite the cold wrapping around him, the boy stubbornly refused to leave. Tucking his head into his collar while waiting for his brother, Chien-min panicked, rushing to stand in front of Chionu. Chien-min looked at his younger brother with guilt in his eyes. Chien-su looked up and softly called, Big bro. Chien-min forcefully pulled his brother into a tight hug. You idiot. Where do you think you are going? Why are you still sitting here waiting? Chien-su smiled affectionately. I told you to wait here. I promised I would come back for you. Suddenly, the boy held out a bag of pastries. I only ate half of this. The rest is for you. Chien-min paused, amazed. Chionamai's face crinkled in self-reproach. He embraced his brother tightly. The scene shifted to a late evening at a nearby house. Chien-min carried his brother while warmly chatting. Chien-su, if I save enough money, I will buy us a small house. He smiled cheerfully. What do you think? Is that possible? At that moment, his little brother had fallen asleep on his back. Chien-su's breathing was gentle. Chien-min smiled affectionately, then turned his gaze upward with determination. Chien-min told himself, a house that can protect you and wait for our parents to come back. The scene shifted to in front of a small house, where Chianu stood looking through the window, his expression deep in thought. He turned slightly to glance at a photo on the side table and softly said, Big bro. That is the photo of our family when we were happy together. I finally bought a house just like you wanted. His mood suddenly sank. He remembered that day. It seemed Chien-su had sensed everything, following his brother's silhouette with his gaze. That was the day I almost left you. Even if I never come back to you, I won't hold it against you. It turned out that night when Min lost his composure and let it slip, he had inadvertently overheard. All of this was simply because this world was too hard for someone to live normally, so from now on. Kiansu looked up towards the distant horizon. He recalled the victorious days. His brother. And family. With needles and name tags flashing before him. Along with this country, the image of the tragic death lay cold there. A joyful person showcasing ultrasound results. Everything that people had overlooked and forgotten. The scene of everyone gathered together. Laughing and talking happily. Ari's sorrowful gaze back then. I want to find those things again. The scene of Wangtek kneeling at his feet. The moment he tightly held the white fabric bag within. Kiansu slammed his hand down on the photo. The scene shifted to someone opening the car door. A steady foot stepping down. Which is why I established a company. At this moment, a group of elegantly dressed people in black stood to the sides. And many had come to join in. Sarang glanced at him and smiled softly. Having formerly been part of the Slazer BM Small Business Association, Pedro had also changed his hairstyle. Previously being part of the Jehovah-Selassie Church under missionary Choi Pedro, Ari looked at him with a bright smile. The manager who once belonged to Choi Trang Min's company. Ari Jingu excitedly spoke up. Even if you are just a puppet chairman, you should show a bit of class so other companies do not look down on you. You have been part of the C-level Small Business Association judging Park Jing. He raised his voice. Everyone. Bow to the chairman. Everyone quickly lowered their heads in respect. We salute you. Chairman. His gaze was unwavering. Everyone. Please bless me so that everything goes smoothly. The founder of Slur Fans. Kim Chiansu. On the map. The location of Kim Kiansu's company is Jing'an. There are many reasons they chose this place. Because of the incident at the Jing'an wall that happened before. A group of people with fierce expressions looked at him. He rushed in madly. And the perception of Kim Chiansu here is overwhelmingly better than other Slazers. Kiansu bravely faced the giant monster alone. Moreover, after the wall was completed, the workers and construction companies reclaimed this place. They looked at the project before them. Everyone was excited. It was finally complete. Those people had offered Kim Chiansu free land and the buildings they owned. Both sides stood facing each other. Kiansu looked at the building with a surprised expression. There are more new buildings than I thought. Ari glanced at him in a flustered state. Moreover, the location is extremely convenient. Did they really let us rent such buildings for free? The contractor smiled brightly. Those used to be worthless buildings before the wall was built. And the one who protected that wall is you. Chiansu, at least he should receive this much treatment. We are not just giving it away. It is just a rental. So it is not a big deal. The two exchanged glances. Kiansu gently nodded. Feeling the pressure, one person pointed excitedly. If you want, just add one condition. If zombies invade this Zimhei area later, we will hand everything over to your company. Chiansu, recently, the number of soldiers has decreased quite a bit. So there are rumors that the security of the wall is becoming dangerous. The two exchanged glances and smiled lightly. So that is how it is. Both stood tall in front of the temporary headquarters of Slur Fans. The door opened, and Chiansu slowly walked down the hallway. Very happily pointed out, as of today, we have had 32 SLA join our company. Among them, 19 Slur signed long-term contracts for 2 years. Anyone who saw him greeted him cheerfully. There is the chairman. She continued. The rest signed contracts for half a year based on mutual cooperation. Ari glanced at Chiansu. After seeing the number of slurs under the company increasing, I think with just a little more time, the company will grow to match a mid-sized company. He looked back at her and replied. Well, I like the number of slur increasing. We need enough workload to match that scale of personnel. What is the situation over there? Jingu asked with a serious expression. And Sarang and Pedro are handling it. Currently, there are 7 small trusts and 3 medium ones. We need more than 3 slurs to participate. And ultimately there will be 1 large trust. It requires 7 slazers, including you as the chairman. The chart is rising. Although the workload is not heavy, the steady increase is a huge motivator. He smiled with delight. Above all, today, word of mouth is more important than anything. If we just complete the number of trusts assigned, rumors will spread that our company does excellent work at reasonable prices. If that is the case, there will be more new trusts coming in. The 3 of them climbed up the stairs. They discussed along the way. We still have enough money to manage until then, so do not worry. It is great to have money, but we also need to be cautious because urgent matters will arise. Kiansu thought for a moment, then turned with a serious face. When investors make requests, we must be ready to repay. Not refuse. Investors. Debt. Demands. Fence. Repayment. Refusal. We have to do this so they won't think of pulling out their money to bind us. He recalled Secretary Park's smug smile, sending a chill down his spine that such a thing would not happen again. Jinyu pondered and then spoke. That means you have no intention of losing in this game. Right. All right. I will reconsider and try every way to increase the number of trusts. Ari behind him looked at him with a worried expression. He explained seriously. The position is not tied to any business. And once we have enough manpower, we will execute our plan. The three of them moved to the chairman's office. Kiansu pushed the door open, his expression scrutinizing. Suddenly, two people were already waiting inside, and he was surprised to see them. Daiha closed his book upon seeing him and cheerfully raised his hand to greet him. Chairman, it is great to see you. Kiansu looked at Jinyu with a puzzled expression. Is this a new addition? He was also confused. Quietly saying, isn't there a new trust? Hearing that, Kiansu turned to look at Ari. Then who is this, a new slave? If so, how come I do not remember? She avoided eye contact and hesitated to speak. He is indeed Sla. If explained specifically. Ari hesitantly looked at him. Earlier, the chairman mentioned the unreasonable demands of the investors. You could say he is an errand boy handling those unreasonable requests. Really? Right now? He was still sitting there with a confident look directed at Chiansu. The upper class is a group that will do anything to maintain their wealth. A girl trapped in a cage. Looking extremely frightened, this means risking even their children's lives. Outside, a father calmly took a hit of his drug. Previously, during the dictatorship, they sent their children to military schools. A father led his son into the military school. When the elite control a special school, they send their children there. A wealthy father excitedly takes his child to school, and when the trend of studying abroad arises, they send their children overseas as well. They adapt quickly. Right now, with zombies invading, it is the same. The father is training his child to be a sharp weapon. In a world where military power is waning and the influence of slayers is rising, Chairman Chan Yu-chi sits majestically, fiddling with his phone. Chairman Chan Yu-chi inherited wealth right before the zombie pandemic broke out, and thinks similarly. He speaks out loudly. The era has come where at least one slough is needed in a family. Hearing this, Chiwanu looks displeased. So is that why he insists we let this kid into the company? Ari looks at him warily. Daiha laughs cheerfully, waving his hand in greeting. You can just call me Yu Daiha. The Ua class Sol has killed 7. Kiansu points at him, his voice dripping with disdain. So what? Class E, aside from cutting down zombies as an intern, has not he ever gone outside to kill zombies? Is this a daycare? Junu glances over, coolly speaking up. You do not need to play the parent. They have already hired me for that role. Sla class Kojinsu has killed 572. Kiansu frowns at this, his head throbbing as he shouts. Parent. What do you mean? I am not taking responsibility for this. You all leave now. And do not accept such commissions again. Got it. Daiha smiles brightly. I heard you are about to have surplus funds and new commissions. I want to do it. So just return my investment right away. Although I do not know how much capital you have left in your company, this will surely be difficult for you. Chairman, you look at me and calmly argue. Just from my father's money. The chairman of U has already invested 200 billion thanks to the reputation of the U group. You also gained another investment of about 200 billion. Ari glances at Chiansu, explaining with concern. The reality is that we have already used that money when separating from Koi Trang's company. So I think there is no other way but to accept him into the company. Dear Chairman, he rubs his temples. Frustrated, thinking he started his own company to avoid bowing down to arrogant people. In the end, he can get anything for free that goes his way. Seriously, letting him into the company is fine. You do not have to assign him any tasks. Right. Ari is flustered. About that, she awkwardly smiles, stating that the Yu Chang group insists on assigning Dai He and requires special training from the chairman as well. Kiansu rolls his eyes in annoyance. After a while at the company, the three enter a room filled with dummies for training in the basement of the Slurfan's company. The dummies all have a red X mark on their heads and bodies. Kiansu pointed at them and ordered sternly. First, start attacking those dummies over there in terms of basics for understanding the attack range and getting familiar with your body. This is the most fundamental. He sighed, turned away, and casually waved his hand. All right. Keep hitting the dummies until you are exhausted. Daiha suddenly called out to the chairman. Kiansu looked back in surprise and said, I have done this many times before I met the chairman. Daiha smiled excitedly, his eyes eagerly looking at him. I wonder if the chairman can fight me directly. Kiansu glared at him, annoyed, and replied, Fight directly. Though irritated, he managed to explain. It seems you are misunderstanding something. What I am doing is helping with your training. It is simply because I am being paid. Not because you have any talent or are exceptional. Daiha calmly smiled and made a proposal. If I lose overwhelmingly, I will pack my things and leave the company with Chanu, and I promise to convince my father not to withdraw his investment from fans. Hearing this, he fell silent. Contemplating, suddenly, he spoke in a low voice. If you are making such a condition, you must have something you want to achieve. Right, with a probing tone. He said, the next commission must be given to me and Jinsu to work on together. Kiansu scrutinized him, thinking to himself that he was making advantageous conditions as if preparing for the next match. Either he has some scheme, or he really has the ability. Suddenly, he broke into an excited smile. Then I like this even more. If I can see through that scheme during the match, I must eliminate it completely. If he really has the ability, then I will keep him and train him thoroughly. Kiansu cheerfully replied. All right. Prepare your weapons properly and come back here in 30 minutes. Daiha focused on him, and his guardian did the same. Chanu turned in surprise upon hearing this. Kiansu turned around and put on a serious face. Hurry up and get ready. A moment later, in some room, Daiha was fully equipped. Gripping the chainsaw tightly and looking ahead, Chanu was also armed. Observing seriously, Kizun stood imposingly in front of them, softly explaining, the rules are simple. Both of you charge together. He looked at them seriously and advised, if I get hurt, do not worry and just keep going. The sound of the chainsaw roared loudly. A streak of lightning flashed by. Chanu crouched into an attacking stance, his expression blank as he looked at Chiansu. He stared at both of them and said sternly, are you two charging? Or should I go first? Chiansu glanced at Ja, thinking to himself, with how honestly he aimed the chainsaw at me, he must be looking down on me. Right. But proposing this training was indeed my plan from before. He furrowed his brow, trying to assess the situation, thinking to himself, we have already set up a plan to fight against you. The devil will fall. Daiha smirked excitedly. He should go. Anyway. Before he could finish his sentence. Suddenly, Kiansu struck Jinyu. His strength was overwhelming, sending Jinyu flying into the wall behind him, shattering it, dust flying everywhere. Duho was still in shock, bewilderedly exclaiming. Jinyu was now pinned against the wall, the shovel's blade glinting. Chanu coldly spoke. What is wrong? He glanced at Jar and scoffed. Things are not going according to your plan. It turned out that before the fight, he had predicted Kim Chiansu's carefree personality, combined with the pride of an A-class fighter. The chance of both charging together was 200%. Which is why he made such a condition earlier. And just as he predicted, Kiansu said, the rules are simple. Both attack at the same time. He had a serious look, not needing to worry about getting hurt. Just feel free to swing your weapons. Kiansu thought. Go-Jinsu swiftly charged towards him and Yu-Ja, wielding the chainsaw which could deal lethal damage if they struck in tandem. Ja wore a victorious smile. Seizing the moment of surprise, Jins executed a move to control Chiansu, using his weapon to break the blade of Kim Chiansu's shovel, locking it in place with one blow. The two weapons clashed together while his weapon was secured. He unleashed a stunning finishing move. Chiansu, momentarily caught off guard, was astonished by this display. Concluding the first impressive tactic, Daiha smiled triumphantly. The next request is to allow us to accompany you, dear chairman. Quickly becoming the right-hand man of a class Sla, rising to be an outstanding rookie in the Slazer community, news quickly reported. The second son of the Yu Chong group became an elite Sla, showcasing extraordinary talent to the public, paving the way for the Yu group to flaunt its power in the Slazer community. That was Yuje's plan. He would be celebrated by everyone. Everyone had a perfect plan until they were defeated. Back in reality, Kiansu charged into attack before Ja could finish his second sentence. Are you confused? He glanced at Jinyu, who had just been knocked into the wall. Chiansu spoke coldly. What is wrong? He sneered. Is everything not going according to your plan? Daiha gritted his teeth, panic on his face. He frowned, gripping the chainsaw and rushed towards him. The saw blade swung swiftly, and Chianu easily dodged it. He glanced back, silently assessing, noting the slow, clumsy swings lacking basic technique. This kid could barely take down a few regular zombies before getting bitten and infected. Daiha missed and lost his balance, leaving him stunned. Kiansu thought to himself, he must be flustered, swinging the weapon too hard to control due to centrifugal force. Suddenly, Kiansu raised his weapon high. Daiha, frightened, instinctively shut his eyes, waiting for the blow. After a long moment with no change, he opened his eyes in surprise to observe. He saw Chionansu standing still and wondered, has he stopped? Is he holding back because I am a rookie? Suddenly, Chionu smirked with delight. Daiha was shocked and confused, thinking he was mocking him. Suddenly, Chiononsu threw the saw to the ground, standing tall before Daiha, coldly commenting that he was even worse than the guy who just got knocked away with one hit not even worth his time. He furrowed his brow, glaring at him, his voice irritated. How much do you disrespect the slaw profession? Chianu kept hurling mockery. You are the child of a tycoon. Are not you? Living inside the safety walls and enjoying hot meals makes you look down on the resolve of those who have to go outside. This left just stunned and speechless. Kiansu's tone hardened as he accused, wanting to seize the fame created by the desperate efforts of those poor souls. He then made a decision. I will teach you a lesson before kicking you out. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch to Jess' face. Daiha instantly fell backward, blood spraying from his nose. Before he could recover, Kiansu clenched his fist and charged at him with an angry expression. He hit Daiha hard, causing him to grimace in pain. As he was sent flying through the air, it hurt so much, not just his body. Daiha crashed hard onto the floor. He was in agony, bleeding, his face contorted, and even his words caused him pain. Jay's eyes were vacant. Longthaman thought, is this really all I am? His mind flashed back to the imposing figure of his father standing before him. This is your last chance to shine as a humble illegitimate child. Because of your lowly mother, you could not inherit my full intelligence. At the very least, you should learn my resilience. He looked awkwardly at his father. Returning to the present, at this moment, Kiansu was not greedy, kicking Daiha hard, shattering the chainsaw. The chain broke, and Daiha flew headfirst into the wall. You look dissatisfied, and in the end, I have disappointed my father. Is this all I am capable of? Daiha slumped beside Ju. Kiansu walked over slowly, his voice tense. Don't underestimate or mock me. At that moment, Chiononzaksu suddenly thought of the teammates who had sacrificed themselves and shouted in frustration. Because this slaw profession is for the desperate. He looked at Daiha and coldly said, go home right now, kid. He then grabbed his things and left quickly. With his head down, Duho was suddenly startled by a chain that wrapped around his neck. He instinctively ducked. Chians turned in surprise to look back. Daiha stood up, struggling to keep his balance, and spoke up, as the chairman here mentioned. I do not know the despair of skipping meals every day. He gripped the chain tightly. I do not know the despair of starving or freezing to death outside these walls. Daiha's expression darkened, his eyes shining with determination. I may have been born with a silver spoon in my mouth, but even so. He tightened his grip. I have my own despair. At that moment, Ja recalled the scene from that day when his mother left him behind in the rain. She stood on the balcony, hand on Ja's shoulder, watching her retreating figure. He looked on coldly, gripping Ja's head tightly, regardless of the tears streaming down his face. Isn't it ironic, my son, that your mother's expulsion was because of your incompetence? Everyone in the house smirked mockingly. Chi's voice cold. But that is not how it really was. You are allowed to stay here because you are my blood, while your mother was sent away because she was an outsider who birthed an incompetent child like you. Your mother left the mansion. Remember this scene today. He coldly planted those malicious words in Ja's mind, because if you continue to be useless, you will witness this scene over and over again. In the hallway of the Jai mansion, family portraits hung, showcasing a famous doctor, a renowned journalist, a contractor, and an imposing police officer. Suddenly, with a crack, she punched the picture, shards of glass flying everywhere. He voiced his irritation. I heard the fourth child has already fallen in Yunan. This is your chance. Daiha, he said coldly. Perhaps you inherited my luck. If you become a famous slur, I will allow your mother to return here. Daiha widened his eyes in shock at him. Back to reality. Daiha voiced his frustration. I am also crying and screaming in anguish, feeling utterly desperate. But there is nowhere left to run. Daiha swung the chain forcefully, attacking Chiononsu. He quickly dodged to the side to evade the attack. Chiansu glanced back at him, then quickly kicked off and sped away. Instantly, he appeared in front of Ja, startling him greatly. Jaya looked at him in shock. I may have remembered the reason to fight seriously, but is that really enough? Is it not sufficient to bridge this gap in skill? At that moment, Kiansu clenched his fist and swung hard at him. Daiha shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth in pain. Suddenly the pressure lightened, and Chianu flicked his forehead gently. Daiha was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Staring blankly at Chianu, he said seriously, that was pretty good, was not it? He put his hands on his hips and pouted. You used chains. It would be terrible otherwise. Kiansu stared intently at Duha and said seriously, it is your expression, your will, and what you have suppressed to the point of almost exploding, your rebellious nature. The circumstances, and your age compared to Daiha and your family background are all different. Chi and Min stood firm waiting for his parents. But Kim Chiansu could feel that this kid was just like him in the past. He had lost something precious. The scene of Chiansu screaming in pain tore through the sky, struggling to retrieve the image of Jazz Payne's scream that resembled his own. In other words, Chiansu subtly noted that this kid would go far. He reached out his hand and softly said, "I want to kick you out." Daiha stared in confusion. Chiansu seriously instructed him, but instead, "You should learn seriously." Daiha was slightly surprised. Then he immediately grabbed his hand tightly and quickly replied, "Thank you, Chairman." At this moment, he did not forget to remind him, "And do not act rich. The slur really hates spoiled brats." Yep. The scene shifted, and Jia was diligently practicing. His face scrunched up, sweat pouring down like a shower. At this moment, Jinyu glanced quickly and swiftly threw the shield towards him. Daiha quickly stepped back, dodging an attack, but before he could regain his stance, a foot lunged at him, leaving him momentarily stunned. He coldly kicked Jia hard. Suddenly, Jinyu wore a surprised expression. It turned out that Jia had managed to swing the stick in time to block the attack. He smiled smugly. He squinted at Jay, thinking that after practicing with Chairman Kim, the movements of this young master were clearly different. Not just a boost in fighting strength, but also a combination of strength and endurance training. He remembered Jay's previous moves, which focused solely on swinging a weapon. But now it felt like the young master was trying to enhance all his movements. At this moment, he charged powerfully toward Jinsu. Jay swung the stick swiftly, and he quickly leaned to dodge. Jins looked at him in astonishment. These movements showed both understanding and will in combat. In less than a week, the young master's movements, could he really change this much on his own? Jaz's gaze was extremely sharp. He had been on the defensive the whole time, retreating until his back hit the wall. Ju was shocked. Since when? Suddenly, he jumped in surprise, quickly observing the situation. This is bad. Daiha jumped high, swinging the stick down hard. He gritted his teeth, raising the shield in defense, and her stick struck down powerfully, creating a loud noise as they both struggled against each other. Suddenly, Daiha slipped, losing his balance and staggering, a confused expression on his face. Daiha fell flat on his face. He quickly turned to find the culprit. That was so close to working. Who was it? Jiansu stepped forward calmly and said, "Me, kid." Daiha gasped and shouted, "The chairman." He crossed his arms angrily and shouted, "I told you to practice against zombies, not to wrestle with people." Daiha awkwardly tried to explain, "But I took the opportunity to join in. I heard the chairman has quite a bit of real combat experience with the souls outside the wall." "Right. Hearing that made you bleed, and I gave his head a hard tap. That was just a special case. A kid who can't even kill a zombie wants to fight souls. It is like a toddler wanting to ride a bike. What an idiot." Daiha winced in pain. At this moment, he subtly glanced at me, thinking to himself that despite this, his movements were clearly improving at such a rapid pace that he would soon be a valuable asset. I then spoke up, "Change your clothes and head outside. We have somewhere to go," Daiha asked in surprise. "Where to?" Suddenly, Chanu looked at him silently, making Daiha momentarily confused. Then he patted his head and scolded, "You can't go looking like this. I told you to train seriously." Meanwhile, in Jagoki City, at the Jagochi Small Traders Association headquarters, the Jai market was bustling. The streets were crowded, and the lively chatter filled the market area. The scene shifted to a food stall. At this moment, Chionen's Shu and his group, dressed in full cover, sneaked into the crowd. They looked like thieves. He scanned the area and wondered where the meeting point with Nsarang was, since they were still deep in the market. "Why is it so hot here?" Ari glanced around and reminded them, "We are almost there. So remember to keep your hoods up even if it is hot. This is the territory of other souls. If we get caught, we might not be able to get out of here." Suddenly, she seemed to spot something in the distance and excitedly waved her hand. Sarang turned to smile and joked, looking at their expressions, thinking they should really call an engineer to the company for convenience. This old man could not leave the Jigo Chi market, as someone was always watching to prevent him from being exposed as an engineer. Since we have an appointment with such a wonderful person, let us show our gratitude. He pictured an illustration in his mind. Looking bewildered, the legendary engineer, she continued to chatter excitedly. "If it were not for this old man who loves to lecture, and my past with the Jago Chai Traders Association, this would not have happened." Suddenly, she glanced at Jia and asked curiously, "By the way, who is this kid? A new employee?" He glared at her displeased. How dare she call him a kid? Tiansu replied softly, "He is the rookie I am training." Hearing this, Sarang was surprised. "You have started training a disciple already? Oh dear. Where did you hurt your head?" He quickly defended himself. "What the heck are you talking about? It is just that the company is lacking talent, so we have to train," Tiansu began to explain. saying he heard many people applied to our company. To be honest, there are a lot of applicants, but most are only C or D tier. Sarang looked skeptical. Are you sure about that? Other companies also have great benefits to attract B tier and higher applicants, Kiansu said seriously. So we need to develop the cards we have to strengthen our power. That is my conclusion. He raised his voice to remind her. So do not hide away to practice and only show up for missions. Bring one of the newbies along and train them with you. She turned away. Annoyed. Oh, come on. As you saw in Unjin, I really feel uncomfortable leading others. I would rather go on a solo mission to infiltrate a horde of 7 zombies, he calmly replied. When I established the company, I made you the director. So at least you should be able to handle that. Giving someone a tiny bit of power is just endless. Dua, who had been observing him, thought. Suddenly, Ari approached, smiling softly as she explained to him. To avoid confusion outside, let me introduce. Ari looked at Sarang, the one with pink hair. This is Director and Sarang, one of the co-founders of the company. Then she turned to Pedro and continued. And the big guy behind us is Director Pedro, also a co-founder. Ari gestured towards Jingu. And finally, the one leading the way is Director Park Jingu. Jua nodded and smiled excitedly. They are all high-tier slayers who made significant contributions in the battle at Unjin. I feel unqualified to fit in here. Ari smiled gently and encouraged him. You just need to work hard to reach that level. At that moment, she reminded him. Besides, the chairman has many emotional scars, so he does not easily open up to others. Daiha looked at her intently. Just being recognized and trained by him is already a huge achievement, so do not be too self-critical. Suddenly, Chanu spoke up. We are here. They stopped in front of a manufacturing workshop belonging to the Jago Chai Steel Brotherhood. The group quickly opened the door and slowly stepped inside. Daiha quietly surveyed the surroundings. Kiansu seemed to see something. His gaze was focused ahead. In front of him, a frail man was lying against the bed. It turned out that this person was the equipment engineer of the Steel Brotherhood, Old Siru. Kiansu looked at him and compared him to what he had imagined. His expression turned puzzled. This person is the engineer. He looks nothing like what I imagined. Sarang happily ran over, calling out loudly. Grandpa. Sarang. I came to pick up the weapons that Grandma Dongho asked you to make. He heard and responded loudly. Is Sarang here? Immediately. He got off the bed and went somewhere. Just wait a moment. Kiansu looked at her, confused. If it is Grandma Dongho, did she borrow the name of the chairman of the Small Traders Association to order the weapons? What if it gets discovered? Sarang laughed loudly, giving him a mocking look. Hey Kim, as long as you do not get caught, it is. If you are too scared, just hide out in Jinven. At that moment, Guru pushed aside something covered with a cloth. He raised his hand to unveil it and started searching for something. First for Sarang, Guru pulled out a pair of black axes and loudly analyzed them. The double axes are good when swung, but suddenly he joined the axe heads together, and it quickly transformed into a new weapon. The handle was too short to generate strong force. If I connect them like this, Guru said excitedly, demonstrating the weapon as he twirled it. I can extend the axe handle and when needed, it can spin like a blender blade. Sarang eagerly accepted it, delighting in twirling the axe. Guru then reached into the box to find something else. And you know this? Because you are not the type to usually go to the front lines. So indeed he pulled out a silver gun. This is a flare gun to hinder the enemy. Guru excitedly explained as he unloaded a clip while analyzing. Unlike the green, red, blue, and black bullets, these are not flares but hunting bullets. Think of it as a minimal defense tool to use alternately. Chanu quickly accepted it, examining it closely. Just then, he quickly pulled out a badass set of armor and announced loudly, and this big guy here. The armor is made from the same alloy I made for that guy trying to forge. Even if the body shatters, the armor and gloves won't break, so do not worry. At this moment, Guru loudly called for Kiansu and handed it to the tall guy. Hey. Tall guy. Take this and give it a swing. He quickly caught it. Kiansu swung it a few times to test it. Looking surprised, compared to this toughness, it feels lighter. Did they use new materials? He asked suspiciously. The design looks exactly like the old hall. Seems like it is just a bit bigger. Is it just the material that changed? Guru yelled angrily. What do you mean by a post-apocalyptic corpse? Try twisting the handle half a turn and see. He immediately followed suit. Now swing it. Chiinsu, still a bit skeptical, complied. Suddenly, the two axe heads separated, and Chiinsu's face showed shock. The axe quickly shot out the blade, flying fast forward, causing Sarang and Jinyu to panic and dodge. He pointed and exclaimed, I heard your fighting style is like that of prehistoric people, tying chains to the axe handle. Just think of it as a unified block to use. Finally, Guru pulled out a saw and pushed it in front of Jay. who looked surprised at it. Seeing him still stunned, Kiansu calmly urged him. What are you doing? Why do not you take it? Daihei exclaimed in surprise. Do I get one too? He chuckled lightly and replied. I broke my old saw already. Take this new one. Daihei tightly gripped the weapon in his hand. Looking shocked, Guru loudly explained. It is much lighter than the old saw, with a simpler structure, making it more balanced. This one took the most effort to design. He then happily jumped around. At that moment, Kiansu approached him and softly said, Thank you for your hard work. How much are these weapons? Surprised. Are you? How much? Garu mumbled, when suddenly a cold voice echoed, You have to pay over here. A group of tall men entered with a chilling laugh. At that moment, Hanchangwa stepped forward slowly, her voice deep. You dare enter my territory and buy up all the weapons. She smiled coldly at them. Threatening, you must be feeling pretty brave. Such foolish kids. Changwa radiated an overwhelming aura. She was the ghost of the G market in a bustling area, and Donkwa took pictures with everyone in the market. It seemed she was a figure tied to the history of the Jiaqi market that everyone knew. It was said she had been in the market even before the zombie outbreak. Everyone there had died tragically, lying all over the place. Only she remained standing there. Even when the zombie outbreak occurred, she did not leave the market. Back to the present. Zhang Hua coldly walked in with a group of muscular youths. She spoke icily. You dare enter my territory and buy up all the weapons. Zhang's gaze was sharp, her voice threatening. You must be feeling pretty brave. Such foolish kids. Ari gasped in fear. Her. Jinu was also extremely alarmed. That is right. Her. Kiansu looked at her closely and said, She is the oldest rank Sla, and the president of the Jiaqi Merchant Association. Hanchangwa stood majestically, looking at them. She calmly spoke upon hearing their discussions. From the way you talk, it seems you know about me. There are even people who have dined with me before. Sarang looked guilty, avoiding her gaze. Sweating nervously. Muttering, I did not mean to exploit your name. Suddenly her voice deepened. Now answer me. Zhang Ho questioned. You come to my area. Buy weapons crafted with the engineer's passion, using my name to acquire them. What are your intentions? He was extremely annoyed, gritting his teeth and glancing at Sarang. She was flustered, darting her eyes, whistling to avoid his gaze. Kiansu wondered if he should just say they were only following him, but he was no longer an individual. Kiansu remained silent, at least, and Zhang was seeing him as a collective. Fans. This was the first time he established an official company and entered the domain of another slur. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. He could not let himself be looked down upon. That is right. Kiansu looked seriously at her and raised his hand to explain. There are two reasons I had to ask those who have been here before to reach this place. The first reason is, I heard that weapon manufacturing here is the best in the country. Hearing this, Guru awkwardly scratched his head, saying that does not make me feel any better. At this moment, he cautiously looked at her and continued. The second reason. I think doing so would compel you to show up in person. You are the head of the Merchant Association after all. Zhang listened in silence. She always maintained an absolutely neutral stance on everything happening outside her support range. Kiansu frowned with concern. Of course, this was just an excuse to adapt to Kim Chunsu's situation. The truth is he came here just to buy weapons. But if he straight up said he was here to buy weapons, it would ruin the situation. Now that it has come to this, we have to approach it from a business angle. Kiansu's face was tense, closely observing Zhang Ho's attitude. Since we have already started down this path, we have to follow through and turn it into a good opportunity for business connections. The crowd behind her became furious, shouting angrily, You say that just because of such a forced reason. We have violated the rules between the slur companies. Does that ridiculous person want to die? You think she is just some kind old lady? Suddenly, Dong Ho snapped. Everyone. Shut up. Stop being so loud. It is pathetic. Making them jump for a moment. She looked at him and burst out laughing. Are you trying to act brave? What brings you all the way here to meet me? You little brat. Chians put on a thoughtful expression, then replied. Because you are the only leader of the Sla group we can maintain a good relationship with. Which surprises you? Kians frowned tightly, looking very serious. As you know, in the Slayer world, I am a threat and a loner. He thought about other A-class Slas and explained. Compared to being an unknown rookie, I have quickly climbed to a class at an astonishing speed. At this point, Kiansu mentioned the article about him. During that time, there were rumors that I had licked the boots of the temporary government of Bon. Kim Chians was recognized as a near Sla, under the guarantee of the temporary Ban government. His voice lowered. I also received a large investment from those opposing the current Slayer system. Suddenly, Kiansu hesitated, and after thinking for a moment, He continued. There are also rumors that I eliminated Lieutenant Lim and Jiang Duck Chun, who were once A-class SLAs, creating a vacancy in those A-class positions and taking them over. Ari glanced at him, confused, thinking that was a lie. A spontaneous excuse he made up on the spot, but he not only grasped the current situation surprisingly well, but was also saying things that could convince Ms. Han in this situation. She cautiously glanced at her. If he is doing this for the greater good, then it is not just rude but also seen as courageous. Public perception of Ms. Han in this moment had her lost in thought after hearing these words. At this moment, Hyunsu suddenly frowned and spoke clearly. I want to meet directly to ask you for something. Please maintain a friendly relationship with us. He began to analyze. As you know, I am currently in a difficult situation with Choi Jiang Company, my former workplace. Choi Jiang Company. Jehovah's Witnesses. The Chun Casting Company, a cult-like organization, has taken over the collapsing Chun casting due to Jiang's absence, forcing me to confront them in name. The group stood there, not in a hurry, listening to him analyze the situation. The place with Sla, and a rank owner, maintains the form of an influential group. But the only ones who could negotiate with us are the people here at the Javchai Merchant Association. The inside of the flower opened up. He looked on anxiously, thinking that whether it made sense or not, the pieces were already in place. So let us secure them now. Suddenly, Hyunsu bowed low before the lady. Astonishing. Wah. Ari and Jinyu exchanged confused glances. Moments later, everyone quickly followed Chionansu and bowed before her. The group looked around. Everyone had puzzled expressions on their faces. One person quickly approached, bowed low, and whispered in her ear. There is no need to waver at his words. Madam, we do not know if he really came here with that intention. If we accept that offer, we will be treated by other slur companies just like he is. Zhonghua remained silent in thought for a long time, then suddenly asked if Dong Sun's restaurant had space for their group. The subordinates were startled by her question. Madam, she smiled warmly. After all, we should have dinner, right? Transitioning to the restaurant in Sun, everyone was seated at the table, and the food was being served. The subordinates remained cautious, each giving fierce looks that made Pedro and the goat a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, Hyunsu's group sat neatly at the table, but everyone felt awkward and hesitant to move. Suddenly, the lady laughed loudly and cheerfully invited them to eat. She happily looked at Sarang, noticing her substantial meal, and thought she must be well treated. Sarang, her expression flustered, hesitated to speak. Grandma, are not you angry with me? Dongho smiled gently and replied softly. Of course, I am angry because you entered this place without a proper greeting, but that is all. Then she turned her gaze to Changsu. Young man, I do not think you killed Lieutenant Lim and Jiang Chun just to become in a rank. No matter what people say, I will not raise Jingu and Sarang to be foolish enough to follow someone so fame-hungry. At this moment, she laughed loudly. Kid, you are asking if I can support you. Right. Before answering that question, I just want to ask one thing. What was the final moment of Du Malhone like? Hearing this, he was shocked and looked serious. At this moment, he recalled the battle then. Hen was bitten on the neck by a small monster. His voice lowered, revealing self-reproach. He died trying to protect me. For me. Images of our joyful times together flashed through his mind. Hyunsu spoke thoughtfully and in a deep voice. He was such a great teammate. Zhang chuckled at these words. He worked under that old Selguru, the one who made weapons for you. At that moment, she reminisced about the time Munhem was still around. Although it took a long time, he sharpened the blade for me very carefully. He said that if he ran out of funds while doing Sla, he would go back to being a blacksmith. Suddenly, Dongho exclaimed, just consider the weapons you received today as made by Malhone. Chiansu looked at her in surprise. That moment, her voice became incredibly sharp. Dongho stared at him. I will support you because you used to support my family. Everyone was shocked and stared wide-eyed after hearing this. Ari felt a quiet thrill, thinking not only did they get enhanced weapons, but also managed to involve the chairman of the Jago Chai Merchants Association. Amazing. It was truly a big haul. She continued. However, you also need to help me with something. Kid. Chiansu looked on with curiosity. He asked, what is it? Zhongho gently explained. Soon, we will start the campaign to retake Yan City, and the group participating in the bidding there is our Jago Chi Merchants Association. Her voice lowered. The church had taken over the casting company. Zhang looked at him seriously. In this retaking campaign, there would definitely be a conflict between the Jago Chai Merchants Association and them. So you need to become my spear at that time. Kid. The scene shifted to a church. At this moment, a missionary looked extremely flustered, running and shouting loudly. Your Holiness. Your Holiness. His expression was very panicked as he immediately reported that according to new intelligence, Han and the flower had met with the rising A-class Sla. At that moment, Bi-hun was praying, and upon hearing this, he opened his eyes, his gaze cold, his voice deep. What a pity. Suddenly, his expression became extremely frightening. He said coldly, if he could not recruit that guy, then he must be eliminated. Right. Back on this side. Ari awkwardly raised her hand. Wait a minute. Hold on. She was flustered. Grateful for being overlooked for sneaking into the Jago Chai market to buy weapons, as well as wanting to build a good relationship with the Merchants Association. We all appreciate that, but Ari cautiously glanced at Chiansu. What does reliable arm mean? What exactly does he want to assign us to do? He calmly explained that those cults had already taken in some thugs and become the biggest force. Sarang suddenly spoke seriously. If the time comes when we, as the Jago Merchants Association, must use force, I would like to ask everyone for help. Jingyu eagerly chimed in. Your calculations have always amazed others. Do you mean that when our partners make unreasonable demands, we must also be ready to meet those demands? Right. Zhang laughed delightfully upon hearing this. Since founding the company, his mind has become much sharper. Aside from Jin, I never thought you would be so quick-witted, but it seems you are quite perceptive. Suddenly, her expression hardened, her voice iced. The Jehovah Church. Those cults have grown far too powerful, to the extent that other SLA companies, political forces, and even the provisional government find it hard to control them. Zhang thought to himself, after the military forces were almost completely wiped out in Unjin, and the existence of the Slazers was revealed to society, the fastest growing power filled the power vacuum, which was the Jehovah's Church. The rankings appeared. But why was it not Choi's company, not the Jago Chai Merchant Association, nor the Free Slurs, but the Jehovah's Church? The reason is quite simple. Because they are a religion, a community of people clasping their hands in sincere prayer, a group of individuals earnestly kneeling and praying, something that can replace a nation that has lost faith and trust. Only religion can accomplish that. Not individuals. Leading them is Baek Hun, followed by powerful and mysterious Slas. Behind them are countless followers. The Jehovah's Church. A new force combining the strength of the Slas and a faith that can explain the causal relationship of the zombie disaster. After the event in Yunnan, they attracted at least 1 million followers, over 2,000 Slas, and transformed into an organization with national-level power, while also recruiting hundreds of figures from politics and business, suddenly analyzing seriously. But madam, even though their takeover of the remaining forces of Jiang Yi Chun and the idea that money and power are everything makes me uneasy, is not it too hasty to consider them merely expanding their scale with the capability to attack other SLA forces? Zhang Ho laughed heartily and cheerfully replied, Good. I hope and pray that things do not come to the worst. Suddenly, her tone became serious. She pointed to her head and said, But when you live long, you develop instincts and predictions based on experience. A horse without reins will certainly trample someone, and Bun. The image of a man fiercely attacking someone was what she caught. It turns out that was Bi-hun in his youth. At this moment, he was madly and aggressively attacking the person in front of him. He was someone who could not even kill a single zombie for his life, but relied solely on greed to climb to the top. Kian-su fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Jin-gu subtly turned his gaze to observe his expression. Suddenly, Chanu frowned, his face serious. Indeed, life experience should not be underestimated. All right. Our company will participate in the campaign to reclaim the city of Yan. A car was moving down the road. At this moment, Chianu, sitting in the car, awkwardly glanced over. What is wrong? He confusedly asked. Sweating profusely. Why have you been staring at me for 20 minutes? Kiansu looked at Ari in shock. We safely escaped from the Jago Chai market and even got some weapons. Although unofficially, we have built an alliance with the Jav Chiba market. That was a completely smart decision. Right. Ari's voice was filled with anger at this moment. You should have stopped there. She grimaced, pointing her finger and shouting loudly. Currently, the church is not only the largest SLA force, but also a political power. Do we really have to face such a force head-on? Ari's expression became uncomfortable. Ari complained irritably. Moreover, this was done without our consent. It was all a unilateral decision without consulting him. Chian-su helplessly covered her ears, quickly speaking up for clarity, as she said, the risks are high. But we will only play the role of Dong Ho's right hand when they attack the Jagoki Merchant Association. That means if they do not attack and stick to their boundaries, there won't be any direct confrontation. He recalled what had happened before. I saw in Unjin that internal enemies are even more dangerous than zombies or mutated strains. Ari had finally calmed down, paying close attention to his analysis. So if I discover that those cultists belong to that kind, not just because of the Jagoki Merchant Association but also for my beliefs and that person's, I will make sure to eliminate them thoroughly. Seeing his determined expression, she pondered for a moment and then reluctantly accepted, turning away. Next time, before making a decision, you have to consult me first. I am not a slazer, but I am one of the co-founders of the company. Hyunsu smiled brightly, patting Ari's head. Sorry about that. I will remember next time. This made her flinch momentarily. Her face instinctively turned red. Ari shyly pressed her lips together, then said, I will make a list of those participating in the campaign to reclaim Yan City. When it is ready, please review it quickly, as we only have 2 weeks left. The situation seems tense because of the campaign to reclaim Yan City, facing the Bizen Wall and the Jing Wall. This campaign aims to eliminate all zombies and mutated strains inside Yan City. The scene shifts to a high-rise building gathering many different factions, including Jonga, Chiinsu, and Baekhyun. Hyunsu subtly scrutinized the guy. Boonan was smiling excitedly, clasping his hands in anticipation. The Jagochi Merchant Association Slazera looked very calm at this moment. The Fan Slazer Company, Slazera Kim Chiinsu, had a serious expression. The leader of the remnants from the rubber casting company and the preacher of the Jehovah Church, Slazer Bijong Trang Skang, radiated an inexplicable mysterious aura. And finally, the head of the Jehovah Church, Slazer Hun. His expression was very excited at that moment. One person began to explain the rules. The mission of the Slazers is very simple. Just eliminate. A large number of zombies are reported to be present in Yan City, including 3 mutated strains of Class C and 5 mutated strains of Class B. The attacking team consists of 3 Slazers of Class A, 27 Slurs of Class B, and 110 other Slazers. They were all fired up. A grotesque monster lunged at them with its mouth wide open. Hyunsu effortlessly swung his blade, decapitating it, blood splattering everywhere. Having completed the reclamation of Ysan City in just 12 days. Suddenly, someone raised a question. Is it done now? The group stood before a broken path, with the monster's corpse in front of them. Jin then stuck his hands in his pockets, including those captured earlier. This was the 8th mutation, so that is it. Chairman, Daiha suddenly raised his hand to examine the blood on top. This zombie blood is sticky and hard to wash off. He turned to look at you and gently asked, how do you feel about this first large-scale operation? Daiha awkwardly replied, this is a battle of endurance. I have realized I need to be wary of being weaker than the zombies. Right. And you hesitated, your gaze suddenly darting elsewhere. Behind them was a mountain of monster corpses. Daiha looked at the pile and said, the souls in our company really are monsters, are not they? Jian Zhengsu glanced at you and seriously advised, it is not bad for your first battle. As you said, try to improve your weak endurance and slow reaction time. Daiha then turned to Jinyu and asked, what is the movement of the cult and the remnants of Jiang Yi Fi Chun like? Jingu quickly responded. Surprisingly, there was nothing special happening. He wore an investigative expression and said, if we predict a confrontation with the Slazers during the retake, they should conserve their strength. On the contrary, they do not seem to fear losing Slazers and are actively participating in exterminating zombies to gain more territory in Yangsan. Jingu raised his hand to analyze seriously. Moreover, regarding the disputes or conflicts with Slazers from other companies, they acted very cleanly. Nothing suspicious. Just like the Slazers reclaiming territory. At this moment, Sarang also speculated. Maybe the old lady was worrying too much. No matter how fanatical they are, how could Slazers think about killing other Slazers? People in the same industry still have business ethics. She recalled the numerous Slazers on the street. Moreover, if that happened and their numbers decreased, it would immediately lead to security concerns for Bizen. Hyunsu shot a serious glance. All right. I understand. But do not let your guard down until we return. Something feels off. I just have a sense that something is not right. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie in his hand crackled to life. Attention participants in the operation to reclaim Yangsan City. We confirm that the final zombie concentration area has been cleared. Those inside request that all Slazers gather at the rendezvous point to board the vehicle to Bizen. All Slazers quickly gathered at the starting point. Surprisingly, the number of believers was extremely large. Slazers, please board the vehicle quickly. We are about to depart. Hyunsu was stuck among the crowd of believers, feeling annoyed. These cultists. There are just too many of them. It is really noisy. After a long struggle, he finally managed to get on the bus. Hyunsu leaned back in his seat, letting out a sigh. It was truly more exhausting than fighting zombies. Being pushed around like this. Suddenly, a voice called from afar. Chairman, you are here. trying to attract your attention. Daiha walked over and plopped down, tiredly sighing, constantly complaining about how packed the bus was. Really? Besides, the Jehovah members seem way too many. I heard they are an organization that relies on numbers. Kiansu complained irritably. Why is it you sitting next to me? It is so noisy. Daiha immediately smiled brightly. What is it? It is better if it is me than a stranger. It seems everyone in the company has been separated. He helplessly issued orders. So exhausting. Be quiet already. The vehicle began to depart. By now, it was dark outside. The cars slowly moved along the winding hills. Kiansu had fallen asleep after a relentless battle, and Jay was also deep in dreams. Suddenly, the group of followers stealthily stepped out. Exchanging nods, they quickly pulled out their weapons, looking fierce as they approached the two of them. Baek Han stood on the podium. What a mess. His voice was clear. The zombies we are facing act like a collective. Right. The followers responded wildly. Yep. That is right. At this moment, Bizen continued to rally their spirits, saying humanity must act as one against the zombies. Right. The crowd responded loudly. Yep. That is right, he then said. So those who do not act as a united front are the enemies of humanity. Right. They immediately shouted. Yep. That is right. Back to the scene in the vehicle. Chionansu was sound asleep, and Jay was also tired, drifting into a beautiful dream. What should we do with the Slazers who do not join our church and have their own strength? The group of followers quietly stepped out, each with a sinister look, each holding a weapon, ready to kill them. Meanwhile, on the second bus back to Bizen, someone was awakened from a nap by the noise. He rubbed his eyes, annoyed, and glanced. Too loud. Do not you know this is a bus, a public transport? Suddenly, in front of him, a fierce follower aimed a knife at him. In the next moment, blood splattered onto the window, transitioning to the third bus back to Bizen. Inside, chaos reigned as the followers ambushed them in the night, leaving the others unable to react. Blood everywhere. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, remaining silent. The edge of his coat suddenly gleamed with the church's emblem. The bus continued to roll toward Bizen. Scene shift to bus number 14 returning to Bizen. Kim Chiansuyo. While he was asleep, a follower quietly approached from behind, raising a sharp knife. He gritted his teeth and thrust the knife down. Suddenly, Kiansu grabbed the lever and quickly lowered the seat, causing the follower to panic and step back. But with nowhere to run, he got hit by the seat and cried out in pain. Kiansu stood up slowly, and the surrounding followers were horrified. No way. The whole group panicked and screamed wildly. You dare pretend to sleep to trick us? And what about the pastor? They charged at him furiously. You bastards. Kiansu's eyes lit up. He swiftly swung his weapon, unleashing a force that struck the followers. The moment the technique ended, blood sprayed everywhere, and the group of followers fell in pain, clutching their wounds and moaning. Kiansu frowned and let out a sigh, calling out to the rookie. You still opened your eyes groggily. As soon as you opened them, a gruesome sight of blood hit you. Daiha screamed in horror, and Chiansu scolded him in annoyance. How could you still sleep soundly in such a chaotic killing spree? If you do not wake up now, the next time you open your eyes, it will be hell for you. Kid. At that moment, Daiha seemed still lost in a daze and was rambling. Chairman, do not tell me you are going to slaughter those forces you do not like. Upon hearing this, he became furious. What kind of person do you think I am? Meat is not. But those bastards who started this war. The remaining followers were hesitant, but they grit their teeth and aimed their weapons at the two of them. Seeing the large number on the other side, Daiha looked at him anxiously. What do we do now? Can we fight them off? If it is just the chairman, is it even possible? He looked straight at the followers and replied, I am in a rank slot. Killing zombies is one thing, but killing people, how would I know what rank that is? Those bastards are human, not zombies. Not everyone is the same. Hearing that, you hesitated. So what should we do then? At that moment, Kiansu's expression showed some surprise. He looked far away, suddenly gritting his teeth, and sat down to buckle his seatbelt. Then he tightened his grip on the lobby and twisted it. Daiha listened and stared at him in confusion. What? Chiansu quickly said. I said to buckle your seatbelt. If you do not want to die, hold on tight to the lobby. Chiansu looked towards the driver, secretly thinking that no matter what happens, the bus would not stop and would continue moving at the same speed. They must be on the same side. Right. At that moment, the lobby sprouted an extra chain. He grimaced and forcefully shot it straight ahead. The direction quickly whizzed past the followers rushing towards the driver. The tip of the lobby pierced through him, making him glance in shock. A moment later, he collapsed, losing control of the wheel and swerving off course. The group of followers lost their balance and fell over. They panicked and shouted in chaos. One enraged guy swung his knife and charged forward. This bastard. Qiansu was now firmly seated and buckled in. He glanced at the follower and mocked. Too late now. You idiots. Suddenly, the vehicle sped forward. Charging straight toward the guardrail, the vehicle crashed directly into the guardrail and plunged down the cliff. A loud bang hit, and moments later, below the cliff, dense trees surrounded the wreckage, and smoke billowed. One follower struggled to crawl out of the vehicle, continuously moaning, "Master, it hurts so much. Master." Suddenly, he was startled to see Qiansu and Jia in front of him. As soon as Daiha got out of the vehicle, he immediately felt nauseous and voiced his discomfort. "I am so nauseous. It is worse than a roller coaster." At this moment, Qianan's Shu also spotted him. "Wait a second. There is a survivor over there." The terrified follower yelled loudly, "Holy leader. Dear God. I should not have come here. Do not bring me to this den of heretics." Qiansu quickly approached and grabbed his shoulder. He forcefully threw him away, causing the follower to scream in pain. Qian's face was angry, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his voice low and menacing. "Now, tell me what is going on." The follower lay sprawled on the ground, eyes closed, and said, "Just kill me. I am a sheep who has decided to offer my life to the holy leader. I am ready to accept death." Suddenly, he coldly replied, "You are not dying yet." He looked up in shock at the flag. At that moment, Jiangsu wore a sinister smile, his expression chilling as he looked at him. "I have come up with an interesting idea." He bit down hard, grazing his shoulder. "If you do not tell me your plan." Jiangsu's voice turned icy. "I will slice you into pieces." He threatened from the toes, ankles, thighs, and knees, and even the groin and the hands, from the fingers to the shoulders, will be cut off slowly. The follower's face immediately turned pale. Fearfully glancing at the knife beside him, Qiansu smiled excitedly. "Until there is nothing left to cut. I will inject you with zombie blood and turn you into a zombie. A zombie writhing in pain like a larva." Watching from a distance, thought to himself, the Jehovah Church believes that those turned into zombies are criminals. Being turned into a zombie and then dying means they were not chosen by God. At this moment, Qiansu excitedly laughed coldly, threatening the follower. "Hurry up and choose how you want to die." He focused on him, wondering if the president truly understood their doctrine. But that threat seemed effective. A moment later, the sky was eerily quiet. He stepped out from the bushes, and Daya spoke up. "Have you found out anything, President?" He replied, "This is more complicated than I thought." Qiansu frowned, looking displeased. "These bastards have decided to do this on a large scale. The remaining ones are very dangerous." Transitioning to the city, it was an utter ruin, with a car shining its lights in the middle. Beach Hun sat in the car, excitedly glancing out the window. At this moment, a follower cheerfully spoke up. "It must have started now. Right? Holy leader." He glanced and replied, "It must." The large-scale soul purge had begun. Meanwhile, on the fourth bus heading back to Bizen, followers were crazily killing. The fifth bus heading back to Bizen was no different. Moving to the sixth bus heading back to Bizen, the situation was also chaotic. A few people who woke up in time fought back, but their strength was insufficient, so they fell in battle. Back to Baek Hun's car, he smiled brightly. "If this operation ends, then we in the Seoul organization on this scale can finally match Choi Jiang's company." The other follower happily replied, "Of course. They are an organization that can be bribed with money." He greeted the guy warmly, saying the Jago Merchant Association had its unclear aspects, like loyalty and ethics that refused to ally with us. And even the fan company had been eliminated. Truly impressive. Master, how could you come up with a battle plan that wipes out all those pests in one go? Bitch Hun glanced outside, a cold smile on his face, his eyes hinting that there was nothing like a battle at all. Those slaw folks were masters at fighting zombies, but they were no good at fighting humans. Back to this side, Sarang was irritated. Those bastards in vehicle number 11 were trying to counterattack as they returned to Bizen. She angrily gritted her teeth. "How many more do we have to kill? There are just too many of them." Pedro seemed tired, sweat streaming down his face, showing that blind faith was truly terrifying because they no longer knew fear. They would throw away their own lives or disregard the lives of others. Bikayan chuckled coldly. When humans kill, there is usually a mix of guilt and fear, which prevents them from fighting at their full potential. The follower brought Bodam directly to him, connecting straight from Bodam. "It seems they have harvested something. Let us listen in." "Master," the person on the other end announced, "This is Area, the Lion King of Area C. All close associates of Madame Hannon Flower have been eliminated. She is severely injured and is expected to die soon. Everything is going as you wish." "Master." Baekhyun smiled with delight, His mouth moves slightly. Amen. The scene shifts to the first bus heading back to Bizen. Madame Hen and Flower was in complete chaos. Bodies lay scattered, with 3 figures standing tall in the distance. Their expressions were terrifying. The B-class Slamaso Dong Suk Hai had killed 30,829. The B-class All Judge Payan Dong had killed 53,211. The B-class Sla Lion King Sim Hon Dong had killed 9,999. Zhang clutched his injured body, pointing his knife at them and angrily shouted, "You damn bastards. This is not human." Hong Dong coldly replied, "For a heretic like you, living this long is quite impressive. We intentionally put the best of the flock on the bus." He glanced at the dead followers on the bus, wondering how she could kill them all and still survive. Suddenly, Hong Dong said coldly, "It seems you are also seriously injured. With all due respect, I will put you out of your misery quickly." Not far away, a sturdy foot stepped onto the rocky surface. X observed the situation from a distance and grumbled, "Oh man, those crazy bastards." Behind him appeared a huge, mighty monster, his voice cold. "What a mess this is." The masked man sitting there calmly suggested that in the end, humans kill humans. The story has been retold. It has always been this way throughout human history, and even in this zombie apocalypse era. It continues. The frightening images amidst everything slowly fading away signal that the apocalypse is nearing. Inside the laboratory, the scientists have all been torn apart by zombies. What? This is a virus created by humans. Is that why it happened? That is not it. What I mean is, it is not like that. The corpses of zombies mixed with those of ordinary people lie still on the ground, all piled up like a mountain. Literally. Humans have killed more of their own than zombies have killed humans. Meanwhile, the civil war between the two sides continues fiercely, pushing innocent civilians into the Heen Day area, where the unfortunate victims of this war have died brutally, leading to their tragic end. That is the root of the problem. That is what has been planned. The information sheet displaying the new announcement has appeared. The correlation between controlling the number of refugees and the locations of refugee camps. Level 1 warning. Additionally, a report was sent at that time. The report states that those who cannot contribute to building infrastructure should be killed. And the president has agreed. After reading this report, the president was extremely surprised and quickly turned to ask his secretary if this report was true. If so, can it be done? The secretary quickly nodded in firm confirmation. The individual continued to point forward, stating, "The higher-ups have agreed. It is not about whether it can be done. It must be done this way." Furthermore, various campaigns are gradually emerging. Countless campaigns to escape the country are similar. Everything is at a standstill as essentials become increasingly scarce. As the reserves run low, they also cut the budget. The story is slowly being retold. And I am not intending to disclose this, but should I reveal a shocking truth? Images of a desolate place believed to be a vaccine production site emerge. A vaccine specifically for zombies that can be produced in large quantities. When tested, this vaccine allows survivors to seemingly return from the brink of death, capable of turning all infected individuals across the country and mutated strains back into humans. Things are becoming increasingly difficult. However, the government has abolished mass production. The report contains approval records, proposed budget for additional personnel to produce large quantities of the Zomves vaccine. Everything has been cancelled. This leaves everyone in despair. People ask why. Is this in line with morality? To obtain the treatment vaccine, a lot of money is needed to turn many zombies back into humans. At the same time, the workforce for production is a major issue, requiring massive funding and enough manpower. As soon as humans return from the brink of death, everyone lines up heading in the same direction. The resurrection of humans has also become a chaotic battle, requiring a tremendous amount of welfare. Even the army had to take essential items from ordinary civilians, leaving them screaming in despair. There was no choice but to force the survivors to give up what they had. Hot news broadcasts were on. All the survivors were confiscated. The nationwide mobilization order takes effect today. At the same time, many people protested, and then they could not engage in politics anymore. The poor citizens continuously hung welfare banners for the survivors. Not for zombies. Get out of here. You bloodsuckers. President, just resign. That is what it is all about. The image appeared of many unfortunate soldiers who had to die with their eyes wide open, just like how you acted in the Unjin battle. The scene was incredibly tragic with corpses lying scattered on the ground, just like how you discarded me and my team in Sun. A tattered old photo is revealed. Everyone used to be a united collective, remembering the day the campaign to retake Sun first began. The cause of all this is humanity. People killing each other, even when there are enough ways and opportunities to save lives. Returning to reality, X sighed deeply in his helmet. Now I understand. Your pain. Your world, I feel it too. After listening to X's words, The man below finally gasped and pleaded, "So please, spare me." He sighed, glancing at the guy and voicing his thoughts. "I was going to tell you this since the first time we met, but I never thought about killing anyone." When Zhe-Chun appeared, he gradually understood what was going on. Something. "So you are scared of that this time?" He calmly smiled and explained everything more clearly. "I did not mean to. Or is it because you just became a mutant not long ago that this is happening? Is this happening because it does not know how to control its power? Put it down." Zhe-Chun. "Right, you are scaring people." Hearing him say that, the guy quickly tossed a shirt in front of this man, remembering something important to mention. Hon Wang turned around and called, "Mass." Xake sitting aside was also surprised and mocked. "You guys were the ones killing each other here before. Now you are begging me as if I caused this tragedy." Others looking in could see that it seemed ironic. "Right." He continued to look towards the flower still standing there. "Isn't that right? Old lady, I saved your life once. Did not?" She sighed, not understanding what the hell happened to Xech. The first time they met, he was a healthy young man. How did he end up like this? Young? How can you control that mutated strain? Hearing her say that only made him lose his composure and stand up to scold her. "Can't talk to this old lady. Seriously. Do not say things that can easily mislead others anymore." He gradually approached her, intending to express his thoughts. "I am not here to kill anyone today. I just came to ask you to relay a message." Just as he finished speaking, an attack suddenly came from another direction. This caught Xake off guard. He quickly moved back to defend against the attack. The shovel was embedded in the wall, and he realized that if Suof had not dodged, he might have been out for good. He sighed and turned to look at Chiansu, who had just appeared. "Look at that. Even before we started, someone misunderstood the situation." This time, Chiansu swiftly used his familiar chain and shovel to launch an attack. He became extremely anxious, glancing towards the flower standing still inside. "Old lady, are you okay?" Seeing Exto appear made him even more uncomfortable. "What the hell is that bastard doing?" His eyes fell on the massive figure of Vitrek-chun. This left him looking bewildered and confused. That face looked somewhat familiar. And that large body, could it really be Jiang Ziyi-chun? Despite still being a bit confused, he tried to regain his composure and think clearly. First, he had to eliminate it. Kiansu thought this and quickly tried to withdraw his weapon. But it seemed impossible. He looked back with a bewildered expression. He did not realize when Su had tightly gripped his weapon, preventing him from retrieving it. This also left Daiho in disbelief. He sank into his own thoughts. Who is that person who can withstand the chairman's attack with just one hand? XF pulled out Chiansu's weapon and declared loudly, "I really just came today to deliver a message." He even slammed Chiansu's shovel down hard into the ground. "This weapon is going to be confiscated." The shovel was sunk deep into the ground, asserting his authority. Understanding Su's intentions, Chiansu was very angry but could not just rush into fight. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Daiha whispered to Chiansu, "Do you need me to help the chairman buy some time to retrieve the weapon?" He shook his head, refusing the idea. "I will kill him myself." Observing everything around him more closely, he dared to voice his own calculations. He can control me by dragging the hall out. But instead, he just stuck it down. I think he is not here to cause trouble, but for another purpose. After hearing this, X laughed, clapping his hands with delight. "All right. Great. I actually appreciate that." He still did not understand what Suoka meant. Suefsh continued his conversation. "I was worried whether you could survive in this condition and make it back to Bizen. Please relay my message to the people in Bizen." After hearing this, Kiansu was confused by the man in the hat right in front of him. Relay a message, getting straight to the point. Suho now declared with his finger that a month later he would breach the wall and head into Bizen alongside countless zombies and mutants. This warning left Chiansu stunned, unable to believe it. Of course, John next to him was no exception. Zaxtu continued to speak. "That is right. To wipe out all the survivors in Bizon." Hondong slowly turned to listen. Zhonghua also sensed that things were gradually going wrong, and the more Kiansu thought about it, the less right it felt. He bewilderedly asked the man in front of him, "You are human too, right? It is not just about killing one person, but all the people in Bizon." Suho remained very calm, acting as if nothing was happening. "Of course. Suho's voice continued to resonate, but he remained silent, focusing on listening. Suho pointed towards the side with Jeha and declared, "You survivors are not human either." Up until now, Zhongho had only remained silent, feeling a bit scared hearing these words. On the contrary, those infected, the mutants, have been missiled and are drowning in darkness. It was the first time Jia felt the danger emanating from this mysterious man, because those people sacrificed themselves. They are considered human. After finishing his words, Suho clenched his fist with great determination. Therefore, I will kill them all. I will wipe you out and cure those who have turned into zombies. And then rebuild the country. Before leaving, Suho did not forget to issue a warning. You should return to Bizen and spread the word. After hearing this, Chiansu became very serious. He knew that Suho was not someone who speaks nonsense. The people outside the wall that you abandoned. Jiang Soslaser once risked everything for you. Suho's voice suddenly became much graver. He declared a total war against the filthy humans. Remembering all that Ho just said, Chiansu became confused. Unable to believe it. Did he just declare war? Was he planning to kill all the people inside the wall? Suddenly he recalled the scene of zombie hunters along with military helicopters always supporting ordinary citizens. How ridiculous. Even if he did that, there were still hundreds of slur left in Bizen. The army may be divided in Unjin, but there are still quite a few stationed in Bizen. Plus, the civilians have also equipped themselves with necessary gear. Moreover, if Bizen is in danger, the survivors would arm themselves. The more Chiansu thought, the more he felt something was off. How could one person or a group led by an individual kill all the survivors? That is impossible. But why? He felt that Ho was not someone who jokes around. He said he would actually go through with it. Right. The situation was extremely urgent. He stood still, lost in his thoughts, logically assessing the situation. What I need to do now is strategize and say that I will do it, then bring her back inside the wall. I had calculated everything about this mysterious man named Suho, but my instincts urged me that if I avoid this fight and let him go, the next encounter might put us in the worst situation possible. After thinking for a short while, Kiansu tightened his grip on his weapon. Maybe I should just let it go. Everyone around here is waiting for Kiansu's decision, even though he is still hesitating. If he only takes a little time to fight, would not he gather some information to deal with him later? Besides, even though they are injured now, if there isn't a level and a B level, it feels like they understand his feelings. Suho is gradually losing his composure. Are you thinking about it? He was a bit taken aback, unsure of what to do. Suho continued to speak. Everyone thinks the same way, only when reaching a certain level. It seems Suho is still very serious about what Suho just said. If you were at my level, you could save them and return safely together. But this time, amidst the thick dust, Suho quickly took his chance to threaten. If things get worse, I will kill everyone here. His gaze turned unpleasant as he continuously voiced his thoughts. The fact that I let you live, those who survive until the end, it is probably because I want to see the true nature of humanity, not out of pity for you. So just go back to Ban while you still have the chance. Anyway, we will meet again soon. Just when it seemed to be over, Suho was about to turn away when he remembered something important. One more thing. He quickly stared ahead and reminded, "Oh Dong, please send my regards to Dong that I will personally come to see her." Time gradually passed, and this time the moon was high above a big road. Su was supporting Hon Dong as they walked forward, while Daiha was helping the seriously injured Chi Anan's Shu. After gauging the distance, Hon Dong quickly spoke up. This should be far enough now. He did not forget to look at Chi Onansu with gratitude. Thank you. I won't forget this favor. As soon as he finished speaking, Kiansu immediately pushed him back hard. Kiansu's face became extremely angry, continuously scolding. You idiot. What did you eat? These guys were the ones who attacked first. The entire merchant association and my companies too. Even if that armored bastard does not come here, even if now is not the time for slazers, you guys would still be dead here. After cursing for a while, he directly asked Hon Dong with a command. Do you have a way to contact the higher-ups? Hurry up and get in touch with those bastards from the cult. And you are saying it yourself. Just thinking about everything getting tangled up makes him feel utterly helpless. Sighing in frustration. This is not a situation where people should kill each other. It is a situation where even a single Sla must be saved at all costs. It seems Hon Dong is starting to understand his words, with no other choice. Hon Dong reluctantly nodded in agreement. I understand now. I will convince the Pope to temporarily halt this war. The scene shifts to a luxury supercar driving down the long road. Bin's voice ringing out. Just a moment ago, he was inside the car looking at the intercom, surprised to ask, You mean Jiang So? In his mind, he pictured an unpleasant scenario. When Jiang So appeared, Suju was dominating on top of his bulky body. Su even controlled the mutated species according to his will, showcasing his manipulation ability. Remembering Sis' warning made everyone shudder, along with a declaration of war that they would kill all survivors in Bizen. Bichuan found himself in an incredibly awkward situation, unsure of what to do. When Bik Bichai heard about the situation, an idea sparked in his mind. He bit his lip so hard it bled and drew a conclusion. He had his own plans in mind. Now was not the time for such battles to occur. Recalling the brutal scene from that bloody fight, he was torn about what to do. If we make a mistake, This battle would be a purging one at that moment. He would also be considered an accomplice to all these actions. It would lead to a decrease in slur numbers. And I might end up being a traitor. Bishiwen became utterly helpless, not knowing what to do next. I would be seen as playing the role of the savior for the survivors. In his mind, he imagined ordinary people mercilessly beating him, and in an instant, he became the one betraying humanity. Thinking about it, he could no longer bear it. Bichiwen concluded the call. When Priest Stephen heard this, he hurriedly reacted, Yep. Your Holiness. After a long period of thinking, he quickly made a decision. Because you have trusted me and contributed greatly to killing zombies, as well as strengthening the church, you will definitely ascend to heaven. Hearing Bin say such words, Stephen quickly clasped his hands and nodded in prayer. Ah yes. What the Pope said is an honor for me. From now on, Stephen will continue to trust in the Pope and walk this path. Before he could finish his sentence, he continued to ask, but you must become a martyr for me. Right. This left him extremely confused. Not understanding the meaning behind B. Win's words, he hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Continuing to make new demands. Go to the Slash location and attack to stop them. Everything is gradually going wrong. Someone has to take responsibility. Right. So I hope this priest will be the one to do it. After hearing these demands, Stephen suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. While he was still deep in his own reflections, Bwin gently placed his hand on Stephen's. However, the look on his face had become calculating and commanding. His martyrdom will be remembered by the church forever. He is a devout follower of God. As if under a spell, Sai quickly nodded in understanding. I accept the mission. The luxury supercar sped down the long road. Inside the car, a voice rang out. Dear followers, we will end this conflict here. As the car passed by, Tech Men was pushed down painfully onto the ground. This battle was instigated by the possessed priest Steven, with blood spraying from his body onto the cold asphalt. This has nothing to do with my desires. So everyone please take note and cease fighting. The crowd listening to this news became extremely angry. But they could do nothing more. I will reiterate. All followers should stop fighting and return to Bon. They quickly tightened their grips on their knives, but as if compelled by a strange force, they gradually let them fall to the ground. The knives fell swiftly, disregarding Sarang and her teammates who were focused on fighting. One of them wore a friendly smile and suggested, it seems you misunderstood something. From now on, we won't attack you anymore. Let us safely return to Bizen. This made Sarang extremely angry, and she shouted at those crazy bastards. Right next to her, a teammate seemed surprised and asked if she really believed what they were saying. Time passed, and the moon had risen high in the sky. Zhang also woke up from his stupor. He quickly sat up as if he had just had a terrifying nightmare. Seeing that he was awake, Ari quickly spoke up. Chairman, the old man is awake. Qianzexu sighed and replied, I'm awake. The more she thought about it, the more helpless she felt. Sighing, how did things end up like this? He slowly recounted everything. We brought you back into the hospital inside the Busan walls. So you are safe now. She was deeply moved by everything he had done to help her. I owe you one this time. Thank you, Demon. Thanks to you, I was able to survive. Kiansu replied calmly with a slight sadness on his face. It is nothing. Since you have been on our side from the beginning, protecting you is part of the deal. I am sorry I could not save anyone else. Remembering something important, she hurriedly asked, what is the situation now? Have you informed the government about Jiangsu Ho's appearance? He quickly nodded in confirmation. Yep. I did. He slowly recalled Steven's face and informed her of everything. In the end, Bihoin held Father Stephen responsible for that war, and we succeeded in shaking them off. His voice continued to resonate. This is a time when no mistakes can be afforded by the Sla, and at this moment, as their power grows unbelievably, punishing them is no easy task. This made Ho incredibly angry. Those rotten scoundrels, Qiansu continued to declare. There is one more thing. Seeing there was still more to hear, leaving her puzzled, he looked ahead with a determined gaze and announced, the Sla Friendship Association has been summoned. It seems I anticipated the purpose of this meeting. Of course, this is not just a gathering. This is the temporary headquarters of the Ministry of Defense. The gates were gradually opening to welcome the esteemed guests. Ben and everyone else slowly stepped inside to thwart the Sla's attack on the river and lake. The faces of everyone had turned incredibly serious given the situation. A declaration of war against Bizen. A strategic meeting was held. Chanzu's face turned very serious as he announced, the Sla Friendship Association has been summoned. It seemed he had guessed the intent of this meeting. Of course, this was not just a gathering. The scene shifted to the temporary headquarters of the Ministry of Defense. The gate was gradually opening to welcome the esteemed guests. Qiansu slowly stepped inside this place to prevent the Sla's attack on the river and lake, along with all his teammates including Bean. entered simultaneously. A declaration of war against Bizen. A strategic meeting was held. Chiller Sam's face turned serious as he scanned everything around. Chiller Sam was very serious, eyeing the situation of everyone. Chong and Chun Sich remained silent, unable to speak. Zhonghua understood that this battle had become extremely dangerous, with only Qiansu unafraid of the upcoming challenges. After a while, everyone sat down to focus on discussing the next plan. Qiansu sat with Chun Sich and Biwen, breaking the silence. He slowly recounted the story of that day. Suho was wearing a helmet, continuously blocking his attacks. Chiller Sam and Kurong listened very seriously. Zhonghua informed everyone about what had happened, since Suho challenged and declared he would destroy this world. Naturally, Chun Sichid and Bi Win were quite indifferent to what everyone recounted. However, everyone knew that Suho was extremely dangerous and very hard to deal with. Everyone in the room immediately fell silent. Chun Sich recalled the mutated zombie form of Zichi Chun, and after hesitating for a while, he finally asked, "Does he have a way to turn people into mutated beings? Not just ordinary zombies, and he can even command those mutated species." Saying this, he sighed heavily, expressing his deep discomfort. Just one of those abilities would be enough to destroy a whole nation, and he is both. Instead of discussing strategies, if we just started running now, our chances of survival might be higher. Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Chiller Sam immediately reminded him, "Sit down. Saw leaving Bizen and not fulfilling the mission is considered treason. Do you want to be turned into a beehive before getting killed by Jiangsu?" Hearing this, he slowly bowed his head and sighed, complaining about whether to die from gunfire or by Jiangsu's mutated species. That is not right. The chance of dodging bullets might be higher. While both sides were still arguing fiercely, Hu suddenly laughed and chimed in. He must have turned Jiang into a mutated species, and we have seen him control that mutation. But if he could control them infinitely, he would have destroyed Bon by now. With this opinion, Chiller Sam silently agreed with the thought. Indeed, with such hatred and ambition, there is no reason to wait. She continued to share her thoughts for everyone to hear. Surely creating mutated species and the ability to control them is limited. His mention of a 1-month deadline surely means he needs that much time to prepare. Qiansu nodded and quickly informed everyone. Simply put, he is not invincible. Depending on our strategic response, we might be able to stop him. He sighed, glancing at Chun Xich standing there. So he should not think about being scared and running away. You are grown up. You are not a kid who can hold it in anymore. Hearing his mocking words made Chun Sich extremely angry. A guy who can even kill 100,000 zombies is so loud-mouthed. Chun Sich added, "I still feel uneasy about this. Let us listen to what they have to say." As the tension was rising, Biwen suddenly clapped to silence everyone. This time, he slowly voiced his idea. "Can I understand that everyone here has decided to treat Bizen as the battlefield, and will fight against the heretic Jiangsu?" His voice kept echoing. "So I think you should start strategizing." Chiller Sam remained silent. Listening, he continued to look towards Ha. "But before that, I want to say something straightforward," which made her very uncomfortable. After announcing the next thing to everyone, her face turned very dangerous. "Furthermore, if the conditions I am about to state are not accepted, our Jehovah Church will declare that we will not participate in this defensive battle." His words startled Chiller Sam with this information. Zhang also could not believe Bi Win would say such things. Chun Xich turned to look at him with disbelief, while he continued to speak. "Just in case you doubt your own ears, I will say it again. Kurong has been quietly listening this whole time." Qiansu's face grew more annoyed as he continued to speak ill. "I said if you do not accept the terms, we won't participate in the fight." Baek Win turned his gaze to the soldier standing guard on one side. Everyone knows after the incident in Unjin, this made the soldier quite fearful. The military forces have significantly weakened, no longer capable of launching a full-scale war. Chiller Sam remained focused on what the guy was saying. Both Choi and Jiang's companies are in the same boat. This time, the image of the alliance among the six quickly emerged through his words. Choi and Jiang were elite slot companies but very few in number. Although they succeeded in improving the quality of Slacer, a war-scale conflict would still be tough. At this point, Biwen glanced toward the flower's interior again. As for the Merchants Association, the lady seemed startled upon hearing this. "Unfortunately, they have weakened significantly due to conflicts with us. Their scale is no longer worthy of being called a Slav force." Unable to take any more of this, she began shouting angrily without holding back. "A conflict? You say? You call that a conflict? Seriously, that was an attack from your side. Because of that, the Jagyuchi people saw her react so fiercely, yet calmly smiled while sneering. Come on. If the government concludes that, I would call it a conflict. What is wrong with that? If you are feeling uncomfortable, you should have bribed us more." He continued to glance over at Chian's. While the fans' company was newly established and hardly worth mentioning, Right. Chun-sik also turned to look at Chanu sitting there. It seemed he had researched this matter very thoroughly. His promotion to the top tier was merely a reluctant way to fill the void left by Lieutenant Lim and Jiangzi Chun. He remained silent, listening without rebuttal. After finishing his speech, Bui quickly brushed off his hands and addressed everyone. But, ladies and gentlemen, what about me and our Jehovah Church? He was about to stand up and leave the crowd behind. Unlike other forces that are increasingly dwindling due to war, we are growing each day. The image of citizens gradually joining his church appeared. The number of followers has increased to an unprecedented level in the church's history. Along with that, he had an army and wealth, the assets and connections that the followers bring. Our weapons and equipment have matched the interim government of Bonn. Right after he finished speaking, Chiller Sam slowly asked, "So what do you want? Those missile islands?" He became very dismissive of the guy's boasting. When Bizen was attacked, was the Lord only going to protect you? You are discussing strategies and still setting conditions. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy confidently explained, "We are confident that we won't be affected." It seemed everything had been meticulously calculated by him. We have sold part of the church's assets and have several large ships docked at Bizen, far exceeding the number of our followers. At this point, he laughed and asked the group, "Do you understand what this means?" Zhang was also lost in his own calculations. Meaning if something bad happened, they would board the ships at Bizen and leave the battlefield behind. Chun Sech, sitting next to him, had nothing more to say in this situation. Is this guy completely insane? He is talking about preparing an escape route without losing the initiative. Seeing everyone's serious attitude in the meeting room, Bichi Yuan could only laugh and announce, "Look at your faces. You seem ready to hear me out. All right. Then I will start with the first condition." His gaze became very pleased as he addressed everyone. "You must appoint me, Bohan, as the supreme commander in the Busan defense battle 1 month from now." He continued, glancing at Chiller Sam for the second proposal. If the Bizen defense is successful, the Jehovah's Church, which has spent the most resources and manpower, must be declared the state religion. Just hearing this made Trang Ho grit his teeth in anger. Bu Yuan was about to say something more when suddenly, Chionu stood up and walked straight towards him, leaving him a bit perplexed. He sighed in frustration and complained, "Should I feel annoyed right now?" He did not forget to criticize. "How ignorant do you have to be to consider leaving at such a crucial moment regarding the fate of the nation?" But Chi Zhengsu did not walk outside. He stepped right in front of him. Sensing something was off, Chi Sam recalled the earlier scene. This feeling made Bi Chua quickly speak up. "I am still explaining the conditions for joining the battle, and you are already prepared to throw punches." A second later, he directly punched him in the face, causing him to stagger backward. At the same time, this action left Chiller Sam momentarily stunned. Despite having anticipated it, Zhonghua had nothing to say in this situation and remained silent. Chung Sik felt a bit pleased after witnessing his brutal punch. As usual, Kurong showed no strange attitude. Unable to react in time, Bu Yuan fell hard to the ground in pain. Trying to stay calm, he quickly coughed a few times in helplessness. His face was now covered in blood as he cursed continuously. "Are you insane? I am the one in control of this negotiation. You dare to hit me?" After cursing, he pointed at Qian's Shu and ordered, "Where are the others? Hurry up and catch or kill this guy." That is just the beginning of the negotiation. It seemed everyone just stood there watching him get hit. With no other reaction, he continued to grab the collar of his shirt, startling him. Until now, he still did not understand why he was so angry with him. Clenching his fists, Qiansu prepared to deliver another punch. Everyone just stood there, seemingly unresponsive. As no one rushed to stop Kim Chum-su, they remained silent, watching Bitch Win take every brutal punch without any intervention. They had been hoping someone would step in to finish off the little monster who had crossed the line. The scene shifted to the inside of the president's office, where Ari's angry voice echoed. "What? You said you would kill Bibi Hun. But the president's office, other Caesar members, and the government won't let that go unchallenged." However, Qiansu remained calm, having planned this out beforehand. If the conditions were right, no one would stop me. This left her utterly bewildered. He continued to explain that the attack on the small traders association ended with them shaking off their pursuers. Both the government and other A-class SLA members knew that Bi Hun was the mastermind behind the incident. Qiansu stood right in front of her, voicing his thoughts. And they also understood there was no guarantee he would not do it again. Moreover, if he did not stop right now, they all knew he harbored ambitions of becoming the government of this nation. His voice rang out insistently. Everyone knew they had to intervene, knew that he had to be killed to stop him. Yet they still could not act. Ari had been listening to his words all this time. because everyone had their own interests at stake. After finishing, his expression became extremely determined. But what about my position? Hearing this, she hesitated, considering carefully. For the government, he was hailed as a hero for eliminating the lazy lieutenant. He also had prestige and loyalty from his time working at the Choi and Jiang Company, so they would not dare touch him. Additionally, he had support from the Small Traders Association. Kian-su nodded in agreement with these points. If we do not deal with him quickly, we might waste time preparing for some ridiculous political battle. He did not forget to add, if I do not resolve this issue, then who will? Back in reality, Chanu grabbed Bizen by his collar, and despite being continuously beaten, he still mocked him. You think you have what it takes? You think you can stop Jiang Su Ho without the Jehovah Church? Tears of pain streamed down his face. It is not too late yet. Just leave. Before he could finish, Kian-su landed another punch. Everyone in the room fell silent. Everyone knew Kian-su's actions were extremely dangerous. It was a reckless move that echoed various events, like the church battling zombies. Then came the scene of the nun and the pastor standing behind, orchestrating everything. Even though the Jehovah Church had grown powerful, they still had to bare their fangs in front of other class slow members. And the story continued, using humanity's survival as a hostage to fulfill personal ambitions. The image of Bin always manipulating everyone appeared. Despite the many schemes and tricks, his henchmen relentlessly oppress innocent people. And the Jehovah Church and Bihun have never crossed such boundaries. He even remembers to have a stand and dye his hair. Bihun is inherently meticulous. Despite playing the savior, he is still quite cowardly. The question arises, why has he lost his ability to judge like this? But the answer is quite simple. The reason is the acting method. Let me briefly explain this miraculous method. The acting method is a technique where actors completely immerse themselves in the thoughts and emotions of their character to become exactly like them. The script is clearly laid out for the role of the Pope in the Jehovah Church and the Savior in the zombie apocalypse era. The script clearly outlines various details titled Zombie Apocalypse, featuring Bihun's performance as the Pope of the heretical church. Holding the prepared scripts in hand, Bizen remains incredibly calm. This has consumed him as time passes. Controlling the scene has made him extremely happy after taking over the remnants of Jiang, with the balance of power tilting in his favor. And he has collaborated with the military to grow stronger, realizing the government forces cannot pursue his crimes. Gradually, 550 years have been corrupted by the things he has done. The tension has dissipated. He starts to believe in the setups he has created. Standing in the vast church, he is all alone. He believes his ideas are one of a kind. He thinks he is the true savior sent by God to save this world. All his crimes and schemes are to redeem the world. At the same time, a strange symbol is slowly being revealed, and he believes he is an omnipotent, immortal being. Bachuan stands in this space, sighing, I am not acting. He has transformed into someone else. And I have found myself returning to reality. Everyone in the room is silent in response to Chonok-su's actions. Even the soldier guards stand silent, not daring to utter a word after this. Bichuan's bloodied face lies still there. After this campaign, the military will lose its function. The image that appears is of innocent corpses scattered across the ground. The government will not be able to prevent the dissatisfaction of civilians any longer. Even outside, everything is gradually collapsing as various citizens take to the streets to protest. The regime and resource distribution system are extremely unfair, thus cannot be maintained since the power to impose these has vanished. Kian-su's gaze is fierce, as if he wants to eliminate him at any moment. The punches landing squarely on Bichuan's face leave him unable to resist. Meanwhile, others in the association gradually fall silent as their interests rise. When the government declines and loses power like this, that void will be filled by the Slas. The Slas, who already had power, will gain even more strength than the old politicians. Unintentionally, he recalls Wang Tek's advice to him long ago. Among them, he should take on the leadership role. Wang Tek's words felt like personal advice meant solely for Kian-su. What I could not accomplish, you surely will. After repeatedly attacking Bushing, he could no longer move, standing there mumbling, I ain't your savior. His eyes were filled with despair, and blood splattered across his face. Just a few basic moves. Kian-su completely took down Bin in front of everyone. After finishing the fight, he quickly dragged his cold body forward and told everyone, if we let him live, he will seize political power until Jiang Su-ho attacks Buan. His voice echoed, as if he planned to wipe out the Jigo Chi Merchant Association and would also try to control us by force. Zhang Ho remained silent, listening intently. Everyone envisioned a scenario of ordinary citizens rioting, the grim reality of people exhausting themselves to kill each other repeating itself. Once again, A fierce battle loomed between both sides. At this point, Chanu immediately questioned everyone. You all know what the outcome will be, right? If I do not kill this guy today, we would have destroyed ourselves before Jiang Suho and the mutants even arrive. He even reminded them why he was doing this. I am just doing what needs to be done. No one has a problem with that, right? After handling Bizen, he took the corpse and walked outside, leaving everyone in the room frozen. Seeing the situation becoming unstable, Chun Sich hurriedly asked, Wait. Where are you going after causing trouble? Even the military side started to voice their surprise. We want to hear your answer too. What are you planning to do now? Kinansu. To everyone's surprise, Kiansu quickly declared, I will unify the entire army. These words left Chiller Sam in shock. Unify. Perhaps he was incredibly determined about the plan laid out for him. Uniting all the survivors to confront Jiang Suho. Someone has to take charge of this. Right. Things are starting to head in the original direction. The first place Kim Chimzak-su is heading to is the main church of the Jehovah congregation. Inside the church, a truck suddenly crashed through everything here. The people inside the church became extremely bewildered by this scene. The scene grew chaotic as they still did not understand what was happening. Hondong heard a strange noise and hurried outside. What is going on? Is there an attack? Looking at the truck that had crashed into the wall surprised him greatly. The truck's door began to open, preparing for someone to emerge. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what monster would appear. Kiansu's foot stepped down onto the ground. He quickly tossed the lifeless body of Bizen down and announced to everyone, the so-called savior or whatever you all believe in. This left Hondong and the church members speechless. Kiansu stood unfazed before Bizen's cold body, declaring, I killed him. His voice echoed continuously. Now, make your choice. Everyone inside the church was immediately frozen in shock. He coldly questioned all of them. Either pledge loyalty to this fraud and die with him, or live and fight alongside me. The story gradually began to unfold. The people in the church were utterly astonished. Bichen, who they absolutely trusted as the savior, was now dead. The Bible they created clearly stated that no one knew what to do next. He would win the final battle against the zombies and ascend to heaven. Now, everyone could only stare at Bizen's cold body lying there. Yet now he lay dead at the hands of that uneducated fool. Cold and miserable. Everyone seemed to be in a trance. They silently glanced at each other. Strangely, in this situation, none of the followers felt anger over Bizen's death. Instead, they all remained silent, as if swallowing bitterness. With shocked expressions, one of them became extremely confused, thinking, what now? The others were also bewildered, unsure of what choice to make. Wasn't that guy the messenger of God? I just got promoted to priest and started to enjoy the benefits. Why now? Another person immediately approached the priest and asked, Father, what should we do now? He looked startled and confused about what to do next. After taking a deep breath, the priest shouted loudly, declaring to everyone, God has sent us a new pope. The statement immediately left the people in the church frozen. Even Chiansu, seeing this for the first time, had no words to say. Glancing at everyone's reactions, the priest became confused, unsure of what to do. After all, was this too much? Another person slowly looked towards Chiansu. Father, with no other choice. This guy had to go along with his words. What you said is indeed very true. This is a replacement for the fallen former pope. It seemed to surprise him. Another person quickly turned to announce to everyone, everything makes sense. Recently, he had acted strangely to expand his power excessively. Turns out there was a reason. The former pope was possessed by a demon. Now, everyone was extremely confused, unsure of how to prove that what they had done was not useless. To keep their spirits up, seeing everyone following his intentions, the priest slowly broke into a smug smile to protect his livelihood. Those people had begun to piece together their reasons. Even Hondong has noticed the change in everyone. He turned to look back. Everyone is losing their composure. But if we do not explain what just happened, this church will fall apart, causing chaos in society. Suddenly, he recalled the scene when X mocked him while sitting on his body. If that is the case, everyone in Bizen will be killed by that Jiang Suho. Thinking this, he quickly turned to Sudi with determination. He saw Hondong walking towards him, making Xianansu look curious. Before he could understand what was happening, Hondong grabbed his hand and raised it, announcing to everyone, here's my brother, Kim Qiansu. He climbed a rank at just 6 months after starting as a slazer. He is the new savior. As soon as Hondong finished speaking, everyone stood still for 5 seconds. A moment later, they went wild, cheering non-stop. This scene left Qiansu frozen, unsure of what to do. He intended to show them the harsh reality first before negotiating. But things turned out strangely like this. However, his purpose for being here this time was just that. He quickly glanced in another direction. wondering if he was doing the right thing. Inside the vehicle, Sarang, Ari and Ja kept waving their hands, signaling their approval. Time shifted back to the meeting, and everyone was surprised after hearing Chi Onu's story. Chiller Sam slowly turned around, asking in confusion, "You persuaded the cult side, and now it is our turn." He quickly nodded in confirmation. "That is right." He glanced at the woman Dong. "And I also need to hear your side of the story." She looked a bit confused and raised her head to look at him. His gaze was intense as he swiftly got straight to the point about what happened between Jiang Suho and you guys at Sun. Secretary Park immediately questioned, "What did you hear from Jiang Suho?" But then she wondered, "Even if you heard something, do you think we would believe the words coming from the enemy's mouth?" "Is that?" Adong replied sternly, waving her hand to signal to stop, making Secretary Beck feel uneasy. "Chairman." Adong did not respond but cautiously asked what Jiang Suho said to him. Chian-su replied, "How many survivors are there?" "The ones he trusted, whom he called teammates, abandoned him." He explained that it was a trigger, like he had lost all faith in the survivors. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Adong glanced at Chi-sam. Seeing this, he nodded in agreement. Then Adong made a proposal. "Before you tell your story, you need to promise me one thing." Chian-su wondered what it was. Adong's expression suddenly darkened, becoming more guarded. She stipulated that after hearing the story, he must make an accurate guess, no matter how disgusting and filthy it is. "You should continue to be in a rank slacer for the sake of those inside the walls, as their hope." Kians looked up with determination and confirmed firmly, "I know I can save everyone inside the wall. After all, I come from a background of poverty. Still, I am determined to fight for them, and right now, I am putting in the effort. You think it is all in the past, so I won't let it shake me." This made Adong pause for a moment. She mentioned Jiang Suho. Adong recounted that he was once a genius whose zombie-slaying skills no one could match. To her, he was the first survivor in the campaign to reclaim territory, and Dong revealed that he was also the first to create the slazer profession, a line of work that survives on money earned from killing zombies. Recalling the past, he narrated that he became a key figure and a powerful force in the slazer organizations. With overwhelming abilities and leadership talent, she introduced the company I founded with him. We carried out numerous contracts and made a lot of money. One evening a few years ago, in the abandoned high-rises after the zombies had been dealt with, we stood before two large doors heavily locked. According to Dong, the unclaimed treasures were outside the wall. When we opened it, countless gold bars stacked high amazed her. Adong said we had expanded a vast amount of land after signing a contract with the government, which brought in many soldiers for support. She believed that we had seized the opportunity and that both Adong and Jiang Su were side by side, carrying out missions they aimed for. Adong noted that in Bizen, where dreams and hopes were slowly fading, we were the only ones who succeeded in a different way. Back then, when the group gathered happily, reminiscing about how close everyone was that year, she felt we were doing what was necessary for the world, while also earning a significant fortune. Adong claimed we were once shining stars. That day she joyfully cheered, "Let us raise a glass. The chairman has to do it," which made Jiang Suho a bit flustered. He awkwardly refused. "What are you doing? I can't do that." Seeing this, the group smiled gently at Jiang Suho. At that moment, he had no choice but to raise his glass and awkwardly speak up. "Then I will nod to show my trust in my companions." Jiang Suho raised his glass, making a vow for a peaceful world. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, leaving Jiang Suho wondering why no one else was raising their glass. But then everyone quickly became lively again and celebrated together. Adong remarked that his strength and leadership were not just ordinary anymore, but had spread like a legend among the soldiers and the people. Then one night, while we were at a port filled with large and small containers, the group suddenly noticed everyone clapping in appreciation for them. Adong believed that if anyone could bring this zombie apocalypse world back to normal, it would be the guy in the helmet. At the same time, in a luxurious high-rise building, a senior officer was thoughtfully gazing at the scene below and asked, "Isn't that a bit dangerous?" Hearing this, his subordinate replied, "Are you referring to the Slazer's reclaiming operation?" "Sir, you do not need to worry, General, since this is just within the local populace. Even if the takeover fails, we can easily adapt, and the profits we gain from them are greater than we thought. When we developed a piece of land in Unjin not long ago, it was thanks to them that we made quite a bit." But then the officer interjected, "Why can't you understand what I am saying?" This left his subordinate a bit confused. Glancing sharply at his subordinate, the officer pressed, "What I mean to ask is, are you planning to do this and then jump into politics?" "Politics? Are you talking about those slaw zombies?" the subordinate asked. Bewildered, the officer replied. Exactly. He explained. After they established their company, I heard they were going to monopolize all the land in Busan. Not only that, but after they complete the work we assigned, they will also acquire quite a bit of land. The officer noted that are not they becoming the largest armed force outside the government military? They are truly dangerous. He believed that if the guy in the helmet takes over and orders a riot, during these tough times, the band could collapse. The subordinate continued. Well, I think you should know this information as you said. I was questioned by the officer, but why? The subordinate cautiously replied, their value is greater than we think. After the slazer profession emerged, securing supplies in places we once thought were difficult for soldiers became increasingly feasible. Certainly, among the higher-ups, there will be those who need them. Hearing this, the officer chuckled and said, I did not say we had to eliminate them all. I am not the type to block everything like that. Colonel Yun. This left his subordinate wondering why. So the senior officer ordered to only take moderate action, enough to create mutual restraint and expand influence a bit. He laid out a plan, stating that to achieve this, it would be best to eliminate that damn leader. And this time, the main target was Jiang Suho. At that moment, Jiang Suho was scratching his ear, wondering, is someone cursing me? Or is it sweat getting into my helmet? Suddenly, her ear was itchy, leaving her confused. She thought Jiang Suho had not done anything wrong at all. Oh no. If anything's wrong, the only mistake here is being a leader to everyone. Then one day, a dong burst into Jiang Suho's room with an excited expression. Surprising him, Chairman, a dong called out. Hearing this, Zhao, who had his feet up on the desk, asked, what is going on? I am so excited to announce that I heard you have a new commission. But then Jiang Suahu thought no one would talk about being manipulated with such a cheerful face. Well, a dong. I am also curious to see if there is any special commission coming up. At that moment, a dong pulled out a piece of paper that caught Jiang Suhu's attention. She excitedly introduced it, saying it is not just an ordinary commission but an exclusive contract from the government of the Republic of Korea. In Idong's hands was a contract titled Choi Company and Jiang Cooperation with the Ministry of National Defense of the Provisional Government of the Republic of Korea. She also mentioned the huge benefits that could be gained beyond just this, and here's more. The compensation is an economic monopoly worth 50,000 Tai. And they even have the condition that they will buy more than half of our company's shares and turn it into a large corporation, which made Jiang Su just listen. Seeing Idong so thrilled, she thought if we succeed, it would definitely secure our social status too. Jiang Suo thought to herself that she was completely blinded with the thought that social status means that if you have it, it does not matter if you are a murderer or a slasher. You can still live well. Jiang Suho voiced her opinion. I know the conditions are very good. And since this is a contract with the government, there is no worry about being pulled back. But what is the content of the commission? Seeing the excitement still shining on Idong's face, Jiang Guo wondered. Well, you have to go from Ban all the way to Sun. Right. The Keungbu Highway. Hearing that, Jiang Guo replied, that is the cleanup of the Keungbu Highway. You announced the plan. And in the end, a guard post will be built inside Xi'an. Idong introduced it as a campaign to retake Sun gathered at a small restaurant. Jiang Suix spoke up in front of all the members proposing just that. After some thought, Chiller Sam remarked that this was clearly a pretty good condition, and someone chimed in. Moreover, a member of the group with a muscular build was visibly excited, asking if it was just about the money. Damn it. Extending a road up and down might be possible. But with a size this big, seeing that, Dong next to him also acted friendly and joined in. Looks like I sometimes sympathize with the boss of the underworld. At that moment, a voice rang out. Now is not the time to waste. We need to head there to get the stamp. Right. I have been hearing that there are many people wanting to snatch our jobs lately. Zhang Ho speculated that it was not something that could be simply solved like that. That is probably why they gathered us here. Jiang Su Ho quickly added. The conditions presented are indeed very solid. If the government officially supports us this time, compared to before, fighting zombies will feel like a daily job. And the benefits and compensation for the SLA will be much better. Jiang Suho also mentioned that those holding shares in the company are sitting on their money without needing to go outside the wall. This made the burly member a bit hesitant. He calculates that gathering information outside the wall might be easier. Hearing this, Chilo Sam pondered for a moment. Ultimately, Jiang Suho concluded. But maybe we need to consider what the cost of carrying out this commission will be at this point. All present members were somewhat surprised. Jiang Suho calculated that the shortest distance from Bizen to Sun is at least 400 kilometers. The super on highway Kangbu. Even hoping that high-level mutated species won't appear. We still have to kill hundreds of thousands of zombies in overwhelming numbers to reach Sun. He also mentally prepared everyone that many of us might not make it back. Jiang Suo also cautioned that this mission might not succeed. Finally, he seriously asked for everyone's opinion. Do you want to risk your lives to carry out this commission? This is a commission that requires the majority of the SLA to agree before proceeding. If the majority do not support it, I will not carry out this mission. After a moment, everyone started murmuring. People had conflicting opinions. Should they go for it or not? Why did you suddenly put everyone in such a difficult position? That is just a realistic perspective. It is true that there is a lot of money to be made. But this is a mission that involves life and death. If we is not the SLA career over too? Since when did you become so afraid of death? Even if it is dangerous, there will be a way. That jerk. Suddenly, someone punched the wall, creating a loud noise. The burly guy then angrily shouted, "Damn it. Are you saying you want to run away and give up this opportunity? Are you all crazy?" He widened his eyes, loudly insisting that since you have made a living by killing zombies, have not you always fought with everything you have got? Now you regret your own lives while you see others living with nothing in hand as something so precious. In response to his words, if we do not take this commission, do you think the Ministry of Defense will assign us another task? They will turn to other SLA organizations, not us, to gather and train them. Everyone in the room fell silent, lost in thought, some even nodding in agreement, pounding their chests in anger. That burly guy boldly suggested that we would drop from first place to second, and from second to third. Gradually, our commissions will dwindle, and our influence will fade as well. In just 5 years, we will be packing our bags back to Hinde. He was fired up, rallying everyone. We have to seize this rare opportunity in life and live like real humans. Otherwise, we will be back to living like the scum we once were. After a passionate speech, the big guy was a bit worn out from talking so much, pausing to catch his breath. But everyone had to consider his words. Finally, the burly man advised, how can we go back to living like we did before? The government might not even trust us with any commissions anymore. If a dog does not obey, it is worthless. Let us think this through. If we succeed, 1. We become billionaires. As he continued, I could not help but think how much I hated the idea of my child growing up in Hinde. It felt worse than death. Next to Chiller Sam, Jong Ho shook her head, commenting, I thought you were just a cold-hearted old man. But it turns out you have been through a lot. Hearing this, Chair Sam coughed lightly and replied, everyone has their own pain. I do not care if others think I am unfeeling. Don't we need a large sum of money if we want to stop the redevelopment at the Jia-Chi market. That is why I am not opposing this time. Zhang shared his viewpoint. For me, it would not matter if I died. But if I have to go, then I will go. But seeing everyone handing their ballots to Dong, I felt something ominous. Zhang guessed that there would be quite a few deaths this time. And then, the voting results that day for the Slazers came in. More than half agreed to carry out the operation to reclaim Sun, and hell truly began. Moving to a desolate city, everyone could not help but exclaim, damn it. After struggling with the monster, even a guy like the burly man was worn out. Watching the overwhelming creature rampaging around, he could only stand still, wondering how to deal with it. Just then, as the monster swung its massive arm at him, with a swift and decisive strike, the creature lost its arm and half its head, leaving the burly man in shock. Staring at the neatly severed arm of the monster, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief, holding a fishing rod, while Chiller Sam, breathing heavily, reminded him, I am not a babysitter. Why do I have to babysit this guy? I am not young anymore, so moving around is harder now. You bastard. Just then, something huge suddenly erupted from the ground right behind him. Chiller Sam immediately heightened his alertness as a massive monster with a giant drill charged forward, gripping a blood-soaked harpoon tightly. Feeling a sharp pain shoot through his arm, Chiller Sam quickly realized it was his own arm. He looked at the monstrous figure, brimming with murderous intent, charging at him fiercely. Just as Chiller Sam was about to make a move, in the blink of an eye, the monster was swiftly dealt with. Jiang Suo appeared, announcing that today was the end of their mission. If things continued like this, the upcoming operations would be quite challenging. The sun was about to set. Jiang Suho ordered everyone to return as per the command. Dong recounted that they had no help aside from the government. This matter had been entrusted to them. In the safe zone protected by the SLA, they had set up a temporary camp to rest, and all team members were accommodated in a large government barracks. According to her, They provided basic supplies and safe sleeping arrangements. But that was all. Dong believed the military only served as a caretaker to feed the dogs so they would not starve. At that moment, Jiang Suho was sitting pensively in a corner when he suddenly heard a voice calling out. Jiang Suho stepped forward, and a government officer asked, "How much have we recaptured today?" Hearing this, Jiang Suho replied, 150. Right, about 130. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer's expression showed dissatisfaction and confusion. 130. Are you saying 130 meters? Seeing this, Jiang Suho just stood there silently, and the officer angrily shouted, "At this rate, when will we fully recapture Sun? Are you all really following the strategy properly?" This made Jiang Suho lower his head in silence. At that moment, a burly man appeared, grabbing the officer by the collar and glaring at him. "Damn it. This damn soldier. Have you even tried going outside?" The officer was left speechless. The burly man furiously questioned how they could reach Sun when the mutated creatures were appearing and growing in number, slowing their progress. "Are the many zombies in Sun because of us?" Nearby, other close members could only stand silently and witness the argument. Dong approached, questioning how far they had left to go and how many they had already attacked. Right now, those things did not matter. She pointed out that the important question was how many Slay were left. Jiang Suho, sitting beside her, kept his head down and quietly reported 2 people had died today, so the estimated number of remaining Slough was about 40. Leaving the officer at a loss for words, he cautiously asked, "With that number, can you even attack Sun?" Sang-soo spoke up. "If those 40 slurs are all as strong as the chairman here, then suddenly it could be done. But just the 4 of us. It is totally impossible. I did not want to say this at first, but everyone is under pressure. I can't continue this mission anymore." Hearing this, Jiang Suo could only remain silent, and then he made a decision: the operation to retake Sun. "First, let us just stop here and return to Bizen to call for support to reorganize. Let us go back to Bizen and train more Slazers. Then systematically reorganize the attack strategy and restart the operation." As soon as he said this, someone immediately interrupted with nonsense. The officer's face immediately darkened as he roughly shoved the burly man aside, leaving him a bit stunned. He believed that they had signed a contract with the Ministry of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, and were there to fulfill that contract. So there was no way to stop or pause before completing the commission in the contract. Upon hearing this, Jiang Suho firmly questioned, "So you are saying everyone should go to Sun and die?" But the officer did not care at all and calmly replied, "Just follow the contract. Even if the operation fails, you must not give up." His words seemed to hit Jiang Suho's limit. A chilling aura surrounded him. At that moment, Jiang Suho began to realize, tightening his fists. He understood that these bastards intended to gradually wear down the Slazers amidst the shock and panic of those around. From the beginning, they had planned this and pushed us to Sun without any information at all. Jiang Suho stood up abruptly, surprising even a Dong just as she was about to intervene. He recalled those who had trusted and followed him here. At that moment, everyone was bewildered. A Dong wondered if they wanted everyone to die here. And then Jiang Suho swung a punch aimed directly at the officer's face in front of everyone. Just as the man closed his eyes in fear to take the hit, Jiang Suho lightly tapped him on the shoulder, leaving him confused. To the officer's astonishment, Jiang Suho humbly bowed his head and proposed, "I will take responsibility and retake Sun." He insisted, "In there, you all should extend the time to reorganize the forces at the camp and select some outstanding soldiers to support the operation along with the Slazers." With just his words, he relied on them, but Jiang Suho put heavy pressure on that officer. He told himself, even though he wanted to kill him, if he did, those who had trusted and followed him here would never be able to return to Bizen. He had to hold back. Everything would be fine if he endured and moved forward. With a determined gaze, Jiang Suho was resolved to save everyone and return to Bizen together. Compared to where the team was fighting, Sun was still 145 kilometers away, facing the hordes of crazed zombies approaching in large numbers. A Dong noted that from that day, Jiang Su started to act alone. He rushed towards the car, honking loudly to attract the zombies. Jiang Su-yuho stepped out to confront the monsters surging toward him. Back then, his intention was to not lose the Slazers who had trusted and followed him here. With each quick and agile step, Jiang Su leaped high into the midst of the encircling zombies. The goal is to retake Sun as soon as possible. Jiang Su decisively raised his sword, determined to eliminate the bloodthirsty zombies. With just a swift strike, he quickly took down a zombie. Just then, another undead creature appeared right behind him, ready to attack Jiang Su, but he quickly noticed it and flung the zombie away. Alone, Jiang Xia fought fiercely against the massive horde of undead. When the mission was done, Jiang So seemed to be exhausted. He struggled to catch his breath at that moment. A giant monster suddenly charged at him, desperate to escape this hell and return to normal life. But despite his efforts, the situation grew worse. Witnessing the monster charging, Jiang Suoku muttered to himself, "I am feeling a bit tired now." As Jiang Suo shifted to fighting alone, the pace of the retake slowed down significantly. The path to Son became increasingly difficult and obstructed. Meanwhile, the spirits of those trapped in this hell were dwindling. At the makeshift camp, after fighting hard, the members returned, weary and exhausted. Looking at the scene before him, Adong thought about how many months had passed since they left the safe zone. The morale of the Sla was at an all-time high, but it was beginning to falter. She could not hide her worry as she glanced over and saw Jiang Su silently standing deep in thought outside. Seeing him out of breath, Adong realized that even Jiang Su, who seemed invincible, was starting to make more mistakes as his spirit waned. On the path clearing out zombies to make way to Sun, a member was unfortunately bitten. Seeing this, he immediately knocked the zombie away. Looking at the wound on his arm, the man could not contain his anger and helplessness. Cursing, "Damn it, what bad luck." Next to him, seeing his teammate slowly transforming, another member could not hide his fear. Sighing as if accepting his fate, the man muttered, "This is messed up. Damn it. I should not have come here." Seizing the opportunity, he quickly ordered, "Make it quick, just one strike. Make the young member next to you jump." As the man rushed forward, the young boy reacted instinctively. Swinging a strike, the number of injured and dead Sla did not decrease at all, and in the end, the tragedy of humans killing each other occurred. Back at the camp, sounds of beating and shouting echoed. "That damn dog," in front of the terrified onlookers. Zhe Chun decisively confronted a member of the group, shouting, "Damn it, you stupid dog. I told you not to mess around." He panted heavily, continuing to yell, "Do you really want to die?" He could not even withstand a punch. Faced with Zifi Chun's fury, everyone quickly rushed to help the member up. Seeing his bloodied, silent figure, Adong was stunned, announcing, He is really gone." In the office filled with marked maps, Adong asked in confusion, "You are joking, right? You want to release Jiang Duk Chun?" She worried he had killed him in Jun with his bare hands, but then Jiang Suho simply replied, "Even so, we can't do anything else. Without Jiang Duk Chun, our backline will collapse, even if responsibility will be questioned later. Right now we need him." Just as he finished speaking, before he could get angry, "We should quickly remove the cuffs and return his gear." But Jiang Suho was hit on the head by something thrown. The atmosphere in the room became silent. Adong struggled to convince him. "We created this slazer profession to live like human beings. We established a company to earn money honestly, to avoid the exhaustion from Khan. But why is it like this now? How is this any different from the government sending us into this hellish mission to reclaim Xi'an?" But in response, all she received was Jiang So's silence. He bowed his head to the ground. Finally, Jiang Suho affirmed, "I take responsibility for bringing everyone back to Bizen as safely as possible. For that, even if I have to exhaust myself or release a murderer, or bow down to the powerful, I will do anything." Upon hearing this, Adong was completely confused. She thought he was being inconsistent. "Chairman." But then Jiang Suho simply replied, "That is what being an adult is." Adong, in the end, inconsistency does not just apply to Jiang Suho. While Jiang Suho stood high observing the situation, the members below were discussing. It seemed the undefeated chairman would never die. Right, in the end. Maybe we would all die here. Is this how the company makes a fat profit while we have to die like dogs? The resentment of the desperate Sla began to turn towards Jiang Suho. "You did not stop them from coming here. They tell each other that we voted together. The chairman only decided based on the majority opinion of the Sla. He is the chairman, with much battlefield experience out there. He should have stopped us. He should have said that reclaiming Sun was a fantasy, and the only outcome awaiting us was death." Looking at Jiang Suho standing alone, some malicious opinions suggested he probably would not die. He is a monster. He might survive alone. And then there appeared someone wanting to exploit that resentment. From within, quietly monitoring the situation from afar, the officer reported, "Yep. It seems the internal division you mentioned has begun. It seems you are also isolated among the Sla. They are ready to do anything to return to Bizen. Yep. I will proceed with that." Then he announced that the order had been approved, and the insider of the main officer was Duk Chun. The officer promised that the government would grant immunity from murder charges and invest in him at the national level. When returning to Bizen, the company that Jiang Soho built like a castle will collapse. He and some other Slur who survive will rise as a new Sla force. Hearing this, Duk Chun became even more excited about the incredible treatment he was receiving. Just escaping this hell is already a huge luck. They are treating me this well. Damn. Then there is no reason to refuse. Right, but then the officer wondered. I am not trying to doubt you. But can you really handle that guy? Duck Chun thought for a moment, and then shared his opinion. Handle him? Of course not. That guy, Zhao, has inhuman levels of strength, endurance, and reflexes. The moment I show any hostility, he will overpower me as soon as I make a surprise attack. The officer reminded him. Wait, that is different from the contract. Cut off. Duck Chun growled. Damn it. Let me finish. Even if I can overpower or kill him. For someone who is tired of constantly fighting zombies, I can at least make him infected with my plan. Duck Chun seized the opportunity to stab Jiangsu Ho in the stomach, shocking him. By the time he reacted, Jiangsu Ho could only cough up in pain. He struggled to turn his head and exclaimed. Duck Chun now had a gaze that mixed fear but still looked very fierce as he explained, looking as if to ask, why is this happening? Well, if someone is better than me, I have to eliminate and clear them out. Right. He believed that the survivors in Bizen were the same. Human history has always been like this, has not in front of Jiangsu Ho. He was now struggling more and more. Duck Chun also reminded him, and hey, I really do not think we can retake Sun, which made Jiangsu Ho wonder. Hearing that, Duck Chun ruthlessly replied, that is right. In this hell, you are the only one still wanting to struggle. He mentioned that the government said, if they could not eliminate you, they would not let us return. Duck Chun even had the audacity to try to convince Jiangsu Ho by saying, so you should take responsibility for us. Do you really like the spirit of sacrifice? Then just climb on the vehicle and leave. Ignoring Jiangsu Ho, who was gradually weakening from the fatal wound inside the helmet, his eyes were red with pain. The black veins were also starting to spread across his body, and just like that, Jiangsu Ho could no longer hold on and fell to his knees. The sound of Duck Chun's vehicle engine echoed along with his loud call. Hey everyone. Duck Chun tried to put on a fake panicked expression and rushed over to report. There is trouble. Jiangsu Ho has been infected. Upon hearing that he had been infected, Chiller Sam, Zhang, and Sang-Soo were all shocked. Everyone was stunned, exclaiming, what the hell? Hearing this shocking news, Chiller Sam could not believe his ears and hesitated to speak up. Zhang Ho also had a gloomy face and wondered. Infected. Sang-Soo beside him was equally shocked, saying, that is why I told you to go back to Bizen. With the leader's departure, everyone was buzzing with discussions. What should we do now? Should we halt the operation? Is that really what you are saying? Thanks to the chairman leading the breakthrough, we made it this far. But now that the chairman is infected, what is the point of attacking? I am getting out of here first. Dong Jun. But then the flowers quickly got everyone in line. These guys need to calm down first and ask questions. Jia-chun, you definitely saw the chairman get attacked. Right. Hearing that, Zeek-chun confirmed. Of course. 3 old men with a class-mutated strains jumped out at the same time. He was taken down before he could react. He said that, and luckily I found a motorcycle to escape. Hearing this, Zhang Ho worriedly speculated that because he was so exhausted, it is understandable he got taken down when the mutated ones appeared. He was like a moth to the flame, ultimately worn out, before everyone could gather their spirits. Zai Chi-chun ordered to first abandon the attack and quickly return to the base camp. Damn it. If we hesitate, we will all be dead. Do you guys really think you can handle that mutated monster? In an instant, Chiller Sam sensed something was off. He thought to himself, something is not right. The situation is too urgent, and the information is being transmitted in a fragmented state. Chiller Sam carefully pondered. We have not confirmed with our own eyes that Chairman Jiang is infected. Is it really okay to retreat? Should we believe what that Dukan said? Honestly, I want to tell everyone to push deeper to confirm the situation with our own eyes. But ultimately, based on Jiangsu's strength, Chiller Sam concluded that if what Jiang Gai-Ki-chun said is true, the number of survivors could be completely wiped out. That means we would be undoing Chairman Jiang's efforts. Suddenly, a hand rested on Chiller Sam's shoulder, pulling him from his thoughts. Sang-Soo approached to reassure Chiller Sam and reminded him that if the chairman has fallen, he will be the next leader. Before the chaos escalates, at least let us get the Slazers to a safe zone. Seeing this, Chiller Sam nodded in agreement. Placing his hand on Sang-Soo's, Chiller Sam realized that like him, everyone must be scared. Then he quickly gave the order. All right, let us retreat for now. Chiller Sam immediately issued the directive. Everyone, listen up. First, let us fall back to the base camp to avoid causing more chaos. Don't go rambling on unnecessarily. He carefully reminded everyone. I will say it again. Hold your positions and retreat to the base camp. Make sure no one gets left behind. In the distance, Chun smirked slightly. He had a sly grin, thinking to himself, everything is going according to plan. At the Sun Recapture Command Center, everyone was in a state of panic and anxiety, especially A Dong. She could not believe her ears, insisting that how could he say he was infected. Where is he? First, whether it is antibiotics or first aid. In the face of that stubborn Dong, everyone around just fell silent. Not a word was spoken. At that moment, Dong was confused and speculated. Are you all questioning everyone? Did you leave him behind? Hearing that, Chun shouted back. Damn it. Do I have to take full responsibility? He was a superhuman even when he was human. Now as a mutated sea monster. Who would dare bring him back? Are you crazy? Kid. Cheat Sam hesitantly spoke up from behind. Hearing this, Dong cried out in pain and accusation. You cowardly, ungrateful people. You have helped you get food and clothes up to now. You have saved your lives countless times. That is the chairman. You think you can just abandon him, even if you all die. You should bring him back here. I can't take it anymore. Chun roughly grabbed Dong's hair and argued. Then you go out there and bring him back. He taunted. Go on. Go out and bring that mutated chairman back. Dong could only look up with tear-filled, hate-filled eyes. Just then, Jiangsu stepped forward, grabbing Chun's arm and ordered. Stop it. Are you so cowardly that you are picking fights with non-combat staff? Sangsu also advised Dong, who was filled with sorrow. And even the little boss should stop. Such blind criticism won't win you any favors with the Slazers, just back from the brink of death. At that moment, the argument paused. Just then, a voice rang out. I just received a report that Jiangsu Ho has been infected. He clearly said he would break through to Sun, but in the end, it was just bragging. The officer believed that, if they continued to attack with useless people like you, success was impossible. Hearing this, Chiller Sam tightened his grip on his weapon and questioned. What do you mean by that? You are criticizing without mercy. When the leader falls, zombies can invade at any moment. Did you come here just to mock the Slazers? Hearing this, the officer replied. Mocking. What are you talking about? I came here to inform you that we have decided that the attack is no longer feasible. And fortunately, the higher-ups have allowed a retreat. At this, all the members began to murmur. Retreat. Retreat. Just as Chun calculated, he wore a smug smile. Dong suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait. Why are they suddenly allowing a retreat? If it were that easy, why did they keep saying we could not stop and kept pushing us? The officer claimed that the truth is Jiangsu Ho, who is considered the representative of the contract, is already dead. Because of that incident, the government is showing mercy to you all in front of all the members present, who were filled with conflicting emotions. He calmly stated that a transport helicopter was on its way. So you all should be grateful. At that moment, Adong spoke up. You bastards. Are you just waiting for him to die? The officer suddenly felt uneasy and replied. Why are you talking nonsense? Thinking about Jiangsu Ho who fought so hard. Jiang angrily recounted how he left everyone behind and went to the front lines alone. Just as she rushed in pain with clenched fists to curse, Sangsu quickly knocked her down. Chiller Sam praised. Well done. The officer let out a small sigh of relief. Chiller Sam then suggested. Could you delay the repatriation a bit? I need to confirm Chairman Jiang's condition once again. Furthermore, there are a few SLA who went to the front lines to support Chairman Jiang, and they are currently missing. Hearing this, the officer firmly refused, stating that there would be no exceptions. If you do not board the transport helicopter in 30 minutes, you will have to walk all the way back to Bizen. He then turned away, leaving them with a chaotic stream of thoughts. In reality, this was a choice between maintaining loyalty and being isolated in this hell. Some people began to contemplate their options. To abandon teammates who might still be alive to return home. Some decisively turned away to prepare their belongings to go back to their homeland. It was a choice between becoming a zombie or a traitor. Everyone hurriedly packed their things. Witnessing this scene, the Chun scornfully remarked. Damn it. Pretending to be fair. How pathetic. But he could not hide his smugness. In this place that resembled eternal hell, they had decided to sell their souls to the devil to escape this prolonged operation to retake Sun. Soon after, the helicopter landed at the camp. That day, the SLA made a cowardly choice. The group boarded the helicopter back to their old hideout. Sangsa looked back at the land filled with sorrow, telling himself, I am sorry for leaving you behind and going away. One day, we will definitely return and let you rest in peace. At the Sun sign, only 80 kilometers away, Jiang Suo's painful tears fell. He struggled against the changes in his body, wondering. He did not understand why they treated him this way. Had he done something wrong? Still lost in thought, He questioned whether this was an unexpected act from Jiangzi Fi-chun, or if the people he truly trusted were scheming to betray him. Jiang Su-ho cried out in pain. My head hurt. It hurt so much. Looking at his hands with visible black veins, he wondered why his head hurt. Was he infected, or was it because he did not know if what Jiangzi Fi-chun said was true? At that moment, memories flooded back, and he thought, I really do not think we can retake Sun. That was Daichi Chun's line. That is right. In this hell. You are the only one still wanting to fight. It kept ringing in Jiang Su-ho's ears. Now he was gasping for breath as he spoke. His head is pounding. Suddenly, a loud noise from the sky catches Jiang Su-ho's attention, looking up at the helicopter above. He freezes. He wonders. That is Jiang Su-ho getting angry. He shouted. Damn it. At that moment, he was extremely furious as Jiang Duk-chun had said. With images of the Sla and soldiers retreating, as if they had been waiting for this for a long time, Jiang Su gasped. And upon seeing those guys abandoning him along with the helicopter carrying his teammates, gradually moving away, a lump began to rise from his core. Jiang Su struggled with his last bit of strength to chase after them, remembering all the sacrifices, kindness, and efforts he had made while fighting, along with the camaraderie, loyalty, and all the hardships and pain experienced while standing shoulder to shoulder with his teammates, including all the tears shed, the achievements made, and the moments shared together. The joyful memories with those close to him. Jiang Su-ok suddenly realized that it all meant nothing. He shouted with all his might, Stop! You bastards! But from that moment, Jiang Su-ok felt like he was just a hunting dog that would be cooked alive after dying. He kept shouting to release the frustration inside. Those bastards. The San 80 kilometers sign was still there. Considering what Jiang Su-ho struggled to achieve was truly a miracle, a flailing effort. But now, with the thought of those people, he could only drag himself forward. Just as he finished speaking, he collapsed. Devastated, watching the helicopter fly away. Bitter tears fell from Jiang Su-ho as he cried out in pain and resentment. Feeling less than human, as the sun set, he lay defeated on the road. It seemed Jiang Su had completely lost hope and simply lay there in silence. But then a thought flashed in his mind. He could not die like this. Jiang Su's body stirred slightly. He told himself he could not end his life without achieving anything, that he was nothing. And then he struggled to get up. No matter how determined he was, he could not let his life end like a discarded item after being used. But soon after, Jiang Su-ok's body could not resist any longer and crumpled to the ground. He thought to himself that he had struggled so hard not to meet this tragic end. And then he persevered to stand again. Each step Jiang Su took made him breathe heavily just to keep going, dragging his body in a pitiful manner. Jiang Su thought he had sacrificed himself too much to be discarded like this, even though he had been infected. He kept pushing forward. Now, with hatred boiling inside him, Jiang Ho growled. Athan, you have turned me into this. You hate. The first thing Jiang Su did was to stop the infection from spreading. He looked at the wound from Zaidi Fi-chun's knife that was gradually changing and spreading, understanding the current situation. Of course, in a situation without a cure, surgical tools, or even antibiotics, stopping the infection through regular methods was impossible. So Jiang Su resorted to an unconventional method and pulled out his knife. With increasingly labored breathing, Jiang Su plunged the knife straight into the wound, ignoring the pain that surged in. He began to cut away the infected area while still conscious, knowing that some level C mutant strains had basic regenerative abilities. Jiang Su continuously treated the gradually infected wound himself. He thought to himself, if he did not turn into a regular zombie, but began transforming into a level C mutant or higher. Jiang Su kept cutting away the large infected flesh. He told himself that if he cut away the infected area, he could survive. Looking at his abdomen, now deeply hollowed out, Jiang Su could only leave it to fate and silently prayed. Please, let it heal. Just heal. Surprisingly, Jiang Su's wound had actually started to reconstruct itself. Next, Jiang Su began to cut away all the infected areas, marking the beginning of the mutation. On the road, 214 kilometers from Bizen, Jiang Su continuously removed the infected organs. Along the way, he discarded pieces of his own flesh. As the infection continued, he cut away that portion of the organs. This task went on daily, facing the same challenge each time the infection recurred, like a blacksmith hammering iron. He continuously cut away the infected areas to stimulate and prevent the mutation at a desired level. On his path, Jiang Su persevered forward. After maintaining the cutting for a while, this process lasted nearly a year, and he spent that year keeping his mind alert and regaining control of his limbs. That man repeatedly cut away flesh to the point where his organs were exposed for an entire year. Looking at his body now, Jiang Suho remarked. All right. From my pinky to the tip of my tongue. It is completely back to how it was in the army. It seems God has not completely abandoned me yet. Or has God abandoned you all? Looking at the zombies behind him. He thought. Though it was quite time-consuming for the first step. It was part of the body training process. Seeing them. Jiang So recalled the past when the zombies were gnawing on the organs he left behind. He could only stand there in shock for a long time and commanded. You guys are disgusting. Get lost. As soon as he finished his sentence, the zombies immediately froze and fled in fear, leaving Jiang Suo astonished at that moment. He wondered, what was that? Do those zombies understand what I said? Jiang Ho thought to himself. Some of the zombies eating the part of his body he had cut off were behaving as if they understood his words. Looking at a horde of zombies staggering towards him, Jiang Suok reminded himself that he still could not fully control them. Unfortunately, it was still difficult to execute complex commands. If improved and utilized well, this ability could be very useful. He looked up at the sign announcing 215 kilometers to Bizen. Jiang So felt betrayed by Bizen, which had turned its back on him. He wondered what they were doing now. Back in Bizen at this point, the Slazers who returned to Bizen had dispersed. When the pillar Jiang Su collapsed, the Slazers also refused to stay with him. The Chun Casting Company, founded by Jiang Daichi Chun, received strong support from the government. The Jiagochi Traders Association announced that it would focus on small trusts due to prioritizing the safety of the Slazers. The Free Slad decided their own fate. They had scattered everywhere and so on. In a messy room filled with beer and liquor cans, Sang Su entered, witnessing Dong now sinking into despair and drowning in alcohol. Sang Su felt a bit somber. He approached to offer advice. I know you are feeling terrible, but we still have to run the company that the chairman left behind. Sang Su believes this is the only legacy he leaves us. So we at least have to do this much. But in response, Dong painfully speaks up. For what reason? No matter how much we run this company or help others, the ungrateful in this country won't recognize us. Hearing this, Sang Su tries to persuade her. If you can find a reason now, then just work for the money, whatever it is. As long as the company left by the chairman continues to operate, I do not care about anything else. Diane wonders. Money. Sang Su immediately responds. Yep. It is all about money. He advises using the money earned wisely to change the country later. Bribe the government to exploit areas outside the wall, even if it means recreating the team to reclaim Sun. In the end, Sang Su asserts that money will help us achieve those things once we realize it later. To get that money, please continue running the company. Seeing this, Adong remarks that money is not bad at all. She emptily thinks that at least earning that much might fill the void in my heart. Returning to the present, Adong continues. That is enough for now. The story of Jiang Suho and the slough is one we have left behind for some reason. Perhaps during that process, his faith in humanity completely vanished. She hesitantly adds, now do you understand why Jiang Exka harbors resentment toward us? Even so, do you still want to fight for humanity? After a moment, Qiansu replies, I promised. He affirms, I will stand by humanity. Qiansu adds, and as I said, calm down. Sla kills zombie. So how could I possibly side with zombies? Finally, Qiansu speaks. Having heard this complicated story and the promise to fight for humanity, he proposes that this time, to prepare for the battle that will take place in a month in Bizen, she should promise to support me and my company. Qiansu believes that I do not think Choi Jiang's company would do something like taking the people of Bizen hostage like Bun. To avoid disagreements partway through, it is best to clarify who will be in command. Right. Hearing this, Secretary Park cautiously asked, in other words, as the company, should we nominate Sla Kim Qiansu as the main commander? Qiansu calmly responds. Who else would there be? He explains slowly. The Slazers belong to my company. He mentions that the traders from the Jiagochi Traders Association also promised to support me beforehand. Qiansu adds, even the followers who have trusted me as the new pope. He firmly believes that for whatever reason, they are currently around me. Qiansu also asked, if Choi Jiang's company shows support, would not that mean all the freedoms, including Hu the dog trainer, would ally with us? This makes Secretary Park immediately cautious. But beside him, Dong is just deep in thought. Seeing this, Secretary Park interrupts. Hold on. Chairman. After all, we have two class sols. Moreover, we also have the chairman, a former class manager. We have accumulated so many resources. She worriedly reminded everyone that if the Bizen defense battle was a success, the one who would benefit the most would definitely be the commander responsible for the overall operation. There was no reason for us to just give up that position for free. But then she quickly made a decision. As the company president, I believe we should recognize Slur Kim Chunsu as the commander and promise to provide him with resources and support as needed. Which surprised Cheonsu. Secretary Park looked confused. The president, Adong, sadly recounted that when he heard Jiang X's death, he did not know what to do anymore. There are two things that motivated me. You believe running the company, so it does not disappear like how he built and accumulated wealth to avoid being stuck under external pressure. Hearing this, Chiller Sam could only remain silent. Adong added, now I realize. This could be seen as a statement with no logic at all. In the end, she firmly stated, but perhaps I did all of that just to prepare for this moment, to pay for abandoning Jiangsu, our benefactor, to stay there. It is for moments like this, at this point. Chiller Sam said nothing further and just kept silent. Secretary Park was extremely worried about her decision. Just then, Adong spoke up, breaking the heavy silence. However, I have one condition. Adong cheerfully proposed that in exchange for recognizing him as the commander of Slazer, he needed to appoint me as the representative for the managers. A moment later, a voice full of surprise echoed from inside the parked car by the roadside. You mean Chairman Choi Adong volunteered to be a manager? Ari was shocked, which was not unreasonable. While in office, she managed the A-class slurs very well, and she was also curious. Anyway, Chairman, how did you respond to that? Cheonsu calmly replied. I agreed. As you said, there is no issue with her capability, and she only put forth one condition, he explained. Moreover, from the perspective of other SLAs and the government, I think they would feel more comfortable with the power being shared like this rather than me monopolizing all the credit. Hearing this, Ari wore a judgmental expression that was mocking. Surely that is the case. Besides, your mind seems to be working better these days. This made Cheonsu immediately retort. Could it be considered miraculous? I just did not attend formal schooling. It does not mean I am not smart. Ari asked further. But what about the reactions of the other SLAs? I think Kim Chi-sam would happily accept. Would there be any conflict with Mevs? Kurong. Next to Cheonsu was silent for a moment. He recounted that on the contrary, instead of opposing, the girl with glasses coldly stated that she would abide by the company's regulations. Cha thought of Chiller Sam, while the old man said nothing at all. He felt a bit confused as she mentioned. He thought the old man would say something lengthy. Could there be another scheme? Hearing this, Ari immediately thought, how could that be? He is the most rational person, always thinking for the board. Moreover, he has a close relationship with Chairman Choi. Pulling out the documents, she speculated that perhaps he was just flustered because of Jiang Su's appearance. Don't overthink it. Let us go convince the next SLA faction. Ari remarked that the next major faction is definitely a rank SLA. Dog trainers and the freelance slazers. In the dark of night, at a small house still lit far from the center, under the flickering light, Chiller Sam carefully checked his fishing gear. He examined every detail meticulously. After a thorough preparation, Chiller Sam suddenly noticed something and walked over to a cabinet secured with a strong lock. He took out a necklace with a key and unlocked the cabinet door. Inside, neatly arranged were pictures of Chiller Sam's loved ones, along with boxes containing needles. Looking at those items, Chiller Sam felt a surge of indescribable emotions. He stared intently at the photo of Deong. Chiller Sam murmured, Dad saved all this for you. But you will have to wait a little longer. Taking out a box of syringes. He believed this was not for some meaningless reason, but to save the people in Bizen. In the dark night, equipped and ready, Chiller Sam left behind a single remark, for his father's old teammate as well. Stepping down to the neighborhood where his subordinates awaited, he asked if they had contacted the helicopter yet. Chan replied, Yep. They said they would arrive at the nearby television station's helipad in about 30 minutes. Chiller Sam expressed, You must have worked hard since we made a sudden request. Thank you so much. Now let us head straight to the television station. Hearing that, Chan cautiously asked, Sir, before we leave, may I ask one last question? Chiller Sam's tone turned icy. You want to know why I am going alone to the enemy's lair? Is that what you are wondering? Chan could not hide his concern. I do not understand why you would do that. Instead, if you keep your health for a month, and then fight alongside the other SLAs. But before he could finish, Chiller Sam interrupted. First, he believed that Jiang Su's claim of attacking in a month meant he needed that time to prepare. In other words, it is very likely he is currently vulnerable and not fully prepared, Chiller Sam explained. Second, if the siege in Bizen occurs, the damage could be greater than imagined. If Jiang Su truly can control zombies, he will attack on a much larger scale. If we slip up, even if we defend successfully, Bizen will never be rebuilt. He stated that thirdly, This battle will essentially end if we capture Jiangsu. This is a fight closer to a personal duel than to war. To conclude, if I act alone, he will see it as a sudden move by an individual, not a collective attack. Thus, if an old veteran like me infiltrates and kills Jiangsu, we might prevent the upcoming war from happening. Chiller Sam gave his instructions. Do you understand now? This left Chanji J wondering. But why? He worried why it had to be him. Chanji J decided that if it was a raid with a small team, even sending the young Mauer would be better. But then Chiller Sam gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Tran and Chan, our generation has ruined this world. We must learn to have self-respect. Chiller Sam believed that part of Jiangsu-Yu's current state was also our responsibility. He instructed us to go and bear that responsibility. Chanji, say goodbye to Chiller Sam as he boards the plane to Sun. Chanji Ji held back his anxiety and prayed strongly. Please come back safely.
Yes, sir.
On the helicopter in motion, after a moment of silent contemplation, Chiller Sam seemed ready for anything that might happen, and the helicopter flew over the old camp. Watching from afar, Jiangsu wondered. I think I said it would be a win. Right. He expressed that he hated those cheaters. Behind him was an extraordinary army of zombies escorting them. Remembering that gathering years ago, Jiangsu suddenly looked ahead. He saw Chiller Sam stepping outside, and Jiangsu followed, catching him lighting a cigarette. Seeing this, Chiller Sam wondered, why are you out here? You do not smoke. Do you? He reached for his cigarettes and replied, I do not smoke. I am out here to stop you from smoking. This left Chiller Sam confused. Jiangsu threw away the cigarette and reminded him. He had said he would quit smoking after his daughter had a child. Hearing this, Chiller Sam agreed, just as he was about to say something. But now Jiangsu gently placed his hand on Chiller Sam's shoulder, reminding him that he said he would go save them, and that he even spent a large amount of money to buy vaccines. So he had to try to quit smoking. Hearing this left Chiller Sam a bit stunned, asking, do you really think I can go to Sun and find them? Do you think that is possible? But Chiller Sam was astonished when Jiangsu firmly replied.
Yes.
Looking up at the sky, he strongly expressed, I believe that one day we will reclaim Sun and find our lost loved ones. We can achieve everything. Jiangsu insisted. We must be able to do everything. Chiller Sam laughed when he asked, I believe that, which is why I am doing this crazy job outside these walls. What about you? He remarked that you really are a dreamer, which left Trang X2 puzzled. Chiller Sam turned and walked inside, still muttering, a warm dreamer. Now, as he moved on the helicopter, Chiller Sam thought, if a slur is haunted by something, this is what haunts me. Over the years, Chiller Sam had stockpiled a supply of vaccines for the family members who had gone missing years ago. He sat in silence, recalling the words, you are haunted by the dream of turning the world back to what it was. Chiller Sam still remembered the remark from years ago, you are a warm dreamer. And now it seems you are ready for anything. He slowly opened his eyes, looking determined. I believe that dream still exists somewhere in your heart. Chiller Sam looked down at the ground, seeing the shadow of Jiangsu from that year, looking at the stash of drugs hidden in his bag. He silently thought about saying he would kill all the survivors in bus. Taking out a vial, Chiller Sam frowned thoughtfully. No matter how deep the feeling of betrayal from teammates abandoning him was, he held on to the belief that he could not believe you would think of such a ridiculous idea. Remembering Jiangduo's words, a month later I will bring countless mutated beings and zombies to break down the wall and enter Bon. Chiller Sam speculated that when the body transforms into a zombie, your mind must also become abnormal. And then he took off the earplugs. You order. We will land here. Activate the vertical device with determination. I will definitely bring you back. Hearing this, the accompanying pilot remarked, good luck with your unwavering will. That is how I protect Bizen. And it is the way for you to redeem yourself. While Chiller Sam plunges into this battle alone, he gently touched down on the ground, seeing Chiller Sam, and the zombies immediately approached. Seeing this, Zhang He ordered, calm down. It seems like they have something to say before we start this feast. Dropping his weapon, Chiller Sam greeted, long time no see. Not seen you. Exa replied sarcastically.
Yes, sir.
This is the first time since you abandoned me in Sun. Is not. In response to that remark, Chiller Sam recounted.
Yep.
I have heard the story from the kid I taught. I heard you plan to lead zombies to invade Bon. Remembering Chiansu, Zhang He remarked that it was a solid foundation. And the balance was good too, rare to see in this day and age. It turns out you were the one who taught him. Looks like you are getting old. Still teaching your disciple. Chiller Sam replied. Disciple. I only taught him a little because the little lady asked me to. Speaking of Dong, Jiangsu inquired. You are talking about that girl Dong. Right. Is she still doing well? Pulling out a syringe. Chiller Sam's face darkened as he continued. That girl still has not gotten over that day. So I plan to turn you back into a human and take you home. Will you cooperate happily, or do you want to fight? Seeing this, Jiang Ku bent down and sarcastically lamented, "It is the vaccine. Thank you very much." But then he looked up with rising anger and asked,
Sir.
"Do you think I would say that?" Facing him, Jiang Suo spat out rude words. "Hey old man. I said I would kill everyone." Chiller Sam was a bit on guard, and Jiang Su stood in front of an army, growling his intent to lead those you abandoned to Bon and wipe them all out. "You damn government folks. The military. The survivors. All of them," he mocked. "Seems like you have not fully heard from your disciple. Or has your hearing gone due to old age?" Hearing this, Chiller Sam suppressed his grief beneath his large hat and replied, "Honestly, I knew you would not cooperate." His eyes were instantly filled with determination and menace. Chiller Sam quickly used his fishing rod to slash through the nearby zombies and took the chance to aim straight at Jiang Suho. But he managed to duck just in time to avoid the attack. Jiang Suho remarked that had been a long time, and yet he was still only good at tricks. Old man. But unfortunately, the final blow had missed. Hearing this, Chiller Sam simply replied that if it did not hit, then he would pull something else. His fishing rod was being used with all its might. In an instant, Jiang Suo realized, but Chiller Sam was a step ahead, using all his strength to lift his fishing rod. Along with that, countless zombies were sliced in half. Chiller Sam's attack was incredibly swift and decisive, leaving Jiang Cloak no time to react. He ordered everyone to duck quickly. Those fools. But the zombies were dropping like flies. At that moment, he instinctively noticed the approaching zombies. Seeing the crazed zombies charging at him, Chiller Sam tossed away his fishing rod, hurling it far away, and quickly drew out an iron club. With just a few basic moves, he sent the zombies to their end. Many zombies were taken down. He retrieved the fishing rod he had just thrown away. Chiller Sam's performance showed no signs of declining despite the passage of time. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Suyef thought to himself that the only Slazer demonstrating greater fighting ability in a one versus many situation was this old man. Looking at the zombies crawling on the ground, he realized that the zombies he controlled were getting tangled up with each other and could not advance. They were slowly dying from being stuck together. Then Jiang Shu shouted. Although it was still a bit early, he had to use these guys. Behind him appeared countless blood-red eyes thirsting for blood. Chiller Sam immediately heightened his vigilance. He believed that his decision to come here alone without waiting a month was the right one. Chiller Sam decided to seize this opportunity to move forward and take him down. Suddenly, Jiang Su lifted the visor of his helmet, surprising Chiller Sam as he pulled out a whistle. A chilling whistle echoed through the night. Seeing this, Chiller Sam questioned, "A whistle? Is that a signal?" At that moment, small holes began to appear in the ground. Zombie hands immediately pushed through, causing Chiller Sam to be startled. The zombie corpses grabbed at his legs. Cher exclaimed, "What?" At the same time, he realized it was a mutated strain. A monstrous beast appeared in the sky. Soaring, instinctively, he sensed danger. It shot across the sky at lightning speed. The zombie bird monster crazily dove down, aiming straight for Chiller Sam. Just as it got close to him, with just a few slashes, Jiang Su witnessed everything in shock. The aura of Chiller Sam overwhelmed all. He swiftly sent that bird monster straight to the underworld with just a few quick slashes. At that moment, Jiang Su Ho thought to himself, if he could take it down from a hidden angle, then his senses had improved a lot since the old days. Looking up at him, Chiller Sam challenged, "Is that all you have got?" Chairman Jiang, with his confident affirmation, was about to prove otherwise when another monster came charging in, a zombie-like creature rushing at breakneck speed. The hands that had been chopped earlier began to show signs of regeneration. They were facing attacks from both sides. Chiller Sam thought to himself, "All right, bring on as many mutants as you want." Jiang Suho seized the opportunity, leaping into the air, causing the massive zombie to crash into the pile of hands. Chiller Sam observed from above and immediately noticed its stiffness. It was brazenly charging straight at him. In reality, it was confident it would not be cut down. With the plan set, he would swing his fishing rod with maximum centrifugal force. Chiller Sam quickly got into position. He thought to himself and then severed it in one strike, the rod swinging down directly toward the giant zombie. The fishing line quickly wrapped around the creature's neck, tightening immediately. But then Chiller Sam suddenly sensed something was off. The giant monster boldly grabbed the fishing line, frantically tearing at it to escape from Chiller Sam. It violently yanked the line, catching Chiller Sam off guard as he shouted out, "Damn it." The zombie-like creature struck him down to the ground. Just before hitting the ground, he quickly curled up and rolled. Fortunately, thanks to his quick reflexes. Chiller Sam landed safely. At that moment, he realized the precarious situation. Now, with the monster holding onto Chiller Sam's line, the other zombies rushed in like a pack of hungry wolves, assessing the situation. He thought, among all the rods, the one that could cover the largest radius was the precious one that the monster was holding. He concluded he could not just let it go. Noticing he still had an iron rod in hand, Chiller Sam immediately turned the tide, decisively slicing the zombies into pieces. But the creature yanked the fishing line hard, causing Chiller Sam to lose his balance and fall. He still struggled to hold on, trying his best to pull that massive monster back. The fierce zombie yelled angrily. Old man. Hearing this, Chiller Sam remarked that even after turning into a zombie, it still had not learned its lesson. Using the rod in his hand, he relentlessly attacked the mutant, but it stubbornly held onto the fishing line. With a sudden pull, it dragged Chiller Sam along before he could react. Zifi Chun mercilessly hurled Chiller Sam into the air, sending him flying high. Faced with this situation, Chiller Sam understood that the monster's strength was still as it had always been. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a large pool of water appeared beneath him. Another mutated zombie monster emerged with a bizarre form. It spread its arms wide, revealing a mass of sharp spikes inside. Chiller Sam was thrown into that mass in an instant, and as soon as the monster caught its prey, it quickly closed its hands, trapping Chiller Sam inside. At that moment, Zifi Chun charged forward with murderous intent. He rushed towards the monster that was holding Chiller Sam captive. Zake Chun roared with bloodlust, shaking the ground, and with all his frenzied strength, he punched the zombie monster in an attempt to crush Chiller Sam. A flurry of blows landed until blood began to ooze out, and only then did he stop. But suddenly, the monster holding Chiller Sam realized something was wrong. Precise slashes appeared, tearing the zombie apart in an instant, leaving even Ji Chun astonished. Chiller Sam appeared, eyes sharp and full of vigor, causing Chi Chun to feel a moment of caution. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, he quickly injected the vaccine into Zike Chun's body. The needle pierced straight into his bloodstream. After expending considerable energy, Chiller Sam staggered and said, Even the vaccine can't reverse the mutation immediately, but at least the vaccinated area should revert back to human right away. And immediately, one side of Vicky Chun's body returned to normal. Much to his astonishment, while reloading his weapon, Chiller Sam reminded him, When you were alive, I told you, never underestimate the elderly. Right. Jie Chun. Then he immediately used a rope to wrap around Duck Chun's neck. With the remaining strength he had, Chiller Sam fought fiercely and successfully took the head of that Duck Chun. Now, Jiang Suho stared in shock at the head lying on the ground, while Chiller Sam quietly remarked, Now our sights are level. After a moment, Jiang Suho thought, Indeed, that old man has a fighting instinct and knows how to use the vaccine wisely. Which is why I did not want to get close. He believed that if he was not careful and was affected by the vaccine, his body might lose balance. If that happened, he would not be able to control the zombies anymore, and could not increase the number of mutated strains. But then Jiang Suho came up with a plan. It could not be helped. He just needed to wait for the old man to exhaust a bit more vaccine, and then he would strike directly. He calculated, right, if he could turn the old man into a mutated strain, that would not be a waste but rather a clever utilization. At that moment, another terrifying roar echoed. Jiang Suho commanded, Everyone gather here. Burn everything down. Then he threw the pile of documents into the blanket. Jiang angrily shouted, Are you crazy? Even with thorough preparation, it still was not enough. Yet you left an Asla to raid alone. Moreover, you even sent a helicopter for him. She criticized. Furthermore, he is not just any ordinary Asla, but is regarded as the strongest among the Slazers. Why would you let go of such a valuable force? Hearing this, Chanji Ji, despite bowing his head, firmly replied, Because he is a senior. Before the young Slaz are killed, he wants to handle Jiang Suho himself. Adong worried that if he fell in battle, what if his death was just a meaningless sacrifice? But then Chan affirmed that he might die. But it certainly would not be a meaningless death. Leaving her in confusion, Chan believed that even if he passed away, it would create advantageous move for the upcoming battle in Bizen. And now, Chiller Sam was putting his entire life on that move. Chiller Sam swung the rope fiercely, tightening it as he shook it harder. The heavy footsteps of the zombies approached. This time, another monster appeared, and its strength seemed on par with Duck Chun. Not only that, but another giant zombie also emerged, accompanied by zombie birds flying in the sky. Moreover, countless grotesque corpses of all sizes gathered in hordes. Compared to Chiller Sam fighting alone, they seemed like a bloodthirsty army advancing. He pushed with all his remaining strength, Chiller Sam fought fiercely against the other zombies. He planned to attack the boxing zombies. But Chiller Sam quickly realized they were relentless and charged at him. They frantically lunged to take Chiller Sam's life. But with his superior agility, he managed to dodge. In this precarious situation, Chiller Sam realized this zombie monster had overwhelming physical strength and he could not defeat it the usual way. The boxing zombie kept rushing forward. This time, it demonstrated the ability to extend multiple arms directly at him, surrounded by numerous long forearms. Chiller Sam instinctively stepped back. But then he suddenly sensed something was off. Just as he turned his head, Chiller Sam saw another monster zombie, even larger, lumbering towards him. It quickly grabbed him, attempting to overpower him. Seizing the opportunity, the boxing zombie charged at him with a devastating punch meant to crush Chiller Sam. In that critical moment, Chiller Sam pulled out a syringe filled with vaccine. He plunged it straight into the giant zombie that was gripping him tightly. Thinking that the syringe was meant for his son, Chiller Sam whispered, "I." And the vaccine quickly took effect on the zombie. While the large monster groaned in pain, Chiller Sam seized the moment to escape its grip and rushed towards the boxing zombie. Just as the monster threw a punch, Chiller Sam quickly reacted. He deftly slid past the monster and immediately threw his line, catching the boxing zombie off guard and causing it to stagger. In an instant, Chiller Sam turned the tide, straining to tie up the boxing monster. At that moment, the big zombie was still feeling the effects of the vaccine. Just then, due to Chiller Sam's distraction, the boxing monster threw a punch straight into the gut of the giant zombie, causing it to burst apart. The boxing monster suddenly realized what had happened. Not giving the zombie a chance to react, Chiller Sam struck first. He used his line to bind it. But unfortunately, the bowing zombie fought back fiercely, wrapping its bare hands around Chiller Sam's line. It flashed a wicked grin for a moment, but then the zombie suddenly realized the vaccine syringe had been plunged into it at some point. He silently thought, "Sorry about this,
Bro.
The vaccine began to spread, causing veins to bulge all over the boxing monster's arm. Just as the boxing monster was formulating a plan to escape the situation, Chiller Sam swiftly severed its head. After a fierce battle, as he finally took a moment to catch his breath, Chiller Sam was suddenly shocked to find himself grabbed by a ferocious bird-type zombie. He unexpectedly felt a wound on his shoulder. Looking at the sharp claws, he immediately made a judgment. Was using blood-infused claws. Chiller Sam quickly detached his fishing rod. He threw it high up. The fishing line quickly wrapped tightly around the neck of that zombie bird. With everything set, Chiller Sam adjusted his fishing rod, successfully controlling the zombie bird with the line as a reins. Chiller Sam surprised the zombie. The zombie bird struggled fiercely from the ground. The figure of Chiller Sam wrestling with the monster was clearly visible. But after a while, he jumped straight down without hesitation. Just as he was about to land from a great height, Chiller Sam curled his body, bracing for a significant impact. Despite the ground cracking where he landed, he miraculously remained safe. He pulled out a syringe from his bag. Chiller Sam injected himself, whispering, "I, daughter-in-law." Just then, another figure appeared. Another monster larger than a human with a fierce gaze charging forward. Chiller Sam found himself in a tough spot as the zombie creature attacked, cracking the ground around it. He did his best to move quickly, looking at Sam, even faced with imminent danger. His gaze was filled with determination and resolve. Jang Suho stood at a distance, strategizing. Every time the old man captured a high-level mutant, he had to use a vaccine. He guessed that before capturing Jiang Duk-chun, the old man had a total of 5 vaccine doses in his bag, 4 of which had been used so far. Seeing the situation now, Jang Suho thought to himself that if the last dose had to be used, the old man would have no way to deal with him anymore. It is a pity to sacrifice the rare giant water bug mutant. But as long as he confirmed that the old man was out of vaccines, he would strike directly. So Jang Suho ordered, "It is about to begin. Get ready." A zombie with a normal appearance sluggishly crawled forward. But just at that moment, its entire body quickly transformed. In an instant, the zombie had become a weapon in Jiang Suho's hand as he faced the giant water bug monster. Thanks to the vaccine injected directly into its body, Chiller Sam was able to defeat the zombie with ease. After a long struggle, his breathing had become somewhat heavy. Approaching with a stick made from the zombie's flesh, Jang Suho spoke, "Looks like you have used up all your secret weapons. Are you still planning to fight?" Old man, immediately taking a fighting stance, Chiller Sam growled, "What are you talking about? For an enemy blinded by hatred like you, this is more than enough." Jang Suho taunted, "Now, turn into a zombie and come with me." With that statement, even though he had abandoned me, he quickly lunged forward. Jang Suho affirmed, "But I won't abandon you," leaving Chiller Sam, who was charging in, Puzzled, what nonsense are you talking about? But Jiangsu believed he was the one speaking nonsense. He charged in immediately. Both sides were now locked in an intense battle. Devastating blows were being exchanged at a breakneck pace. Jiangsu kept delivering strikes. And so did Chiller Sam. He was fighting with all his might to fulfill his wish. At that moment, a thought flashed in his mind. Why did not I bring a few slot to save you back then? Chiller Sam then threw the line of his fishing rod straight at Jiangsu. As the line shot past, it left a large crack on his helmet. By the time Jiangsu realized, it was already too late. Chiller Sam always blamed himself. Why did not I realize you were in danger back then? At that moment, Jiang furiously charged forward at breakneck speed, making Chiller Sam instantly on high alert. He thought to himself, why was not I strong enough for you to trust me? Just then, Jiangsu closed in and quickly attacked Chiller Sam, catching him off guard and inflicting a wound from that zombie club. After a moment, he regained his composure and realized Jiangsu's intent. He thought to himself that there has not been a day when he did not feel guilty about that. Chiller Sam swiftly grabbed his fishing line and retrieved the one he had just thrown behind Jiangsu. As he reacted to Chiller Sam's approaching attack, Jiangsu attempted to use the zombie club to knock the fishing line away, but he hastily adjusted the line upward, causing Jiangsu to miss. Deep in Chiller Sam's mind, he always felt that when he finally met you again, the one thing he would not regret was using every second to quickly adjust the fishing line. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangsu raised the zombie club high, immediately using the fishing line to bind it tightly. With a self-reminder, he thought, I have become much stronger than before, not weaker at all. Chiller Sam sliced off the hand holding the zombie club when Jiangsu was off guard. Seeing the severed club, Jiangsu was a bit surprised. Despite continuously battling, he maintained his strength and agility. Facing a Chiller Sam that was now different from before, Jiangsu thought to himself that he believed when the old man lost the fishing rod, his strength would diminish greatly. But it was far from the case compared to before. He noted the strength, technique, and reflexes. Not wanting to keep Jiangsu waiting, Chiller Sam immediately got back into position. He swung the fishing line straight ahead, targeting Jiangsu right in front of him. But with skills that matched Chiller Sam, Jiangsu managed to dodge in time. He quickly landed on the ground after avoiding that attack. Chiller Sam scoffed. You can't even beat an old man, and you want to take over Bizen by yourself. Stop it. Do not waste your time on meaningless things. Bizen is changing right now. There is a guy just like you, Chiller Sam introduced. He survived the campaign to reclaim the country. He faced off against Trang Duk Chun. He continued, adding that he also helped eliminate the wicked within the Ministry of Defense. He went on to dismantle the corrupt Pope who forgot his duty to serve humanity, Chiller Sam added, stating that he was still working to unify the divided survivors. Recently, Qiansu has continuously assisted the survivors, even with the smallest tasks. He has gained the trust of the church and the people. In the end, Chiller Sam convinced him. Moreover, we all feel guilty about you. If we return to Bizen, they will find a way to restore your body. We will use all our resources to find a vaccine to cure you. He also suggested that he would punish those bastards who harmed you. Come back with us. Chiller Sam believed he could return to the old days. Hearing this, Jiangsu seemed a bit stunned and stammered. Can I really go back? Just as Chiller Sam thought this was a positive shift and replied,
Yep.
You can go back. Jiangsu immediately interrupted. He spoke with indignation and a surge of killing intent. What nonsense are you talking about? Old man, are you serious? My resolve is not weak and emotional like that. Jiangsu reminded him. I already told you. Thinking about how humanity struggles to survive in this world, he believed that those inside the walls were all cowards. Despicable traitors. Remembering the soldiers who faced zombies on the front lines and sadly got infected, Jiangsu remarked, on the contrary, those who turned into zombies were the ones who sacrificed themselves to help others. He scoffed. You are the same. Old man, stop lying to yourself. At the same time, two other zombies with bloodthirsty eyes slowly approached. Jiangsu reminded him. You know this too. Startling Chiller Sam, he recounted that the atmosphere had become strange at that time. Jiangsu described the scene from that year, where one by one, people began to blame him, even mentioning that he was gradually wearing down. In the end, he lamented that he was still ignored back then while Chiller Sam silently stayed out of it. Jiangsu felt that it was because his body was tired, because he wanted to live, because his family was his top priority, and then he just reminded him not to pretend to understand him anymore. Just then, the zombies that had approached earlier began to transform. Another staff has been created. But now the momentum and murderous intent exuding from this person show that Jiangsu is no longer joking around. He gritted his teeth and said, I hate hypocrites like you even more than traitors like Jiang Dukchun. In this situation, Chiller Sam merely replied, "If that is the outcome you desire." Your face clearly shows exhaustion. Jiangsu Ho charged forward at lightning speed, recklessly advancing towards him, who was in a defensive stance. In fact, Kim Chi Sam had long reached his limit, the wounds from using his body to fight instead of a fishing rod. The battles against numerous high-grade mutated creatures forced Chiller Sam to exert all his strength to jab syringes into the zombies. He continuously beheaded one zombie after another while also enduring numerous brutal hits and the reactions after being infected and treated. Despite this, what kept him standing was his willpower, and now Chiller Sam is trying to push beyond his limits to fight Jiangsu Ho. However, as he swung the fishing line to prepare for battle, the sandcastle before the waves would eventually collapse. The wounds from the fishing line kept bleeding, because Chiller Sam had tightened the line for too long. Then, in an instant, Chiller Sam's fingers were severed as they could withstand no more. At that moment, Chiller Sam found himself in a tough spot. He stared in shock at his own hand. Just then, Jiang Suo took the opportunity to rush in and mercilessly thrust the zombie staff through Chiller Sam's abdomen. Now, Chiller Sam could only be stunned by this unexpected attack. Jiang Su ordered, "It is." The old man looked at the object embedded deep in his belly, and Chiller Sam could not hide his shock. He staggered, struggling to stay upright, but then collapsed to the ground. Jiang Suho stepped forward and stabbed Chiller Sam again in the arm, causing him to scream in pain. Suddenly, Jiang Suho took off his gloves. He sliced off a pinky finger, leaving Chiller Sam stunned. Jiang Suho beckoned, "Open your mouth. I will turn you into a high-grade mutation. Aren't you excited? You will get to fight that disciple once you become a zombie." Unable to contain his impatience, he grabbed Chiller Sam's chin and gleefully hummed. Just as that finger was brought to Chiller Sam's mouth, a sudden attack caught Jiang Suho off guard. With his last bit of strength, Chiller Sam trembled and threw something forward. With the vaccine jabbed straight into his head, Jiang Suho numbly exclaimed. High above, a helicopter continued to monitor from above. After Chiller Sam injected the vaccine into his head, Jiang Suo immediately weakened and retreated. Remembering the last dose he used on the zombie monster, Jiang Suho wondered, "How could this be?" "Clearly, you just used your last dose earlier," Chiller Sam weakly replied. "Even if you are wearing a helmet, I can still see every expression of yours behind that mask. You bastard. You must be so surprised. Right." Then suddenly, another dose of vaccine was administered. Watching Jiang Suo staggering before him from the vaccine's effects, Chiller Sam recounted, "I have never deceived anyone before." With a determined look, he asserted, "But this is the last time, so I have decided to try some tricks." It turned out that while facing the giant zombie monster, as it slammed its hand down and created a large crack in the ground, Chiller Sam thought to himself that he could not prolong this any longer. Something had to give. At that moment, he recognized a golden opportunity. Spotting the syringe still stuck in the neck of the boxing zombie, he immediately had an idea this was it. Chiller Sam explained that while he created that spear-like weapon, the gigantic mutated creature was taken care of without needing the vaccine. Instead, what was embedded in it was an empty used syringe meant to distract. He believed the final vaccine he intended to use for his daughter was the one sticking out from the top of his head. Chiller Sam urged, "Come back to being human," Jung shouted. "Come back to life. Return to the life you once belonged to." But just after saying a few words, he painfully coughed up blood, struggling to move. Chiller Sam thought to himself that he was on the brink of death. So what was the point of even thinking about healing? With each breath growing heavier, he reassured himself that he would be fine. Before heading to fight Jiang Suo, at his home, Chiller Sam had sat down to write a few lines. Putting the pen down, he then placed the paper into a file. As soon as he left, he recalled Don Kalam's advice.
Yep.
Chan this. He instructed that if anything unexpected happened to him, to open this letter and give it to Kim Chianu. Now, Chiller Sam felt a bit relieved and thought to himself, "All right, now I can rest easy." He remembered he had also apologized to the boy, remembering Chionansu. Chiller Sam assured himself that he had already chosen someone to inherit from him, and then he began to drift away. With that thought, memories flooded back from when he was just a boy living in poverty to when Chiller Sam got a job and even the moment he married the one he loved and played with his happy little family. Those old memories vividly appeared. And then the warm family photo from that year when Chiller Sam was surrounded by his children and grandchildren. He thought to himself that it was over and let everything go. Just then, a loud noise made Chiller Sam open his eyes wide. He trembled and stepped back. In front of Chiller Sam was the head of Jiang Suo, leaving him utterly astonished. Looking at the headless corpse standing before him with a knife in hand, Chiller Sam wondered, did he really chop off his own head? In an instant, his whole body froze. seeing the blood-soaked knife. Chiller Sam was shocked to realize he had misjudged everything. But now it was too late to correct his mistake. Jiang Sua's severed neck was continuously bleeding. Faced with this scene, Chiller Sam widened his eyes, thinking that now looking at Jiang Sua's head being reformed, he realized that things had gone too far. He trembled and said, "I never expected I would have to chop off my own head like this, but surely you did not expect me to do it myself." "Did you?" Faced with Cherim, Jiang Suho replied calmly, "I have already said, once I am determined, I can be very resolute." Confronted with a Jiang Suho possessing extraordinary abilities, Chiller Sam warned seriously, "You have completely turned into a monster now." Hearing this, Jiang Suho thought he was the only one who survived thanks to the sacrifices of others. Picking up the helmet, he felt tonight was going to be a long night. Jiang Suho raised the helmet high and declared, "And we must finish the story that is still unfinished." With a body growing weaker, Chiller Sam quietly said, "This old man has lost. Lost his... I have no intention of being a burden to others." Even though his fingers were severed, he still gripped the chain tightly, causing Trang X to be on high alert. Using his last bit of strength, Chiller Sam yanked the line towards himself. In an instant, the line was pulled, making Jiang Suho immediately cautious. But it only grazed the edge of his sword, leaving Jiang X momentarily stunned. Turned out Chiller Sam used the line to aim directly at him. The line wrapped around his neck left Jiang Suho feeling a bit confused. With eyes filled with killing intent and determination, Chiller Sam declared, "Today, both our heads will fall at the same time. Of course, mine won't grow back." At that moment, Jiang Suho suddenly realized Chiller Sam's intent and immediately thought that this damned old man was still at it. Just as he lunged forward, Chiller Sam tightened the line, and in an instant, a spray of fresh blood erupted. Jiang Suho witnessed the death of his former teammate. He reached out as if still wanting to stop it. Then Jiang Suho immediately clenched his fist and muttered to himself, "Damn it," he thought. "That guy is in pieces now. If the wound is too severe, I can't turn him into a mutated host." In the end, this battle has become a trade-off between the life of an A-class Caesar and a high-level mutated host. He speculated that to maintain their advantage, they must have witnessed the battle between him and old Kim Super Sam and gathered information about him. Looking at the helicopter above, Jiang Suho felt he needed to destroy that helicopter as well. Inside the helicopter, Chiller Sam's men continuously monitored the situation and recorded the entire battle. One pilot immediately gave orders, "Hurry. Accelerate. We have captured the last image of him." The military helicopter hastily took off. At that moment, Jiang Suho ordered to bring it down. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of zombie birds filled the sky. They wildly flew straight towards the helicopter in front of them. Seeing the ferocity of the zombies through the window, the cameraman turned pale. The zombies relentlessly attacked the glass pane. In this situation, the cameraman was so terrified he did not dare to open his eyes to witness it all. Just then, the helicopter door opened with a weapon in hand, and that person fought continuously against the zombies outside, managing to stop quite a few of them from causing chaos. It turned out that person was Sang-soo. Facing the horde of zombies closing in on the plane, witnessing their madness and ferocity, Sang-soo prepares to fight. Back in Bizen, in a small alley, Sang-soo is taking on a group alone. Each one of them is getting beaten to a pulp by him. A knife falls, and the guy in front of Sang-soo is being lifted by the neck, begging desperately, "Stop. Just stop." At that moment, a hand rests on his shoulder. Looking back at Chiller Sam, Sang-soo is a bit confused. Glancing at the pile of people he has taken down, Chiller Sam remarks, "You are really strong. Is not it a shame to only use that strength to fight over supplies? You call me a young man. That is the way it is." Chiller Sam makes a proposal. "Do you have the courage to break through this wall?" The scene shifts to some time later as Sang-soo struggles against the zombies. After taking them down, he feels a bit exhausted. Just then, another zombie suddenly charges at him. It slams into Sang-soo, sending him flying. The zombie rushes at him with a bloodthirsty glare, but Sang-soo quickly braces himself. Just when he realizes his stick can't hold up anymore, he closes his eyes, waiting for death. But at that moment, a slash is delivered, causing the zombie in front of him to suddenly halt. And instantly, its upper half is severed, leaving Sang-soo stunned. He has not even processed what just happened. Then Chiller Sam speaks up. "What is going on? Why are you looking at me like that?" He urges seriously, telling him to get up quickly. And then they continue training together as teacher and student. Chiller Sam always teaches and guides Sang-soo, who respects and listens to him. On that rainy day, when only 3 of them were left, Sang-soo, Chiller Sam, and Dong with a cigarette in hand, only Chiller Sam stood alone, pondering with the cigarette in his mouth. At that moment, an umbrella was suddenly held out, Sang-soo was shielding him from the rain. Just earlier when they were sitting on the helicopter with Chiller Sam, he smiled slightly. Looking at Sangda, Chiller Sam sighed. You are growing up so fast.
Kid.
Hearing that, Sang-soo immediately retorts gruffly. Don't say things like you are about to die. Do not cause trouble for me. To that, Chiller Sam just chuckles and jokes around. You could say it would be sad if I died. All this time. You have always tried to act tough. This kid really stirs up complicated feelings in Sang-soo, who remains silent now, with painful tears rolling down his face as he witnesses his teacher die right in front of him. Sang-soo screams in agony. That is why he blames me for telling him not to cause trouble for me. That old man. At the same time, in a place echoing with barking dogs, Kian-soo is sitting down discussing with Chun-sich. Chun-sich wonders, what do you mean? Are you negotiating with me, or are you threatening me? What do you mean? If you do not work together to protect Bizen, then I will become a traitor. Hearing that, Kian-soo counters, did I say something wrong? You thought I was negotiating with you? Kian-soo wondered. At a time when all the Sla were preparing to defend Bizen, you were talking about negotiating a reward. He asked, are you in the same boat as Bi-hun? This made Chun-sik immediately uneasy. Chun-sik asked, what is it? Are you planning to kill me like Bi-hun did? He reminded that it is not that easy. Look where you are sitting, with the dogs barking loudly. Chun-sik thought that if I just waved my hand, taking you out would be a piece of cake. Hearing this, Kian-soo explained, if I intended to kill you like Bi-hun, I would not have walked into the tiger's den you set up. My coming here clearly means I do not see you and Bi-hun as equals. During the car conversation that day, there was mention of the a class-free cell, a special point of the dog trainer. This means that when it comes to differences with other Sla, Ari believes he is a loner. Hearing this, Kian-soo wondered, that is true. Even though that guy is a bit incompetent, at the war conference, he went off on his own. How do we convince him? Ari replied, among the Slazers, he only holds in a rank but has never received any special treatment. She speculated that it might be because he suffers from social anxiety, or that he just hates people. Ari recounted, except for regular meetings, he hardly ever appears at any public events. She thought that perhaps living in seclusion has caused him to have a bad reputation among the Sla, regardless of whether he is incompetent or looks down on others. A mentioned that when trying to persuade the dog trainer, she reminded him to try talking in a way that acknowledges and embraces him. Ari suggested that in many cases, the more you avoid people, the more you want to be close to them. Just like someone. Kian-soo silently agreed. That is right. Maybe that is the case. Now, Kian-soo asked seriously, so forget about those who disrupt your life. Kian-soo commented, you have calculated everything on your own, but I do not think that is selfish, making Chun-sich realize he should stay quiet. Before Chun-sich could speak again, Kian-soo made a suggestion. Come with me to Seoljajangsa. Kian-soo asked, even if I do not come here to persuade, you will still fight to protect Bizen. Right. At that moment, Chun-sik had no choice but to agree. Got it. All right. I got it. I am really wrestling with my conscience here. He also reminded, but do not think that convincing those guys will be as easy as I did. This made Chien-soo laugh and ask, is that in response to his expression? Chun-sik maintained a silent look of exasperation. Kian-soo confidently asserted that he could survive in the slow world without anyone's help. Let us see how much influence he really has. We will just wait and see. Seeing the notification message from Chonu that he successfully persuaded Ji Jiang-soo. The rest is thanks to her. Ari felt motivated and happily announced, everyone. The dog trainer Ji Jiang-soo has agreed to collaborate with the Demon Hall. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately buzzed with excitement. If even the dog trainer is working under the Demon Hall, does not that mean all the rank slurs have merged together? That Ji Jiang is quick-witted. He never participated in the first restructuring campaign. Right, everyone thought that someone with such strength would join as well, making it worth a shot. Jiangshu and the horde of zombies he controls. Back at the car, I was thrilled and thought that this time, my efforts should count too. The Demon Hall. Hearing this, Kian-soo replied, I will repay you, as long as Bizen does not fall. He was curious, but where are we headed next? Are we going back to the company? Ari informed us that we need to stop by Choi Jiang's company again to give them the list of necessary items. By the way, we will also report on successfully convincing Ji Jiang-soo today. At that moment, Chonok-soo cheerfully said, it has been a while since we had good news. This is great. But waiting for the two joyful individuals was shocking news. Upon receiving the news, Ari could not hold back her tears. A dark cloud hung over the room. Even Sang-soo fell silent. In that tense atmosphere, a voice spoke up. What? Kiansu asked in shock. Who is checking the flag? No one can escape death. Over a long period. Witnessing each person grow from children to students. Then working. And gradually aging. And if it is a fight for survival. Seeing bloodied corpses lying on the ground is quite normal. Those at the front lines risking their lives have even shorter lifespans. Remembering the gray hair and the wrinkles from years on Chiller's face. Plus he is quite old. His funeral was even more solemn. With acquaintances coming to pay their respects one by one. Therefore, he was not an exception. In front of the funeral home, Chiansu stood there in a daze. Indifferent to the pouring rain outside, Kim Chiyu-sam did not deserve to sacrifice himself like this. The more he thought about it, the deeper his gaze became as he looked at the letter in his hand. When he opened it, inside was a letter full of handwriting and a carefully taken family photo. I had prepared this for him. Chianzexu's face gradually darkened, filled with many things. Experience, respect, and caution. Those qualities remained unshaken even in the face of a large sum of money. He remembered the scene of him standing tall, with a determined gaze, then recalled the satisfied smile. His eyes filled with admiration as he looked at him, remembering the scene on a hot day. He still practiced diligently under his supervision. He left a deep impression on the slurs. Every anxious look from Chonu was noted by Chiller Sam. Even Sang-soo's unwavering determination was not missed by him. He recalled Chiller Sam sitting in the meeting room to receive a mission. No matter how difficult it was, as long as it was within his capability, he would not shy away. That is why the survival rate of the mission Slaz with him has always been very high. It is also the reason why people continue to flock to the funeral home despite the heavy rain. Inside the funeral, Chun Sech, Kurong, and Jong Ho are all standing solemnly before his altar. Each person who loved Chilal Sam places an incense stick. He was that kind of person. Before his altar, hundreds of people bow respectfully to bid him farewell for the last time. The one person no one could replace. Outside, Chionansu is sitting alone when Ari pushes the door open and steps out, seeing him sitting there in a daze. She hesitates for a moment before speaking up. Chairman. Hearing her call, Chionansu looks over in confusion, his eyes reflecting her unmistakable sadness. Yet she still tries to comfort him. I know you are heartbroken. To me, he was also a mentor, a respected leader. I am heartbroken too. The downpour is getting heavier, but I can't avoid talking about work. Ari now has a cup of hot tea in her hand. They sit beside each other, and she breaks the silence. Do you think I am heartless? Her face clearly shows signs of self-reproach. It clearly seems that way. There is a funeral, and I am talking about work with you. Kiansu comforts her. Because this is also a time when war is looming. Within the next month, those mutants could very well come here and kill all the people in bus. Her sorrowful gaze is fixed on him as she hears. If we waste time mourning someone's death, that would be the strange thing. Looking at the rain outside, Kiansu maintains his calm. Choi Dong said the funeral will only last until tonight. Perhaps he did not want everyone to waste time, instead of preparing for the offensive. Ari's eyes are sad. She glances at Chionansu and replies, I heard the funeral will only be held today. Actually, that is why I rushed to meet you like this. Remembering the scene of thousands of Slas pouring into the funeral home like a waterfall a few hours ago. The place to gather a large number of slurs. Remembering the faces of those prominent people inside the funeral, where they could feel the mission of Ensla. She stands up straight, her gaze now filled with determination. It is tonight at this very place. After hearing these words, Kiansu is quite surprised, but he does not respond. Seeing him like that, Ari continues to ask. Earlier, you said this is the time when war is looming. Right. All those who will stand shoulder to shoulder with you on the battlefield have gathered here. Let me take you to see them. Seeing Kiansu still sitting there forlornly, Ari feels even more determined. First, we will honor the deceased. Then we will inspire their fighting spirit and show them that you are the irreplaceable leader. Kiansu now looks straight into her eyes, tension etched on his face. After a moment of silence, Chianu finally speaks. Did he foresee that this would happen? He just remembered Chiller Sam's gentle face and wondered. Did he ever worry about what would happen when he died? Suddenly, another voice cut into their conversation. Of course not. Hearing the voice, he turned to look. Sang-soo stepped out from inside, loosening his tie as he spoke. He was not the type to think that far ahead. You see faith in him. But he had a great eye for people. Surely believed that no matter what happened, we would do well. Approaching Chiansu, he continued to reassure him. So do not hesitate anymore. He squatted in front of him, ignoring Kiansu's bewilderment. We need to make the sacrifice of Kim Chiyu-sam meaningful. Kiansu's face showed only surprise, his gaze fixed on Sang-shu. Suddenly, he noticed something. In his hand was a photo and a handwritten letter, with a cigarette tucked inside. Seeing this, sang Su swore angrily and quickly snatched the cigarette from him, leaving him stunned. Damn it. This is harsh. The old man did not leave me anything. You do not smoke. Then I will take it, with the help of other top-tier sla. Kim Chosu gathered all the sla at the funeral home inside. Flowers and subordinates had gathered completely. Chung Sech was at the front of the group maintaining order. On the side were Sang Shu, Kurong, and Adon. The memorial photo of Chiller Sam lay peacefully there. Standing before the coffin, Kiansu stood tall, took a deep breath, and called out. His gaze was filled with determination and resolve to ensure that Kim Chiu Sam's sacrifice would not be in vain. His eyes were directed straight at Chiansu. Even to uphold the career they had built over time, Chansek stood firm. Or to protect the vulnerable, family, and relatives in the front row. Zhang listened intently. Even Sarang and Jiha showed serious expressions, as they too had to risk everything to defend the Buan Wall. Let us set aside emotions and personal interests. We must unite against the enemy in front of us. These words seemed to awaken those inside the funeral. Even Hondong had to listen quietly. The more he spoke, the more resolute his words became. If we can do this in this situation, it would be a disgrace to the fallen Sla. At this point, he suddenly paused, and the whole space fell silent. Tiansu's fist clenched tightly. Each word he spoke was clear and coherent. Let us fight together. Standing below, Ari felt reassured by this speech. He sincerely looked at everyone, his eyes filled with determination that we must achieve this so that everyone can hold their heads high. After saying everything he wanted to say, he looked at the picture of Chiller Sam. He still held the dignity of a strong figure. The quiet night returns, the moon still rising high. Angry voices echo through the forest along with splatters of blood. Damn it. This is infuriating. Su fiercely uses a saw to cut off one of his own arms. His face twisted in anger. Damn it. As his arm falls, the zombies rush in. He stands still, watching the zombies frantically tear into his arm. Seeing them unharmed only makes Skyoha yell out, "Obey me and move." They are truly worthless. But no matter how loudly he shouts, the zombies remain frozen in place. Just watching them makes him grit his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, the severed arm returns, still marked with the bite marks left by those creatures. In an instant, he forcefully slams a zombie into the ground, causing the earth to sink. Lifting his hand, it is covered in blood, but it is back to normal. Two other zombies are now running for their lives at the sight of Xu Hood's fierce expression. Remembering the syringe jammed into his head only fuels his irritation. After that old man injected the vaccine into my head, I can no longer create a mutant strain to obey me. It is like an outlet for my frustration, making him clench his jaw even tighter. His growl echoes in the dark night. That damn old man, with the ability to control zombies, could turn the tide of battle. Someone with such power can control zombies as easily as puppets. When zombies gather into a pair of forces, they can help an individual topple an entire country. Standing among all these abilities, it is a unique power. It requires a complex condition to possess this ability. Otherwise, everything could easily be shattered into pieces. First, the zombie must consume a body part of Jiang So. For example, Suko would let the zombie eat one of his arms. Second, a secondary mutant must be created when that body part has not been fully digested in the zombie's stomach. This allows the mutant strain to easily spread throughout the zombie's body. Third, Jiang Suko's brainwaves and the zombie must be connected to the mutant strain. Only then can Jiang Suko control the zombie as he wishes. If any of the three conditions have issues, the ability becomes null. No matter how hard Suko tries, he cannot control the zombies. And that day, in the final moments of the battle with Kim Chiyu Sam, something went wrong with one of these complex conditions. A needle still stuck in his head. At that moment, he was truly frustrated, constantly wondering where it all went wrong. Was it the body part he used to manipulate the zombies that was the issue? Or was the intensity of the mutation from within not strong enough? After some thought, he mumbled, "If not that, then it is the brainwaves that have not connected." In that battle, and Jiangsu had chopped his head off several times. The image of him swinging the knife down to decapitate himself remains vividly clear. The night sky, illuminated by the moon, still offers a hint of light. From normal zombies to advanced mutants, he has fed them parts of his body and dissected them to observe. But with tons of zombie corpses on the ground, nothing was found. The results came in, but the strength still has not recovered. Su shouted in anger, wiping the blood off his face. From the high rock, he looked down at a horde of zombies standing quietly, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the mutated strains I had created were still under control. I initially planned to create a large number of zombies within a month, as I thought. Su's gaze became more determined. But now that was impossible. Is attacking before they finish preparing their forces the only strategy? I do not want that, if I do not keep my word. I am no different from those who betrayed me. Su's jaw was clenched tight, and his words were laced with reluctance. I won't act like them. Those who only care about their own interests. All of this is my effort for a better future. By now, he had calmed down a bit, looking down at the zombies below. Su calmly ordered everyone. If we are determined, we must strike quickly and decisively. Everyone prepare to march. Now is the time to distinguish who the true humans are. After this statement, the night grew darker, the bright moon still shining high above. On the other hand, Kim Chozak-su and the Slaz were busy preparing for battle. Inside the hall, all the Slazers invited by Chang-su were gathering together. His group was standing aside, observing when suddenly she covered her mouth and cleared her throat.
Hey.
Everyone. Her voice carried authority, echoing throughout the hall. Now, everyone. From this moment on, the rank managers will take charge of maintaining order. Ari stood next to her, raising her voice as well. First, they divided the Slazers according to their roles in the battle. The division that Chairwoman Choi was talking about involved outlining the strengths and weaknesses of each Slazer for comparison, hoping everyone would cooperate with us. Watching her calmly assign tasks to everyone, Adong could not help but smile. The defense team will hold their position to protect the wall of Bizen, a rank, the skilled merchant Han Dong-ho, and the Jehovah's Witnesses will be the ones to protect Bizen. Next is the vanguard team that will deal with regular zombies, including a rank Sla, Trainer Park Chung-sich and other self-made Slaz. They will lead the attack and clean up the zombies. Following them is the special forces team that will fight the mutated strains, including B ranks, and Sejun, B, the Maora Sangshu, rank Sla, missionary Pedro Choi. The three will confront the zombies controlled by Xu-ho. And finally, the assassin team tasked with protecting Kim Chozak-shu and fighting against the advanced mutated strains, a rank, Demon Hall Kim Chok-shu. The young talent Lei Ferdong and E-rank Slaja will be the ones to handle the toughest opponents in this battle. Suddenly, a hand shot up. Wait! With an angry expression, stepped forward, filled with questions. Why am I not assigned to the assassin team? I need to avenge Grandma Jong-ho. Next to Grandma Jong-ho also looked confused and joined in the protest. That is where the problem lies. Hey kids. What makes you think they can protect the Busan wall? Do you even know how many enemies our merchant association took down in the battle to reclaim Wai-san? At that moment, Dong calmly stood before everyone and responded. According to the rules, we do not need to explain in detail why we made this choice. Still, to prove that we have thought this through carefully, I will only answer the questions from two people. First up, San, you have strong fighting skills to take them on one-on-one, even against Jiang Soho. You can hold your own. Hearing her words, his expression softened a bit. However, he still could not help but speak up again. You know that, so why am I still being ignored? Are you going to let him finish? Dong interrupted. But he himself harbored regrets about that man's death. At that moment, she calmly concluded her statement. Moreover, you are acquainted with Jiang So. As soon as she said that, the image of him chatting with So flashed in his mind. After hearing these arguments, he could only stand there with pursed lips. But his eyes still showed discontent. Adong's gaze was fixed on Xu, and every word she spoke felt like it carried 1,000 pounds, making it hard to refute. Can you guarantee that a moment of doubt won't lead to our defeat? At that moment, his hands clenched into fists. He still could not accept this outcome. I want to avenge that old man with my own hands. Just thinking that, he lowered his head. But she was not wrong. Then, Adong turned to speak with Mess. Dong-ho, Doing-ho, in charge of defense, has the duty to hold the position no matter what happens. A warm-hearted person like her, if she sees a Slaw brutally killing zombies, I do not think she could just stand by and do nothing, standing silently there. Upon hearing her, Ho could not argue back. Suddenly, Adong broke into a sly smile. She pointed directly at the Hondong group and unleashed a barrage of words. But what if you are with your old enemies? Even if you see them sacrifice themselves, you won't feel any pain. Right? Listening to her put Mess Dong-ho on the spot like that startled Hondong and the guy next to him. Seeing she did not respond, she returned to her cold, arrogant demeanor. However, considering each person's fighting capability is relatively low, the two companies, acting as a corps, will minimize the damage caused by zombie battles. After hearing this, Jong-ho had a thought arise in her mind. She really is a cunning one, already preparing for the worst. After thinking for a while, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, ignoring Hondong's startled expression. She laughed joyfully at her thoughts. Finally, I understand. I will guard the Busan wall to witness them being punished with my own eyes. Seeing everything in place, Adong announced loudly to boost everyone's morale. Alright. Everyone. Do not doubt your assigned tasks anymore. Quickly focus on your designated positions, and prepare for battle. In the assassin team's meeting room, Kiansu is staring blankly at something. Speechless. Kurong is quietly sitting inside the room, both of them frozen like statues. A heavy silence envelops the room. After a moment of data reloading, he finally stutters. Did you come alone? Where's the other person? But unlike his confused and flustered demeanor, Kurong calmly replies, I kicked them out. He seems afraid to be alone with her, stumbling over his words. Why is that? Noticing his state, she gets straight to the point. Because I have something to discuss with you. Something personal between us. After hearing this reason, Chionu's expression clearly shows confusion. Sitting down, Chionu still looks puzzled. Something personal between the two of us. How well do we know each other? Really? Aside from a few encounters with Choi Adong at the office, I have never even talked to her, let alone have a private conversation. They sit facing each other, the silence once again filling the air. After a moment, Kurong speaks up. The zombies have risen, and we are significantly dwindling in every aspect. Hearing this, Kiansu notices their manpower is shrinking due to being wiped out by the zombie outbreak. The next issue is food. All the warehouses are empty. And finally, there is the land to live on and the assets too. The remaining money in this world is like scrap paper, and the once fertile lands are now trampled by zombies. Even relationships among people have soured. They no longer smile at each other. The once warm families before the zombies appeared have shattered. Looking directly at Chiansu, Kurong asks, there is only one thing that is increasing. Do you know what it is? Hearing this question from her, he begins to wonder, what is increasing? She falls silent for a moment before seriously stating, the number of orphans in society. There are sayings like prioritizing the rescue of children, women, and the elderly. If all three must be saved, children come first. That has been the principle of saving lives since ancient times. Like a cruise ship slowly sinking into the sea in chaotic circumstances, those aboard the ship hurriedly save the children. Even when the world is under attack by zombies, that principle still applies when being chased by zombies, even as everyone panics and runs. They shout, they are coming, run. Suddenly, a tall man sees something. On the ground is a woman desperately trying to hand her baby to the man despite her severe injuries. Her tears of despair flow, and her pleading gaze is clear as she looks at him, even in dire circumstances. People no longer have the mental space to care about anything else, and no one hesitates to save a child. The man is no different. He picks up the child and runs away. Seeing her child safely leave, a smile appears on her face. As she watches the man's silhouette, her breath gradually becomes shallow. Each adult has saved at least one child, and some have saved so many that they could fill a stroller. The ones rescuing the children struggle to push the stroller forward. They have not done anything wrong. But in front of the refugee tent, two men are worriedly discussing. Has the number of children exceeded expectations? The number of orphans that orphanages and local groups can take in, even considering those willing to adopt, it still does not cover 20% of the children currently being cared for inside. The frightened children are crying out loud. Looking at the current situation, those beside can only carefully discuss with their superiors to come up with a response. From what I have heard, if we share the financial burden with them, many businesses will take responsibility for caring for the children. It seems that this proposal has gained a lot of approval amidst the adults' worries and urgency. While the child is still sound asleep, that overwhelming number of children will be spread across many places as a burden. And I am one of them. The children try to take care of each other, their eyes gazing towards the place they will have to go. This place is an orphanage hastily built by an organization blinded by government subsidies. The orphanage is simply marked by a flimsy banner. It has become a place for the children to stay. Inside stands a chubby man, and behind him is someone who looks very strict. With the government subsidy, they initially cooked porridge for us. Relying on that porridge, the children gradually grow day by day. Inside the office, the orphanage director is reviewing something. After seeing something in the documents, he became furious. Damn it. We have to make them beg for food. At this rate, I will go bankrupt, as the money runs low. They have forced the children to go make money, pretending to be sick and mentally unstable. A child in dirty clothes stands in the street with a bowl, begging everyone. Another has to pickpocket. They make us do every dirty thing we can think of, as long as it brings in money. In a world where even adults struggle to make a living, children are even more oppressed. Back then, Kurong was still just a little girl, staring blankly upwards. Before her eyes, a corpse that had died from hanging was still there. At this moment, the skin of the corpse has turned pale, and the faint sunlight gradually shines on the little girl's face. Seeing this, Kurong could only purse her lips. If they intended to do this, they should not have saved us in the first place. With that thought, she bent down to take off her shoes. Kurong carefully put the shoes on the girl's feet. Her heart was filled with resentment. If they intended to do this, they should not have brought us behind the Busan wall. Yet, her expression remained calm as usual. Suddenly, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Looking up at the corpse of the girl again, Kurong's heart ached even more. If it turned out like this, we should not have been born. To reduce the number of people in the orphanage, they sold us to those involved in the territory reclamation campaign. Remembering the cruel face of the director when she sold me and the others, her voice carried a hint of resentment. Those people made us bait for zombies. That day, I stepped out of the walls of Bizen. The kids beside me were so scared they could cry. Yet Chorong remained calm. Staring ahead, at that moment, she and 5 others were surrounded by zombies. When the fight broke out, all 3 kids dared not open their eyes. The bat of one of the guys who bought her fell to the ground. At that time, Kor was silently lost in thought. Then I discovered my powers. The other 3 kids were left gaping in shock. A small, pale hand gripped the bat, blood continuously dripping down. And I knew what my target was, standing atop a mountain of zombie corpses. Kurong calmly looked at the 3 kids. Her body soaked in blood from head to toe. An orphan like me kept moving forward until I became a hunter. Suddenly, Chanu raised his hand. Wait, hold on a second. Sitting across the meeting table, he asked vaguely, why are you telling me this messy story? Isn't this our first meeting? Kurong coldly replied. You are really not a good person. Are you? Normally, people would listen to stories like this until the end, but even so, she still told him how much money I earned as a slur. That money is still being used to operate 20 training camps and an orphanage. Hearing this, Chionansu was quite surprised. However, Kurong calmly intertwined her fingers and continued, if I help me, do not let those places collapse. This is the condition for me to accompany you on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Kiensu found it difficult to understand. As long as you keep living and manage those places, that is enough. The responsibility I have to bear is already quite heavy. Disagreeing with his words, Kurong reiterated her point. All the strongest slurs in history have gathered here to fight the zombies. Even the dog trainer will surely have many casualties. It would not be strange if I died. But I want assurance from you. Outside, the door to their room remained tightly shut, and Chorong's voice continued steadily. Can you guarantee that I won't die? Since we are both under Choi Jiang Company, I know all your actions. You are the only survivor from the recapture mission. As she spoke, she recalled the scene of Chiansu sitting on top of zombie corpses, wielding a bat to kill zombies. Even when faced with government conspiracies, a group of soldiers kept falling to zombies, a scene of unimaginable devastation. Remembering how he used a cleaver to strike down and was caught by Jiang Duk Chun, only to fight him face to face and still survive. Then there was the ambush at Ding-1 construction site. A gigantic insect suddenly attacked him and Ari while they were on a mission, and the coup led by Lieutenant Lim. All of them had to fight for their lives until recently. After the bloody battle with the Jehovah's Church, facing Jiang Ho, he still survived. Maybe it will be the same this time. Remembering the sight of standing before a friend's corpse, her voice grew solemn. So promise me you won't abandon the kids. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Remembering the figure of a familiar person in his heart, he suddenly had a thought. I still have many promises to fulfill. Remembering the scene of standing beside Wang Tek's corpse, recalling the letter and family photo of Mir, Chiller Sam, and the vague vision ahead, he thought to himself, let us pray I can be a strong shield for everyone. Thinking of this, his family photo also came to mind. Seeing him hesitate, Kurong tried to persuade him once more. If you promise, I will cooperate for the meeting to go smoothly. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up. Seeing Chanu's actions, she felt confused. He took long strides toward her, suddenly leaning in close. His serious expression as he extended his pinky made her even more bewildered. With an extremely serious face, Chiansu casually asked, what do you want me to promise you? Show me your hand. Seeing him like this, a spark flickered in her eyes. Knowing she still did not trust Chianu, she nodded firmly. Sitting there, Kurong thought for a while, and seeing his determination, she hooked her finger around his. In the nearby Daegu area, in a devastated supermarket, light from outside was shining in. At this moment, Cha's group was gathering supplies. He was urging everyone, let us move quickly. There are still many people waiting in Unjin. Saying that, he turned to Gon. Lucky was, there is still a supermarket that has not been looted. Seeing that, he handed over a note. It is wise to come to Daegu. After handling the supermarket, let us head to the package sorting station. He now looked anxious as he glanced at Wu and shared his thoughts with the Yungon. Who will lead us now? We can't go back to Bizen. I am really worried. It seems you are the right person for that position. Hearing this, he was surprised. The teammates nearby nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone trust him made Wu tear up, prompting him to quickly comfort Do not. I am just complimenting you. Suddenly, someone yelled and ran in from outside. Sergeant Song. Sergeant Song. Hearing the call, he turned around and asked, "What is it? Are zombies coming?" The soldier's face was filled with fear. He hurriedly reported, "I spotted a horde of zombies moving. They are about to enter downtown Daegu." A moment later, everyone climbed onto the supermarket roof. Panic spreading. Even Sergeant Song found it hard to believe. This is insane. What is that? In the direction everyone was looking, a large, dark figure was slowly moving. Right now, Chog feels very confused. Strange thoughts keep appearing in his mind. This is not how zombies act. They should be stumbling around unsteadily. Right, but now they are lining up in an orderly fashion, looking through the binoculars. The zombies, despite moving slowly, are all heading in the same direction, making him even more concerned. Moreover, not a single zombie is lagging behind. Clearly, they are all looking in the same direction and moving along the same path. Something must be attracting them, or they are being controlled. Next to a soldier who has realized this is where they are headed is Bon. The signpost on the road shows that Bon is only 126 kilometers away from where they are. Standing on the rooftop of the building, Woon's group gathers. Suddenly, a voice rings out, startling him. Isn't this a good thing? He looks straight at him, expressing his thoughts. That is where those who abandoned us are. Where those who intend to kill us are. This could be seen as a good thing. If a horde of zombies is heading towards Bizen, then the others are also in agreement.
Yep.
We have no reason to be sad. In the end, everything will come crashing down. The corrupt provisional government and those damn soldiers, although not a cause for sadness, are certainly not worth mourning. Seeing everyone agree, he starts making plans. Let them go. Sergeant, we will hide until they pass, then return with supplies. Ulin. Suddenly, G writes in his notebook, asking if what we are doing is right. Seeing this question, he begins to panic. Of course it is right. Is Bizen the place meant to kill us? After thinking for a while, he raises another question. If it were Lieutenant Lim, would he do the same as us? At this moment, he starts to stutter. Well, but you continue to clarify. Even if we might have been abandoned, it is unacceptable for the military to abandon civilians. Right. Remembering Kwang Tek's dedication to the people, he asks another question. If we do not fulfill our duty as soldiers, then what are we? What did Lieutenant Lim die for? The people around him, after hearing the question, pursed their lips and bowed their heads. Everyone sadly looked away. At this moment, he strikes another chord. In Bizen, there are families of comrades who have lost their lives. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grows even quieter. He now also tightens his lips. Saying nothing, after a struggle, they finally speak up. We just need to inform them. That is all. Don't he complain and make us feel even sadder. He has also agreed by now. I have a walkie-talkie that can be used to communicate with Yulin. If we use it, we can get in touch with Bizen. Just let them know. That is right. Let us just stop at informing them. He says this while looking straight at him. It is nice to see everyone agreeing with G. If it were the major, he would probably do the same. Over in the assassin team's meeting room, the three team members along with Dong and Ari were already inside. Suddenly, someone hurriedly pushed the door open. Is Kim Chiansu with Sla here? He called out urgently for Chiansu. Someone wants to talk to you. Hearing this, he felt a bit confused but responded, come with me. Is that all right? I am currently in an important meeting. However, he quickly retorted that this could make the meeting pointless. You need to come with me now. Through the intercom, the two men who once fought on the same front reconnected, putting on their headsets. Chiansu sat there seriously. He was also worried and wanted to inform him the vehicle for the person who once suspected the military and government would not change. He recalled the newspaper with Choneksu's serious face alongside a sensational headline. The one who stopped the coup at the Kim Sla was officially recognized by the government as Klasa Slazer. He remembered sitting at the table with Ari, Jong Ho, and two others, and the scene of him discussing with Chung Sich at the training site. He remembered shaking hands with Dong after a successful negotiation. But the major felt reassured knowing Kim Choksu was alive and leading the Slaz in Bizen. His eyes were glistening. He was still doing what the major expected of him. Even though I feel very sad about losing my comrades, it is not a meaningless sacrifice. Then he looked through the binoculars again. The sight of zombies continuously moving flashed before his eyes, contrasting with a large number of zombies moving from Daegu to Bizen. Chiansu was also quite surprised, his expression tense. They were moving faster than he thought. Perhaps it was because their plans were disrupted after the old man's attack. No matter how slow they are, they will definitely reach Bizen in a few days. I need to act more urgently. After the other side finished speaking, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for letting us know. Although the situation is not great, thanks to you, we can at least prepare ahead. Once the situation is resolved, we will do our best to bring everyone back to Bon. Hearing Qiansu's promise, he politely declined from this end, thanking the boy for his good intentions. But things have turned out this way. We have no lingering feelings about returning to Bizen anymore. Also, we hope you can make proper arrangements for the families of those who lost their lives in the Yulin battle. The lieutenant colonel said that. Hearing his words over the intercom, Chu beside him nodded in agreement. After hearing this, Chanu quickly consented. We will try our best. Before he could finish, Ari next to him took off her earpiece. Seeing her like that, he was puzzled. What is going on? Do you have something to tell them? Looking at the earpiece in her hand, Ari did not hesitate to inform him. Chairman, to protect Bizen, we must try our best, even if it means using any means necessary. Do you agree? When she asked him, her eyes showed nothing but determination. At this moment, he still did not fully grasp her words and could only respond vaguely. That is right. We can't afford to lose Ban, especially for the innocent people here. Seeing him still confused, Ari quickly put on the headphones and spoke politely. Then I have something to say to them. Please lend me a moment. After putting them on, she looked ahead, her gaze unwavering as she introduced herself. I am the manager of Minusler fans. Her lips moved continuously. Her voice carried on. I have a request for you to engage in a fight with Jiang Suho's group. Hearing this, the other side began to panic. Both Chaguo Yu and those beside him were startled. However, she did not stop and continue to explain. I am not forcing you, but we need more information about his advanced mutation. Furthermore, we also need to buy some time, even if it is just a little. If you could fight him, even if just for a moment. Upon hearing this, he lost all patience and shouted, Are you crazy? You really are insane. What a disgrace. Do you feel that our informing you is not enough? And now you want us to sacrifice ourselves? Saying this, his hand gripping the device tightened, and veins were popping on his face. Remembering how hard the team had to search, his anger grew even more. After the Unjin incident, we were labeled as rebels and could not return to Bizen. We have to scavenge through ruined cities just to survive. We just reported to you that there are thousands of zombies. Are you suggesting we should just fend for ourselves? Seeing his fury, those around him understood and fell silent. Meanwhile, Ari was still trying to persuade them. If you could buy some time, we just need a bit more information. Who knows? It might turn the tide. Before she could finish, the line went dead. Beep, beep. The operator noticed and moved to check. They have switched channels. Sitting on the chair, the ONU cover heard this and turned back to chat. Aren't you being too hasty? They seem really angry. Hearing him, she could only sigh, her eyes drooping in sadness. I was indeed hasty. But we do not have much time left. Chairman, if what they just said is true, the situation is even more serious. So I have no choice but to try to persuade them. On this side, he was still angrily kicking a stone on the ground. Damn it. Who do they think we are? Now they bring up the idea of sacrificing for the country. What do they mean by that? That is why I said there is no need to inform Bizen. The more he spoke, the higher his anger rose. Meanwhile, Chogji was quietly thinking something, leaving the other three fuming and cursing on the other side. Damn it. Where are you rushing off to now? The map to Bizen is still 126 kilometers away. Your feet are still stumbling along the road. I remember the last moments with Quanch, when you panicked as he stopped. Lieutenant, your eyes are welling up, filled with worry as you ask him, what is wrong?
Sir.
Suddenly, you see something in white in your eyes. At that moment, Kwang Taek was in tears. He clenched his teeth and looked ahead, his eyes filled with reluctance. Back to the present, Cho continues to walk. At that moment, Kwang Taek called your name, leaving you confused. The car is forgone. He looked straight into your eyes as he spoke his last words. This is my final entrustment to you. You have always quietly accompanied me. Hearing him say that left you bewildered. Everyone must survive, live well. Understanding the hidden meaning in his words, your eyes brimmed with tears. Out of nowhere, Chuotu found a bird's beak. Your hand, resting on Wang Tek's shoulder, slowly dropped, and sensing your action, he moved his lips. Thank you. Carrying his ideals in your heart, Chu chose to walk alone. You head towards the zombies approaching a small squad, quickly marching along the mountain road. The life of a soldier is not defined by rank. Regardless of the position, all soldiers must go through a crisis stage. The badges pinned on uniforms at that time were just decorations. The glass of wine suddenly slammed down on the table, spilling the drink inside. Inside the grill forgone. It seems he is already drunk. I can't do it.
Sir.
As you said this, you sighed quickly before the zombie lunged at Ji. Hearing your words, Wang Tek just smiled slightly before the zombie appeared. Lim Wang Tek, the lieutenant. Seeing him like that, Ji asked, what are you smiling about? This time, I really will give up. Even if I do not get paid a single penny, I will resign. Sitting at the table with the grill still emitting a strong aroma, he calmly remarked, "You absolutely want to resign." Hearing this makes you want to argue back. What gives you the right to say that? I do not have a family to support. I graduated from college, so I can do many other jobs. Standing before Chog's questions, Wangtek remained calm, pointing at you and explaining. Because you love this country. After hearing this, you stammered in rebuttal, your face showing confusion. Love. Love. Love what? If you are a soldier, you will have status, good treatment, respect from others, and a smooth life. After another drink, he explained further. To put it bluntly, since you do not have a family to care for, you do not get many benefits. Seeing you squirm like that, stuck in this situation, you can't even date a girl. Then why are you doing this job? At this point, he looked straight into Ji's eyes and asked, why did you become a soldier? The sudden question caught Sergeant Xkong Chog off guard, and Chogo could not think of an answer. Instead pouring more for him, Wangtek continued to explain, pointing out that there was no valid reason. Right, because it is about patriotism and your mission. At that moment, he did not know what else to say and just went along with it. Just consider me yielding and being patriotic if you want. But this country does not love us. It treats us worse than ordinary people. As he spoke, he poured wine for him. But when Wangtek heard those words, he became serious. Did I say the country would reciprocate your feelings? What we are doing is voluntary. A one-sided love that we can never have back. At this point, hearing him speak, he could only listen in silence, seeing him still bewildered. Wangtek smiled. But is not that wonderful? A one-sided love, even without the other person's feelings, persists until the end. At that moment, his words reached his heart, and a slight smile crept on his lips, causing Wandu to tease him. He sounded like he was losing it, truly a clingy one. Yet Wangtek remained unfazed by the teasing. This name. You are just slapping yourself in the face. We are both in the same situation. Ending the flashback, Chogyu's feet continued to move forward. Lieutenant, I should have countered at that moment. Walking straight ahead, he showed no hesitation. The weapon in his hand kept clashing against the rocks, echoing loudly. But maybe you are right. One-sided love. Even if the other person is someone despicable, you still can't stand to see them destroyed by someone else. As he thought this, the sunlight shone directly onto his figure. Looking ahead, Cho could only sigh in frustration. If only he could gather more information and report back. That would be great. But if they refuse to cooperate, this is going to be tough. But I can buy some time alone. Thinking this, a horde of zombies appeared before him. The weapon in his hand twitched slightly, and he tried to calm himself, thinking that just a few more hours, or even a few short minutes, could turn the tide in Bizen. Moreover, he was standing on the front lines. He could not run away. At this point, his gaze turned fierce. The group nearby was also perplexed. What is that? A slaw. Looking toward Chogon, he felt even more curious. It seemed he was an abandoned slur or a slaw on a reconnaissance mission. Not sure if he was losing courage or freezing in fear. X's gaze was determined as he raised his hand to signal. But if you want to stop me, you must die. Upon receiving the command from him, the zombies rushed forward to attack. His eyes were fixed on Cho. He was currently analyzing in his mind that if he used a mutated form to counter, he could definitely take him down in an instant. Who knows? Maybe some cowardly rat is trying to gather information on me, just like that old man. As he thought this, he remembered the guy with the camera trying to film. He looked over at you, feeling a sense of certainty in his heart. With so many zombies around, they must be strong enough to take one down. Just then, a zombie lunged at you. But suddenly a flash appeared beside you, spinning gun around. The surrounding zombies were torn to shreds. The bodies of the first zombies began to fly away. At that moment, there were no zombies left moving around you. A light flickered in your eyes, revealing a fierce look. The zombies rushed toward you again like moths to a flame. Chog swung his hand, and the axe in your grip quickly sliced through the zombies' bodies. They flew away. Cleanly cut, blood-stained Chuan's axe. You could not help but wonder how many zombies you could kill. I should not think about that anymore. It has always been like this. If it is my territory, I will be the ruler here. Just as you thought. There were no zombies left to approach you. Suddenly, another zombie charged at you, grabbing your attention. Without hesitation, you quickly swung the axe to take it down. In the midst of the encirclement, Gon felt like a tasty morsel as zombies continuously rushed in. Yet, at that moment, you struck out a few more times. The axe in your hand struck straight into the zombie's head. Suddenly, something surprised you. The axe lodged in the zombie's head was suddenly grasped by it. Seeing this, you tried to pull it out with all your strength, but the zombie was surprisingly strong. and the two of you struggled for another half a minute. At that moment, the axe in your hand began to slip, and without hesitation, you kicked the zombie away. Your stamina was running low. You did not know where to draw strength from. In your hand appeared a sickle and a metal rod. The zombies did not give you a moment's rest and charged at you immediately. As they got closer, you swung the rod up, watching from the side. Suho was quite surprised. He lasted longer than I thought. It seems the zombies are being pushed back. From above, he could clearly see you attacking the zombies below. The ones down there continued to resist. At this point, you were starting to pant. But deep down you still wanted to try hard. I want to do well. Just like the lieutenant. Is this what a lovesick person would say? Remembering the last words Kwangtek said to me. Everyone must survive, live well. Your eyes seemed vacant. Lieutenant, I am almost there. Suddenly, a scream rang out, bringing you back to your senses. You quickly turned to check, seeing a tanker truck speeding towards where you stood, inside the cabin. A hand gripped tightly on the steering wheel. Without hesitation, the person inside kicked the gas pedal hard. The wheels rolled quickly on the road, and the zombies blocking the way were knocked aside by the vehicle. The vehicle quickly swerved to the side. The tanker truck charged ahead, seemingly fearless. As it zoomed past him sitting on the ground, the truck crashed into the zombie ahead. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted, and the wheels began to lift off the ground. A short distance away from where he sat, the tanker truck had now tipped over. Suho stood by watching, stunned by the sight. Behind him, he was also surprised. Suddenly, the driver's door swung open, piquing his curiosity. A hero jumped out, his voice rising in anger. Damn it. I already regret this. Rubbing his studded head, his face showed discontent. Taking advantage of the distraction, the zombies began to climb onto the truck bed. Seeing the zombies roaring as if showcasing their achievements, oil was now spilling from the tank, and he pulled out a lighter from his pocket. Without looking back, he tossed the lighter behind him. As the lighter flew through the air, he muttered, Bizen truly is a bunch of bastards. The reason I fight is for the people of my fallen comrades' family in Bizen. As he spoke, the lighter was close to landing in the oil puddle. In just a few seconds, the truck exploded as the oil met the flames. Looking toward Cho-woo, who was still tight-lipped. That is exactly why we fight. Hearing this, he was also quite surprised. Below the truck, a zombie had somehow dropped down. Its body was crimson as it looked at the two of them. Suddenly, a firework shot towards the group of zombies. Hearing the noise, Wu instinctively covered his head in fear, but after waiting a moment and seeing nothing, he turned to look. Over there, his teammates were running towards him. Lieutenant, that unrequited love you mentioned is written all over the worried faces of our teammates inside the vehicle. Chu turned to confirm with him, and upon seeing his expression, he nodded in acknowledgement. Looking up, thoughts surged in his mind. Even if I can't have their love, I won't hide my feelings any longer. Just like you. Thinking of this, the drinking session with Kwangtek seemed like it just happened. Inside the room, the atmosphere fell silent after the engines were turned off. At that moment, Ari also felt a sense of guilt. I thought we did not have much time to negotiate, so I was as straightforward as possible. Was I too hasty? An old man from the government spoke up beside him. However, considering that it allowed us to act faster than anticipated and pinpoint their location as they passed through Daegu, her actions were not without merit. The operator also patted Chiansu on the back. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Based on the information we have, I think we should hold a meeting. I do not think they will contact us again. As he spoke, his gaze bore down on him. Suddenly, Chu interrupted. Let us wait a little longer. They will reach out. At those words, everyone except Ari was shocked. The operator seemed to still be in disbelief and quickly rebutted his statement. How can that be? They just rejected our request, and they seemed very angry about it as well. But Chiansu, sitting calmly, remained unfazed. He stared intently at the machine. It was an unreasonable request. Of course, they were angry. But if they calmed down, who knows? They might accept our request. Behind them, the old man from the government still could not believe it. How can you be so sure? Seeing the old man's expression, Chiansu replied, because I witnessed it myself. Remembering Wang Tut and his 3 teammates, Kanu's words carried more conviction. It was due to the chaos in Unjin. They were not driven by their greed, so they would not brutally reject us like that. It has to be true. Saying this, he felt uncertain and hesitated. The old man was now losing his temper. His face contorted as he shouted, Are you defending those rebels now? Damn it, they are rebels. They are criminals who will never return to Bonn. They are a terrorist organization. The more he spoke, the louder he became, pointing his finger directly at you. Suddenly, The operator standing next to him chimed in. He was not entirely wrong. The soldiers under Colonel Lim had also made significant contributions to eliminating zombies. If something goes wrong now, it could lead to the destruction of the nuclear power plant. On the other hand, we could repair the equipment and ensure the safety of the people in Bonn. Mentioning this, everyone recalled the 2 nuclear power plants. Kiansu sat quietly in his chair, turning to look at him, still trying to convince the old man. Above all, without their report, we would not have known about Jiang Suho's battle happening sooner, and would have suffered an irretrievable defeat. His serious expression softened the old man's demeanor a bit. However, he still could not trust the group for go. Even if we compromise 100 times and owe them for the nuclear power plant, how could those running away dare to confront Jiang Suho's zombies? Suddenly, a voice called from the radio. Hello? Hello? Can you hear us? This is Dig. Is the demon hall still there? Upon hearing the noise, everyone turned their heads. The operator hurriedly put on his headphones, anxiously replying, "This is Bizen. We hear you loud and clear. Go ahead." A voice came through the radio again. "Please repeat. This is Dig. We have something to discuss with the demon hall." Hearing this, Kiansu nodded in agreement. On the rooftop of a building, someone was standing there. A soldier was using binoculars to observe while reporting the current situation. Just after connecting with them, Sergeant Song Chog had stepped forward to engage them. "We are trying to hold them off as long as we can, and we have even convinced some soldiers who wanted to withdraw from the battle. I have been ordered to report every detail and movement of the zombies heading towards Bizen from the binoculars. You can see the current battlefield situation." Kiansu over here, wearing headphones, asks, "How long does he think they can hold out?" Just now, he mentioned that their forces are insufficient. As soon as he said that, the soldiers here focused intently and reported back. "Even so, we can hold out for quite a while." Down below, another person is running for their life. "We have entered the danger zone to supply Unjin, and we are all elite soldiers who have fought side by side with Lieutenant Lim. To prove this," he turned to look at the group holding the machine guns. Everyone's face looked serious, and one person leading the group shouted, "Alpha Team, get ready." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole team opened fire continuously at the zombies. The zombies, charging wildly, had no defenses. Bullets flew fast and pierced their bodies. Without stopping, a shell from afar came flying in. A loud explosion caught U's attention, and he turned in shock to look behind. Next to the cannon was someone reporting, "Beta team is ready." Elsewhere, a bomb was being attached. From under the bridge, soldiers were quickly adding more bombs. Standing nearby, another person was also using a radio to report, "Gamma team is ready." At this point, the whole team's plan was clear. Machine guns were positioned on the main roads that the zombies would pass through. While the machine guns slowed the advance in front, mortars would be fired continuously. This could help eliminate some of the zombies. Finally, the bombs would explode at the right moment to collapse the bridge, buying time for retreat. The zombies could also fall due to the bridge collapsing. Up on the bridge, they were feeling emotional watching everyone. "I thought I would have to fight alone. But thinking back, they truly are experts at fighting zombies who have been through countless fierce battles. Can they really devise such a strategy in a short time? If they execute it well, it won't just be about buying time or distracting the mutated ones. They could even break the will of those heading towards Ban." As I thought of this, my gaze shifted to a nearby signpost. Over here, XF stood still observing the battlefield. He ran his hand over his head, showing clear signs of impatience. Don't they know what fear is? Just a tiny bug acting like it is something important. Do they think they won't be caught? Right now, the battle situation has become tense. And his voice echoed again. "Those pathetic little flies think they can actually do something. It is disgusting, but still, the traitor must die. If you are willing to sacrifice, you will be saved. The triumph of good over evil will never change." No sooner had he spoken than a mutated zombie appeared next to him, a great sword demon. In front of the sword demon, X pointed calmly at the group for go. Following the direction of his finger from a military vehicle by the end of the bridge, he waved his hand, as if drawing a line. After directing, "Give the order to wipe them out for us." Sword demon, hearing his command, the sword demon's massive foot stepped forward. Her hands clasped tightly together. After a moment, her fingers elongated, and she assumed an attacking stance. Seeing the sword demon's stance, Wawu panicked, not giving anyone time to prepare. Her hand was ready to strike. Meanwhile, he was running away, and seeing everyone still preparing to attack, he shouted, "Everyone, hide!" But a beam of light cut through his words, slicing through the military vehicle. In an instant, Both the vehicle and the person hit by the beam were split in half. At that moment, he felt like he was frozen. And before he could think, another explosion occurred, throwing him backward. Quickly looking over, he saw his legs there, above the body with its head and chest cut off. His pupils dilated violently, and a heart-wrenching scream escaped him, tightening everyone's hearts. Over here, Exo saw that the group blocking the path had been cleared and spoke up. This is the highest grade mutation. I do not even want the old man to see it because this mutation is truly rare. Even if I have to create more mutations or sacrifice other zombies, I want to expose it. I think you are witnessing a magnificent sight before dying. The more he spoke, the more his gaze turned contemptuous toward him. Lowly flies. But no matter how much he speaks disdainfully, they can't hear it. The pain of losing comrades struck him once again. On the rooftop, the soldier was still intently watching the situation. Upon seeing the sword demon, he panicked. What is that? That is no longer a zombie. It is not even the great mutation I saw in Unjin. The radio on the ground crackled to life. This is Beta Team. What was that explosion? The view here is obstructed. Report quickly. This is Gamma Team. Did Alpha Team just throw a grenade? Give the next order quickly. Hearing the urgent words, he felt a wave of fear. Looking at the walkie-talkie, he was battling an internal struggle with the current situation of Team Alpha. Only he could assess the situation. I said that even if we do not have enough time, we still need to come up with a reasonable strategy. After a moment, he resolutely picked up the device. It was time to try, bringing the walkie-talkie closer. He struggled to give instructions despite his panic. Team Alpha is retreating. I repeat. Team Alpha is retreating. The enemy has just revealed a strange mutated type. And through the walkie-talkie, our mortar team has already heard it. His voice came through the walkie-talkie to everyone. At least it had to be of a level. A mutant thief outside our standards has appeared. Hearing this, the bomb crew under the bridge of Team Gam was surprised and looked up at the bridge where they were trying to escape. Seeing this, he reported that the sergeant still alive was running away. After a moment of thought, he proposed a plan. Team Beta continued firing at the same coordinates to create chaos among the zombies, attacking the blind spot. Maybe we could buy time for Surgeon Xong to retreat. Once enough time is bought, Team Gamma will detonate the bomb on the bridge. Of course, I will signal you. Hearing him, the two with the walkie-talkies in the operations team, though still worried, calmly agreed. Understood. After disconnecting his jaw, he clenched his teeth, unable to help but lift the binoculars, feeling anxious inside. I just gave the order. As long as we follow the plan, everything will work out as promised. I have tried to buy time and managed to stay alive. A noble head was hovering from its mouth. Everything he just said echoed in X's ears. Once enough time is bought, Team Gamma will detonate the bomb on the bridge. Of course, I will signal you. Once enough time is bought, Team Gamma will detonate the bomb on the bridge. Of course, I will signal you. Hearing the battle plan, Wu's team was taken aback. The mortar team and the team to detonate the bomb on the bridge. Is that all their forces? Let go of the demon's mouth. And he became furious. It was indeed a wise decision to create a mutated strain that could catch the signal. I almost lost all the zombies. After venting, he turned and commanded to eliminate them cleanly. If the rumors about you spread, it won't benefit me at all. From the mortar team, another shell was fired. Fire! As the shell flew and hit the ground, it exploded, sending the zombies flying. A mortar operator waved his hand to command, his eyes never leaving the zombies for a second. Bringing more shells here. We need to fire another round in that direction. But after waiting a while, no one responded. Losing patience, he turned and yelled, "What are you doing? Hurry up and bring the shells over here. This is urgent." But when he looked over, someone was half kneeling on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at a mutated demon strain wrapping around his head. Upon seeing it, he panicked and shouted, "The thing on my head!" The person grabbed a shell from the box, controlled by the demon. His hands raised the shell high. Those around him began to panic at this sight. Damn it. Moments later, an explosion sounded above, surprising the bomb squad below. The leader of the bomb team below realized it was not the sound of zombies falling. The sound came from the mortar team. They were under attack. Then I must block their advance and buy time. Perhaps Sergeant Xgung wants me to do just that. As soon as he thought of it, he turned and ordered, "We have to detonate the bomb now. We need to create some distance from them. Move quickly," as he urged everyone. He stumbled, feeling a wave of surprise in his heart. Why am I looking back like this? Just as he thought that, he saw his own head slowly falling on the bridge. A blood-stained demon was clinging to it. The soldiers nearby were also terrified. Seeing the expressions of all the level mutated creatures, the demon revealed its sharp fangs. However, seeing its sharp teeth, the bomb squad grew even more frantic. They quickly opened fire at it, stuttering their words. "It is that thing." As the two opened fire, it leaped into the air. In an instant, it landed on the ground and vanished. From underground, a rapid movement appeared. Seeing it like that, the two were even more scared. Suddenly, a noise came from behind them. The demon lunged with its mouth wide open, upon seeing it suddenly appear. The other person panicked and did not know what to do. Above, the messenger gritted his teeth in despair as he observed the situation through the binoculars. Damn it. He quickly set the binoculars down, filled with despair as he blamed himself. "I should have told them to ignore everything and just run away. Right now. I do not know if we can attack from Bizen, but I have to inform them about the mutated creature we just saw. If I can transmit this information that I risked my life to obtain, then this won't be a meaningless sacrifice." As he thought this, he hurriedly grabbed the radio. Suddenly, something flew in and knocked the radio out of his hand. Looking at the shattered radio, he panicked and looked over. What the hell? There is something shining brightly in the sunlight from the nearby skyscraper. Up there, the level mutated demon was aiming its gun straight at him. Upon seeing it, his face immediately showed despair. In an instant, another bullet flew swiftly towards him. On the bridge, he was still desperately trying to escape. At this moment, he realized that the space had become quiet. The counterattack had stopped. He could not hear the sound of gunfire or even the bombs. Then he remembered the scene of his teammates being killed by the demon, with the superior mutated creature from earlier. They must have been overwhelmed. After a moment of thought, his footsteps slowed down. He seemed to have lost all will. Even if he ran away, it felt pointless. He did not know where he got a hammer from, but he started calculating in his mind. If he could hold them off, it might buy him another 30 minutes. Right. Thinking that, Chog turned back. He could not stay still. The zombies quickly closed in on him. His eyes lit up again. He quickly made a decision in his heart. He would try to hold out for another 5 minutes. In an instant, the zombies arrived, and they all rushed to attack him. Upon seeing him, G's eyes slowly opened. He blinked in a daze. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, looking bewildered, looking up at the still blue sky. Chu hurriedly propped himself up to sit up. Suddenly, someone approached and spoke. Surprising him, they had already left. "That guy. Are you coming over here or what?" "Right now." 3 familiar figures have appeared on the field, and you seem a bit confused, staring at them. You quickly get up, and someone laughs and sighs at your reaction. "Why do we have to die on the battlefield, even in death?" Facing you, Kwangtek simply asks, "Have you given it your all?" Hearing his question, you fall into deep thought. After a moment, you raise your head and confidently reply, 5 minutes. Not only did I give my all, but I also pushed myself for an extra 5 minutes. Upon hearing that, the corners of his mouth lift, and without hesitation, Kwangtek praises you. "You did great. You have worked hard." That boring unrequited feeling. As he speaks, it seems he sees the national flag in his mind. It is time to mobilize dozens of soldiers who are advancing to prepare for the attack. The soldiers hurriedly load ammunition into the cannon. Below the bridge, soldiers are installing time bombs on the wall. A soldier is holding a walkie-talkie in his hand. His expression is full of panic as he shouts, remembering the scene of G facing off against 7 zombies for the last time. The longest was 40 minutes, as the soldiers took turns firing at the zombies. But before they knew it, they were cut down. Remembering the sight of Chiansu collapsing upon seeing the bodies of his comrades, and then seeing Tramku clinging to the bridge at the same time. Remembering how the leader was killed by Tramaku in just a few seconds. While they still could not gather any information about the mutated species, the soldier transmitting the message only had the lower half of the body remaining. Someone might say this is a meaningless death, but their deaths are not in vain. Su, with a tense expression, realizes that the time spent on a battle is only 40 minutes. Yet Jiangsu has taken half a day to reorganize the scattered front and assess the damage. Thinking of the zombies roaming the streets, he silently thinks that zombies cannot follow complex commands like humans. Therefore, once this formation is broken, it will take even more time to rearrange, preventing the situation from becoming chaotic. At this point, he grits his teeth and exclaims, "What a hassle." Moreover, even though information about the mutated species has not been relayed yet, everyone present in the room is anxious. The operator looks pale, bowing his head down, but the slayers in Bizen can instinctively recognize it. Chiinsu, despite being tense, speaks up. They are the ones who have resolved to fight bravely. so they cannot suddenly change their minds as easily as flipping a card. Perhaps they are being attacked so quickly that they can't report back to us and are perishing there. It is possible that among Jiangsuho's zombies, there is something overwhelmingly powerful. After hearing him, Ari also speaks up. I will warn the Slazers who are facing Jiangsu's zombies. If possible, I will dispatch reinforcements in that direction. Finally, Bizen can accurately calculate the position and direction of Jiangsuko. A route from the start to the end was displayed on the map. The operator pointed to the map and began to analyze. We know where they came from and how they moved, so I think we can prepare. Our army will reduce the number of zombies and block their attack route. At this moment, his face was filled with worry as he made the suggestion. Let the sappers prepare the defense line. Do whatever it takes to make the sacrifice of Corporal Xian not in vain. After hearing his proposal, Qiansu nodded slightly, remembering Wang Tik's face when he was still alive. After Major Lim's incident, the current army, most of the elite army had perished. An unbalanced battle has been ongoing since the apocalypse began. Although we can still mobilize the defense forces to maintain security in Bonn, it is still like a drop in the ocean. Outside, the heavily armed soldiers patrol the beach, but they still hold many leftover weapons. The soldiers had just entered a room filled with weapons. A group of soldiers walked into the warehouse. This was the temporary military government's weapons depot. Thousands of weapon crates stacked inside. Inside the crates, a series of mines were taken out. Due to Major Lim's incident, the leader took command in place of the demoted forces. The soldiers were astonished at the sight of the weapons in the warehouse. After surveying the surroundings, the leading commander felt worried, thinking there was a lack of firearms and heavy weapons. But with many gunpowder weapons and mines in the current situation, this amount of weapons could definitely cause significant damage. We have decided to maximize the infrastructure to minimize the number of zombies heading towards Bonn. After a while of observation, he waved his hand to give orders, bringing along all kinds of lethal mines and sharp knives. We will use these weapons to set traps on the road to Bizen. Meanwhile, over at the temporary government, the Ministry of Defense was strategizing. Inside, government officials and military personnel were discussing strategies. Pointing at the map, the presenter spoke in a low voice. The dot marks the location of the mines that have been planted. The red dot indicates the position of the special forces. They can trigger the tent and engage in combat at the right moment. General Hong rested his chin on his hands and said, the weapons are heavily deployed, which means the military has used up all available explosives. Hearing his words, those nearby began to sweat anxiously. He took a cigarette from the table and continued to question. What I am curious about is not where the mines are planted or where the special forces are hiding. He placed the cigarette in his mouth and coldly urged. Answer me. Can we really stop Jiangsu from entering Bizen that way? After hearing his question, the leader of the operation bowed his head in silence for a moment. After some thought, he replied, we cannot stop the Lord of Commerce, because we estimate that the number of zombies he leads is in the hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing this, General Hong and those present were taken aback. But he still tried to convince them. However, if we want to reduce that number by half, right now we can eliminate half of them with the installed firepower. Eliminating half of the zombies is not an exaggeration. Looking out at the battlefield, the zombies were continuously blown up by mines. But there are two variables that could occur. Exo appeared from behind. He gestured to 7 zombies surrounding the area. The destroyed zombies lay scattered on the ground. Beside them, the remaining zombies were lined up neatly. Exo looked serious as he observed the number of zombies that had been eliminated. Given this situation, we cannot let them move to nearby areas. Not only from the front, but surely all sides have been mined as well. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, he said, I never expected them to be this well defended. It seems the military has become smarter. But first, Zhao, the leader of these zombies, is familiar with anti-zombie tactics. Suho coldly spoke up. Don't we know their anti-zombie strategy? I am just a reserve slayer. The more he spoke, the darker his expression became. I have to take action. Just as he finished speaking, a gigantic zombie appeared. Secondly, Jiangsu possesses many mutated types with terrifying powers that we have never seen before. Its feet trampled over the zombies below. Every time its foot hits the ground, it creates a huge force that sends the zombies flying in all directions. Looking up at the zombie, a thought sprang to his mind. A mutated strain I discovered in a new town on the outskirts of the province. It is not a strain that can be easily created by a single mutation. It requires many mutants to come together organically at once. This is a super advanced and rare mutated strain, which can only form when achieving a perfect unity. As I thought of this, the scene of its transformation seemed to vividly appear, and a class mutant demon beast roams through the city. Upon seeing it, he was sure it would be useful as a means to penetrate Bonn. The demon beast continued moving. Wherever it went, cracks appeared in the ground beneath it. Suddenly, it stomped down hard, sending dust flying everywhere, and the mines beneath exploded, leaving wounds on its legs. After a moment, the demon beast suddenly stopped and stood still, and the wounds on its legs vanished. Execo observed it for a while and thought to himself that the defense capability of the demon beast is absolute. Even if it gets injured, the internal colonies will regenerate to replace the wounded parts. Just as he thought, the wounds on its legs quickly disappeared completely. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, staring intently at the demon beast in his hands. The only drawback of the demon beast is that it is quite lazy and has almost no offensive capability, but I can compensate by controlling it myself. In other words, this means that the only glimmer of hope, and the zombies that could be destroyed by modern weapons will completely vanish, as even machine guns or heavy weaponry will have no effect. So those damn traitors. Thinking of this, Suo felt satisfied and closed his eyes. Let them all perish. Open your eyes wide and see how those abandoned by you have transformed and regret it. Just as he thought, the demon beast took a few more steps, and a group from the military also spotted it. The soldiers were now astonished, mouths agape as if their jaws were about to drop. What the hell is that? Using its body to clear mines, one soldier shouted, still in disbelief. How can you stop that with these mines? One of them gritted his teeth in anger. The demon beast continued to advance, but the soldiers here began to retreat. Its foot hitting the ground shook the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. At this moment, Jiangsu was standing high, observing, his eyes still fixed on Bon. Arriving at the military camp, he wondered if this was the place, the starting point into the territory of the traitors. Xestu stood on the back of the demon beast and declared loudly, I have returned. I have set foot on the city walls, looking far into the distance. The expression on his face was full of sarcasm as he continued. Beloved homeland. The scenery has shifted to the side of the Dejiang district wall. The crazed zombies took steps forward, having identified their target. Standing high above, Xet focused on this scene. His face became unusually calm as he observed. If he planned to wear a fancy outfit back to the village, he should be dressed properly. Right. The zombies obeyed him, marching forward with their items in hand. Exo quickly used his hands to untangle this strange coil. He did not forget to toss his jacket down to the ground below. Putting on the new jacket, Suho looked incredibly cool now. He stood high above, watching everything happening down below. Exo's face had become very radiant, but he had plans of his own. Gazing at the distant light, his eyes filled with contemplation. Although he did not know who the commander on the other side was, they must think they can to stop him at Daijiang. On the map, two bright spots appeared. Bizen and the other was Dejiang. A gentle breeze blew by. Exo calmly glanced ahead and sighed, unsure if they had more power than he thought. Over here, the commander remained focused, waiting for orders from this wave of zombies. Inside the meeting room, everyone was puzzled. This time, Adong looked up at Jingu, surprised. You said you would stop him at Jiang. Why does it have to be Jiang? Even Ari sitting nearby became extremely anxious. I think you should reconsider this. Hey Jinu. In front of everyone, Ari quickly voiced her thoughts. The walls will grow stronger and sturdier as we go deeper into the ban. With the time we buy while Jiang Su Ho breaks the outer wall like Dai Jiang, we might come up with another Trump strategy. After hearing Ari's words, Kiansu slowly spoke up after a moment of silence. I am not a strategist, so I want to stop you. Just explain it to me so I can understand. Jinu focused on the advice from both of them. He quickly nodded in understanding. The words of Chairman Choi and Miss Ari also made sense. He looked at Ari and Adong sitting quietly there, remembering the time and information that Sergeant Song provided to Woe. I could draw a conclusion. As you girls said, the chances of winning in the battles in central Bizen might be higher. His face showed seriousness, but at the same time, his voice turned so contemplative it was frightening. If things went this way, Bizen would completely lose its status as a city. Junu's voice continued to resonate. Most of the food production and water supply places were arranged outside the inner city of Bon. Images of various locations appeared through his words. He continued to ask everyone, if we were to provide these for free, what would happen if the people outside the inner city of Bizen came and fought for food? Upon hearing his question, Ari and Adong fell silent in contemplation. Even Chanu beside them looked quite puzzled. After thinking for a long time, he finally gathered the courage to voice his thoughts. If that were to happen, Jiang Su would not participate in the total offensive. After hearing this, Ari slowly contributed his opinion to the meeting. We can probably hold out until the place is surrounded, and Bon runs out of supplies and perishes. Upon hearing this, Jin snapped his fingers and made a decision. Indeed, the thoughts of the other operators are completely different. Once bound like that, it is hard to break free easily. His voice echoed continuously, as time became stagnant in isolation. Dense crowds kept appearing in front of them. The cramped and starving residents would cause riots. unable to bear the pressure. Upon hearing this, R's face grew strangely serious. To resolve this would waste more soldiers and slayers. At the same time, Dong also expressed some concern and reported, Jiang Guho just needs to wait until our forces weaken, and he will easily overpower Bizen. Then it is all over. After saying this, Chanu quickly concluded, so we must stop him at all costs, right at Jiang. His face was very serious as he announced the purpose of this meeting to everyone. This time, the goal is not to drive off the zombies but to protect those at the bus station. Everyone in the meeting room became serious, waiting for what would happen next, so let us prepare for absolute defense. Kian-su quickly stepped forward to monitor the situation. In front of them was a wave of zombies standing ready for battle. These brainless zombies continuously crawled step by step toward the city wall. Seeing the increasing numbers, Qiananshu's face showed signs of fatigue as he sighed. There are so many. Where could these dangerous ones possibly come from? He quickly turned his head to look in another direction, not knowing where the rest were hiding, only because they were right next to him, adding to the chaos. The danger and their numbers no longer mattered. Jingu also became unusually serious and announced, the important thing is to utilize what we have. The divided team should play their parts and do everything we can, no matter how many zombies appear. Both of them remain unafraid of this zombie storm, because we are Sla. Sla kills zombie. Just do your role of killing zombies. Receiving Ren Hung's words with some intention, Kian-su quickly turned to Jingu. He gently placed his hand on Jingu's shoulder and chuckled teasingly. I thought only handsome people spoke correctly, but I guess not. This made Jingu extremely angry. This little brat. After returning to seriousness, Kian-su cleared his throat a few times and pondered deeply. The problem is that those zombies have an intelligent leader, and their scale is unprecedented. I think you can compensate for that with your own intelligence. What does scale even mean? A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since when do humans have more enemies than zombies? Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. The Sarang team along with various zombie hunters have gathered completely. She quickly announced that the teams were ready. Seeing everyone crowded here made Chung Sich stutter in fear, unable to say a word. Damn it. Is it just a readiness check? We still do not know if we can win against him. Hearing his strange words left Sang-soo at a loss, turning to scold him. Damn it. We are just up against regular zombies, but the survival rate is still high. Right. Just as both sides were gearing up for an argument, Jong Ho chimed in. Eventually, we will all die anyway. You fools. As long as we do not fight each other, we will be fine. Noticing everyone had gathered, Kian-su nodded and thought. All right. All the zombies on this side are gone. He turned to look at Chanu beside him today. How long can the troops hold out? Chanu quickly reported everything. There are several companies and artillery units bringing field cannons from behind the wall this time. Everyone eagerly watched as the soldiers focused on preparing large cannons to fight the zombies. Along with them were automated drones, capable of piloting helicopters. At this point, Chanu sighed warily. Neither the commander nor the general showed up, just a colonel. This made Sarang unable to hold back any longer and shouted angrily. Is that all they sent? What the hell? Seriously? Ignoring her words, Chanu continued to explain for everyone to understand. Due to severe troop losses in Unjin, we can't rule out the possibility of zombies infiltrating the city and causing civil war. Even if that does not happen, we still need to maintain city security and plan carefully, using our forces effectively. Hearing this, Kian-su quickly glanced at him and expressed his confusion. I know they want to cooperate 100%. But what is with the command? Damn it. They have no experience. Why is there only one person? Pedro's face had grown calm as he explained everything he knew, although just a rumor. Some said the provisional government and the Ministry of Defense had retreated to the shelters. That is not true either. There are many discussions that protecting high-ranking officials is to build the foundation of the country. Chanu seemed to nod in agreement with this thought. He even reminded them that this was not an important matter between the two sides. After all, they were the useless ones who made Bizen end up like this. After hearing all of this clearly, Chionu looked up ahead and sighed. In the end, they were still a bunch of rotten people. He gently placed his hand on Jinu's shoulder, announcing it to everyone. Thankfully, the commander here is not those thick-headed fools but this uncle. This also made Chanu uncomfortable. I was supposed to be the last one to die. Everyone burst into laughter, feeling incredibly joyful. Damn it. Realizing time was running out, Chionu stepped forward. Zhonghua seemed ready for the upcoming battle. Right next to him, Hondong was no exception. Sarang and Jingu stared ahead seriously. Pedro walked confidently this time. And naturally, Jeha was no different. The trio of Torong, Chan Sech, and Sang-soo moved forward step by step. Jian-su marched straight ahead, announcing to everyone, over here. Suotu calmly directed the zombies forward. Taking a deep breath, X quickly commanded the zombie to shout his words. From those who surrender, I will turn you into sentient mutants. At least I will let you survive until Bond completely collapses. Everyone focused on the threats he kept delivering, because I have more compassion for you than those hiding behind the walls. His face was calm as he lectured loudly. Don't be foolish enough to sacrifice your life to prevent humanity's extinction. Suko's words seemed to drain the workers' will to fight, making them accept their fate. In front of them was a wave of crazed zombies charging forward. The familiar spear of Chiansu appeared, striking forcefully ahead. Chiansu held his weapon calmly as he stepped into this place. He was known as the Arank Slayer of the Kim Chionansu. Looking at Chiansu's familiar face, Su could not help but be amazed. It is that guy I met back then. Probably an elite disciple of the old man Kim Chi Sam. He suddenly thought of what Chiller Sam had once told him. Bizen is changing with a focus on Sla like him. This left Suechu feeling very confused. Thoughts kept racing through his mind. Does he mean that someone like me is him? How ridiculous. He is just a stupid and inexperienced guy. Over here. Chionu was still fumbling with his megaphone. He quickly shouted challengingly towards Su. Jiao? How's your head feeling after being affected by the virus? The corner of his mouth curled into a smug grin as he announced, Stop talking nonsense. Charge in, and I will treat you. His voice kept ringing out. If it hurt, you need treatment. So why just stand there talking nonsense? These words left X frozen in place. X, confused, thought that he seemed to have learned a few words to annoy others. His face turned vicious as he declared loudly, I will kill them all. At the same time, the zombie next to him also lifted its head, screaming wildly for no humans to exist anymore. The battle between zombies and humans quickly began. Looking at the situation right in front of him, Sex shouted to signal everyone. The zombies are coming. We are clear. His voice rang out continuously, calling for everyone to unite. Our mission is to kill zombies. Let us form a solid barrier so no one leaves their position. Let us protect humanity's precious wall to the end. Frenzied zombies charged straight towards the solid wall. XFU's face was full of thought as he awaited the outcome of this battle. The attackers and defenders, Chiinsu, awaited the outcome against zombies and Sla. A fierce battle between humans and zombies was about to unfold. The final battle of death and dying began. The opening scene showed both sides struggling fiercely as they continuously used clubs to attack. The so-called war is ultimately a battle between factions. Time flew, and the image of humans once again using shields to attack each other was a constant in a modern era. Once again, humans continuously used modern weapons to attack, summarizing all the fighting between humans, not just the battle between factions. The scene shifted to the casino where a series of bets were placed, turning it into a battle of cards. These cards decide the fate of the players, who will flip their card first. Some men even pretend to be blind to cheat with the cards. Who holds more cards? They are extremely cautious of every move their opponent makes right in front of them, relying on the revealed cards to predict what the opponent has. The man's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. This is the battle we are in, but his opponent showed no emotions at all. Back in reality, Suto calmly looked ahead. Chisuvia refused to fall behind, continuously observing everything happening here. Just looking was enough to understand the scale of this battle. Neither side had yet deployed their main forces. XX slowly raised his hands forward. As soon as he gave the order, all the bloodthirsty zombies charged straight at the city wall. They rushed forward at terrifying speed, attacking frantically. The vanguard that Jiang Suo sent out consisted only of a few C-class mutated types. All of this had been meticulously calculated by XX, mixing in some B-class mutations along with a wave of regular zombies. His face grew serious as he thought about the plan he had set. Although I used to be a Sla, I have been away from the battlefield for a long time. I need to update myself on this new group of Sla. With this thought, Su looked back at the mutated zombie monsters walking behind. They are the perfect bait for me to gather information. His gaze was calm, waiting for each human to fall beneath his hands. Now you can show your cards, you little rookies. This time, the city gate is gradually opening, and it seems Chiensu won't be outdone either. On the other hand, Kim Chiensu sent forth the silhouette of a man quickly stepping forward, facing these frenzied zombies. Chanshik approached slowly as if nothing had happened. He is known as the Arank Slayer, the pioneering dog trainer. Seeing only one person stepping out to face the crazed zombies baffled X greatly. Just one guy. Have they lost their minds to hate showing their cards this much? Just one Slayer. While he was still trying to figure things out, Chansek quickly pulled out a small flute. To Sue's astonished eyes, he raised the flute to his mouth and produced strange sounds. The zombies seemed compelled by something and charged straight at him to attack. Chansek remained calm, standing there as if he were not afraid at all. Behind him, a pack of stray dogs had appeared. This time, the dogs rushed forward, biting at these bloodthirsty zombies. This left Suex shocked and bewildered. The crazed dogs bit fiercely at the arms of these bloodthirsty zombies. Other dogs relentlessly attacked different parts of the zombies' bodies. The common point is that they had all become extremely fierce. Witnessing this scene left Xexu stunned to the point of disbelief. What is going on? Ignoring the fact that they are using dogs as weapons. Why are not the zombies attacking the dogs? Chunsech quickly sat down, petting the small dog right in front of him while praising it. Good. Very good. Well done. Good boy. All of this was being watched closely by the woman up high with everyone else. Her face showed a bit of contemplation as she quickly reconsidered everything. When Jiang Suo was still in this position, the dog trainer was just a trainee slazer. So I think he probably does not know the strategies of the dog trainer. Looking at the movements of the zombies, it seems I was right. The past image is revealed, and the story slowly unfolds. The skills of the dog trainer are actually quite simple. He has the ability to control the pack of dogs as if they were his limbs. At that time, Chunsech calmly controlled all of these stray dogs. They could completely tear apart anyone who dared to touch their master. The pack of dogs took advantage of their superior physical abilities over the zombies, hunting them down and eliminating them mercilessly. This also left her in awe of this ability. Using a living creature to kill zombies is indeed a refreshing strategy. However, everything has its weaknesses. The weakness of this ability lies in the use of dogs. When a human infected by the zombies appears, the zombies are humans who have become hosts for the zombie virus. On top of that, the dogs kept attacking the zombies, creating a chaotic scene. And these hosts would attack people to spread the virus. A question lingered in Adong's mind. So what about the dogs that are not infected by the virus? When a mad dog charged straight at the zombie right in front of it, the zombie would not recognize it as a human, so it would not attack these dogs. Just like that, the situation was gradually changing more clearly. Indeed, zombies won't instinctively attack dogs. The zombies at this point had become as numerous as ants. Chunsich calmly stood there, directing his dogs to attack each zombie one by one. If Jiangsu did not control every little detail, noticing the situation was becoming unstable, Su He's face showed deep contemplation, uncertain of what to do next. They could not fight individually. The issue lay in controlling them, which was very difficult. He was so angry that he clenched his teeth, realizing that his opponent was not easy to handle. Su's face had turned extremely furious. Looking forward, especially when facing dozens or even hundreds of agile and clever dogs. After considering for a short while, Su Echa quickly made a decision. If the dogs were aggressive, then their owner had to take responsibility. Right. At the same time, the mutated zombie had also received Su's command and understood. It stepped forward with a very fierce demeanor. A strange smile even appeared at the corner of the mutated zombie's mouth. Sex quickly urged, saying it was time to take action. Just thinking about having to strike soon made him a bit disappointed, and he sighed. It is a pity I have to reveal my cards first, but no matter. Over here, Junu quickly used the scope to observe the situation. Realizing everything was unfolding according to plan, he quickly announced to everyone. Just then, as he finished announcing, a squad armed with equipment hurriedly approached. This squad rushed to surround Chunsech, seemingly wanting to protect him. Chunsech remained silent there, calm as if nothing had happened to him. They continuously slammed their shields firmly into the ground, ensuring their commander would not be harmed. This time, they had created a very sturdy white barrier against any attacks from any zombies. The gun zombie continuously shot straight at Chunsech. But unfortunately, it would be disappointed as this area had completely turned into a strong and solid wall. This barrier quickly moved inward toward the sturdy fortress, while the bullet from the mutated gun zombie also quickly appeared from here. Unfortunately, a man could not hold on any longer and was knocked down by his own shield. He fell hard to the ground. Seeing someone had fallen to the ground, another person hurriedly took up the shield to replace him. Everything happened very quickly, seemingly without revealing any vulnerabilities. This also left Exo so surprised that it was hard to believe. Did they anticipate that the gun zombie would appear? The corner of Jin Gunu's mouth curled into a smug smile with his own plans. Of course. I predicted he would target the dog trainer. Compared to dealing with hundreds of dogs, killing one person is probably much easier. Suddenly, he recalled that afternoon when he met the zombie hunters and they discussed. That is why I convinced the Freesla. Instead of separating and reducing the survival rate, let us protect the dog trainer together. Thinking of this, he became extremely pleased with the plan he had devised. Attack with dogs, defend with people, just like a fleet of flying ships. On this side, Suho was also amazed, thinking it was indeed an excellent strategy. He continued to observe the situation right in front of him. Quite surprising, but Suho's gaze had now turned angry as he made a decision. I had just ordered not only the gun demons but also the scene moved before the sturdy city wall. A huge step forward. With a mutated zombie rapidly appearing. It was indeed a great mutant demon. This time it aimed for the gap, causing Chun-Sich to slowly appear before it, holding the larva high in its hand. The demon smiled wickedly, targeting its prey, and threw it straight towards the solid wall that was keeping Chun-Sich safe. The demon larva quickly darted straight towards Chun-Sich decisively. A horrifying image of the temporary demon, the demon priest. It was a monster with many disgusting tentacles. One of the great mutants that Jiang Su-ho could control. When small, it seemed to be nothing compared to human strength initially. Due to its small size and weak physical strength, it struggled to kill a person. Even the soldiers could not help but tease this tiny creature. So for a long time, it was not classified as a great mutant. Its teeth had become extremely grotesque, accompanied by fury when teased. Out of anger, it jumped high into the air. But the reason it is now regarded as one of the most terrifying mutants is that this time it aimed for the face of one of the soldiers it was attacking. Because it could cling to a person's face. When it controlled the head of the soldier, it made the others fearfully step back, feeling the situation was becoming unstable. One of the teammates quickly raised their gun to aim. The bullet immediately shot straight at the unfortunate man being attacked by this parasite. Using its strange ability to control him, as it grew, it was also exploited by other monsters. But this monster threw the demon larva straight at the army wall. The appearance of the demon priest. What the demon aimed at was the face of one of them, meaning losing a capable teammate and having to kill his own comrade. Thinking of this, Su became much more hesitant. The fact that you sent a strong enough person to deal with the zombies is precisely the mistake of sending the slaw to control the dogs. The corner of his mouth broke into a smug smile. When he was on your side, it was great. But what if he stood on my side? He quickly imagined the violent battle ahead. Dealing with zombies was already tough enough. In X month, these thoughts were all consuming. Can you handle the trained dogs? After seeing his teammate taken over by the parasite, those in the control room were thrown into chaos. Inside, screams mixed with the continuous sound of gunfire echoed. After a long time, the parasite remained still, showing no signs of pain. Witnessing it remain unharmed only made another soldier, the dog trainer, more anxious. The parasite continually maneuvered its host as it pleased. It directly controlled the infected person to attack his own teammates. Thus, the infected one relentlessly assaulted the others. Those witnessing this scene were extremely worried, hurriedly glancing at each other, noticing something on the dog trainer's face. What kind of mutation was that? One of them did not forget to remind. First, we need to calm the dog trainer down. We can't let him die. If he calms down, we can remove that thing from his face. Then, these two fools quickly tossed aside their shields and charged straight at the parasitic creature. It seemed to understand their intent and prepared to retaliate. Watching from above, the military commander quickly fell into his own thoughts. Was that also considered a mutation? Should we send in a special forces team? Realizing something was off, his expression turned to one of surprise. In just a short time, the parasite-controlled soldiers were continuously taking down their own teammates. What caught his attention was the flute in the hand of the man being parasitized. He then understood that the daytime situation was becoming more serious. The flute that controlled the dogs clearly indicated his intent to kill. In his mind, a thought helplessly emerged, commanding the dogs to attack. Meanwhile, over here, Su was still issuing commands to kill the other slayers. The scene was turning increasingly chaotic as monsters gradually invaded. The military commander now felt utterly powerless, unable to do anything else. The parasitized monsters had completely transformed. Knowing that continuing would only lead to danger, he urgently shouted a warning to all the other soldiers. The slayers outside, hurry back inside the walls. Let everyone know that the pack of dogs is no longer our allies. Hearing the commander's orders, they painfully gritted their teeth and struggled to sit up. One of them who sat up saw a horrifying sight right in front of him. Before this poor soldier stood a horde of parasitic monsters. They were eyeing him hungrily. If this continued, casualties were inevitable. The gaze of these wild wolves gradually moved towards him, wishing they could devour him alive right then. This made the other soldiers who had woken up feel utterly desperate. They bit their teeth in frustration, lost in their own thoughts. Damn it. Is it too late? Even if it means saying that the dog trainer died at our hands, the orders must be carried out until the battle is over. We have suffered serious losses because of the unexpected appearance of the mutated species. While they were still looking for a way to escape, the monsters opened their disgusting mouths wide. Now, they had no weapons left, only bowing their heads and pleading. Please, do not come over here. Please. The female monster quickly dashed forward. But surprisingly, the wild wolves kept attacking the zombies right in front of them. They charged like bloodthirsty madmen, roaring and attacking. The scene had turned chaotic as the pack tore apart the zombies. This also startled the military commander, who was astonished and could not believe it. It also left. Who was behind everything? Confused. Why are the dogs attacking the zombies? The man temporarily possessed by the demon stood there stammering. Dogs. Despite his pain, he did not care. They would not bite people. He still tried to utter those strange words. Damn. Dogs are really good. An old story started to be told. To me, dogs are better than humans. To put it accurately, I used to hate humans a lot. The poor student carried his book bag amidst the mockery of all his friends. To put it correctly, I used to hate humans a lot. The reason was simply because of the word poor, clearly printed on the box. The one who received basic living subsidies. While heading back to class, a foot quickly tripped him. Thus, this poor man with his necessities fell hard to the ground. They continuously poured dirty water over his head in the restroom, no matter what he did in class. He was always the butt of everyone's jokes, stuttering. And that is a pain that never heals. I do not have friends. But I have a nickname dog that started when one kid in class bullied me. They never stopped laughing at me, saying I smelled like a wet dog in the rain. Bullying was not enough. This poor guy was also hit in the face with ashtrays. From then on, every time I was harassed, or even when you were knocked down by those big friends, it hurt. You could not possibly fight back against all of them. The errand boys and the thugs called me a dog. As he grew up, this poor guy slowly realized something. Perhaps that is why he hated being bothered by others the most. My first job was to raise dogs, and the dogs here really appreciated you. Managing a dog farm. You slowly reached out your hands. Ironically, the poor little dogs seemed to understand your feelings and shared your sadness. I hated the nickname dog so much, feeling comfort from the animals. You became incredibly touched. But when I was with the dogs, I found myself liking them more and more. Looking at the poor dogs, you imagined they were just like you. They did not know where they were or where they were born. Your monotonous job began just like that, day after day. What would fate hold? Seeing the dogs brought in surprised you a bit, just because I fed them, spent time with them, and occasionally pampered them. Their eyes looked at you with such pity, as if they felt empathy for you. And somehow, they had developed affection for me. What was meant to happen had to happen. The vehicles came and went, leaving you alone with these animals. Even if others criticized me for a disgusting job in a disgusting place, it seemed you had become too familiar with everything that happened to you. Being surrounded by these non-human creatures and receiving affection instead of hate was already a comfort for me. I was just waiting for the day I could take these warm creatures away from this place, and that day came. The poor guy was quickly shoved hard backward by a man. You felt pain and did not know what you had done wrong. At the same time, when you were in trouble, the dogs from above kept falling down. One of the zombies quickly ran towards you to attack. You knew nothing but sat still, thinking your life was over. This poor man was still waiting for his life to end here, when a loud noise erupted beside him. It turned out that the dogs you raised were continuously attacking the zombies to protect you. This left you utterly shocked and unable to believe it. Looking at the dogs that freed you from trouble, you realized something important. How could you not love them? I had only helped a little, and those creatures already knew how to repay my life-saving kindness. How could you not care for them? Back in reality, the poor man was still being controlled by the temporary devil. Those close friends of mine would surely understand, but you still stood there, looking at the dogs you had raised yourself. Knowing that I would never give an order to kill, I felt increasingly strange. You slowly approach all of them. Their eyes have turned ferocious now that their master is under control. Your pleading voice echoes endlessly. Just kill me. As soon as you finish your sentence, the dogs leap towards you to attack. Just before you close your eyes, a thought flashes in your mind. Just as expected, the poor man's keychain quickly falls straight to the ground. You are still better than humans. After finishing off this poor man, the dogs swiftly eliminate the remaining zombies. Exho witnesses this and becomes extremely angry. Although their master is dead, why are the dogs still moving? Are they following the last command given by their master before he died?
Yep.
What just happened has ruined the plan you had set up, no matter the reason. You have been at a disadvantage since the very first move. You keep looking at the hunters up high, observing everything, calculations forming in your mind. This move should have made the class Slav feel utterly helpless, unable to do anything even if they went outside, yet it has turned into such a valuable sacrifice. You see the flutes of that poor man rolling across the ground. Exho is deeply troubled, unsure which plan to execute next. The fighting spirit of the Slazers will only rise from here, given this situation. They will prolong the defensive battle while gathering information about the advanced mutations that you have, with no other choice. You must gradually push your pieces forward. Changing tactics. This piece is placed directly on the board, symbolizing a new move. Before revealing more information, You must sacrifice a few advanced mutants. Inside, you feel a surge of hope for your next plan. Ready to launch a full-scale attack to crush them quickly. While a massive foot suddenly appears here, the giant multi-armed monster keeps advancing. Its hands quickly fling the Xu-Ho in another direction. You gently jump down to the ground, landing successfully. After calming yourself, you quickly turn around and shout a signal to your subordinates to gather behind the giant. Numerous different zombies begin to appear. Looking at the massive shape of the giant in front of you, you start to form your own plans. This will ensure the zombies are as safe as possible from the thick barrage and the pack of dogs. As soon as the wall collapses, the zombies will pour in, noticing more and more zombies appearing. The army commander suddenly becomes anxious, hurriedly informing via radio that the zombies are gathering behind the massive mutant. His voice constantly echoes, signaling his subordinates. No more sporadic shelling. Concentrate fire on the sole target, the massive mutant. After hearing him, the subordinates quickly change their tactics. Aiming straight at the giant, continuous attacks shot straight at the massive monster. Intent on destroying it, multiple explosions erupted in the sky, causing the beast to roar in agony. The army commander stood firm, monitoring every move of the monsters. The place had descended into chaos with ongoing explosions. Everything was becoming increasingly brutal. After a long period of firing, the commander quickly raised his hand to signal a ceasefire. The thick smoke gradually cleared, revealing a wasteland. His gaze was filled with hope, praying that the giant demon would fall. Unfortunately, his hopes seemed in vain. The giant demon remained standing, seemingly unscathed. This left all onlookers stunned. Saxo had calculated everything, even looking down with disdain, realizing those pathetic shells would not leave a scratch. Even the 2 claymore mines on the way here had no effect on it. Yet they still persisted, watching his colossal monster advance. He sighed in disappointment. You really have no ability to learn. As it walked forward, the demon suddenly looked up at the sky, screaming continuously. It stomped hard on the ground, creating a massive tremor. This made the commander feel powerless, lost in his thoughts. What other mutations was the enemy hiding? While he could not know everything to counter it, he knew there was a massive monster from the records of the confrontation with the national army. He quickly noticed Suho's figure standing on top of the creature, controlling its movements. His gaze became fiercely determined, lost in thought. If he thought he was unprepared, that would be a mistake. The demon continued to march forward as commanded by Suho, stomping heavily on the ground, causing it to sink beneath it. Realizing something was wrong, it screamed in confusion. It turned out that as it stomped down, a large hole formed, making it stumble and stand there unsteadily. The commander smugly thought of this. We had prepared a hole large enough to make that giant monster fall. Seeing its sudden stumble was strange. Exo felt utterly confused. This also made the army cheer and shout in joy. It was a success. The demon lay rolling on the ground, constantly howling, sensing the opportunity was near. Sister Hai quickly grabbed the radio and announced, "Proceed now. Special Forces. Assassin Team." The assassin team, prepped in the dark bunker, quickly rushed outside. Kyunsu and the assassins sprinted forward, looking at everyone who had set off, causing the commander to feel a bit anxious. Trying to calm himself, I assigned the special forces to handle the mutations they could manage. I did not expect to eliminate all of them. You know it is important, but right now, the swirling dust makes everything hard to identify and chaotic. The cursed monster slowly crawls up from the ground, and Pedro charges in to attack it. The next monster is the gun demon, and it charges straight ahead. If each slaw finds their assigned mutation, this time, its opponent is Sarang. The skeletal sword demon rushes in to confront and buy time. Facing her is Sang Suchiansu, along with the rest of the skilled fighters, ready to battle. The assassin team can end this fight. Suho calmly looks at the opponents right in front of him, ready to attack, except steps toward the giant demon, gently advising, "Stop. Giant demon, do not get caught up in this." His gaze is calm, preparing to warn it. There is no other way, as his voice rings out, echoing. The giant demon's eyes widen as if it has heard the command. Its body remains still on the ground, not reacting in any strange way. Taking a deep breath, it quickly spews out hundreds of thousands of zombies from its mouth. These zombies rush forward, intent on attacking humanity. The sudden attack leaves everyone panicking, unsure what to do except fight. The bloodthirsty zombies continuously assault the commander. He is startled to realize that Su's mind is indeed beyond imagination. When he does not know what to do, Ho immediately supports him with a strike. She calmly turns around, gently reassuring the commander. Just focus on commanding. The wall up there has the winds of Jehovah and the market traders to take care of it. Hon Dong attacks while shouting to signal everyone to keep fighting. After all, The mutated strains that fall are just slightly stronger than the regular zombies. Protect the area everyone is standing in. Trust your teammates. And defend your position until death. Over here, Kiansu and his teammates continuously eliminate zombies. He wields his familiar spear, taking down the zombies that appear. Everyone is fulfilling their roles in their positions. His gaze quickly glances in another direction as if he has a plan. What I need to do now is look at XHU still standing in the battlefield. He quickly decides on the chessboard that everyone has set up, needing to put an end to it. While he is still pondering, he suddenly realizes his opponent has appeared in front of him. A massive mutated zombie with bulging muscles appears before him, putting him in a bit of a bind. Kiansu is still unsure how to handle it when the axe quickly gets activated. Fortunately, Kurong timely uses her axe to attack these giant zombies, helping him. She does not forget to turn back and keep urging him on. Hearing her, Kiansu and Ja have no choice but to leave her behind and run quickly ahead. Everyone's target is the mastermind behind all this. Just thinking about Sis' shout made him so angry he clenched his teeth. Taking a deep breath, Kiansu yelled, "Wait. Charge in." This also caught Su Chu's attention. Seeing him appear on this battlefield, Su Chu stepped forward. Finally here. At the same time, a terrifying figure quickly emerged. The battle between Suko and Chiansu officially began. Let us get started. That brat. The scene shifted to a large room known as the bunker for high-ranking government officials. Inside, a noisy crowd was continuously discussing. A high-ranking man quickly stepped forward, worriedly calling out. General Hong looked confused upon hearing that.
Sir.
They have become very anxious. What is the situation outside? General Hong quickly bowed and reported everything. The last we heard was that the battle was still ongoing at Dijung. After that, I came in here. I am not sure how long we can hold out or how many zombies have been reduced. This made the other officials uncomfortable, and they kept questioning. You received the report and then just went into hiding. Instead of continuing to command, he fell silent, unable to respond. The official turned to another direction. More importantly, many different people had appeared inside this bunker. This surprised the official. That battle won't reach here. Right. General Hong, no matter what happens outside, as long as we are alive, we can slowly rebuild the country. Right. General Hong quickly nodded to confirm this. That is right. The information about us building this bunker has never leaked out. He did not forget to assertively state. No matter how talented Jiang Hashu is, he can't get all the way here. Just as he finished speaking, a monster burst through the wall and slowly entered. This left everyone frozen in shock. The monster's mouth gradually opened into a tunnel. As chaos ensued, a mysterious figure slowly descended. A familiar voice rang out. Are you all doing well? This surprised everyone, who turned around. EXO smiled and asked as he entered the scene. The high-ranking officials saw EXO enter the space alone. He glanced around and mockingly said, You all seem to be struggling a lot. Holding on to this meaningless title must be tough. When was this bunker even dug? Searched for a long time before finding it. Seeing him appear left General Hong looking confused. Hey, Yang? The official behind him angrily spoke up. General Hong, what is going on? The report clearly states that Jiang Suho is fighting the Sla and Dai Jiang. This leaves him extremely bewildered. That is the report we received. Hearing this, Suho burst into laughter. The red one. His face remained calm as he looked ahead and announced, It is just a clone. Suho had meticulously planned all of this. He gently explained to the group. Unlike those powerless individuals consumed by their greed, when he returned earlier, outside was the terrifying beast, a class of variant of the mountain demon. Suho swiftly approached it, preparing to control it. Upon hearing his command, it obediently complied, and the demon's body began to change. Something everyone struggled to comprehend. Anticipating Chanu's actions, Suho had created another clone of himself. The powers of the variant are limitless. Listening to this made an official extremely furious. To the point of grinding his teeth, he quickly turned around to inform everyone. That creature is a zombie. This time he did not forget to order that zombies must be dealt with immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the army generals hurriedly drew their guns and aimed straight at X-Ho. They fired continuously at him, but he showed no fear. He stood there as they all shot at him. The bullets kept piercing through his body in front of everyone's worried eyes. Suho fell down to the ground, seeing him collapse. General Hone finally let out a sigh of relief, but this official remained very scared, and he quickly shouted out orders. General Hone, he did. Right, hurry up and deal with him. What are you waiting for? Move fast. Just as he finished speaking, Su asked in surprise. Zombies need to be dealt with right away. In his mind, he had a very crazy plan. So if you all turned into zombies, would Lu Yu end up killing herself? Hearing this made General Hong even more furious. This bastard only knows how to talk big. He quickly moved in front of Axe Ho and aimed directly at him. While he was not paying attention, A small insect gradually flew straight towards him. The tiny insect charged right into the mouth of General Hong, who was standing still. A second later, General Hong frantically clutched his throat and screamed, causing panic among those around him. Everyone was frozen in shock at this horrifying scene. Even the seasoned bodyguards dared not do anything but stand frozen in place. Now, instead of aiming their guns at Axe-Ho, they all aimed their weapons at the trembling General Hong. They had tried to respond to this call. General Hong, the official behind him, kept shouting loudly, "Shoot! Shoot! You fools!" Before they could understand what was happening, Hong seemed to have turned into a zombie and began attacking the other officials. This was all part of Axe-Ho's plan. He laughed, announcing, "With such a power disparity, personally slaughtering them is no challenge at all." The scene here has turned chaotic with various screams. "Shoot fast. Take him down quickly." He seems hardly affected by the fears around him. It is not bad watching everyone tear each other apart. Turning this place into hell, he gently lowered his head, sighed, and said, "I should have swept through like this from the start." Suddenly, he remembered the happy days he had with everyone in the past. Justice, and all the noble ideals. Even then, he had a happy life despite being teased by his girlfriend for a peaceful world. Remembering the glass of white wine in his hand, he became deeply contemplative. I should not have chased after those vague, shapeless values. As he sat up, it seemed everyone around him had been torn apart, screaming in despair. If strength had to speak early, he would not need to be here. The bunker was now filled with blood and nothing else. They kept transforming into zombies and rising, as a high-ranking female official hurriedly hid to report anxiously, "This is the bunker of the city mayor. Send the military here quickly." She hurriedly recounted everything. "The leader of the zombies has arrived. This is no longer a frontline issue. If there are no soldiers left, then call the slayers here right away." But her voice attracted the zombies closer. The more she spoke, the more desperate she became. "This place has turned into hell." Looking up, he saw an official approaching him. This woman was in despair, shedding tears of anguish. "Senator Kim." Before she could utter her last words, the woman was quickly taken down. Fresh red blood flowed across the cold floor. Over here, decisive slashes quickly appeared. Su was still fiercely confronting Cheonansu. He suddenly remembered their first encounter when Cheonsu attacked him with a spear. The experiences accumulated from each battle and fight with Kim Chi-sam had been analyzed in detail by the managers. Each encounter between the two became increasingly brutal. "I have researched his attack methods hundreds of times." Cheonsu's eyes were filled with determination as he charged forward with his weapon. Both of them, with boundless strength, refused to yield to each other, continuously lunging at one another. As a result, in just a few basic moves, Cheonsu knocked the weapon out of Suhe's hands. The weapon spun several times in the air before embedding itself firmly in the ground. Now, Cheonsu had become much stronger. "I am confident I can defeat him." He glanced over at Ja, who was still battling the zombies. Not to mention, the two of them were risking their lives so he could focus on this one-on-one fight until Hong continuously dealt with the giant zombies to clear a path between him and Hech. Thinking of all their sacrifices, he quickly tightened his grip on his weapon. With teammates in such perfect conditions, he felt ready. "I have to launch a series of relentless attacks on Sui with determination to fight evenly." The battle between the two is becoming increasingly fierce. Thanks to this, Su realizes that Cheonsu's strength is no joke. Cheonsu can't let the one responsible for all this get away, so I can go all out. A thought quickly crosses my mind. It is strange. Cheonsu wonders as he sees X gradually retreating. Is his power really just that weak? It is confusing that he can easily take down Xech, suggesting his skills are limited too. Cheonsu thinks deeply, but no matter how he considers it, he still does not understand. It is not that he has gotten stronger, nor did he choose the wrong strategy. So where's the issue? Suddenly, his radio crackles to life with an announcement. You said it." The commander anxiously picks up the radio and recounts everything. "There is news from Yantai Bizen. Jiang Suixu just showed up there and has eliminated all the high-ranking government officials." This makes Cheonsu's face pale. Something is not right. So this guy managed to dodge Su's attack just in time. He seems to understand something crucial about the impersonation. Su smirks wickedly, and the mountain demon is starting to take shape. But it is too late. Cheonsu's face pales. What should he do in this situation? He stares straight at Jiang Su, thinking that what he needs to deal with is the real Jiang Su, not this fake. Cheonsu's foot stomps firmly on the ground. He grits his teeth and quickly turns to run, thinking he has to find the real Jiang Su. Behind him, Jiang Su holds a sword and grins with delight. Leaping into the air and sending dust flying, Jiang Su lunges forward menacingly, landing right in front of Cheonsu and shouting, "Where do you think you are going? Stay and play with me." Cheonsu frowns, looking back with annoyance. and Jiangsu charges at him, delivering a powerful slash that makes Qiansu frown and raise his shovel to block the blow. Myung-ho presses his lips tightly, calculating this is a dead end. Images of the map of various regions flash in his mind. Myung-ho considers that almost all the SLA are concentrated in Daijung. The rear only has a few police or soldiers securing safety in Bizen. Each area is flooded, but the Zoom are running wild in the streets. He thinks that in this situation, if the zombie outbreak caused by Jiangsu erupts in the eastern rear, it reminds him of a region that was ablaze. The people living there will just die like that. Myho's face pales, silently lamenting this. From the start, it was a deadlock. We were at a disadvantage in this battle right from the beginning. He bites his lip, his mind a chaotic mess. He has made a move that guarantees his victory. What should I do? What can I do? The scene shows exhausted civilians still struggling against the horde of zombies. Myho stood on the high metal containers, his mind racing for solutions. Think. Come on. He frowned, his finger resting on the trigger. Myho raised his gun to the sky and pulled the trigger. A deafening blast rang out, with a bright green light shooting into the sky. Everyone stopped fighting, staring in awe at the green light in the sky. The beam was blindingly bright, and one person guessed it was a signal. Myung-ho held a flare and calmly said, "Not everyone in the battle can hear the radio, so I will use flares to send urgent messages. First, this green flare is a signal that shoots up and becomes increasingly dazzling. Signal indicates that the combat plan has failed due to Jiangsu-ho's tactics." Myung pressed the next flare into the gun. Contemplating further, the red flare shot up, gradually replacing the bright green light with a blazing red. The signal instructed all teams to hold their positions. The red light remained bright in the sky. One person shouted, "What is going on? Does this mean the combat plan has failed, and we still have to hold our positions?" Myung shouted for the final shot, hesitating before firing the blue flare. He wondered if this was the Commander-S summon in this battle. Damn it. The blue light shot up along with the other two colors, dazzling the crowd and drawing them closer to the light. One person with a gun and another with a club shouted, "What does this mean?" One replied, "I do not know either." Cuneo looked up and said that this signal likely indicated a failed combat plan, ordering everyone to hold their positions to allow the ghostly retreat. Kurong and the others all looked up at the bright blue sky. An unreasonable request. A glimpse of Qiansu darted through the crowd. Kim Qiansu infiltrated the battlefield to catch Jiangsu without considering the consequences. The scene was now viewed from above. A small group of people was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of zombies rushing in. The directive this time was to escape unharmed. Even though it seemed almost miraculous to get out, Duha shouted loudly. He swung a chainsaw, slicing a zombie in half. Ja took down several zombies in shock. Panting heavily, "I will carve a bloody path with my life." A person with a club grimaced, determined to make it happen. Damn it. He slammed the spiked club down and shouted loudly, "We are in trouble. If we think about our families in Bizen, we will be the last line of defense. There is no one left to blame. No chance to escape." The scene is chaotic, with people surrounded in a sea of rim. One by one, a narrow golden path shone down, paving the way for the besieged people, creating a bloody path from their position. Over here, Qiansu was still fiercely battling Jiangsu. Qiansu panted, "It is still a long way to go. You are really annoying." And Jianho grinned, swinging his blade horizontally through the air. Jiangsu momentarily froze as the blue light from Kurong's blade rushed toward Jiangsu. But he quickly crouched down. A few strands of his hair were severed, floating in the air. Kurong's blade came down. Jiangsu turned to look at her. Kurong planted the blade into the ground. She growled, "Hurry. Go to where you really need to be, towards a world where you can protect the abandoned children, just like we promised." The image of her as a child seeing her friend hanging from a tree loomed darkly. She shouted, "Go faster." Qiansu fell silent. He turned and ran in the opposite direction from Jiangsu. Jiangsu looked briefly displeased. Kurong swung down to attack him, but he dodged the strike. She taunted, "What are you looking at, zombie?" Ari anxiously spoke up. Chairman Qianzexu breathed heavily and asked, "What is the situation?" Ari handed her brother water and replied, "I still do not know the exact details. Just that Jiangsu has started a biological attack on the bunker, where high-ranking government officials are hiding. First, with the remaining defense forces in Bizen, they will definitely seal off that area." He wiped the water from his mouth and said, "We need to hurry." Ari and he ran quickly, wondering, "But is there a way to get there in time? I heard there is a helicopter from the special forces. But if we take it, the defense will be compromised." Ari ran while reporting that she had already prepared for him. Qiansu was curious. Who she answered. "She is the problem solver with money." Ari continued. "She is a former class manager." The two stopped in front of a helicopter. frowning and mockingly saying it was too slow. Hurry up. Damn it. Kiansu's hope flickered. He stepped towards the helicopter under Ari's watchful gaze. Suddenly, Chanu stopped. He turned and asked, "Can everyone here handle those zombies without me?" Ari just laughed. "It is not whether they can or can't, but they definitely have to. Just like the chairman will surely take down Jiangsu." She encouraged him not to give up. Chairman Ari watched Chiansu's back, silently wishing him to develop his abilities and finances to make others accept the ideals he spoke of at the meeting. She smiled brightly and hoped he would hit hard. Chiansu also stepped up and left to wake them from this crazy world. On the helicopter, crossing his arms in front of his chest, he declared he would go with him as support. He exclaimed, "Are you crazy? You are a manager. Not slaw. Is not it that you can't fight?" Back in the day when conditions were tough, managers had to protect themselves. She frowned and replied, "I am going because there is something that needs to be done." Didong laughed and said, "Don't worry, debtor. I won't be a burden." "Aren't you a debtor yet?" "I paid off my debts a long time ago." Chian's made a face. "Well, since you have been rolling around in the slaw business for years, you must have some plan, right?" She suddenly went silent, looking at him and said, "Just do not die." Dong murmured, "Really? He keeps saying silly things just like that other person would." The helicopter flew across the darkening sky. At the entrance of Bunker A10 in Yondu, the workers are trying to open the door. Behind them, the armed soldiers are ready to ambush. General Hong feels restless, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Even though the entrance to the hideout has been sealed so no one can escape, he wonders how long it will hold. The door to the bunker makes a noise, startling the welders into stopping their work. One welder panics.
Sir.
There is a noise here. Could they have reached the exit already? The bunker door shakes violently, making everyone outside panic. The welder falls backward, exclaiming, "Oh no. The bunker door has been blown open." Jiang Suho coldly replies, "The door should be locked from the inside." Behind Jiang Suho, a horde of bloodthirsty zombies rushes out, and he laughs. "It is not locked from the outside." General Hong frowns, pointing at the zombies to command the other soldiers. Then shouts, "Shoot. Shoot now." General Hong is stunned. Jiang Suho charges in, killing one soldier after another, sneering in disdain. "How ironic. You take down another soldier when I want protection and ask for help. Where were you all hiding?" Each strike cuts down the soldiers. But when the tables turn and you lose what was yours, you quickly change as if nothing ever happened. The bodies of the slain soldiers lie scattered, dismembered in a pool of blood on the ground. Jiang Suho stands there nonchalantly when a voice rises from behind him. "You got here faster than I thought." Jiang Suho looks back to see Chiansu behind him. "I thought you were isolated and dead in Jiang." Chiansu raises an eyebrow and speaks softly. "That fake introduction can end now. So let us get straight to the point." Jiang Suho replies quietly, holding a knife. "What a coincidence. After all, I am your senior." Chiansu grits his teeth and rushes in, while Jiang Suho stands there calmly, ready to engage. The sky has brightened. The two do not hesitate to raise their weapons and clash. Jiang Suho rushes forward, quickly approaching Chianu. The blade lunges towards Chianu's face, but he swiftly dodges, though the blade grazes his cheek, causing blood to spray. Jiang Suho frowns dangerously, pulling out a punch dagger and lunging at Chiansu. Chiansu quickly backs away, bracing himself to regain balance on the ground, his hand tightly gripping the handle. Chiansu looks down, thinking to himself, this genuine item is indeed very different. Jiang Suho also closely observes his weapon, contemplating. Although there is a difference in strength, this guy has learned how to use his power. Perhaps he is prepared to face me with all his might. He recalls the cameraman in the helicopter and ponders. Thanks to the footage that old man left behind, the image of my discussing attack strategies. Since there was too little preparation time to confront Jiang Suho, he could not keep up with him. But he grits his teeth, realizing that with multiple attacks and various patterns at once, he can't block everything. Jiang Suho continues to charge and attack, leaving him stunned. Meaning I have no chance of winning in a fair fight. A flash of light from above makes Jiang Suho pause. "I think what we need right now is to create a license plate." Each arrow swoops down from above, catching Jiang by surprise. He calmly swipes his hand to deflect the arrows. The arrows clatter to the ground. Jiang asks, "What is this?" "Did you bring a sidekick?" Chiansu replies. "A sidekick? Oh yes. But she is not just my sidekick." He stands still, speaking as a girl steps onto the rooftop behind him. Seeing this, Jiang Su is momentarily surprised. Jiang steps out. Qianans introduces your old sidekick. Jiang Suo freezes and looks up. Dong too. She stares intently at him. Kim Qianu has disappeared. Despite that, the battle continues. If the front line is breached, protecting the rear has no meaning. A shadow watches from above. Mungho considers the zombies, usually dealing with low-level slayers. He thinks that since they are used to exterminating zombies, they are not a major threat, even with mutated types B or F. They can still manage. But with type A, the so-called mutations keep creating variables. Mungho orders that to ensure our side wins completely, they must quickly deal with those mutations. Special Forces. What is the situation? Sarang rushes over. I am doing my best to close the gap. She leaps over the zombies and slides past them swiftly. Sarang darts through and shouts. The gun demon is too far away. She laughs excitedly. Don't worry, Uncle. I think I have got an idea to beat it. Mai observes her zooming past the zombies, thinking she is gradually closing the distance to the gun demon. The reason she can close the gap without being detected by the gun demon is that high-level mutations only attack or pay attention to slayers that take down many zombies or high-level slayers. Ahead are 3 people struggling with the zombie horde. Images of Zhonghua, Kurong, Chansich, and others that Jiang Suko ordered to prioritize extermination. And Sarang's instincts recognize this. Sarang easily dodges the zombies' attacks and has stopped exterminating them for a while. Just need to kill one single mutant. She frowns in thought. Therefore, there is no need to attract the attention of regular zombies or low-level mutants. There is no reason to exhaust her strength. Taking down this one is worth 10 others. She sets her sights on the gun demon to eliminate it with a leap into the air. Sarang grips the axe before it can kill more slayers. She clutches the axe, jumping to attack from behind the gun demon. She thinks, I will strike at its hardest blind spot. That bastard swings the axe down, causing the gun demon to shake. She smiles lightly as the gun demon turns around, and she begins to panic, wondering why its head is so hard. The axe swings brightly, and she is knocked back. Sarang worries. Why is its head so tough? The gun demon raises its hand toward her. She grips the axe tightly and shouts, Damn it. Sarang calculates that since it fires bullets, instinctively she thinks she must block the gun's muzzle. The gun demon swung its hand up, and she wondered if it would work. Sarang turned and shouted, Everyone, duck down. The fighters immediately stopped. A wave of light spread out, followed by a massive explosion that shook everything around. Thick gray smoke rose, the ground littered with charred debris. The zombies were blasted away by the explosion, and Sarang took a significant hit as well. Her 2 axe blades spun in the air and landed right where she stood, making her heart race with fear. She stared wide-eyed, breathing heavily, with only blackened, smoking remains on the ground. She breathed a sigh of relief and touched Barang's arm. Luckily, she had eliminated the A-class mutated creature, the gun demon. The hammer in his hand swung high, and the man brought it down hard on the creature transforming on the ground. Suddenly, something charged at him from behind at lightning speed. Reacting instinctively, he turned around with a look of panic. Before he could react, a demon emerged from the ground. It clutched his head with both hands, and then slammed him straight into the ground. The man's body ended up at a 90-degree angle to the ground, only his legs sticking up one by one. People were killed by the demon in the same way, being driven into the ground. Everyone was struggling for their lives. A demon jumped up to attack someone from behind, out of nowhere. A burly man in armor charged in and knocked it aside. He grimaced and gritted his teeth, speaking directly to the demon. Because you need to calculate your timing when appearing on the ground. Then he gripped the demon tightly and charged forward. So even though his teammates were injured, they could only stand by and watch. The man then lifted it high. Time was created like this, and the bulky body of the demon slammed into the solid wall. The man shouted, Now you can't escape underground anymore. The game with human lives ends here. He unleashed a barrage of punches on the demon, blood starting to spray from its body. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a demon lunged straight at him. It quickly pinned the man down, but with just 1 or 2 punches, he could send it flying. Meanwhile, the demon quickly fled. It dug a large hole in the ground to escape. A chain shot out towards it. The demon immediately halted. It thought it had escaped, but the last remaining survivors had caught the chain. The man on the rooftop shouted, Finish it off, Pastor. If you let it escape, we won't catch it again. The other man seemed to hesitate for a moment after hearing this. He looked straight at the demon and said, Let go of the past where we followed the wrong teachings. Now I have realized. The man stepped forward, with a new path ahead of him as he lightly squeezed his hands, wearing a satisfied smile, supporting each other with the same goal. Starting with these explanations, the special task force was created to confront high-level mutated creatures. The achievements of those people are more impressive than anyone thought. They succeeded in eliminating the gun demon targeting the souls from afar. Next, they successfully supported the souls by removing the chaos makers from the battle. Although it was not the special forces' achievement, thanks to the commander's efforts, All potential issues that could lead to internal conflict were resolved when Cell ranked to finish the battle. The image of Lai Chorong killing the mountain demon flashed before her eyes, and she paused, breathing heavily. The severed head rolling on the ground marked their success in eliminating the A-class, mutated mountain demon. A man with slightly brown hair, covered in blood, appeared before her. But it was just one Sol ranked, Sang-Soo, who faced the sword demon. He was now staring death in the face, with the massive body of the sword demon in front of him. His eyes widened in fear as he contemplated that huge form. This monster's movements are very different from typical high-level mutations. Even though it is not a class, I've crushed 2 or 3 B-class before, Sang-Soo thought in horror. But this monster is different. The demon charged at him with a vicious glare. It had the form of a zombie but used human sword techniques. Sang-Soo began to feel helpless. He had no thought of winning against it. He sat down to dodge the sword demon's attack. Even so, I cannot give up. Every moment of the past flashed through his mind. The old man had endured until the very end. The fallen teammates rushed through his mind. Whatever can be done must be fought for and crushed. Their trusting gazes. Because that bravery will extend our lifeline. Sang-Soo's determination hardened like steel. Fight. Only fight. The sound of the chainsaw roared intensely. He charged like the wind towards the sword demon, shouting, "Come here, zombie." The sword demon seemed ready to face Sang-Soo. Seeing him charge, she hesitated slightly. The sword demon's hands clenched tightly. One hand began to deform. Sang-Soo lightly pushed off with his foot, narrowly escaping the enemy's deadly strike. The sword demon was stunned by this situation. As Sang-Soo closed in on the demon, rushing forward with his weapon in hand, his face was tense. The response to the previous attack was purely luck, and he could not predict the next move. Sang-Soo was determined to charge ahead. He had to move forward. The sword demon did not hesitate either. It was either him or her who would die. Sang-Soo's eyes lit up before one of them fell. They had to clash and push through to the end. Sang-Soo swung the chainsaw forward, but the sword demon easily dodged. They exchanged blows fiercely, attacking and defending rapidly at the start of the battle, with Sang-Soo covered in blood, and the sword demon was no better off. The battle left the onlookers stunned. So many attacks occurred right from the start. It was a high-speed match that no one could confirm who blocked or landed a hit. One witness, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "Which side is the mutation on?" In less than a minute, the battle was decided as Jiang-Su swung the guillotine, and an arm flew high into the air. One of the sword demon's arms had been severed, leaving her utterly stunned. Everyone was wide-eyed, holding their breath in shock. The sword demon flashed a wild smile and continued charging forward as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Sang-Soo suddenly felt dizzy, and his weapon fell to the ground. Sang-Soo was horrified. The old man had. His fear peaked as he saw the sword demon still completely unharmed, facing such an enemy. Even with all his strength, victory seemed impossible. What am I supposed to do now? Sang-Soo had lost an arm and was cornered. He tiredly shouted, "Damn it. Why can't I do this? Why is it just me who can be awesome?" Sang-Soo remembered the times when he and Chiller Sam were sitting and eating, and the old man cheerfully told Sang-Soo, "That little demon is climbing ranks so fast, while you are still standing still. Why is that?" Sang-Soo felt annoyed. The way he said it made it sound like he was enviously comparing him to that brat. "It is not that, I was just frustrated that a kid with untested abilities ranked higher than me." Chiller Sam laughed heartily, even though it was hard to compare the two disciples. In terms of the number of zombies killed or real combat experience in major operations, he had more. If it were not for the little lady only allowing him to take on secret missions, he would have reached rank long ago. Sang-Soo was a bit surprised by the next thing he said. But it seemed that there was one thing the demon had over him. Chiller Sam's face grew serious. That was the killing intent. Sang-Soo was confused. Killing intent. He explained that it was the fierce determination to charge toward a goal. In Chiller Sam's mind, he seemed to recall the terrifying expression from before, and the killing intent did not cease even when his throat was torn. He looked seriously at Sang-Soo, saying if he could harness that killing intent, he would achieve a moment of breaking through his limits. Sang-Soo fell silent, saying nothing. Back in the present, the sword demon raised her intact arm high, then swiftly attacked. Sang-Soo suddenly shouted out with killing intent. Then he dodged the slashing blow. The sword demon was surprised, not expecting him to evade her strike. She turned to look at Sang-Soo, who stood before her guillotine. Sang-Soo muttered, "Mine lacks killing intent, does not it?" The blade remained silent as if in agreement. The sword demon was suddenly taken aback. Before her, Sang-Soo's body was gradually transforming. Sensing something was off, she charged into attack. A loud noise erupted, and she froze. Sang-Soo's arm had turned into metal with a sharp shape, blocking the sword demon's arm. He let out a few breaths, Then his face turned serious. Ready to begin. Let us go for round 2. Sang Su's taunt made the sword demon furious as she lunged at him. And he did not evade. Facing her head on, both sides crashed into each other. Fighting fiercely, Sang Su stepped back, his face slightly contorted as dark streaks began to spread. The process of mutation, there was no time left. Sang Su decided to let out a loud shout. Everyone around stood in shock. Sang Su darted towards the demon. Shifting to a different place with a clear blue sky and white clouds, Su mumbled. Right. Your weapon is also a crossbow. Adong coldly replied. Because that is the first weapon you bought for me. Flashing back to the past in the blacksmith shop, Adong's panicked voice echoed. She was astonished, holding a crossbow. But I do not know how to shoot. Sexa waved his hand. Learn. You are too small to use close combat weapons. And you often injure your hands. Adong listened quietly to him. After all, I will fight on the front lines. So you protect my back until we bring this country back to its former glory, she stammered. Thanking him, Sexa, a kid. Learn quickly and protect my back well. Back to the present. X's face darkened. I said to let you protect my back, not to shoot arrows at me. Dong paused for a moment before speaking. I am helping you. X did not understand her point. Adong explained. Stopping him is helping him, she seriously advised. Do not you think this crazy massacre is right? Let us stop here. X's face darkened. Not only those fighting with all their might in this war must die, but also the innocent are slowly dying. The image of those determined to fight flashed in Dong's mind, those who became sly out of admiration for the path we have taken. All the soldiers on the front lines. Those who enlisted for the call of the country. She also remembered the innocent civilians. Those who entered the walls just to survive. Dong shouted. Is there such a thing as justice here? Is this the world we once dreamed of? Qiansu glanced at her in surprise. Dong's voice trembled. Stop it. That is enough. Let us go back. Everything gradually fell silent. Sex said nothing. His face cold. Has her mind broken? Still romanticizing those old memories. Dong stood stunned at those words. Suo calmly looked at Qianu. Did that demon not convey my words correctly? Let me say it again. Each word spoken ignited anger. I will kill everyone inside the walls and start again. Those inside the walls. The corrupt government officials. All the Sex spoke coldly. Since that day when you turned your back on me. The one who sacrificed everything for you. Everything began from that day. Dong shouted. But we did not know you were still alive that day. His face darkened. I know. I also guessed that you were deceived by that Jiang and those corrupt government officials. Su's words left Dong unable to refute. So you think you can't save me and live with that guilt? But do the survivors come back to thank those who turned into zombies or dream of the world my former self tried to create? He pulled out the knife. His whole being filled with murderous intent. I must clean out those stained with the blood of the abandoned like you, and start again. That is the conclusion I have reached. Qiansu was not shaken by X's words. Saying, that is enough. First, let us overpower him with strength. Then we can talk after we have him under control. Dong thought to herself. At least I have never forgotten that day. Then she put on her mask. Got it. The battle began with Chang Su's strike aimed at Su's position. But he jumped up to dodge. Dong stood high. Aiming. Her arrow shot forward at high speed. Su immediately spotted the arrow. He quickly raised his hand to block it. The wound from the arrow rapidly healing. In her heart, she marveled at his regeneration ability, which had been recorded in Mudger, Kim Shinyu Sam's video. She silently observed the fight before her while he fought in close combat with the demon. He intended to use his regeneration to block the arrows from the crossbow. Dong thought to herself that if that was the case, she had a decision to make. Dong told herself she had to bring him back. The Jiangsu of old. The average survival time of the Seoul-killing zombies outside the walls is less than 8 hours. Jiangsu stood tall before the battlefield. Everything around was in ruins. Corpses scattered everywhere. Dust and smoke filled the air. This time also included travel time. He took a puff from his cigarette and cast a contemptuous gaze ahead. If you are not confident you will survive, do not go outside. Humanity. A can of oil fell and gradually spilled out next to the bloody corpses. But I can make more money than anyone. Sang Hung-soo flicked the ash off his cigarette. There is a reason everyone keeps their distance from me. Transition to a group of people lining up to receive their pay. He had just finished receiving his payment and was about to leave. Suddenly, Sang paused, his gaze fixated on the stack of money inside. Then he turned back toward the manager. Surprising her, she looked at him with a puzzled expression. What is it? Is it not enough? It can't be like this. At this moment, Sang-soo wore a serious expression. Slamming something down on the table, he spoke up. The money for the deceased. It should be compensated for them or their families. For me, I need nothing more. It was now dark. The buildings lit up brightly. But why? Sang-soo gritted his teeth in anger. He swung his weapon forward. Why am I fighting like this? Sang-soo attacked the demon sword fiercely. Dust flying everywhere. Why did I choose this sole profession? The two forces collided immediately. A loud explosion ringing out. Suddenly the demon sword jumped high and charged straight at him. Why am I stuck with this group? She swung her arm back. And then the demon sword unleashed a wave of force that flew straight toward Sang-soo. He frowned, clenched his teeth, glaring at the direction of the attack. For money? Right. Sang-soo raised his hand, trying to stop the force. If it were just for that, I would have stopped after buying a few buildings. The demon sword did not stop there. She continued to slash multiple times. Sang-soo could not withstand the force and was struck, blood splattering as he felt darkness closing in. Then why? Moments later, Sang-soo collapsed, and the sword demon landed gracefully. He quickly regained his composure and pushed himself up. That last attack was too strong, causing him internal injuries and making him cough up blood. Suddenly, something rushed toward him. 3 slayers appeared, weapons drawn, standing firm against the sword demon. One of them, despite being terrified, tried to shield him, gritting his teeth. We will buy you some time. We are ready to sacrifice ourselves. So take this chance. Exactly. That is it. Sang-soo seemed to grasp the truth, his eyes shining with an unwavering determination. These brave souls were fighting without regard for their lives. The 3 of them shouted and charged toward the sword demon. The ones I needed to protect were still just standing there. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and the sword demon unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Those who dream of living a better life. As the sword demon struck, 2 slayers fell defeated. For these people, one with tear-filled eyes still tried to charge forward. Because I cherish these people. Yet the sword demon could simply flick her wrist to stab right through him. With an expressionless face, she quickly withdrew her hand, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, the sword demon seemed to hear something and flinched. So I can't leave this life yet. Sang-soo rushed in from behind, gritting his teeth and decisively swinging to strike at her waist. The sword demon winced in pain, clearly annoyed. Suddenly, Sang-soo's eyes blazed, and he shouted, his voice dripping with killing intent. He then unleashed a powerful strike, cutting the sword demon in half. Blood sprayed everywhere as Sang-soo stood firm, panting while looking at the sword demon's corpse. At that moment, a concerned figure approached. Do you have the vaccine? If this continues, you suddenly shouted. Don't come any closer. They froze, staring at him, while Sang-soo swayed weakly. I do not have the vaccine. Upon hearing this, they looked at him in panic. Even if I did, I would not use it. Sang-soo struggled, gasping for breath as he said, because my body has completely transformed. If I use the vaccine, I will die instantly. Suddenly, his gaze hardened, and his voice dropped. I have to end this battle. While I can still control my body, I must finish it. The scene shifts to clear mountains and clouds. Chien's charged forward powerfully. X quickly leaped up, dodging an attack. Dong stood back, observing the situation. Squinting into the scope, Long thought, each injection is priceless. Although the vaccine was injected, I witnessed him decapitate himself to negate its effects. Which I need to aim for? Dong recalled on the screen. X fiercely threw a dagger, stabbing through the figure in front of him. Kim Chiu-sam fought like this, and X stood tall, looking at the opponent who had fallen under his hands, almost causing no damage. Chianu and Dong paled at this sight. Long is furious. His recovery ability is outstanding. He grits his teeth in anger, clearly feeling that the only option is to chop him down to eliminate him. If we can deal damage faster than he can recover, then theoretically, Kurong immediately speaks up in rebuttal. A one-on-one fight is impossible. We need to mobilize all B and a rank slash to restrain his limbs. Of course, the zombies won't just stand by. Jinyu strokes his chin in thought and then speaks up, but upon seeing him get vaccinated and then immediately decapitate himself, it is clear the vaccine is effective. He continues to explain that if he can sever body parts and prevent the vaccine from spreading like that, then in reality, it is tough to create a weapon out of the vaccine. Suddenly, a voice rises up. Jin looks over in surprise. A Dong, with a serious expression, notices the opportunity to attack with the vaccine, and both can't help but look at her in astonishment. I was controlling the remote here. She points at the screen and explains. At the end of the battle, the only defended spot when he mistook Kim's suicide was a counterattack. On the screen, Chiller Sam is trying to attack Axe Ho. It is an attack, and reflexively he quickly swings his blade to block it. Doing thinks to himself, if injected, the vaccine could spread throughout the body via the bloodstream. Right now, Exo is rushing towards the cover. The veins in his heart are bright and throbbing. Adong squints and examines closely, telling himself, can I do it? I must do this. On this side, Suho strikes hard at Qianzha, who raises his weapon to block. Suddenly, Exo's other hand swings back, preparing to slash down. An arrow suddenly flies in, piercing Exo's hand and shocking him. He stares blankly at the vaccine arrow. Exo throws the weapon in his other hand to the ground and quickly grabs a knife, decisively chopping off his own arm. The spot is oozing as if something is about to spill out. Qianzhu sees the situation and seizes the opportunity, gritting his teeth and charging forward. He strikes hard at Suho. Exo grimaces in discomfort, growling loudly. "You idiots." Qianzhu looks on anxiously, gripping his weapon tightly, wary of. He is astonished at how quickly he is recovering. At this moment, the wound from Qianzhu's previous strike is rapidly healing. He frowns. Just as Choi Dong said, the only way is to inject the vaccine into the heart. Qianz is serious as he rushes towards Exo. "Here, I will temporarily stop dealing damage and control him to expose his heart." He slips behind and quickly wraps his arms around Exo to restrain him. Qianzhu yells loudly, "Fire!" Exo glares at him angrily, grinding his teeth. Qianzhu, with an urgent expression, calls out loudly that he can't hold his head for long. Quick, from a distance, Adong has locked onto the target. With a serious face, she says, "Brother, please pull the trigger immediately after. Please." The arrow launches and flies swiftly toward the two of them, returning to humanity. At that moment, Dong prayed continuously, recalling their joyful memories together. A group gathered, raising their glasses for a peaceful world. Qianz breathed heavily, looking at Suho with anticipation. Suho was hit, freezing for a moment. Despite his struggles, Qianzhu held on tightly. Suho gritted his teeth in pain, focusing intently on the situation, her eyes showing clear nerves. Now, she would confirm if this heart was real or fake. The heartbeat was normal. Aiming for that spot was right. But suddenly, it started racing wildly. Qianzhu stepped back, looking confused. Did it hit? She stared down. Long thought. It must have pierced the heart. The vaccine would destroy the zombie virus and finally turn him back into a human. It is just a matter of time. He will definitely return to being human. Adong cheered loudly. Finally, he would lose the ability to control zombies and his rapid regeneration right now. Suddenly, Suho's gaze sharpened, her eyes flashing. Seeing this, Adong's face turned pale. Horrified. Thinking, he has never given up. She stared at Suho, realizing she had forgotten about the man named Jiang Shu. At that moment, Adong recognized he felt responsible for bringing everyone home safely. To do that, even if it meant self-destruction, releasing the murderer or licking the feet of those in power, he was willing to do anything. He would definitely bring everyone back to Bond safely. Even if others gave up on him, he never would. Suho tensed up, his clothes tearing apart. At that moment, his body began to ooze slime. He roared, and the pressure changed instantly. She thought to herself, Jiang Su's ultimate plan and goal, to destroy humanity and seize control of the Korean peninsula. He had not given up his mutated abilities. He thought he had to slow down the vaccine's effects. Suho clenched his teeth, his eyes shining white. To achieve that, he needed to transform into a non-human form at maximum level. In an instant, Suho sprouted two bizarre arms, his biceps bulged, preventing the vaccine from absorbing into his body, and his calves quickly expanded, tearing his pants. Qianzhu watched this scene, breaking into a cold sweat, feeling panicked. Damn it. Adong looked at Suho, her face dark, her eyes filled with terror. At that moment, Suho had successfully transformed, becoming an incredibly terrifying form. Suho let out a loud roar, his mouth stretching to his ears, power bursting forth from him. Adong panicked and muttered, "One more shot." She quickly aimed her gun, needing to inject one more time. Suho noticed and rushed toward her. Seeing this, Chanu quickly charged in. Suho turned in surprise, caught off guard. He was struck by Su. Taking this opportunity, Adong quickly aimed carefully, then pulled the trigger. The arrow shot like the wind, heading straight for Suho. He glanced over, and with a thud, her eyes were filled with shock. Realizing the arrow had been caught by Suho's arm behind him, don't even think about hitting twice. He focused his energy, and his arm immediately stretched out, grabbing the nearby car tightly. Suho glanced at her, and in the next moment, he decisively threw the vehicle towards Adong. It flew too fast, leaving her stunned, eyes wide open, unable to react. The vehicle crashed into the wall where she stood. A loud noise erupted, and dust flew up. Adong lost balance and fell, screaming, and then hit the ground hard. Her gaze started to fade. Qianzhu saw this and worriedly called out to Choi. Adong. At this moment, Suho stood defiantly in front of him. Jiang lost consciousness and collapsed on the spot. Suddenly, Suho struck fiercely towards Qianzhu. Caught off guard, he was his face darkening, and moments later, he was flung away, crashing hard into a tree. Qiansu gritted his teeth in pain. The force so strong that it snapped the tree in two. He continued to fly straight back. Suho frowned, and Long silently considered. There was no time left. They had to rush to the command station and clear out all the SLA and civilians immediately. Suddenly, right at Suho's feet, the ground cracked open. An order to kill all civilians in Bizen had to be given, as a giant insect emerged from beneath the ground, blocking his path. Then, something flew in from afar. A chain wrapped around Suho, causing him to jerk. He turned around in shock. Qiansu suddenly spoke up. "Where are you rushing off to?" Chanu was now steady on his feet, his face covered in blood. Panting heavily, he said, "The battle is not over yet. And you want to leave the battlefield?" Suho yelled furiously. "You madman." He gritted his teeth, realizing the situation was urgent. Every shot fired by Koya Dong had to be effective. Qiansu tightened his grip on his weapon. His mission was to keep him here until the vaccine took effect. He recalled a fishing rod striking straight into his head. "Not like that. You fool." Qiansu is stunned. "Right." Chiller Sam grumbled in annoyance. "Why can't you tell when to use force and when not to?" He whispered in despair. "Why are you here?" At that moment, he said seriously, "Fishing is not just about strength. When pulling the fish biting the hook, you must use your strength decisively." Chiller Sam smiled. "When facing an enemy you cannot let escape. You must wield all your strength. Even the strength from the moment of your birth." Back to reality. Chionu's eyes lit up. He roared loudly and poured all his strength into attacking Suho. Suho's face was pale. A look of shock crossed his features. The strength of Qiansu was too much, causing him to lose balance and fall backward. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly rushed forward. He swung the shovel's tail in a circle. The chain quickly retracted. The links reconnected, returning to its original weapon. Qiansu did not wait another second. He fiercely kicked off the ground, charging straight at Suho, then swung down hard with the shovel. However, Suho quickly caught it. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and forced the shovel down. Suddenly, an arm extended from behind Suho and lunged at him. It stabbed straight into his stomach. Qiansu cried out in pain. Suho questioned irritably, "What significance did that hold for someone about to die?" Qiansu bowed his head, his voice dropping. "What is the meaning behind it? So what is the meaning of your insane actions?" Even after being stabbed, he swung his weapon down fiercely, shouting, "Kill people, burn the city, destroy the Busan Wall." Chionu, with a face full of resentment, screamed, "What do you want to build on this pile of corpses? I hate this city too." Suho looked at him in surprise. Qiansu continued, "A place that worships the poor, treating people like tools." His brother's image appeared in his mind. "I really hate this deprived and rotten city." The scene of his brother losing his life for him flashed before him. He gasped, his voice strained. "So I will change it. What I have learned from this job. The strength," he recalled his experiences, "the things I have acquired. The resources, the images of my teammates who helped me through hardships. I will heal it step by step." Qiansu tightened his grip on the weapon. He glared at Suho with determination, shouting, "It is not about destroying the city just because you do not like it. It is about fixing it so everyone can live well." Thus, Suho suddenly trembled slightly. Suho gritted his teeth, trying to block the path of the hall, secretly amazed at this guy's strength. Suddenly, Qiansu swung his weapon high, severing the arm that had stabbed him. He clenched his teeth, his face twisted, voice filled with rage. "My home." In the next moment, he brought the weapon down hard, stabbing you. "Don't you dare take it." Suho's arm was severed with just one strike. He was stunned, unable to believe the situation just unfolded. Usually, Slazer was the one missing a link. Suho tried to remember what Qiansu had done to achieve what he wanted. He was willing to sneak into the zombie crowd without distinguishing between right and wrong. Realizing this, he suddenly understood something. Suho looked at how Qiansu used his weapon to attack and wondered, "Is this guy a disciple of the old man?" Saying that, he added, "If so, I once hoped for a better world." Hearing this, Changsu was momentarily taken aback. Suho began recounting his past story. Everything started from the disaster. He once had an innocent and pure soul. "I used to think people could rely on each other, even just a little. When the zombie outbreak happened, everything changed. With a common enemy, I once believed there would be no more conflicts over politics, religion, property, or gender. But that was a mistake." He witnessed them slaughtering each other during the pandemic. People could not unite even in this situation. Suho had seen selfish individuals sacrifice others. There would be countless scum ready to release zombies into residential areas. Those people felt no guilt. Instead, they were laughing and having fun. This world can never be fixed. Saying this, tears streamed down Suho's cheeks. That is right. It is time to rebuild. With that, he shouted loudly into Chiansu's face. I will destroy this pathetic place and hope to reshape society. Su angrily lunges to counterattack Chiansu. I am the last chance for this world. Not a loser like you. They collide and are thrown back. Chian shows disdain for Suo's words. Nonsense. Suecha surprised, not understanding why Chian said that. Without hesitation, Chianu swings his shovel hard, attacking Chianxu again. XF quickly leans back to dodge the previous attack. Sufu immediately counters. He throws a powerful punch right into Chianxu's chest. Both are knocked back into a defensive stance, preparing to attack, having been injured moments ago. Sex now feels exhausted. He growls a few times, his eyes cloudy. X tries to muster his strength. The arm that Chianxu had hit is now as good as new. Chian calmly grips the spear in his hand. Knowing he can only seize the opportunity when you look like that, he aims the spear straight at Su, his gaze determined. Realizing this is not the right choice, Suech no longer believes in people. You all just look human but are worse monsters than me. Chiansu furrows his brow. Knowing he can't talk much more with Suo, it is hard for us to understand each other. Suhe nods in agreement. Slazer. This is clearly a fierce battle between one who wants to destroy everything to start anew, and you who still want to protect it no matter what, between the one who wants to turn the tables and the one who wants to protect that position at all costs. The final battle between two beings that cannot coexist has begun. Just as the battle begins, Suo takes a painful punch to the chest. He quickly holds Chionan Su's hand to block the attack. Chian intends to attack from behind, but XH catches sight of the two arms coming from his back and raises them to block. Qiansu is knocked back by that arm. Falling to the ground and rolling a bit, Su gains momentum. Qiansu struggles to sit up. Sex turns his back to walk away, and Chionu chases after him. He decisively swings to deliver a strike to its Xchu's back. Suchu screams in pain. Chiuns tries to brace himself. Just hold on a little longer. But Choi Dong's vaccine must have taken effect. He looks at Xhu struggling before him. This is his final resistance. Qiansu briefly thinks of the other assassins out there. Just hold on a little longer. His teammates are fighting out there to protect everyone. Qiansu holds a strong belief that if he can protect them, he can wait for the moment when the miracle can start again. Just as he lunges to attack, Su manages to grab his hand. Su glares. Gotcha. Another arm from behind So rises high. Suhu exerts a strong force from that arm onto Chionu. Soko glares at Chiansu arrogantly. Victory is mine. Slazer. He uses his other hand to firmly hold Chionansu's head. Su quickly presses Chionansu's head down hard onto the ground. His hands were now covered in blood. Suho stood in shock, staring at Chionu. He gasped for breath. Exhausted. Soon after, Suho turned and walked away, but suddenly, a noise caught his attention, making him turn back. To his surprise, Qiansu was still able to stand after the last attack. Suho looked at him with amazement. He shouted angrily at Chionansu. Why have not you fallen yet? Something even I could not do. Suho yelled furiously. Why do you think you can do this? Chionu remained silent, deep in thought. Seeing this, Suho became furious. He lifted a nearby truck with his arm. Only then did Chiansu slowly speak up. That moment, Qiansu remembered his childhood. The day he decided to leave him behind. Young Qiansu sat quietly, watching his brother. Even if he did not come back, he would not blame him. He had long realized that it was all due to this world, where no one could live in sanity anymore. So from now on, he would remember every detail of home. Qiansu also thought about the family of Chiller Sam, the family of the girl. He remembered those who sacrificed themselves for the greater good, and beautiful memories flooded back to him, all that everyone had missed and lost. He recalled Ari's sorrowful eyes when she confided in him. I want to reclaim it for them. My teammate who fell right before me. Qiansu held the relic tightly in his hand. Bless me. At that moment, the truck soared above him, and he would become a solid barrier. Suddenly, he spoke up. Qiansu growled each word, shouting, I am the delivery that protects all of humanity. He swung the sledgehammer again, slicing the truck in two with one powerful blow. It quickly fell to the ground and exploded, causing a fire. Suho covered his face, utterly surprised. One hand could do this, Suho sighed. Meanwhile, Qiansu continued to attack. He grabbed his sledgehammer and charged towards Suho. Qiansu dove down from above with determination. Qiansu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he swung the blade forward. Suho's gaze was also fiery red as he growled loudly, unleashing a flurry of slashes from the sledgehammer onto Suho. Suho screamed and spat blood. Qiansu did the same. After that last attack, his sledgehammer could not withstand the force and shattered into pieces. Qiansu was exhausted and collapsed to the ground, But Suho still stood firm. Suho turned to look at Chanu. Looks like you have thrown your last punch. He added. But with my transformed body, it is just another wound. Now. The battle was at its peak. Suho asked, do you know the difference between a destroyer and a protector? Kiansu did not pay attention to Suho's words. He spoke to someone else. What are you still doing? I have already exposed his heart. Su froze in surprise at this. Suddenly, something shot forward from the front. An arrow lodged firmly in Exho's chest. Shocking him, Exu turned around to see who it was. He glared at the person in front of him. The one who shot the arrow was Dong. Exu glanced at the arrow embedded in his chest. His legs began to wobble, unable to stand. Exu started to tremble. He let out painful sounds. Exu screamed in anguish. He slowly returned to his human form. Even the arm he had lost earlier was now spurting blood everywhere. Dong stepped forward. This time it was definite. She looked at Exu with an indescribable emotional gaze. He would return to human form. But with injuries like that, it was impossible for him to survive. A large amount of blood kept spreading on the ground. Suar collapsed, leaning against a tree. What went wrong? What should I do? He struggled to speak each word, wondering why this was happening now. Dong approached, looking at Exu. Everything you have done was right. Dong recalled the past, admitting how everyone had treated Exho back then. We placed all the burdens on him and ignored his efforts. She also acknowledged that everyone was afraid and abandoned the effort to save Suo, leading to his current state. And because we could not overcome our fear, we lacked the courage to go back and save him. Dong's face was smeared with Exho's blood. She lowered her head, but her tears kept flowing down her cheeks. Killing innocent people and executing a plan to destroy this senseless world was something I could not overlook. The scene of everyone gathered around the dining table suddenly flashed in her mind. It was not the world we once dreamed of, as it made us forget those hopeful moments. Therefore, Dong stepped closer to Xu. She gently sat down beside him. Dong extended her hand towards X. She softly placed her hand on his cheek. Your pain. I will take it away. Let us leave behind the dreams we once had. Sex stared blankly back at her. He remained silent and still. But suddenly Exo glared at Qian and Su, calling him a lanky fool. He seized the remaining moments to advise Qian and Shu. If you succeed me, do not repeat my mistakes. Su's words made Qian and Su ponder. Not always look at others from behind and sacrifice everything. Suho continued to advise. Those who stand on the backs of others only care for their own safety, and will always drag you down. Saying that, he posed a question to Qian and Su. Can you endure it every time it happens? Qiansu softly replied. It is, he slowly spoke, because the image of other assassins immediately appeared in Qianan's Aksu's mind. I won't T-bear it alone like you did. He looked at Axa. Everything will be alright. Suho's expression changed as if he realized something. Qianzun Su nodded at him. Suho could also feel the happiness he once had. The next Ho let out a sigh of relief. Is that unexpectedly? He smiled at that moment. And all those trashy superiors are dead now. I won't be alone on the road to hell. Suho's eyes suddenly filled with emotion. He remembered the happy times before when Dong had laughed and joked with him. Just say it. The president should say congratulations. Back then, X-Ho was still very innocent, shy around everyone. What are you doing? I can do that. His other friends smiled and looked on. His friends always hoped for his success. Suho shyly raised his glass. Then he nodded. Exo held the glass forward for a peaceful world. His hand fell loosely to the ground. He drifted away in happiness. Dong hugged Exo tightly and cried out. Each time she squeezed him, Exo could not stop crying. Insu stood silently beside them, watching without saying a word. I responded. I am just crying a little. Then I will go help others. It was a long battle. Jiangsu had died. The battle against the zombies trying to destroy Bizen under his command. On this side, Qiansu quickly returned to assist Ari and the Slazers trying to stop it. Qiansu stepped alone into the center where there were containers. He gripped his weapon tightly, continuously swinging it forward. Blood splattered from the zombies. At dawn, it seemed to be settled. The ground was covered with zombie corpses. Qiansu sat high on the pile of corpses. The others were shocked. They still could not believe this was real. It seemed that the zombie Ku's son had just dealt with was the last one.
Yep.
It is. They were so happy that tears welled up. We survived. We survived. The others raised their weapons joyfully and shouted loudly. We won. Sarang lay back on the ground. She splashed a bottle of water on her face to revive herself. Chesh was panting heavily from exhaustion. Chonseksh lay on a stretcher due to severe injuries. Hon Dong quietly stood in a corner watching everyone. Dong Ho was seriously injured. She was helped to a safe place by everyone. Jiacha collapsed, lying on the ground with a sigh. Suddenly, someone rushed in to call Qianan's Chu. Kusun Ku Estu, he hurriedly reported. Sangs, he has become Shu. At this moment, Sang-Su was in the form of a zombie. The other person explained. During the fight with the mutated strain, Seemed he tried to get infected to use the mutated power. He recounted the situation back then to Chansu. He refused the vaccine and wiped out the zombies here. The other person looked tense at Sang-Soo and Chien-Soo. Now there are no zombies left to deal with. But what should we do? Chien-Soo stepped closer to Sang-Soo. He looked at Sang-Soo and spoke up. Sang-Soo fell silent. He slowly turned his head to look at his cloudy eyes. Sang-Soo gradually stood up. Turning towards Chanu, he moved closer with each step. Chanu tightly gripped the railing, his face full of tension. You can still understand what I am saying, right? If not. Suddenly Sang-Soo slumped down. Chien-Soo was surprised. Not understanding what was happening, Sang-Soo pleaded. Please, end me. I wish you were the one. Chien-Soo opposed this idea. What the hell are you talking about? Let me go find Choi Rudong and get the vaccine. Sang-Soo explained. Look at my condition. The vaccine is not a cure-all. Chien-Soo's heart was in turmoil. Sang-Soo pleaded. The vaccine is enough. No need to end me yourself. The image of his teammate collapsing before him flashed in Chiana's mind. Sang-Soo struggled to speak. Do now. If my reason disappears. Handling a guy like you won't be hard at all. Finally, Chien-Soo reluctantly agreed. The B-class Solmauer Sang-Soo had died. And at the same time, the defense battle of Bizen had ended. Sang-Soo slumped, his consciousness fading. Suddenly, the space changed, and Sang-Soo found himself lying in a field of grass, a voice catching his attention. You are here so soon, you idiot. Sang-Soo slowly sat up, glancing silently at the person before him, then suddenly smiled. It turned out to be Chiller Sam. Sang said. There is nothing left to do now. Teach me how to fish. Chiller Sam quickly called him over. Come sit here. In the warehouse area, everyone was sprawled out on the containers. Exhausted after the battle, Chien-Soo turned to Ari and asked, Is everything cleared up top? She quickly replied, It seems done. Everyone is exhausted. But we finally defended Bon. The mood down here was lighter than ever. Everyone smiled gently. Suddenly, a hand appeared on Chionu's shoulder. A man appeared and spoke. Thank you for everyone's effort. Chionexu turned to look at him and smiled. He stepped forward and suddenly sat down on the ground. Shocking everyone. Dong Ho saw this and understood. The battle down there. The fight with Jiang So. Then coming back here to take down hundreds of zombies. How could his body not be exhausted? Saying that, she called out loudly. Someone hurry and call a doctor. Surviving so many zombies. Surely he won't die from this infected wound. After a while, the doctor arrived to help him bandage his arm. The doctor advised. The emergency cases have been handled for now. The doctor could not help but admire Chonu's resilience. Those called Sla are indeed beings that surpass human limits. He should have collapsed long ago. Yet he kept fighting until the end. The doctor spoke again, reminding him. However, you need to focus on treatment. It is best to transfer to the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Chien-Soo replied dismissively. All right. Everything is over now. The man interrupted. What do you mean it is over? Chien-Soo asked. Surprised. What are you talking about? There are no more zombies or Jiangsu. At this moment, a Dong reappeared because he was the one who gathered everyone together. She scolded him and explained that he had to be the one to end it. Are you an idiot? Then a Dong ordered Chien-Soo to announce to everyone that the battle was finally over. Ari also encouraged Chien-Soo, saying that since he was having trouble moving, standing on the wall for defense would work too. Chairman, no need for complicated words or grand statements. Just speak from the heart. Ari added. Everyone wanted that too. As they were ready to fight for a commander like him, the loudspeaker was quickly connected. Chien-Soo stood high above, looking down at each person below. Everyone quickly gathered around, preparing to hear his announcement. A few seriously injured people made an effort to stand up to hear the news. The other hunters looked up in silence. Chien-Soo held the radio in his hand, his face full of tension. Ari behind him nodded to encourage him. She smiled at him, her eyes full of trust, with no other choice. Chien-Soo sighed. Reluctantly, he brought the radio up and said, They told me to declare our victory triumphantly, but I do not know how. Hearing this, everyone below suddenly paused. Chien-Soo continued, as too many people had sacrificed in the battle. He added, Moreover, our enemy was ultimately one of us. His closing statement left everyone stunned. So I can say we won neatly. Chien-Soo continued, but I want to say that we protected. Hearing this, everyone below was deeply moved, some with tears in their eyes. Whether they were from the Bon family or ourselves, Adong looked at him with immense pride, knowing that today we definitely protected that. After hearing this speech, everyone below cheered. The Demon Hall, the Demon Hall, the Demon Allen. The cheers grew louder by the moment. He is truly amazing. The cheers for the Demon Hall continued. Sarang smiled so openly that she was misunderstood as being foolish, while her father kept cheering along with the crowd. Awesome. Great job, Master. Everyone kept cheering for him endlessly. Demon Allen. Demon Allen. Kiansu sighed in relief after the presentation. Ari looked at him proudly and smiled. You did great. You really ended the battle. Kiansu turned to look at her and smiled. When suddenly a voice reminded him. Hurry to the hospital before you get infected. Or you really will die. The siege in Wang, where hundreds of slayers died, has ended. The workers quickly returned to their tasks right after, and then, the world changed a lot. The world has gradually recovered from the pandemic. The shelter area was put under quarantine. This was mainly due to the politicians who had been eliminated in the shelter. The Aten shelter. The Thive Lake was open for people to share their opinions, leading to a major political reform. The assassins gradually became the backbone. During this process, many contributors to the fight were recognized by the world. Jingu and the others stood solemnly in their suits. At this point, Bi Jingyu and Choi Dong successfully entered the political arena. I funded that election campaign. Some people in the political machine disagreed with this opinion. Some would say, how could the world change with just two people? But starting with these two seemed to mean a new turning point. A new organization was also gradually being formed. Moreover, the government established the Slayer Alliance headquarters to support and manage the assassins. The Slayer Alliance headquarters replaced the weakened military, deciding to hand over all security tasks related to zombies to the assassins. The assassins gradually transitioned into this new organization. The Slayers and managers desired a stable and comfortable life. They each moved to work at this headquarters. Chong, though young, also earned a high position commensurate with his efforts. It is said they are compensated fairly based on individual achievements. Some other assassins chose to return to normal life, of course. There are those who do not trust the current government. Sarang chose her own path, while those who did not want to join any organization became freelance slurs, or joined private companies for missions, and continued their slayer careers. At this moment, Kiansu was the most talked about figure. So what about our main character? He took a vacation to sort out his thoughts. Kiansu stood dazed in front of the house, gripping the shovel tightly, constantly digging in the garden. He even took time to repair the house. The house, which had just been neglected, was transformed by him into something different. Finally, night fell. Kiansu sat down on the porch, gazing at the night sky. He quietly observed this piece with a few cans beside him. Kiansu smiled in contentment. He felt he had enjoyed enough of what he wanted at home. Suddenly, something made Kiansu turn his head.
Hey.
I will be back. He expressed his determination. Kiansu sensed his lost brother. Smiling softly, finally, Kim Kiansu made a shocking series of statements during the party. Naturally, everyone gathered around him, their eyes wide with disbelief. What did he just say? Kiansu looked at everyone. This time he was determined. I am going to Sun. The scene shifted to the inside of the New Year's banquet room. Everyone immediately froze at Chonu's words, even not daring to believe their ears. What did he just say? Of course. Dong can't believe any of this. She confusedly asks again, Sun, are you out of your mind? Jin is right next to him, calm as ever, sharing his thoughts. It seems to be about expanding their business. Still, Sun is facing some difficulties. Right. But this also makes it hard for Sarang to trust. It is not just difficult. It is impossible. There are so many zombies just on the way to Unjin. She quickly grabs Daiha's head and shakes it, leaving him bewildered. Do I have to go? I am still busy teaching my successor. Kiansu seriously announces to everyone. I am not going because of work. Hearing this, Jain breathes a sigh of relief. I do not have to go along. Right. Just as he feels lucky for not having to go with him, Kiansu speaks up again. On the contrary, his next words once again silence everyone in the room. I am planning to quit my job at Slazer. Junyu looks extremely confused. He quickly glances at Kiansu. Then why are you going to Sion? That dangerous place. Kiansu does not hesitate. He pulls out a letter addressed to Kim Tru. His face is determined as he declares to everyone that it is to keep a promise. He is still looking at that happy family photo in the present. Maybe Kiansu also needs to find his own happiness, to trace his family's whereabouts. And so the story slowly unfolds. Kim Chiansu has poured all his accumulated wealth into this. In the meantime, it has helped him a lot. Shares of the fans where he is the chairman, and the compensation received after the Jiangsu Ho incident. Next, Konu appears right in front of Dong. He has given up all his assets, except for the house, and came looking for Dong. As soon as she understood his intentions, she felt an indescribable attachment. Are you really planning to go? Kiansu does not respond. He just gently nods as if confirming this. Seeing her still silent, he continues to announce.
Yep.
After a moment of thought, Adong immediately looks up and hands him a small suitcase. Here. Inside the suitcase is a bunch of different vaccines. The ones he asked for. After handing it over, Dong continues to look at the documents in her hands. But this is way more expensive than the vaccines. Let me return the extra money to you. Chiinsu, in contrast to his earlier attitude with her, becomes very decisive. He quickly reminds her and holds the vaccine suitcase in his hands. Use that money for vaccine research and production. I only need this much. Knowing she could not change his resolve, she remains silent, waiting for something, remembering something important. Dong quickly speaks up. There is one more thing. Her face is serious as she announces. Let me know when you are leaving. Everyone wants to know. Kiansu seemed curious after hearing this. A quirky smile appeared on his lips. Why do you plan to follow me all the way to Sun? With a sigh held back, she voiced her thoughts. Some will beg to go to the AMV, whether it is soon or anywhere else, because the whole world owes him. Her face reflected a deep contemplation, including mine. Seeing her in such deep thought, Chanu felt a bit reluctant to speak, silent for a moment. Feeling something strange, he quickly laughed, breaking her guard. Come on. These guys. Do not forget that I am the one being asked by the old man. Going alone would reduce the chances of running into zombies. This time, his gaze was resolute as he looked at Dong. This is a promise I have to uphold. Everyone else has their own jobs. She listened silently, her face showing disbelief. After saying what he needed to say, Chianu grabbed his suitcase and quickly turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Until I return. Please take care of the garden for me. I am off. Feeling a bit reluctant, Dong slowly spoke. Don't die on me. Hearing her reminder, he turned back in surprise. Deter. There is something strange about my face, but I can't abandon my original purpose. A gentle smile spread across his lips. The two seemed to understand each other without words. Stepping outside the building, Kiansu waved goodbye to his familiar friend. I really have to go now. Quickly, Kiansu made his way to the sign for Jungbu Expressway. Daegu Yangan. His motorcycle came to a stop on familiar ground. Kiansu swiftly removed his helmet and gazed at the scene before him. The place where he and Ari stood was the Dijiang district wall. Feeling a bit anxious, Ari turned to him and asked, Are you okay going alone like this? Chairman, he chuckled softly and explained. I am not the chairman anymore since I left. After saying that, Kiansu did not forget to announce with determination, Just call me Chiansu. Kim Chiansu. Ari remained silent after hearing this. Her face was unusually pensive. Perhaps she was thinking about something important. Knowing she could not change his mind, Ari quickly handed Chionansu the helmet, not forgetting to advise him. Good luck, brother Chionansu. And take this scooter with you. He was still confused when she continued to explain. It will help you move around more easily. Don't worry about the scooter's price. It is much lower than my salary. Her kind words left Chiansu speechless. Unsure of how to respond, he fell silent, extending his hands towards her. Neither spoke a word. Ari was a bit startled by his action. She still did not understand the intent behind this gesture. Kiansu remained serious, calmly expressing his thoughts. I owe a lot of my success today to you. I do not think I have even said thank you yet. Hearing those warm words, a long-lost smile finally appeared on Ari's lips. Memories of a pure girl with a kind smile came rushing back. Both of them had been through so much, especially with Duck Chun always tormenting her. Then when Chiansu had to be hospitalized, despite his many injuries, Ari still devoted her time and energy to care for him. They had been close for a long time, always standing by each other's side. Back in the present, Ari gently took Chiona's hand in hers. They stood there like old friends, holding hands as a final farewell to each other. Ari smiled softly and glanced at him as they talked. It is all thanks to you, Chiansu. You can be a little proud of that. Looking at the darkening sky and worrying about Chiansu, she quickly reminded him. Come on. If we wait any longer, it will be dark, and dealing with zombies will be harder then. With concern in her eyes, Kiansu rode off on his motorcycle. It was not until he had gone far away that a gentle smile appeared on her lips. When he turned back, it seemed he understood her feelings. They did not share long conversations, just a few simple words that conveyed their thoughts. Kiansu put on his familiar helmet. He left this place for real. It was only when he started to fade away that Ari silently wished for his safe return. The story slowly unfolded, and after a long time, no one saw Kim Chionansu anymore. Yet his face was filled with determination as he headed straight for his original goal. However, no one thought he had lost to the zombies. With no place to sleep, he would leave his bike aside and sleep in the middle of the road. Sometimes he found himself in fierce battles against the zombies, easily taking them down with a simple turn. Following the map, Kiansu had traveled to many different locations. Although those places were abandoned, many had been completely destroyed. He calmly walked through them all. As dawn broke, Kiansu sat there quietly, looking lonely, alone on his motorcycle. He rode down the long road without fear. There were times he felt stuck, constantly fighting off the undead. After all those events, Chionansu finally reached the familiar door of his old family apartment. As soon as he opened the door and stepped inside, He was met by a woman with short hair who had turned into a zombie at some point. He recognized that this zombie was his older sister from back in the day. Without hesitation, Kiansu jabbed a vaccine into her neck as she began to regain her senses. He calmly stood there waiting for her to return to normal. Time passed quickly, and light poured into the building. Kiansu held a photo in his hand, examining it closely. Once he had finished examining the photo, he turned to look behind him. Finally, everyone had returned to their normal forms and stood still there. Kiansu's final wish has finally come true. He sighed in relief, gazing at the towering column of smoke in front of him, feeling a mix of surprise. Onansu approached cautiously, a bit hesitant. Behind him, everyone waited seriously to see what had happened. Luckily, the only thing he faced was the surviving army, searching for other survivors. Day by day, things gradually improved. Everything had returned to its original state inside the camp. Everyone in the family seemed to forget the dangers of this world and greeted each other with joyful smiles. Unbeknownst to him, a long missed smile appeared on Chiansu's lips. Sensing something was off, he quickly glanced back. A happy family was being reenacted before his eyes. A middle-aged woman shed tears of joy upon reuniting with Qian. Even he stood there in shock, unable to believe the scene before him. She gently stepped forward, embracing him tightly, as if not wanting to let go again. Time continued to pass, still in a familiar place. The high walls kept the zombies at bay. The gates of the wall gradually opened. The familiar footsteps of Chonixu returned once more, but this time, he was not alone. He had finally returned with his family. A large family stood eagerly before the wall, waiting for what would happen next. In front of him were all his teammates, smiling and welcoming him back. Kiansu felt the happiness of life, and a warm smile appeared on his lips. Before the expectant eyes of everyone, he smiled and announced, "I